Chapter 1. The storm arrived before the child did. Wei Liangji had spent 3 days hunting shelter in the Broken Spine Mountains, the name apt enough to make a man appreciate irony. His own spine felt cracked from carrying Luo Mei through terrain that mocked the idea of a path. The cave he found was shallow and cold, carved by water rather than intention, its floor littered with shattered slate. He spread the bedroll he had stolen from a merchant's abandoned cart 2 weeks prior and told himself the dampness would not matter. Luo Mei told him he was a bad liar. The contractions are 3 minutes apart, she said, her voice flat with the controlled calm of a woman who had survived worse than childbirth. Stop organizing the bedroll. Sit down and be useful. I'm being useful. You're spiraling. She reached out one hand, fingers extended, and he took it. Her grip was stronger than expected for someone who had been walking through a mountain storm for 6 hours. The meridian damage that had crippled her foundation establishment cultivation 4 years ago had not touched her stubbornness. Some things the world couldn't break. I don't know what I'm doing, Wei Liangji admitted. Neither did any father before you, Luo Mei said. And then the next contraction hit, and she stopped being conversational. He had been a foundation establishment cultivator once. Decent, if not exceptional. His sect, the Silver Reed sect, a middling house on the southern mountain range, had been destroyed by a territorial dispute between 2 powers who considered his sect's land worth wanting and its people worth nothing. He had escaped with 17 of his sect siblings, then lost them one by one to weather and monsters and the simple grinding math of being poor and hunted. Luo Mei had been the last one beside him when the counting stopped. They had built something from the wreckage. Not a sect. They were too broken for ambition on that scale, but a life. A small house in a border town. Bodyguard work. Enough coin for food and the occasional cultivation resource, though not enough for the resources that might have repaired Luo Mei's crippled meridians. He had been stagnant at foundation establishment for 5 years. Stagnant meant alive, if nothing else. Then Luo Mei had become pregnant. The pregnancy had been difficult and strange from the beginning. The child's chi signature registering on spiritual detection arrays as something beyond ordinary, something that made cultivation masters across 2 towns look up from their work and frown at the sky. Wei Liangji had kept them moving to avoid scrutiny, cashing in every favor and burning every bridge that might be a liability. They had reached the Broken Spine Mountains because no one rational came here, and Wei Liangji's definition of rational had eroded considerably over the past year. The birth took 4 hours. He did what he could, which was not nothing. He had basic healing cultivation, enough to ease her pain in small ways, to keep the blood loss manageable, to provide something solid for her to push against. The storm outside made the cave its own kind of world, sealed off from consequence. Rain hammered the mountain. Lightning made shadows out of nothing and nothing out of shadows. The child arrived at midnight, and the cave cracked. Not broke, not collapsed, but cracked, a sound like a giant snapping its knuckles, running from the ceiling to the floor in a single radiating web. Wei Liangji barely had time to register it before the second thing happened. The infant cried. It was a small cry, the ordinary first declaration of any new life, thin and urgent and more beautiful than anything Wei Liangji had been prepared for. He wrapped the child in the cleanest cloth he owned and held her up, and she stopped crying and looked at him with eyes that were not. He realized immediately the unfocused eyes of a newborn. They were gold. Not yellow or amber but gold, the specific gold of a forge at full heat, and they found his face in the cave's darkness with unsettling precision. The infant knew where he was. The infant was looking at him with knowledge no newborn possessed, with recognition that had nothing to do with the 3 seconds she had existed. Then a second crack appeared, this one in the air above the child. Not stone breaking, but something deeper, the air itself peeling back to reveal a light that had no source. A flame materialized from the tear, roughly wing-shaped, its color cycling between orange and white and a shade of red that Wei Liangji did not have a name for. It hovered 3 feet above the infant and moved with her breathing, as natural and intimate as heartbeat. What is that? Luo Mei said from the bedroll. Not a question. The kind of statement a person makes when the thing in front of them has moved beyond questions. I don't know yet. Then the text appeared. It bloomed across Wei Liangji's vision like ink dropped in still water, black characters assembling themselves without source or author, their formation steady and bureaucratic in the manner of very old systems confident in their own authority. Divine Cradle System. Activation confirmed. Father, Wei Liangji. Foundation establishment, Stage 3. Mother, Luo Mei. Foundation establishment, Stage 2, damaged. First child, female. Divine designation, Phoenix God, Kira. Reincarnation tier, nascent. Father's echo, Phoenix domain, granted. Warning, Divine signal strength 12%. Detection probability rising. Countermeasures inbound. Wei Liangji read it 3 times. His daughter made a small sound against his chest, something between contentment and demand. The wing flame above her pulsed in response. Liangji, Luo Mei said, tell me what you're seeing. He told her. He kept his voice steady throughout, describing the text, the flame, the gold eyes, the cave's cracked walls. Luo Mei listened without interrupting, which was unusual. She had opinions about everything and expressed them frequently. When he finished, she studied her daughter's face for a long moment. The phoenix god Kira, she finally said. She carried a god into the world. It seems so. And something is coming for us because of it. The system says countermeasures. He kept his eyes on the final line of text, which had not faded. It doesn't say when. Then we have until it says when. Luo Mei held out her arms. Give me my daughter. He transferred the infant carefully, mindful of the wing flame that moved with her like a loyal lamp. Luo Mei held the child against her chest, and the flame dipped toward her mother's warmth and then rose again, cycling through its colors. Luo Mei's expression went through several things Wei Liangji could not name before settling on something quiet and fierce. Hello, little phoenix, she said. I'm sorry for the accommodations. We'll do better. The child's gold eyes found her mother's face, and the flame burned white for one steady breath. Outside, the storm had forgotten how storms worked. It had gone quiet between one moment and the next, not tapering off but stopping, as if the world had registered the arrival and adjusted accordingly. The silence that followed was complete and ringing and full of all the things Wei Liangji did not yet understand about what his family had become. He sat at the cave mouth with his back to the world and his face toward his wife and daughter, reading the system's warning one more time. Countermeasures inbound. We need to move, he said quietly. As soon as you can stand. I know, said Luo Mei. 3 days. Maybe 2. He began planning. The plans were fragile. He had almost nothing. A cave and a stolen bedroll, and a divine flame hovering above his newborn daughter's head. But planning was something he could control, and control was the only armor he had ever been able to afford. He cataloged every road that left these mountains, every settlement within 3 days' walk, every contact who might provide shelter without asking the kind of questions that would get them killed. The last line of the system text pulsed once more, as if verifying his attention had not wandered from what mattered most. Countermeasures inbound. And he had no idea what that meant, which was, he suspected, exactly what should terrify him most. Chapter 2 Elder Mao Sheng arrived 3 days after the birth, which was either remarkable timing or evidence he had been following them far longer than Wei Liangji cared to contemplate. He appeared at the cave mouth on the 4th morning. A small, dry person of indeterminate age, his cultivation carefully veiled behind the kind of suppression only decades of not wanting to be found could generate. He carried a battered leather satchel and smelled of pine resin and old books. He bowed at the entrance. I should explain before you attack me, he said. You have 30 seconds, Wei Liangji said. He stood 3 feet inside the cave with a hand on his sword. The wing flame above Xiao Feng, they had named her in the quiet of the second night, the character's meaning Little Phoenix, rose half a foot in response to his tension. My name is Mao Sheng. I was a researcher in the Divine Meridian Library before the Warden's agents burned it. I have been carrying this for 20 years, waiting for the right person. The old man reached into his satchel and produced a scroll case, bronze and unremarkable except for the seal on its cap. A phoenix and a river intertwined, biting each other's tails. This is the Divine Cradle Codex. The fragment I managed to save. Wei Liangji did not lower his sword hand. Why bring it here? Because your daughter's divine signal woke me from meditation 80 kilometers away, and because the flame above her matches every description in this codex. Mao Sheng held the scroll case out, patient and still. The next person to find you will be the Warden's agents, and they won't introduce themselves. Wei Liangji studied him. The specific stillness of age that has made peace with being underestimated. The scholar's hands that had never learned the calluses of weapon work. The eyes that watched with total attention from a face that pretended to notice nothing. A man who survived by being overlooked rather than by being dangerous. Let him in, Luo Mei said from behind him. I want to read it. He stepped aside. The codex was dense with information that Mao Sheng translated in real time, sitting cross-legged on the cave floor, while Luo Mei nursed Xiao Feng and the wing flame bobbed between them. The essential structure of the Divine Cradle System. 3,000 years ago, an entity the text called the Warden had sealed all the ancient gods into the cycle of mortal reincarnation, preventing their return to divine form. The sealing was permanent in ordinary circumstances, A god could be reborn 100 times and surface as an ordinary mortal each time. Divine memories buried beyond reach. Unless a mother of sufficient cultivation gave birth to them. The mechanism was not fully understood even by the Codex's authors, but the pattern was consistent across 12 documented cases spanning centuries. A woman with the right spiritual constitution became, without her knowledge, a cradle vessel. When she conceived and carried a child, the soul drawn to her womb was never random. It was the strongest available god soul whose requirements she could meet. The Phoenix god Kira's requirements were modest compared to higher-tier gods, which was why Kira had chosen Luo Mei at Foundation establishment rather than requiring a more advanced mother. The requirements scale, Mao Sheng explained. The stronger the mother's cultivation, the higher the tier of god soul that reincarnates through her. A core formation mother might birth a domain god. Avoid sovereign mother, he paused. That remains theoretical territory. And the father? Wei Liangji asked. The father's role is less understood, but no less critical. What the Codex indicates is that a father who is himself a cultivator receives a divine echo from the child, a fragment of the god's domain inheritance that accelerates his cultivation and gives him access to a fraction of that god's power. The relationship is reciprocal. The stronger the father grows, the more stable the godchild's reincarnation. An unstable reincarnation risks the child's divine soul dispersing before memories can surface. Meaning my daughter's survival depends partly on me advancing. Among other things, yes. Luo Mei had been listening with her eyes on Xiaofeng's face. The child had the wing flames cycling above her head with the drowsy contentment of a fed infant. But something behind that drowsiness was not quite sleep. A watchfulness. A waiting. And the warden? Luo Mei asked. Mao Sheng's expression went careful in the specific manner of someone choosing which truth to lead with. The last family to trigger the system was the Shun house, 400 years ago. They had 2 children. The warden's hunters found them within 8 months. There were no survivors. The cave was quiet except for Xiaofeng's small sounds and the distant wind outside. 8 months, Wei Liangji said. 8 months was the longest survival record. The Shin house had resources and allies. Most families lasted less time. Mao Sheng set down the codex gently. I want to be clear about what I'm offering. I can help you understand the system. I can teach you the resonant father techniques that maximize the echo's benefit. I cannot fight at a level that will protect you from the warden's serious hunters. I'm old and my combat cultivation has deteriorated to something I find embarrassing to describe. What can you manage in a fight? I could handle a Foundation establishment opponent if I rested beforehand. A pause. I'm considerably better with books. Wei Liangji almost laughed. The impulse surprised him. He had not felt anything approaching laughter in months, and its reappearance seemed connected to the old scholar's complete, unashamed honesty about his own limitations. You said you were waiting for the right person. Why me? Because the Codex mentions a figure who will father multiple godchildren and survive long enough to matter. The description is vague. These things always are. But it mentions a father whose cultivation is stagnant at the time of the first birth and who advances with what the text calls unreasonable speed thereafter. Mao Sheng looked at him steadily. Are you stagnant? 5 years at Foundation establishment, stage 3. Then we should not waste any more of them, because the warden's next scout arrives within the week. Chapter 3 The Father's Echo was not a gift without cost, and Wei Liangji understood this fully by the second day of Mao Sheng's training. The divine inheritance from the Phoenix god Kira accelerated his cultivation by a factor that should have required decades of resources he did not possess. But each session of resonant father practice required him to open his chi channels to the full heat of Phoenix domain energy, which his mortal body handled with about the same grace as a clay pot manages boiling water. The meridians expanded under the pressure. The expansion hurt. He meditated through the pain because the alternative was stagnation, and stagnation now carried a consequence it had never carried before. His daughter's divine soul growing less stable with every rank he failed to reach. On the 3rd day in the cave, Mao Sheng walked him through a proper evaluation of the father's echo mechanics. The system's interface, which had become more legible as Wei Liangji's cultivation rose, confirmed what the elder described. Phoenix domain inheritance, active. Flame affinity, grade 4. Natural, grade 1. Cultivation sealing effect. Core formation nascent, saint accessible. Father's echo technique, unlocked. Channels child's divine aura into combat amplification. Echo burst, unlocked. 300% power output. Duration 3 breaths. Cost, 48-hour recovery. The echo burst is a last resort, Mao Sheng said, reading over his shoulder. 3 breaths. You have felt a Foundation cultivator's limits. Imagine 3 breaths at nascent sane output. The meridian damage afterward will incapacitate you for 2 days. Understood. I want you to understand it so thoroughly that you never use it against anything you could defeat with ordinary methods. The elder tapped the interface notation. You are not a nascent saint. You are a core formation cultivator with a very expensive borrowed coat. The coat has to come off eventually. The coat, Wei Liangji said, has kept us alive so far. It has kept you from being caught. Those are separate achievements. Mao Sheng sat back against the cave wall, his old bones settling against the stone with the patience of a man who has long since stopped pretending stone makes a comfortable chair. Let me tell you what your actual situation is. You are core formation. You are in the Broken Spine Mountains with a woman recovering from childbirth and an infant whose aura, even suppressed, reads like a bonfire to anyone with spiritual sense above foundation establishment. The warden's minimum response to a confirmed cradle activation is a void sovereign hunter. Your borrowed coat will not impress a void sovereign. The assessment was fair and bleak. Wei Liangji accepted it the way he accepted most unpleasant realities, by facing them long enough that they became baseline, then building from there. How long before the minimum response arrives? The signal you generated at birth was at 12% strength. It will have been detected by the warden's long-range spiritual arrays, but 12% is ambiguous enough that they won't immediately escalate. They dispatch scouts first, foundation or core formation level. Escalation to a void sovereign hunter happens when the signal reaches 40% or when a scout confirms the activation in person. Mao Sheng folded his hands. You have weeks before scouts arrive, months before a serious hunter. Then we have time to move. Yes, I have a destination in mind, a place called the Jade Womb Grotto, 3 kingdoms to the northeast. A pocket dimension, Chi-rich, shielded from standard spiritual detection. The last address the previous Cradle family managed to reach before they were found. He paused. But the most direct path passes through a checkpoint controlled by a man named Dao Ren, a minister in the border administration. He was once a colleague of mine. I haven't been in contact with him for a decade. I would feel considerably better knowing he hasn't changed allegiances in the interval. Mao Sheng's phrasing was careful, diplomatic, the words of someone who has learned to say uncertain things precisely. But you're not certain. I am emphatically not certain. He looked at the cave entrance where the mountain wind made cold promises about the road ahead. In my experience, reasonable men are the most susceptible to unreasonable offers. The warden's network offers things that are very difficult to refuse. Luo Mei called from the back of the cave. Liangji, come see this. He went. Xiao Feng was lying on the bedroll, awake and unusually still, her gold eyes tracking something he couldn't see. The wing flame above her had changed. It had stopped cycling and gone to a steady, intense white. As Wei Liangji watched, it contracted and then expanded in a slow pulse, like breathing, like something thinking. She's doing something, Luo Mei said. She's doing a great deal, Mao Sheng said from behind them, his voice carrying the quality of a scholar who has just verified a primary source. The flame is establishing a domain fragment. At this age, he reached into his satchel and produced a bronze disc inscribed with concentric rings. Her divine signal has dropped. Dropped from 12% to 7%. She's suppressing it herself. The elder turned the disc over in his hands, examining the readings with narrowed eyes. The Phoenix god Kira's divine awareness is already active enough to run spiritual concealment. Xiao Feng is 7 days old. He studied his daughter, who was focused on nothing visible with those ancient golden eyes, systematically dismantling the evidence of her own divinity to protect the family she had just arrived to join. The things he was feeling had no adequate vocabulary. He filed them under Protect Her and moved forward. The system is updating, he said, reading the interface. There's a new notation. Father's echo burst can now be fueled by active divine concealment. Reduced recovery cost. She's not just suppressing her signal. She's feeding the reduction back into my technique reserves. She's working with you, Luo Mei said quietly. She's 3 days old. Luo Mei wore the expression she reserved for things she had decided not to say, when saying them would be stating the obvious. Yes, she said. She is. Outside, Mao Sheng was already packing his satchel. I suggest moving tomorrow. Luo Mei, can you walk? She could walk yesterday, Luo Mei said, already on her feet with the ease of a woman who had decided recovery was a suggestion rather than a requirement. Good. He shouldered his pack. We go to the Hollow Pine sect first. I hold a teaching position there. It provides shelter and resources while I finish translating the relevant codex sections. 1 week, no more. He paused. The sect master is not to be trusted entirely. Be careful what you say in front of him. Why do you hold a position at a sect where you can't trust the master? Wei Liangji asked. Because the alternative was starvation, Mao Xing said, with the pragmatic calm of long acquaintance with hypocrisy. There are worse places to be untrustworthy. The wing flame above Xiaofeng continued its steady 7% suppression, holding the world at careful distance. And somewhere on the mountain ridge behind them, Wei Liangji felt a spiritual probe sweep across the terrain like a slow, patient hand searching for what it already knew was there. Chapter 4. They left at dawn, and the rogue cultivators found them by noon. There were 8 of them, a mixed band in the manner of people who had been poor long enough to stop caring about sect affiliation. Their cultivation ranged from early foundation to one woman at core formation stage, who appeared to be in charge by virtue of being the most dangerous. They emerged from a dried riverbed cut into the mountain's flank and spread across the path with the practiced efficiency of people who conducted this kind of work regularly and had stopped finding it uncomfortable. The family with the unusual child, the core formation woman said. She had the careful eyes of someone who had spent years learning to spot chi signatures through prolonged practice. We've been tracking the signal for 3 days. It keeps disappearing, which is interesting. Almost like someone is hiding it. Wei Liangji moved Luo Mei behind him. Mao Xing stepped aside with the resigned expression of someone who had predicted this development approximately when they left the cave. Xiaofeng, swaddled against Luo Mei's chest, was working. The wing flame had gone completely invisible, completely cold, the signal suppression pushed to absolute maximum. I don't know what signal you're referring to, Wei Liangji said. Of course you don't. The woman smiled without warmth. We're not here to argue about it. We're here because someone is paying for information about families with anomalous divine signatures. And you're the most anomalous thing in these mountains. She nodded at 2 of her people. Check the infant. Don't touch my daughter, Wei Liangji said, and his voice was entirely level, which was how he had learned to say the things he meant most absolutely. The woman began to reply. He was already moving. The father's echo burst activated before he had fully decided to use it, his body executing the technique from the same reflex that had learned, over 5 years of bodyguard work, that the moment before someone reaches for what you're protecting is the moment to stop them. The Phoenix-class flame flooded out through his meridians and the air temperature around him spiked 40 degrees in half a second. His strike hit the core formation woman's chest, and the heat that came with it vaporized her defensive chi layer the way a fire takes paper, not fighting it, but consuming the conditions that allowed it to exist. She went backward into the dried riverbed and did not come back up. The 6 remaining fighters had half a breath to understand what they were looking at before Wei Liangji was among them. His flame precise and aimed and hotter than anything his baseline cultivation should have produced. 3 breaths. He used all 3. When it ended, he was on his knees in the path with his hands braced on the ground, meridians burning, vision running gray at the edges from the extended output's cost. The path was empty of standing threats. Mao Xing was beside him immediately, pressing a recovery talisman to the back of his neck. I told you last resort, the elder said, not unkindly. They were going to touch her. I know. I'm not criticizing the choice. I'm noting that you now need 2 days of reduced capacity while we are in the mountains with an active divine signal and an unknown number of bounty hunters looking for us. Mao Xing helped him to his feet with surprising strength for someone who claimed combat limitations. One of them ran. Wei Liangji counted the fallen. 7. Which direction? Down the mountain. Fast. He'll report to whoever is paying. Presumably. This is why we move quickly and why the Hollow Pine sect needs to be a brief stop. Mao Xing was already steering them off the main path into rougher terrain where tracking was harder. They saw your flame. They now know you're carrying Phoenix-class fire, which narrows the search considerably for anyone with access to a divine signature database. Luo Mei had not flinched during the fight. She stood where Wei Liangji had placed her with Xiaofeng's face pressed against her neck, her own expression the calm of someone who had spent the past 3 days making peace with the fact that her family now attracted violence the way standing water attracted lightning. How bad is the meridian damage? She asked. Temporary, he said. 48 hours of reduced combat capability, Mao Xing said simultaneously. Luo Mei looked between them. So temporary with an exact timeline. Good. She shifted Xiaofeng's weight and began walking the rough terrain without being asked, her recovery from childbirth apparently operating on a schedule that did not account for limitations. If the runner is fast, we have 2 hours before anyone comes looking. Wei Liangji followed, cataloging what he had. 48 hours of diminished capacity, 2 allied cultivators whose combined combat value was roughly equivalent to 1 average core formation fighter, an infant who was functionally a divine asset while sleeping, 1 stolen bedroll, and the Hollow Pine sect 3 days away. And somewhere behind him, a man running down a mountain who had seen his face and his fire and the child he was willing to burn through his own body to protect. and who was currently deciding exactly how much that information was worth and to whom he should sell it. Chapter 5. The Hollow Pine sect occupied a bowl-shaped valley whose name was more aspirational than descriptive. The pines were present, but neither hollow nor particularly remarkable. What the sect had was a defensive array of modest but genuine quality, meaning it was the most secure location within 4 days' travel for people who were not carrying a living divine signal inside an infant's body. Mao Sheng's teaching position here was, as he had indicated, a matter of necessity over preference. He was tolerated as a useful eccentric who taught theoretical cultivation history to students who found it boring in the comfortable way students find things boring when they haven't needed the knowledge yet. The sect master, a domain lord named He Wei who had peaked at his rank before Wei Liangji was born and spent the following decades focused on internal sect politics, received them in his hall with the specific warmth of a person performing warmth for a specific purpose. Elder Mao's associates, He Wei said, looking at Wei Liangji with assessing eyes that moved too efficiently to be casual. A young family. Welcome. His gaze moved to the bundle at Luo Mei's chest, held there a beat too long, and moved away. We have guest quarters. You'll be comfortable. We need only a week, Mao Sheng said. Research purposes. The library has materials I require. Of course. Take what time you need. He Wei smiled, and it reached his eyes about halfway. Will you join us for the evening meal? They did. Wei Liangji ate and said almost nothing and watched He Wei the way he had learned to watch people in rooms. Not directly, never directly, but with the peripheral awareness that catches what direct attention misses. What he caught. He Wei looking at Xiao Feng again twice during the meal. A servant leaving the hall 30 minutes into dinner and not returning. He Wei asking careful, indirect questions about origin and destination that had the structural shape of an information-gathering technique practiced until it seemed like conversation. Afterward, in the guest quarters, Wei Liangji told Luo Mei what he'd observed. He's going to send a message tonight, she said. She was nursing Xiao Feng in the candlelight, and the wing flame was visible here, cycling through its colors above the child's head, its warmth making the candlelight feel less cold. In the privacy of a closed room, Wei Liangji had stopped fighting the urge to watch it. It was different from firelight, more alive than anything that had no heart. Within the hour, probably, he agreed. Then we intercept it or we leave before it's sent. We intercept it first. Information about who He Wei is reporting to changes how we handle the next 3 weeks. He had already been considering the method. His soul separation technique was not yet available. He was core formation and the echo was pushing him toward peak, but hadn't arrived. But his spiritual sense extension, bolstered by the Phoenix Inheritance's domain awareness, could trace a servant's path through the sect's corridors without triggering the outer detection arrays. He waited until the sect settled into its late-night quiet, then sent his sense outward. What he found in He Wei's private study confirmed the suspicion. A spiritual communication jade. Active, its transmission header-coded in a cipher he half-recognized from his years as a sect guard when he had spent time near people who dealt professionally in information. The cipher's address header was enough. It was addressed to Collector Kwong. He returned to his body and sat in the dark for a moment. The father's echo had been working during the evening's tension. He could feel it, a thread of cultivation energy flowing from Xiao Feng's wing flame into his core in real time, responding to his elevated alertness. He was at the boundary of core formation's peak. The echo pushed at his advancement with the single-minded persistence of a river finding the lowest point. His battle avatar chose that moment to manifest. It was subtle, a shimmer in the air around him, heat rising from his body without consuming anything, a suggestion of wings at his shoulders that had no physical presence but occupied real space nonetheless. The Phoenix aspect of the echo was shaping his avatar into something that matched the divine domain, taking the formless power of a core formation battle avatar and giving it an outline that no inheritance from his own bloodline could have produced. He looked at his reflection in the dark window. The wings were barely visible, a thermal distortion, but they were there. I'm at core formation peak, he said quietly to Luo Mei. She looked up from Xiao Feng, studied the shimmer around him. The wings, she said, with the tone of someone cataloging a new fact. The echo's influence on the avatar formation. The Phoenix god is shaping it. Luo Mei was quiet for a moment. Then, He Wei knows we're going to run before we tell him. He's already planning around it. Yes. His message will go out tonight, if it hasn't already. Then we leave before dawn. She looked at Xiao Feng, then back at him. She's changing you fast. She's amplifying what was already there. The echo doesn't work on people with nothing to amplify. He paused. I read enough of the codex to know that much. No. Luo Mei's voice carried something careful. She's amplifying what was already there. But Liangji, What was there was enough that a goddess chose to be born through us. She shifted the infant in her arms, her expression going somewhere private. Don't forget that. He went to find Mao Sheng, who was awake and already packing, because the elder had presumably come to the same conclusions faster and through different means, and the sect master's communication jade was already sending its message somewhere that Wei Liangji needed to understand before Collector Kuang appeared at the end of their road. Chapter 6. The message from Ho Wei's jade contained a name that confirmed everything. Collector Kuang, called in the Warden's network by a professional title Mao Sheng recognized from the Codex, Executioner, a void sovereign hunter who specialized in divine target elimination. The name settled in Wei Liangji's stomach like cold iron as they moved through the sect's pre-dawn silence and out through a servant's gate that Mao Sheng had identified during previous residence. They were 2 hours down the mountain road when Luo Mei said, entirely without drama, "I'm pregnant again." Wei Liangji turned to look at her. "I've been certain for 3 days," she said. "I didn't want to add to the situation until I was sure. 3 days ago we were in the cave." "Yes." He exhaled. The morning air tasted of pine and cold stone and the particular flavor of a plan expanding past its original parameters. "The system," he said, and checked the interface. The new information was already present. Second cradle activation, pending. Mother, Luo Mei. Current cultivation, core formation, stage 1, resonance blessing active, rising. Resonance blessing, Phoenix God, granted. Meridian restoration in progress. He read that last line twice. Her meridians. The damaged ones that had crippled her cultivation for 4 years, that had taken everything she earned and redirected it into managing an injury rather than growth. "Luo Mei," he said, "your meridians." She stopped walking, reached inward with her cultivation sense. Her expression went very still, and then something moved across her face that was not quite tears, something older and more complicated, the specific feeling of a loss you had made peace with returning when you had stopped watching for it. "They're opening," she said, slowly, "but I can feel it. The pathways are clearing." She pressed her hand to her sternum. I had forgotten what full circulation felt like. The resonance blessing was a secondary effect, the mother receiving a fragment of divine inheritance through the pregnancy itself, the godchild's power washing backward through the maternal bond. Luo Mei at restored core formation was not Luo Mei at the level she had been before the injury. She was rising past it. The second child, Mao Sheng said from ahead on the path, not turning around. He had clearly been listening. If her cultivation continues to rise through this pregnancy, the incoming soul will be from a higher tier than the Phoenix God. "The River God," Wei Liangji said, reading from the interface. "The River God Yinsu," Mao Sheng confirmed. "A god of water, time, and the spaces between moments. More complex than Kira, considerably more interesting in the hands of a child." He paused. "Also considerably more visible to spiritual detection at the higher tiers of manifestation." Luo Mei had started walking again, her hands still at her sternum, her expression settling into something that was part wonder and part assessment. This was, Wei Liangji had noticed, how she processed most new information, wonder first, then assessment, then the decision about what to do with both. "If the signal gets stronger, we need the Jade Womb Grotto faster," Wei Liangji said. He called up Mao Sheng's hand-drawn map. The grotto sat northeast. Dao Ren's checkpoint sat between them. "Tell me more about Dao Ren." An administrator of genuine talent who became a bureaucrat because he preferred the stability it offered. "When I knew him 12 years ago, he was at soul separation stage and showed no apparent connection to the Warden's network." Another pause. "But the Warden's network recruits through the stability that talented people crave. They offer advancement, protection, security, all the things the cultivation world promises talented cultivators and then withholds." "You're describing a profile," Wei Liangji said. "Not a confirmation. I'm describing a risk I cannot resolve without information I don't have." Mao Sheng finally turned to look at him. "I would rather arrive at the grotto with unnecessary caution than fail to arrive because I assumed the best of someone I haven't seen in a decade." Sound thinking. Wei Liangji accepted it and built a decision from it. They would use the checkpoint if they had no alternative, and they would read Dao Ren carefully when they arrived. A man who had sold his talent for stability left observable tells, the specific tension of performing a version of himself rather than being it. They were halfway to the nearest border town when they were found again. The knock came at the door of the only in the town possessed, which they had reached by nightfall, with Luo Mei moving at a pace that her body was apparently determined to maintain despite Wei Liangji's quiet concerns. He was at the door with his sword drawn before the second knock. "I'm not armed aggressively," said a woman's voice through the wood. "I am extensively armed, but there's a distinction. I know about the Divine Cradle." I know what your daughter is. I know where you're going and why, and I am not your enemy. A pause. I'm also extremely tired, and I've been following you for 2 days, and I would like very much to sit down. He looked at Luo Mei. Luo Mei looked at the door, then at Xiao Feng, then at him. The wing flame above the infant had shifted its position, no longer hovering above the child, but pointing, loosely, toward the door, like a compass needle insisting on its direction. He opened the door, because the Phoenix God apparently had opinions about trust, and he had learned in 7 days to pay attention to her opinions. Chapter 7. The woman was taller than her voice had suggested, lean with the particular leanness of someone who traveled hard and regularly, her cultivation at soul separation stage, a rank above Wei Liangji and worlds above what her exhausted appearance implied. She wore a healer's kit on her belt, a dozen sealed jade vials in their slots. She had the face of a person who had decided, at some point, that rest was a problem for other people and had restructured her schedule accordingly. Xinyu, she said, giving her name before he asked. Wandering cultivator, former sect healer, former academic, currently unaffiliated and finding the freedom agreeable. She looked past him at Luo Mei. You're in the 2nd month. The pregnancy is progressing with unusual divine influence. Your chi channels are repairing faster than they should be, which is good, but also means the divine energy is active enough to register on calibrated spiritual arrays at moderate range. You detected it, Wei Liangji said. From 8 kilometers. Which means anyone with a properly calibrated array and a reason to be looking will detect it within 4. She stepped inside when he moved aside, as if entry were the foregone conclusion and the door had been a formality. She went to the room's table and sat in the chair with the relief of someone who has been standing for entirely too long. I found the Divine Cradle Codex in a ruin 7 years ago. I've spent the time since trying to understand it and trying to find the family it would activate for. I found the family first. She looked at Xiao Feng, and her expression went through something involuntary, a scholar's recognition, a healer's protective instinct, something else underneath both. The Phoenix God. I thought the wait would be longer. Longer than what? Mao Sheng asked from the corner. He had been watching from the moment she entered, with the careful attention of someone verifying a claim against a reference they know well. Longer than 3,000 years since the last confirmed Phoenix reincarnation. She registered him with sudden, sharp attention. Her eyes narrowed with a different quality of recognition. You're Mao Sheng. I had that appearance when I was younger, yes. You wrote the 2nd analysis of the cradle activation pattern. I thought you were dead. A popular conclusion and a useful one. He stepped forward. You found the codex in the ascending mountain ruins? The eastern wing, under the collapsed archive. The section on maternal resonance thresholds was intact. She was watching him now with the focused quality of a scholar verifying a source. You left notes in the margins. I did. A pause. How did you know to come here specifically? I followed the divine signal from the birth, 12% at source, which decayed to 7 almost immediately. Impressive suppression for an infant. She looked at Xiao Feng with the expression of someone revising their expectations upward. She's running her own concealment. Yes, Wei Liangji said. Good. She'll need to maintain it for months at minimum. Shen Yu's attention came back to him with the focused weight of a practitioner assessing a patient. Your core formation peak. The echo advanced you quickly. How's the meridian strain? Managed. That's not an answer. Show me your pulse. He held out his wrist on instinct, the healer's authority in her voice bypassing the part of him that normally resisted being examined. Her fingers found his pulse points with the practiced ease of a healer whose diagnostic methods had been refined across thousands of patients, and she spent 60 seconds reading it with her eyes closed. You're running at about 80% efficiency, she said. The Phoenix Echo is pushing energy through meridians that were designed for core formation ceilings. You'll want specific tonic herbs in the next 2 weeks, or the advancement will outpace your body's structural support and the channels will narrow under the pressure. You're offering to help, Luo Mei said. She was watching Xinyu with the particular attention she gave to people she was deciding about, thorough and not especially warm until the decision was made. I am. Why? Xinyu met Luo Mei's eyes directly. Because I spent 7 years understanding what the Divine Cradle System does and what it costs to survive it, and I refuse to have done that work for no one. She paused. And because the Codex indicates that an extended cradle vessel, a woman who bonds to the family after initial activation, provides a structural benefit to the godchildren's stability. I qualify. The system has probably already confirmed it. Wei Liangji checked the interface. It had. Extended cradle vessel, Xinyu, identified. Compatible. Bonding optional, but advised. Benefit. Enhances reincarnation stability for all existing and future godchildren. She's not wrong, he said. Luo Mei's assessment expression did not change. Then, you're being hunted. Xinyu blinked. What? You mentioned it at the door. I'm also being hunted by Kuang's scouts. It wasn't said incidentally. You said it as context for why you're here despite the risk. Luo Mei's expression was not accusing, but it was precise. What did you do that put you on their list? Xinyu pulled one of the jade vials from her healer's kit and turned it over in her hands. A habitual motion, the kind that indicated thinking rather than preparation. I broke into a warden network node 3 months ago to copy their detection records. I needed to understand the full scope of their scanning network to know how to move through it. She looked up. I was seen leaving. By whom? One of Kuang's scouts. He reported my face and cultivation level. A pause. I've been avoiding detection arrays since. Managing it, mostly. But proximity to your family's divine signal means proximity to whoever is scanning for it. The room was quiet for a moment. She brings value and a complication in equal measure, Mao Sheng said from his corner, which was as diplomatically neutral an assessment as Wei Liangji had heard the elder give. Most useful people do, Luo Mei said. She looked at Xinyu for a long moment, then at Xiao Feng, then at Xinyu again. Something in her expression settled, not warmth yet, but the absence of the decision against. You'll need to stay well away from detection arrays. You'll need to keep our pace, which is not comfortable. And you'll need to understand that I make my own decisions about trust, and so does my husband, and so, I suspect, does our daughter. Understood and agreed, Xinyu said. Then we leave before sunrise. Luo Mei looked at Wei Liangji. The map. They planned until the inn's night candles burned to their holders. And by the time Xinyu fell asleep in her chair at the table, with the specific unconsciousness of someone whose body had simply overruled further discussion, Wei Liangji had mapped 4 potential routes to the Jade Womb Grotto, eliminated 2 on detection array grounds, and was staring at the 3rd, wondering whether Dao Run was the shield his elder hoped for, or the trap his instincts feared. Chapter 8. The narrow pass between the 2nd and 3rd ridge was where the scouts found them. Wei Liangji sensed them before they committed to attack. 3 cultivators at soul separation stage, moving with the careful coordination of professionals who had done this many times, their spiritual signatures suppressed to the minimum necessary for communication. They were positioned in a triangle with the pass's natural choke point at its center, one on the ridge, one in the rocks to the left, one along the trail behind. A professional configuration, the kind that assumed the targets would attempt to run through rather than engage, which told him something about how Kuang briefed his people. Expect civilians, expect panic. They were not going to get either. 3. He said quietly, not breaking stride. I count 4, Xinyu said from his right. She had recovered from her exhaustion with the speed of someone whose cultivation made sleep optional once the urgency was clear. The 4th is underground, below the trail, waiting for the ambush to initiate. How do you know? The earth chi is disturbed in a pattern I've encountered before. Kuang scouts use a buried cultivator as a tripwire. When the ambush breaks, the buried one comes up behind. She kept her voice level and her walking pace unchanged. The one on the ridge is the signal caller. If we take them before the signal goes out, the buried one stays down. Luo Mei had slipped behind Wei Liangji without being asked. Xiao Feng pressed to her chest, the wing flame invisible and cold. Mao Sheng was beside her, his old hands doing something with qi that Wei Liangji could not fully track. A suppression technique, patient and quiet, already preparing itself for a specific application. The ridge first, Wei Liangji said. The left flank scout before the ridge, Xinyu corrected. The ridge is the signal caller, but the left flank has a communication jade that will activate automatically if the ridge scout goes down without sending a clear signal pulse. Take the jade carrier first, then the ridge. He revised his approach without acknowledgement. The revision was the acknowledgement. He moved. He went left first, through the rocks, where the scout was positioned in the expectation that any attacker coming from the trail would approach from below. The scout was looking down. Wei Liangji was coming from the side. 3 steps of silent approach across stone that he had read on the way in, and the palm strike he delivered to the scout's communication point hit before any activation technique could fire. He took the jade. Then he went up. The ridge scout was watching the left flank position, not the approach, watching for Wei Liangji to commit to the wrong angle first. When his attention moved to find the threat that should have been below, Wei Liangji was already at ridge level. The scout went down before any signal transmitted. Xinyu handled the trail scout with the particular efficiency of a healer who had spent years learning exactly which pressure points produced exactly which results. Targeted, economical, designed to incapacitate rather than kill, because she did not want to explain deaths to her conscience when incapacitation achieved the same tactical result. The trail scout came in fast, and Wei Liangji took a strike across his left shoulder that burned through his defensive qi layer and left a long scrape that would bruise thoroughly to the bone. He answered with a palm strike that channeled Phoenix Flame at close range, and the scout's defensive technique did not survive the heat differential. It never did. Heat took defensive qi the same way it took everything else, from the outside in, consuming the outermost layer until there was nothing between the flame and what it intended to find. The fourth scout came up from below exactly where Shunyu had indicated. Mao Sheng was waiting with the qi technique Wei Liangji hadn't been able to track. A suppression approach, old-fashioned and precise, that pressed down on the scout's cultivation core the way a hand presses on a spring. Not attacking, restraining. The scout froze mid-emergence, half out of the ground, locked in a momentary hold that had no violence in it, but absolute authority. Hold, Mao Sheng said, and they held. Wei Liangji was there in 2 steps, his hand on the back of the scout's neck. Report, he said. Who sent you? Who you've reported to? Everything, or I stop being careful with the flame. The scout was professional enough to weigh the threat accurately. Kuang's advanced network. We were assigned the eastern mountain range after the mountain attack was reported. No report has gone out. We were reconnaissance only, no live channel. A pause. He's closer than you think. The executioner. He moved when the mountain attack was reported. How close? 3 days, if he's not delayed. The scout's voice was steady, the steadiness of field training. Professionalism in capture kept options open, preserved dignity, occasionally earned trust. We weren't supposed to engage. This was surveillance. And yet here we are, Shunyu said. We received an upgrade order when the signal flagged a second divine presence. The scout's eyes moved to Luo Mei. The second pregnancy. The network's array system recorded it automatically. Kuang ordered field confirmation. Wei Liangji's grip tightened on the scout's neck, not hard enough to harm, but enough to communicate the specific quality of his attention. The network's array system. You're telling me there are passive detection arrays watching this region continuously. The entire mountain range. 3 overlapping grids. Calibrated for divine signature variants. The scout paused. You understand I've said enough. You've said quite enough, Wei Liangji agreed. He left the scouts bound in the pass, not killed, because dead people could not carry back the news that the family they'd been watching had anticipated the ambush, had countered it precisely, and had taken the communication jade before anyone knew to send a signal. Dead people could not create useful doubt in Kuang's mind about the intelligence quality of his regional scouts. Move fast, he said to his family. The jade buys us 2 hours before the grid logs a communication gap. They moved. 3 days to the checkpoint, another day to the grotto beyond it. If Kuang was 3 days behind them, the margin was effectively nothing. And the knowledge that passive detection arrays covered this entire mountain range meant that every step they'd taken since crossing into this region had been logged, the data sitting in Kuang's network waiting for review, patient and certain, accumulating evidence like a debt that eventually came due. Chapter 9. The underground river ran cold and fast beneath the mountain's limestone belly, its channel carved by millennia of water that had no patience for obstacles. They moved through it by cultivation light and the wing flame's glow. Xiao Feng had relaxed the suppression slightly in the underground dark where no detection array could reach, and the flame lit the water around their legs in orange and white, its reflection doubling itself in the dark water below. It was the first time since the birth that Wei Liangji had felt something approaching safety, and he recognized the feeling for the trap it was. Safety was a sensation. Safety was not a fact until you were somewhere the hunters couldn't reach. Mao Sheng had been correct about the hollow earth beasts. He had been less accurate about the number. There were 12 of them rather than the handful his phrasing had implied. Armored amphibious creatures the size of large dogs with cultivation at late Foundation establishment and the territorial instincts of things that had never encountered anything they couldn't drive away. They encountered the first 3 around the first bend, their bodies blocking the channel from wall to wall, their multifaceted eyes catching the wing flame's light and throwing it back in splinters. Wei Liangji's Phoenix Flame was a precise tool in this space. Not a burst, controlled output, each strike surgical, heat localized to avoid igniting the methane that gathered in pockets along the channel. The first beast went down in 2 strikes. The second in 3. The third retreated after the second fell, backing into the water with the particular recalculation of a creature that has just encountered evidence its threat model was incomplete. Their skin is conducting your flame back along the water, Shunyu said, watching from behind him with the analytical detachment she wore in combat, like a second layer of armor. The resistance diminishes as the water temperature rises. If you maintain controlled output for the next 300 meters, you'll clear the territory through thermal deterrence rather than individual engagements. More efficient, less noise. You fight like a theorist, Wei Liangji said. I heal like a practitioner. The gap was intentional. Fighting is something almost anyone can learn to do adequately. Treating the aftermath of bad fighting requires genuine expertise. She adjusted her pack straps with the efficiency of long habit on difficult terrain. Your shoulder, from the trail scout, is fine, is bruised to the bone and running elevated inflammation through the meridian adjacent to the impact site. She pressed a sealed jade vial into his hand without ceremony. Take it now. The inflammation suppression will keep the channel from narrowing during your next advancement. If the channel narrows under the echo's pressure, the advancement will crack the pathway instead of expanding it, and you will spend the next month in recovery rather than training. He took it. The tonic was cold going down and warm 2 seconds later, settling into the bruised tissue with the targeted accuracy of something prepared specifically for this anatomy and this injury, the medicinal chi reading the damage and addressing each component in the right sequence. The underground river opened into a wider chamber after the first kilometer, the hollow earth beasts retreating as the water warmed from his controlled flame. In the chamber's relative safety, Mao Sheng produced the map and the notes he had been maintaining on the Jade Womb Grotto's approach requirements since before he found Wei Liangji in the mountains. The grotto's entry seal requires a specific key, he said, tracing the route with one careful finger. I don't have the key. I know who does. He pointed to a mark northeast of the grotto, a symbol Wei Liangji didn't recognize, not any sect or administrative notation he'd encountered. A cultivator called Iron Monk. A nascent saint who has been meditating at the road's end for several years, according to my last information. He was the previous Cradle family's guardian before he stopped. Before they were eliminated, Wei Liangji said. Yes. The elder's voice was very dry and very contained. He kept the key because he was not present when they were found. He has been waiting since. Waiting for what? For the next family to arrive in need of the grotto. Mao Sheng folded the map with the care he applied to anything he might need again. He will give the key willingly, I believe. But he will want something from you in exchange. Iron Monk's name was earned through a specific philosophy. Obligations should be symmetric. He does not give without receiving, and he does not receive without giving back. Is that a warning? It's preparation, Xinyu said quietly, echoing her own distinction from earlier. The chamber's far exit was a crawl through limestone that tasted of mineral water and deep thyme, then a scramble up through loose rock into cold night air. They emerged in the valley below the grotto's approach road just past midnight, the bypass checkpoint visible as a cluster of lights 3 kilometers south. Dao Ren's checkpoint, avoided in body but not in fact, because the passive detection arrays that blanketed this mountain range would have logged their passage through the valley regardless, and Dao Ren's access to that log meant the question of his loyalties was not avoided but merely delayed, ticking toward its answer at the pace of network data reviews. And Wei Liangji had no way to determine that answer until he was close enough that the knowledge would arrive with consequences already attached. Chapter 10. The checkpoint could not be fully avoided. The approach road to Iron Monk's location passed within visible range of Dao Ren's administrative post, and the checkpoint's long-range spiritual array would log any cultivator moving through the valley regardless of suppression technique. The detection was administrative, tax and registration purposes, the ambient scanning that border checkpoints maintained across the continent as a matter of governance. But it would create a record, and the record would be accessible to anyone with checkpoint access authority. Dao Ren had that authority. Wei Liangji stood at the valley's edge in the early morning light and considered the problem with the particular focus he brought to problems that did not have clean solutions. The warden's communication jade that Mao Sheng had warned about, Dao Ren's position squarely at the midpoint of their route, Mao Sheng's decade of contact with the man. The converging lines pointed toward a conclusion he hadn't yet confirmed in person, and he had learned over 5 years of bodyguard work that unconfirmed conclusions had a way of becoming corpses if you acted on them too confidently in either direction. We go through, he told the group, under traveling family cover. The checkpoint offers hospitality to road travelers, which Dao Ren uses as an information-gathering method. That's consistent with what Mao Sheng has described of his character. We accept the hospitality, assess him directly, and leave before he decides to hold us pending investigation. And if he's already reported us? Xinyu asked. Then Kwang already knows our route, and the stop changes nothing about his timeline. But if Dao Ren hasn't yet escalated, if he's still in information-gathering mode rather than reporting mode, then we learn his current operational status before he becomes an active threat rather than after. He turned his attention toward the checkpoint's distant lights. We manage the controlled risk better than the uncontrolled one. And if we walk in and he decides to hold us immediately? Luomei asked. Her tone was not fearful. She was asking for the contingency plan, which she always did, because she was the kind of person who kept the exits known regardless of whether she expected to need them. Then we leave through whatever exit presents itself, Wei Liangji said, which is the same plan as always. They arrived just after mid-morning, presenting as a family with an academic escort and an independent healer hired for the journey. The checkpoint guards were efficient and the processing was straightforward, the kind of professional border administration that existed to record passage rather than interrogate travelers. And then Dao Ren himself appeared. He was what his description suggested, a cultivator in his 50s with the bearing of genuine talent that had been maintained through genuine discipline over many years, his robes administrative and his greeting the measured warmth of a host who considered hospitality a tool. He looked at each of them in sequence, and the sequence itself was information. He went from Wei Liangji to Mao Sheng to Xinyu to Luo Mei to the bundle at Luo Mei's chest, and the order was not social priority, but assessment priority, the eyes moving through wrists before arriving at what was actually interesting. Elder Mao, he said, and his surprise at Mao Sheng's presence was either genuine or impeccably performed. How many years has it been? Too many to count accurately, Mao Sheng said. We're traveling east. Your checkpoint was on the direct route. Then you'll stay the night. I insist. The eyes again, arriving at the bundle that drew his attention the way an unusual sound draws ears. A young family. Congratulations. The smile did not alter. The child seems peaceful. She is, Wei Liangji said, and kept his voice exactly as level as Dao Ren's, which was the specific calibration of two people who were each performing ordinary conversation for the other's benefit and both aware of the performance. The estate was prosperous in the measured style of a man who knew the difference between wealth and the appearance of wealth, and had chosen the version that served him better. The guest rooms were comfortable. The evening meal was served with the specific attentiveness of a host who paid close attention to what his guests were and weren't eating. Not hospitality, but information, the habits and preferences and anxieties of people revealing themselves through what they reached for and what they left. Dao Ren asked questions, woven into conversation with the practiced ease of someone who had been conducting this kind of dinner for years and had stopped noticing the technique beneath the social form. Throughout dinner, Wei Liangji answered each question with the carefully calibrated half-truth he had been developing since the Hollow Pine sect. Enough plausibility to satisfy casual interest, not enough specificity to confirm anything. Dao Ren did not seem satisfied, which confirmed he was seeking specificity rather than conversation. After the meal, Wei Liangji excused himself to check on the sleeping infant and went directly to Dao Ren's study. The window was unlocked. The comfortable overconfidence of a man whose checkpoint's outer security had been sufficient for years and who had never needed to consider what lay inside that perimeter. He was inside in 20 seconds. The jade was on the desk, recently used, its surface still carrying the residual warmth of an active transmission. He pressed his cultivation sense against it carefully, reading the surface layer without breaking the encryption. What he found made his hands go still. The header was addressed not to Collector Kwong, but to the Warden's Registry, Branch 7. And in the Received Messages column, one entry time-stamped this morning, before their arrival. Cradle family confirmed mountain crossing. Father, core formation with Phoenix Echo. 2 vessels confirmed. Infant, Phoenix God active. Second vessel, pregnant. Someone had reported them to the registry before they walked through Dao Ren's front door, which meant Dao Ren had independent scouts in the mountains, or the network's reach was several orders of magnitude wider than they had estimated, or both. And none of those possibilities were anything other than alarming. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The contents of Dao Ren's registry jade took 2 hours to fully process, and they processed it while moving, because sitting in the man's guest rooms while understanding how extensively he had been working against them was not an option Wei Liangji's instincts could accept. The diversion, a small kitchen fire Wei Liangji had arranged with a cultivation technique that looked accidental from outside a burning room, had bought them 8 minutes, and they had used all 8. He had been able to read more from the surface layer than just the recent entry. The registry device was organized chronologically, and its earliest entries went back 12 years. 12 years of Dao Ren reporting to the Warden's network. Not as a recruited agent, but as a founding member of Branch 7, an administrative node whose purpose, according to the header classification, was cradle family detection and preliminary containment planning. He had not been subverted. He had always been this. The man Mao Sheng had known 12 years ago had been cooperating with the network before they ever met. The collegial relationship had been part of his function. Cultivators with connections to the academic community who studied divine inheritance provided better intelligence than those without such connections. Mao Sheng's survival over the past decades was not simply luck. It was because Dao Ren had been instructed to maintain him as an information source rather than eliminate him, which was the Warden's network at its most efficient. Using the people who knew the most as ongoing assets rather than converting them to risks through elimination, which meant Dao Ren knew about the Codex, had known for years through Mao Sheng's own reports. He let me carry it, Mao Sheng said, when Wei Liangji explained this. The elder's voice was very quiet, carrying the specific quality of someone revising a decade of memory in real time. He let me translate it. He was reading my conclusions through my access to his library, through every conversation we had, through every letter I sent when I thought I was keeping him informed of purely academic progress. Yes. A long pause. The road moved under them and the mountain behind them carried Dao Ren's estate and the beginning of a search pattern they needed to be ahead of. I led them to every family I tried to help, Mao Sheng said. Not every family. Wei Liangji kept his voice even and his pace steady. The elder was 70 years old and had just discovered that a decade of work he had believed was service might have been used as intelligence against the people he served. There was no gentle way to deliver that, but there was a careful way and a useful way, and the useful way mattered more right now than any other consideration. The timestamps on the registry don't match your contact with most of the previous cases. He received those reports through other channels. Your contribution was one input among many. He paused. More critically, he did not report our approach to Kwang directly. He reported to the registry, which means the escalation to the executioner goes through a review process. How much time does that process take? Based on the timestamp patterns I read, the registry reviews batch summaries every 48 hours. He looked at the road ahead. The turnoff to Iron Monk's location was 3 hours away. We have 48 hours from his morning report before Kwang gets a direct location summary. If we're inside the grotto by then, inside a pocket dimension whose entry point he doesn't know, Shen Yu said. Exactly. They moved faster. Luo Mei kept pace without complaint. The second pregnancy not yet visible, her restored meridians carrying her cultivation at a rate that had been measurably rising since the resonance blessing activated. By the turnoff, the system had updated her status, core formation stage 2, still climbing. The banquet invitation from the previous night was, in retrospect, a delay tactic. One of the guests among the evening's attendees, seated at the table's far end, eating nothing, watching everything, had the same face as the survivor from the mountain attack. The rogue cultivator Wei Liangji had spared and released, who had evidently not been a rogue cultivator at all. Registry surveillance, assigned to follow the family and confirm their presence for Dao Ren's report. His presence at the banquet confirmed the network's layered structure, primary scouts, regional administrators, escalation pathways, all running in parallel, each level reporting upward on a schedule designed to be efficient rather than immediate. Efficient created windows. He intended to use every window before they closed. There was also a list in the registry's surface layer, he said, after another quarter hour of walking. Historical. Tagged elimination records. Mao Sheng understood before he finished the sentence. 12 families, he said. 12. We will be the 13th, or we will break the count entirely. The elder said it the way a person says something they need to release into open air before it becomes too heavy to carry. Then he looked at Xiao Feng in Luo Mei's arms, at the wing flame currently invisible but warm against his senses, at his granddaughter in all the ways that mattered, and added, She has already made that choice for us. We are catching up to a decision that was made the moment she first looked at her father. Wei Liangji walked toward Iron Monk's location with that observation running under everything else, and could not tell whether the certainty it gave him was warranted or was simply what he needed in order to keep walking, because in his experience, the difference between those two things rarely announced itself until after the moment when the distinction stopped mattering. Chapter 12. The banquet fire that Wei Liangji set was not large. He built it in Dao Ren's estate's outer garden rather than the main hall, selecting the location for maximum theatrical impact and minimum structural damage, because he was not someone who burned things indiscriminately, only deliberately. The garden had a wooden pavilion whose 3 walls caught the phoenix flame with satisfying efficiency, and the smoke that rose was visible from the checkpoint road in both directions before the estate staff had fully registered what was happening. The fire burned with the distinctive orange-white cycling of Phoenix-class heat, which meant Dao Ren would know exactly who had lit it, which was the point. If you were going to leave a signal, the signal might as well carry a message. The message was, I was here. I knew what you are. I'm not afraid of you knowing I knew. The diversion lasted 12 minutes, which was 9 more than he needed. He was back at the guest wing in 2, his family already through the window. He had prepared for exactly this exit the previous evening. When he had examined the room's sight lines and the estate's layout with the specific attention, he gave the spaces he expected to leave under pressure. Shen Yu had Mao Sheng's pack organized and ready. Luo Mei had Xiao Feng secured and the wing flame invisible. They moved through the estate's eastern wall using the gap in the defensive array that Shen Yu had identified when they first arrived. Every array had gaps, because every array was built by people who were better at imagining threats coming from one direction than from another. Behind them, Dao Ren's voice carried across the estate in the controlled alarm of a man who was furious and managing it with the professionalism of someone for whom fury was a tool rather than a response. Find them. Don't damage the child. Don't damage the child. Wei Liangji filed the instruction as he ran, running its implications through the available evidence. It confirmed that the warden's network had standing orders about the godchildren that prioritized capture over elimination. A cradle family actively running and generating signals was a liability. A family captured and contained was an asset, the godchildren available for whatever the warden's extraction process required. Their divine memories accessible while they were still alive and could be managed, rather than taking whatever could be extracted from a corpse before the divine signature dissipated. Don't damage the child meant there was something specific they needed from a living child. He increased his pace. 2 kilometers from the estate, the system updated. Divine signal strength, 38%, ambient detection risk, high. Second cradle aura, registering on long-range arrays. Hunter allocation, reassessing, 38%. 2 points below the threshold Mao Sheng had identified as the escalation trigger. The second pregnancy's divine presence was pulling the signal upward even through Xiao Feng's suppression. 2 divine presences compounding each other, the river god's incoming soul adding its frequency to the phoenix god's established one. They were at the threshold's edge with nowhere to go but further over it. We have days, he said quietly, with the particular quality of stating a fact rather than offering reassurance. We know, Luo Mei said, with the particular quality of accepting a fact rather than requiring reassurance. Iron Monk's location was marked on the map as a roadside position, literal, as it proved. He sat at the side of the road on a flat stone with his spine straight and his eyes closed, dressed in plain gray, bald, his nascent Saint cultivation visible to Wei Liangji's sense as a deep lake rather than a moving river, vast and still and utterly comfortable with its own depth. He was the most composed presence Wei Liangji had encountered since the birth. He was the most composed presence Wei Liangji had encountered in years. One eye opened. You're late, Iron Monk said. I wasn't aware there was a schedule, Wei Liangji said. There is always a schedule. You simply don't always know what it is. Both eyes opened. He looked at Xiao Feng for a long time, then at Luo Mei's abdomen, then at Wei Liangji with the focused attention of someone who has been waiting for a specific thing and is now confirming it arrived. 2. And you have a third incoming in your group? My healer, Wei Liangji said carefully. An extended vessel. 3 children, eventually. He closed his eyes again. The codex said 3. I wasn't certain I believed it when I first read it. 3 seemed optimistic for any family operating under active hunter pursuit. A pause with the quality of a decision coming to its conclusion. The grotto key. I'll give it to you. Elder Mao indicated there would be a condition. There is. In the valley below this road, a warlord named Gung Dao has enslaved 300 people from the mountain clan that has inhabited this range for 6 generations. He has 20 cultivators in his service. I have been sitting here for 4 months because I am a patient man and I was waiting for someone with sufficient capability that I wouldn't accidentally get them killed while trying to help. He stood, and the motion's economy was a demonstration. No visible effort, no wasted movement. The flat stone behind him still perfectly smooth as if no one had been sitting on it for months. Tonight, Wei Liangji agreed. Luo Mei caught his arm. We're a day from the grotto. I know. The signal is at 38%. I know. He looked at Iron Monk. Will you remain as guardian after this? Not just the key. Your cultivation, your presence, as a protector of my family. Iron Monk studied Luo Mei for a moment, then Xiao Feng's invisible flame, then Wei Liangji. Yes, he said. The previous family deserved better than what I was able to provide. I have spent 3 years and several months determining not to repeat that particular failure. Luo Mei released Wei Liangji's arm. Tonight, she said. Let's go free those people and get to the grotto before the signal crosses 40%. Above the mountain, very far away, a spiritual signature moved in the direction from which they'd come. Not a person's careless presence, but something precise and patient, heading toward them with the steady pace of something certain of the destination and in no particular hurry because certainty of destination in this hunter's experience, had always been sufficient. And what he did not yet know was that this particular destination had a phoenix god in it, and phoenix gods had historically made certainty a much more complicated state of being than he expected. Chapter 13. The warlord Gung Dao ran his operation from a fortress dug into the mountain's face. 3 outer walls, a main keep, 20 cultivators ranging from late foundation to 1 core formation lieutenant who had paid for his rank with a decade of violence. 300 people lived in the compound below the fortress with binding rings suppressing their meridians, the rings designed to prevent any cultivation above mortal chi sensing, keeping the enslaved clan as powerless as ordinary civilians regardless of what they had been born with. Xinyu had studied the binding ring design when Wei Liangji described it. Modified meridian suppression array. Warden Network's standard issue, she had said. They mass-produced them, which tells you the scale of what we're dealing with. It told Wei Liangji something else too. This fortress was not just a warlord's personal operation. Gung Dao had access to Warden Network resources, which meant he was another layer of the network, another node like Dao Run, placed not in administration but in territorial control. An Iron Monk had been sitting here for 4 months, waiting for someone who could break it open. Iron Monk's approach to the outer wall was not subtle. He walked up to it and pushed through it. The stone gate weighed 4 tons and had a defensive array scored into every block. Iron Monk's nascent saint cultivation did not argue with the array or the gate's weight. It simply occupied the same space, like water occupying whatever contains it, and the gate and its array found themselves rearranged. There was a sound like mountains disagreeing, and then the gate was folded backward into the wall, and Iron Monk was inside. Wei Liangji came through the gap behind him. The 20 cultivators responded faster than expected, professional enough not to freeze, disciplined enough to have an emergency formation. 12 of them formed a barrier, while the other 8 spread to prevent flanking. The core formation lieutenant came down from the keep with a spear that hummed with formation arrays and the particular confidence of a man who had won every fight in the past 5 years and had mistaken that streak for invincibility. 2 of them, the lieutenant said, looking at Wei Liangji and Iron Monk. 2 against 20. You should have fewer cultivators, Wei Liangji said. 20 is enough that you've stopped planning for contingencies. You assumed this entrance was impossible. He was reading the formation as he spoke, noting the core formation types positioned in the second row behind the foundation establishment front, which meant the front row was a screen, not a strike force. The real power was waiting for him to commit to a direction. The front row is bait, he said, not to the lieutenant, just to confirm his own analysis. The rear core formation units are the actual threat. And you've left the left flank weak because the terrain is difficult there and you assumed anyone attacking would use the road approach. He went left. He went left hard and fast, and with a projected phoenix flame technique that hit the barrier formation's center simultaneously with his physical presence at its left edge, 2 threats at once, neither position the one the formation was built to answer. The flame arrived at the center from a direction the formation's defensive anchors hadn't been positioned to deflect. The left edge cracked when he hit it in person. 3 minutes for the 12. Iron Monk handled the 8 flank cultivators in approximately the same time, which told Wei Liangji something specific and useful about the gap between their respective ranks. The lieutenant was the last one standing, his spear at ready and the calculation visible in his expression, whether this fight was his to win or his to survive. He looked at Wei Liangji's flame. He looked at Iron Monk's complete absence of visible effort. He lowered the spear. You've been with the network, Wei Liangji said. I work for Gung Dao, the lieutenant said. And Gung Dao works for the network. Those binding rings are network issue. Wei Liangji looked at the spear on the ground. Tell me everything about the network's presence in this region, and I'll let you walk away. Lie to me, and I'll be creative with the flame. The lieutenant told him. It took 12 minutes and added 4 new network nodes to Wei Liangji's mental map of the region, including one that he immediately flagged as the relay point between Dao Ren's registry reports and Kuang's direct operation channel. Then he walked away, as promised. Iron Monk was already removing the binding rings from the enslaved clan's meridians, 1 person at a time, his cultivation sense threading through each ring's locking mechanism with the unhurried precision of a practitioner who valued accuracy over speed in this particular application. The rings came off in order from least damage to most, because releasing badly damaged meridians in the wrong sequence could cause a different kind of harm. Gung Dao himself appeared from the keep's upper level and reversed course immediately when he saw Iron Monk. The subsequent pursuit lasted 4 minutes and ended with the warlord bound to his own supply cart. The fortress's resources were distributed among the 300 people who had earned them. Iron Monk produced the key from within his robes, a small jade plate inscribed with characters that were not any script Wei Liangji could read, the divine language of the grotto's original builders, and handed it over with the gravity of returning something that always belonged elsewhere. The grotto has been waiting, Iron Monk said. How long have you been waiting? Wei Liangji asked. A pause with the specific quality of a number that had been counted too many times. 3 years, 2 months, and 11 days. Iron Monk did not elaborate. He did not need to. Above the fortress, on the mountain's edge, something paused. Wei Liangji felt it before he saw it. The spiritual signature that had been tracking them since the valley entrance, precise and cold, and now close enough to be specific. He looked up, silhouetted against the last of the day's light. A figure in silver, motionless, looking down at the fortress ruins from a position too far away to identify features, and too composed to be accidental. One hand raised, not threatening, not gesturing, acknowledging. Then the figure turned and walked back into the mountain dark. Executioner Kwang. He had arrived in time to see, if not in time to act, and the careful distance between seeing and acting was, Wei Liangji understood now, not caution but something deliberate, the behavior of a hunter who wanted the quarry to know they had been seen before the final approach began, so that the quarry would understand from the start that there was no point in running because this particular hunter had never needed to run after anyone. Chapter 14. The Jade Womb Grotto was a door in a mountainside that didn't look like a door. It looked like a section of cliff face where the stone had grown reluctant to be ordinary, the texture subtly wrong, the color slightly off from its neighbors, the way light fell across it, as if making a small concession to something the stone remembered. Iron Monk pressed the jade plate against a specific point in that stone, and the reluctance resolved into an opening precisely large enough for a person to enter carrying a child. Inside was air that tasted different. Not sweeter or purer in the manner of cultivation novels' dramatic descriptions. Just different, the way the air in an old library differs from the air outside it, carrying the weight of time and intention, of space used for specific purposes and remembering them. The grotto was larger than its entry suggested. 3 interconnected chambers leading to a fourth that opened onto a pocket of sky that had no corresponding position in the external world. That sky was perpetually at early morning, soft and gray-blue, and the chi density was 3 times the surrounding mountains. Xiao Feng's wing flame, which had been invisible since the fortress to conserve signal suppression, came back to full cycling the moment they crossed the threshold, as if the grotto's environment removed the need for the concealment, as if this space was already outside the warden's detection grid. The shielding is still active, Xinyu confirmed, checking the perimeter with her extended cultivation sense. The signal generates here, but it doesn't propagate outward. We're in a pocket that the external array network interprets as empty space. She paused. The previous Cradle family was here for 2 weeks before they were found. The location itself held. It was how they left it that compromised them. Then we don't leave carelessly, Wei Liangji said. The walls of the inner chambers were inscribed with text that Mao Sheng began immediately and intensely reading, his scholar's posture straightening in the way Wei Liangji had come to recognize as the physical expression of a mind encountering something it finds genuinely important. The elder was already reaching for his notes case before he had fully registered the others were still moving through the entry passage. They settled in through the first night. Xinyu cataloged the grotto's resources, working through each chamber with the systematic focus of a professional completing a task she had been planning for years. The chi-dense herbs growing in the second chamber's far alcoves, the spirit stones embedded in the walls, the cultivation manuals carved into the third chamber's accessible panels. Iron Monk mapped the perimeter ceiling array and reinforced 3 points where the dimensional boundary had thinned over centuries of inattention. His nascent saint cultivation applied to the work with the same economy of effort he applied to everything else. Luo Mei nursed Xiao Feng in the 4th chamber and did not immediately sleep, sitting under the false morning sky with the wing flame visible above her daughter's head. The flame's cycling colors doubled in the still air. Wei Liangji sat with her for a while before the first chamber called him back to the analysis he needed to complete. He sat in the first chamber with the codex and his system interface and thought about what Dao Ren's instruction, "Don't damage the child," meant for what came next. Capture over elimination. The warden's network wanted the children whole, which meant there was something they could take from a living godchild that they could not take from a dead one. That something was almost certainly the divine memory, the accumulated inheritance that the gods had carried and that the warden had sealed away. If the memories were extracted before they could fully surface and reconstruct the origin lock, whatever mechanism the ancient gods had built to constrain the warden would remain disabled. The warden could continue operating under whatever parameters it currently used. The gods would be harvested and discarded, reborn again and again with their inheritance systematically stripped each cycle. The analysis was incomplete, but the shape of it was clear enough to be frightening. Mao Sheng, he said. The elder looked up from the wall text. Can you read it? Parts. It's the original divine script of the grotto builders. He traced a line with one finger without touching the stone. This section appears to be a warning. What kind of warning? Mao Sheng read for a moment. His expression did not change significantly, but his hands stopped moving, which was a tell Wei Liangji had learned to watch for. It says, "Whoever shelters the reborn gods shall be the first target when the warden's patience ends." He looked at the wall for a long moment. The grotto's builders knew this. They built it anyway. Yes, they built it with that specific knowledge. Because the alternative was allowing the gods to be hunted without shelter, which they considered the greater failure. The elder turned to look at Wei Liangji. Their choice and their consequences are now yours and mine. And the grotto has been here for 3,000 years since they built it, Wei Liangji said. Which means they made their choice and the warden's patience had a longer timeline than they anticipated. Or they were wrong about what the warning meant, Mao Sheng said. Not the warden's patience, but the patience required to find and activate a cradle family. The ceiling made that rare. Rare enough that 3,000 years passed before the next activation. He looked at the wall again. We are, from the warden's perspective, an unusually rapid recurrence. Outside the grotto's dimensional boundary, something moved in the mountain dark. Not Kwang himself, not yet, but the spiritual probe of a trained hunter doing what he always did before a final approach. Mapping the terrain, understanding the obstacles, preparing for the 11 times practiced work of walking in through a door that was not meant to open for him. And the only question was how many days remained before the preparation completed and the patience ended. Chapter 15. The spirit realm side of the warden stayed with Wei Liangji through the next 2 days of the grotto's careful normality. Mao Sheng translated wall text. Xinyu completed her resource catalog and began the specific medicinal preparations Luo, Mei's second pregnancy required. Iron Monk reinforced the perimeter and then settled at the grotto's inner threshold in meditation. His nascent saint cultivation a wall unto itself. Luo Mei rested and did not pretend to rest, and managed to achieve a reasonable proportion of both. Wei Liangji trained. The soul separation stage's primary advancement technique, the resonant father form that Mao Sheng had taught him, worked differently at this rank than at core formation. At soul separation, the soul's separation ability allowed cultivation practice to occur partly outside the body's limitations, extending each session's efficiency and reducing the meridian strain. The Phoenix Echo responded to the expanded practice range by deepening its transfer. He received not just fire affinity and echo burst capability, but a secondary inheritance. The Phoenix God's domain sense, a low-resolution awareness of the state of living things within a short radius. He used it on his children without deciding to. Xiao Feng registered as a flame point, distinct and warm and alive in a way that was more specific than the general aliveness of everything else in range. The river god's echo in Luo Mei's womb registered as a moving water sound, already distinct, already orienting toward the world. It was approaching with the calm intentionality of something that had been arriving for a very long time and was close enough now to begin specific preparations. The domain sense was not just children. It extended to everyone in the grotto's range, which meant Wei Liangji now had a passive awareness of his companions that was hard to articulate, but easy to use. Mao Sheng's cultivation registering as a deep, warm ember that had been burning a long time and was smaller than it once was, careful now to conserve. Shen Yu's as a precise and organized flame, controlled like a healer's instrument. Iron Monk's as the lake he had first perceived it, still and deep and simply there. The system's interface had added new notation. Father's Echo, Phoenix Domain, deepening. Father's Echo, River Domain, incoming PRE activation. Soul separation advancement confirmed. Domain sense range, 30 meters, expanding. Father's Echo burst, enhanced duration 4 breaths. Recovery, 36 hours. New technique available. Twin Cradle burst, simultaneous echo activation. Cost, 6 breath duration, 72-hour recovery. Twin Cradle burst required 2 active echo connections, meaning a second-born child. The river god's birth would complete the circuit. Until then, he had everything the Phoenix Echo could provide, and the pre-activation trace of the river echo as a resonance he was learning to read rather than draw on. He was in the 3rd chamber practicing the resonant father form when the system generated its next critical update. Attention, divine signal strength has reached 40%. Hunter allocation revised. High critical. Executioner Kwang, active pursuit confirmed. Estimated approach timeline, 6 to 12 days. 6 to 12 days. The grotto's dimensional shielding would prevent location detection from outside. The signal registered to external arrays but gave no address. Kwong would have the signal's existence confirmed but not its source. The window was real and defined. He had 6 days minimum. In those 6 days he needed to advance soul separation consolidation as far as possible, complete the resonant father training for the river god's incoming echo, prepare the grotto's defenses for a possible breach. And he acknowledged this with the clarity he reserved for truths he had stopped finding ways to avoid. Be present for his family in a way that was not purely strategic. Be their person, not their plan. He went to find Mao Sheng. The elder was in the second chamber, the codex open on a flat stone, his notes expanding around it in the careful handwriting of decades of practice. He looked up when Wei Liangji arrived with the quiet alertness of someone who has learned not to be startled by the people they trust. 6 days before Kwong can likely locate us, Wei Liangji said. What can I do with 6 days? Less than you want and more than you think, Mao Sheng said. Soul separation consolidation is approximately 8 to 10 days of focused practice without the echo's assistance. With it, perhaps 4 to 5 days. He set down his pen. But there's something more immediate. The wall text has a passage I've been working on for the past day. It concerns what the grotto's builders intended for the Father's soul separation milestone. Tell me, at soul separation, the Father's spirit can project into the divine realm, the space where the God-sealed consciousness exists as residual memory. The Codex indicates that this projection allows direct communication with the reincarnated God's sealed self. He looked at Wei Liangji carefully. You could speak to Kira directly, not through Xiaofeng, to the Phoenix God herself. Would that be useful or inadvisable? Both, almost certainly. But every previous father who attempted it emerged with significantly accelerated understanding of the echo's depth. Mao Sheng hesitated. I should mention that the Codex's notes on this practice are in the marginal annotations rather than the main text, which suggests it is considered advanced practice. Possibly dangerous advanced practice. Survivable. All 11 previous fathers who attempted it survived the attempt. A pause. One of the annotations mentions that a certain former father found the experience so overwhelming that he lost faith in his own survival afterward. He paused again. That father is elsewhere in the records under the name Kwong. The silence in the chamber had a specific texture, the texture of a puzzle piece that has been in the wrong pile and has just been placed where it belongs, the click of recognition that retrospectively reorganizes everything adjacent to it. Executioner Kwong attempted the spirit projection, Wei Liangji said carefully. And what he saw there drove him to make a different bargain. That appears to be the sequence. Mao Sheng looked at the codex. I thought you should know before you attempted it. Wei Liangji looked at the codex wall text, then at the system interface notation about Kwong's approach timeline, then at the grotto's stone floor, and finally at his own hands, which were the hands of someone who had advanced 2 cultivation stages in weeks through a power built on his children's divine inheritance. Show me the spirit projection technique, he said. Because whatever broke Kwong is something I need to be able to look at directly before he arrives. And I need to understand what he saw that I apparently saw already when my soul first separated and survived. And it only made me more determined rather than less. Chapter 16. 3 days before Kwong's timeline expired, a different problem presented itself. Shen Yu was tracking both pregnancies and all 3 divine signatures at regular intervals. The healer's discipline overlaid with the Cradle Codex's medical protocols she had spent 7 years memorizing. She came to Wei Liangji in the 4th chamber. The outer boundary has a structural weakness, she said. Not from Kwong's work. Something original, a crack in the dimensional membrane from the grotto's age. It's been there for centuries and is widening under the pressure of the divine signal increase. She showed him the location on Iron Monk's perimeter map. If it continues to open at the current rate, the grotto's signal shielding will fail in that sector within 48 hours. Can it be repaired? With the right cultivation technique. The membrane is a divine construct. Ordinary qi won't patch it properly, but the wing flame might. She hesitated. Specifically, Xiaofeng's wing flame, applied from inside the membrane. The Phoenix God's domain includes fire construction. The membrane is old divine architecture. The resonance should be compatible. She's an infant. The Phoenix God is not. Shen Yu looked at him steadily. Kira's divine awareness is active. You've seen it. The question is whether a repair procedure would draw on the divine awareness or on Xiaofeng's mortal body. Those are very different things. How would we know the difference? Ask her. This was not as absurd as it sounded. He went to the 4th chamber, where Luo Mei was sitting with Xiaofeng, the false morning sky above them both. He crouched in front of his daughter, who looked back at him with the gold eyes that had learned to focus in the weeks since her birth. and he addressed the phoenix god Kira directly, dropping the pretense that he was speaking only to an infant, because they had both known that pretense was courtesy rather than truth. The grotto has a flaw in its shielding, he said quietly. Your flame can repair it. If you choose to do this, it protects your family. If it requires more than you can safely give, do nothing and we'll find another way. Xiaofeng considered him for a moment. Then the wing flame doubled in size, extended itself toward the wall Xunyu had indicated, and began working with the focused precision of something that understood structural divine engineering at a level Wei Liangji could not access. It ran along the membrane's crack, its heat adjusting moment to moment as it found the specific frequency the divine construct required. The cycling colors paused, going still and steady in a way he had not seen before, settling on a constant gold that matched the crack's original material exactly. 40 minutes later, the crack was sealed. Xiaofeng yawned enormously, with the complete physiological commitment that only infants achieve, and went to sleep against her mother's chest with no apparent discomfort. No strain, Xunyu confirmed, after examining the divine signature. The Phoenix God's awareness handled the work without touching Xiaofeng's mortal reserves at all. Good. Wei Liangji watched his daughter sleep. Good. The system updated. Phoenix Domain Inheritance, deepening. Sub-ability unlocked. Phoenix Repair. Father's Echo can redirect Phoenix Flame for structural divine construction at 30% efficiency. He read the notification twice. The Echo was copying what Kira demonstrated. Every technique the Phoenix God used, he gained a reduced version of automatically. A tool for everything she was willing to show him, accumulating in real time. Mao Sheng appeared in the chamber doorway. I finished the next section of wall text. The section concerning what happens when a cradle father reaches soul separation and makes the initial spirit projection. Tell me. It says the father sees the warden directly in the spirit realm, and that the warden sees the father back. That the warden's observation, once made, cannot be unmade. It is a permanent marking. He paused. I wanted to warn you before you attempted the projection tonight. Wei Liangji looked at him. When my soul first separated, when I reached soul separation stage, the warden was already watching. From the spirit realm's horizon. Before I attempted any projection technique. Mao Sheng was very still. You've already been marked. The mark is older than the technique we're discussing. He kept his voice neutral. It was watching before I knew to look for it. A long pause. Then you have what previous fathers feared and lost faith over. Mao Sheng said slowly. And you are still here, and it has not broken you yet. I don't have the option of losing faith, Wei Liangji said. My daughter sealed a crack in a dimensional boundary this morning with technique she was born knowing. My son is arriving from a god who commands time itself. The warden has been watching since before we arrived here. He paused. The watching doesn't change what we're doing. It just means we're doing it with an audience. Outside the grotto's sealed boundary, the dimensional barrier held its repaired surface against the mountain night. And the entry sigil executioner Quang had begun carving into its outer face was gaining its fourth line, patient and deliberate, because whatever the warden had shown this particular hunter 3 centuries ago had not taken his nerve away, only his conscience. And a man with no conscience but full nerve was a different category of dangerous than anything Wei Liangji had faced before. Chapter 17. The ruined divine road had been their path into this region, and the beasts that lived along its ancient track had been registering the grotto's divine signals since before Xiaofeng's repair. The first major beast arrived on the 7th morning. A serpent of void sovereign cultivation, its body a quarter-kilometer long, its scales the deep black of something that had spent too long in places where light declined to visit. It pressed its consciousness against the grotto's boundary from outside with the methodical patience of a predator testing a new kind of obstacle. Wei Liangji felt it through the boundary. Felt shall he feel it. The river god's echo, even in fetal form, registered the serpent's spiritual pressure as a vibration in the same resonance frequency as the divine signals the beast was responding to. Iron Monk was on his feet, and at the boundary in the time it took Wei Liangji to reach him. Void Sovereign, Iron Monk said, reading the serpent's impression on the boundary surface. Old. Territory holder for this mountain range. It owns the land above the ruined divine road. Will it try to enter? It's testing whether it can. Once it decides it cannot, it will decide whether to wait. Iron Monk's hands moved across the boundary wall. It is not hostile. It is curious. A pause. Specifically, curious about something in Luo Mei's womb. Wei Liangji reached through the boundary with his phoenix domain sense, extending it toward the serpent. The beast's spiritual signature was old and complex, layered with the specific texture of something that had been itself for a very long time and accumulated depth through sheer persistence. He tried something without being certain it would work. He reached further, through the river echo's pre-activation trace, and sent a pulse toward the serpent in the resonance frequency of the river god's domain. The serpent went still outside the boundary. Then it bowed. Not metaphorically. Its head came down to ground level, held there, the vast black length of it curving into something that had the structural relationship to reverence that a mountain has to a hill. A vast, patient bow aimed at the river gods still weeks from arrival. The Divine Beast Alliances, Mao Sheng said from behind them, his voice carrying the quality of someone watching a theory confirm itself. The ancient compacts between the gods and the beasts who served them. The beasts retained their loyalty in genetic memory when the gods were sealed. They have been waiting. Long Sha, Iron Monk said, giving the serpent a name that apparently required no introduction. I knew it was in this territory. I wondered if it would come. The system updated. River Domain Echo, pre-activation effect detected. Divine Beast Recognition, instinctive reverence from beasts within River God's former domain. New ally potential, Long Sha, Silver River Serpent, Void Sovereign. Alliance probability, high. Wei Liangji opened a narrow channel in the boundary, not wide enough for the serpent to enter, but sufficient for a direct cultivation sense connection. Through the channel, Long Sha communicated in spiritual impressions that translated as, recognized. Old alliance, protection offered. Ask it, Xinyu said quietly from behind him, whether it knows others like itself in this region. He hadn't thought of that. He asked. The answer came in layers, the way very old beings communicate things they consider obvious. Yes, many, the Divine Road's entire territory, some awakened already, others still in deep sleep waiting for the signal strength to reach a threshold they remembered from before the sealing. The river god Yinsu's domain had extended across the mountain range east to the sea. The beasts who had lived within that domain and served within those ancient compacts had been waiting for 3,000 years for a signal that sounded like this. They've been waiting, he said, not quite believing he was saying it. They kept the alliance in their blood, Mao Sheng said, his voice carrying the quiet quality of a scholar watching 3,000 years of theory confirm itself in an afternoon. Cultivation beasts don't forget the way mortals do. The knowledge of what they served and what they swore is encoded in their spiritual core at the level that mortal cultivators encode cultivation techniques. It doesn't fade with generations. It persists. By evening's end, 3 more beasts had come to the boundary. A water serpent at nascent saint rank. 2 firehawks at soul separation. Something that moved in a way that suggested it occupied more dimensions than were immediately apparent. All of them stopped at the perimeter. All demonstrated the same recognition response toward Xiao He's incoming presence. The bow, the held position, the spiritual impression of waiting. Long Sha settled at the boundary's eastern face with the permanence of a decision made and committed to. The nascent Saint Serpent took the western face. The firehawks circled above. The dimensional thing moved where it moved. A void sovereign on our perimeter changes the approach calculation for whoever is outside, Iron Monk said. Kuang's concentric ring strategy assumes he can approach uncontested. Long Sha removes that assumption. It complicates things for Kuang, Wei Liangji agreed. It doesn't stop him. He's void sovereign himself. Yes, but fighting a void sovereign territorial beast on its own ground takes time and costs. He didn't expect this. It forces him to revise his timeline. Iron Monk looked at him steadily. You have 6 days. You also have the grotto's best defenses operational. Long Sha at the eastern face. Xiaofeng's repair functioning, and 4 divine beasts maintaining an outer perimeter the Codex's previous 11 cases never had. A pause. The previous family had none of these things. The previous family didn't have 3 godchildren incoming, Mao Sheng said quietly, or a father who refuses to be made to feel that this is already decided. Outside, Long Sha coiled against the boundary's eastern face, its vast cultivation a warmth even through the dimensional membrane. And somewhere above the mountain's tree-line, Executioner Kuang was looking at the serpent that had appeared between him and his target, calculating the additional cost, and Wei Liangji could feel, through the domain's sense that the Phoenix Echo had given him, that the calculation was not deterrence but schedule revision, which was somehow more frightening than simple aggression because it said, I was planning to arrive Tuesday. Now I'll arrive Thursday. I was always going to arrive. Chapter 18 The assault on Gengdao's fortress had attracted more attention than Wei Liangji had fully processed in the urgency of reaching the grotto. The warlord's surviving cultivators had talked. The mountain clan they'd enslaved had talked more enthusiastically. By the time the stories reached the valley towns, the account had acquired the specific texture of rumor. A core formation cultivator with Phoenix Fire and a nascent Saint Monk had destroyed an entire fortified position in minutes, freed 300 people, then disappeared into the mountains. Not the worst reputation to cultivate deliberately, but a visible one, in a region where Kuang's network had eyes at every crossroads. He learned this from a message that arrived through the Spirit Sense network you had maintained since their arrival. A low-key information feed built from cultivation sense threads she extended through the grotto's shielding to the valley towns. The message came from one of the freed mountain clan's cultivators, a young woman at Foundation establishment who had decided to dedicate herself to intelligence work and gratitude and had an unexpected gift for it. The message contained one specific item. A tracking hawk, marked with Executioner Kuang's silver insignia, had been seen circling the mountain above their position. Not just circling. The hawk had landed at the site of the fortress battle, where the scorched stone still carried Wei Liangji's phoenix flame signature. It had spent 20 minutes at the site, which was the behavior of a tracking instrument, confirming rather than searching. Confirming meant Kuang had known to send the hawk there. He followed our trail from the mountain attack to the fortress, Wei Liangji said. Not to the grotto directly. He doesn't know the grotto's exact position. Not yet, Iron Monk said. He was sitting at the boundary's inner face, his meditation interrupted by this analysis. He confirmed your flame signature at the fortress. He has you categorized as Phoenix class fire. He will calibrate his detection arrays to that signature and scan the surrounding mountains in concentric rings until the shielding's edge gives him a usable read. How long until he narrows the field to this sector? Without the shielding, hours. With it, dependent on the shielding's quality and his array's sensitivity. Iron Monk looked at Xinyu. Your assessment. The shielding is strong. Xiaofeng's repair improved it beyond original parameters. But Kuang's tracking technology is calibrated specifically for divine signatures rather than standard cultivation. The combination of Phoenix Flame and Divine Aura might register at close range despite the shielding. She paused. He would need to be within 5 kilometers of the boundary to get a usable read. And the fortress is 11 kilometers from the grotto, Wei Liangji said. Correct. We have time before he narrows the field that far. Xinyu's expression was the specific kind of calm that contained anxiety held at distance by focus. But it is not a comfortable margin. Wei Liangji looked at Iron Monk. His approach pattern, describe it. Based on the previous case. A pause with weight in it. He is systematic. Methodical. He closes the distance in concentric rings rather than direct approach, each ring tighter than the last, using tracking birds to confirm signatures at each ring's range before moving inward. He looked at his hands, bearing the marks of 3 years and 2 months and 11 days holding a key he had not yet been able to use for its intended purpose. The previous family had 4 rings before contact. We never made it to the grotto's boundary. How many rings can he complete in 6 days? 2. Possibly 3 if he uses additional birds. The variable is how many he deployed in advance of arriving here himself. Iron Monk's voice was even and careful. He may have been seeding this region with birds for weeks. He is 300 years old. He plans ahead. 300 years, Xinyu said quietly. He's been doing this for 300 years. That's not a profession. That's an identity. Wei Liangji considered this. 12 families. Each one a case study. Each case study adding refinements to the approach. If Kuang had been eliminating cradle families for 3 centuries, the hawk was not improvisation. It was a protocol he had developed across multiple generations of tracking technique, refined until the failure modes had all been accounted for, and what remained was method without gaps. He's going to expect us to use the underground passages to exit, Wei Liangji said. We came in that way. The route is documented in every mountain survey for the region. He may have birds monitoring the river exits, Iron Monk confirmed. And he expects a family moving fast ahead for population centers, more resources, more places to hide in plain sight. Wei Liangji was thinking through the 11 previous cases patterns as best he could reconstruct them from the Codex's historical records. He'll prioritize the exits over the entry point, assuming we'll run when he closes in. We're not running, Luomei said from the doorway. She had been listening without announcing herself, the specific quiet approach she used when she needed information and did not want to interrupt the process of people generating it. We have the grotto. We have Longsha. We have 2 weeks of supplies and your training regimen. She looked at Wei Liangji. We hold here. We hold here, he agreed. If Kuang completed 3 rings in 6 days, his innermost ring reached 5 kilometers from the grotto boundary. At that range, with the calibration Iron Monk had described, the shielding would be working at its exact edge. Longsha would intercept him before the final approach. But a Void Sovereign fighting a Void Sovereign was not a guaranteed outcome, and while they fought, Wei Liangji would be at Nascent Saint facing whatever came through afterward. I need to be at Nascent Saint before he makes contact, Wei Liangji said. You're at soul separation consolidating, Mao Xing said. 6 days, as fast as possible. Everything in the codex that accelerates consolidation without compromising the echo's advancement. Show me. The elder turned pages. Xinyu began pulling supplies from her healer's kit. Iron Monk rose from his meditation position and cracked his knuckles with the sound of someone preparing to cause a great deal of precisely calibrated discomfort to a student's cultivation training. 6 days, Iron Monk said. We begin now. Outside, above the mountains, Kuang's tracking hawk completed its spiral and locked its ruby eye on a signature it recognized. And somewhere below the mountain on the road from the fortress ruins, a booty that had fallen from Xiaofeng's foot during the battle sat in the executioner's silver-gloved hand. And the smile behind his mask was the smile of a hunter who had never needed to hurry because the quarry always ran out of ground. Always. And he had learned to be patient with that particular certainty, but he had never tracked a phoenix god before, and patience that has never been tested is a different thing than patience that has been earned. Chapter 19. 6 days passed in the specific manner that intensive cultivation practice reorganizes time. Each session compressing and expanding alternately, the body's objections becoming data rather than deterrents. Progress measuring itself in the sensation of capability that had not previously existed arriving and becoming the new baseline. Iron Monk was rigorous. His version of training involved stress positions, qi circulation under duress, and the educational philosophy of ensuring Wei Liangji experienced every type of failure before the real test arrived, so that none of them would be surprises. The Phoenix Echo responded to the intensification by deepening its transfer in ways the system tracked with unusual specificity. Soul separation. Stage 2, advancing. Phoenix Echo depth, 73%. Domain sense range, 45 meters. Father's Echo burst, enhanced 5 breaths. Recovery, 24 hours. Partial nascent saint access, approaching. Approaching was not at, which Mao Sheng pointed out with the diplomatic candor of a scholar who considered accuracy a greater kindness than false encouragement. But approaching, with 6 days of Iron Monk's method behind it, and the River Echo's pre-activation bolstering the Phoenix's work, was moving faster than any of the Codex's historical records for soul separation advancement at this stage. You're compressing a decade of normal advancement into weeks, Xinyu said on the 5th evening, examining his cultivation output with her diagnostic instrument. The meridians are holding because I've been keeping them from narrowing at every choke point. But this pace cannot be maintained indefinitely. When this immediate crisis passes, you will spend 3 days doing nothing more strenuous than walking. Agreed, he said, and meant it. She looked at him with something that was not quite surprise. Good. A pause. You're going to be fine. All of you. That's either reassurance or data. Which one? Data, she said. You advance at an unreasonable pace. Luo Mei's cultivation recovery exceeds every resonance blessing precedent in the Codex. My own echo integration is proceeding faster than the baseline predictions. She folded her hands around the instrument. And your children are not baseline. The Codex's precedents come from 11 previous cases. Your case is not those cases. What is it then? She looked toward the 4th chamber where the sounds of Luo Mei and Xiao Feng's evening routine could be faintly heard. It's a case where the Phoenix God trusted someone enough to run her own concealment from 7 days old. That's not in the Codex because it hasn't happened before. She looked back at him. I don't know what to make of it. I just know it means something. On the 6th day, the system updated. Soul separation, stage 3. Threshold, nascent saint, approaching. Echo integration required for breakthrough. Luo Mei went into labor. Not early. The river god's timeline was accurate. The birth arriving on the schedule the Codex had indicated for a second cradle child with a rising mother. Xinyu moved to full medical attention. Iron Monk took the perimeter. Mao Sheng sealed the inner chambers against signal leakage. Wei Liangji split his attention between his wife's voice from the medical chamber and the perimeter status Iron Monk fed through the cultivation sense network. The birth took 3 hours. Xiaohe arrived with the river god's presence as a flood, divine water qi expanding through the grotto in a wave that took every cultivation sense in the space and held it under for 3 seconds. Not painful but overwhelming. The way standing in a river's full current overwhelms without intending harm. The grotto's qi shielding rippled visibly. Outside, Longsha's coils tightened against the boundary's eastern face. And outside Longsha, closer than the previous estimate by a full day, Kuang had accelerated his ring pattern. Wei Liangji felt the specific signature of an executioner at work. Not yet entering, but beginning to carve. The river god's birth wave subsided. Xiaohe's cry filled the chamber, thinner and lower than his sister's birth cry, more water than fire. a sound that made Wei Liangji think of rivers at night running over stones that had been shaped by 1,000 years of exactly this kind of patient pressure. The system updated. Second echo, river domain, active. Twin cradle burst, unlocked. Nascent saint breakthrough, imminent. He stepped into the medical chamber. Xinyu was completing her assessment with the careful speed of someone doing urgent work correctly. Luo Mei was holding both children, Xiao Feng against her left side, Xiao He against her right. The wing flame and the new river god's aura running through the same air and finding a rhythm together the way rivers find their confluence. Each current distinct, the combined flow stronger than either alone. Wei Liangji's soul completed its nascent saint breakthrough in the medical chamber, standing over his family, not through a violent arrival of advancement under duress, but through the quiet completion of something that had been building toward itself for months, like a door that has been pushed on from both sides finally deciding to open. Nascent Saint, Stage 1. Confirmed. Cradle's sovereign domain, nascent. Full development at Stage 3+. Outside the grotto's boundary, the entry sigil executioner Quang had been carving gained 3 more lines, and the sound of it, transmitted faintly through the dimensional membrane, was the only interruption in the particular quiet of a room where 2 divine children were breathing together in the same space, and their father was learning, in the space between one breath and the next, what it meant to have finally become equal to what his family needed him to be. Chapter 20. The Nascent Saint Breakthrough changed the grotto. Not the physical grotto, the stone chambers and the false morning sky and the pocket of quiet that Xiao Feng had repaired and Long Sha guarded, but the grotto's qi saturation, which responded to Wei Liangji's advancement with the enthusiasm of an environment that had been waiting for a nascent saint to anchor it fully. The qi density, already triple the surrounding mountains, increased again. The walls seemed to settle, as if the grotto itself approved. He also gained a new capability, seeing Quang's entry sigil from inside the boundary. The nascent saint stage's soul separation extended the spirit realm access that soul separation had introduced, and in the spirit realm's projection of the grotto's boundary face, he could see the sigil clearly, a complex inscription that was half cultivation technique and half divine override, the kind of specialized tool that only someone who had spent centuries hunting divine targets would develop. It was nearly complete. 12 lines of a 17-line sigil. He had days, not weeks. He sat with this in the first chamber and made 2 decisions. The first was to not tell Mao Sheng or Xinyu immediately. The elder needed rest. His health had been declining in the manner of very old bodies under consistent stress, the adrenaline of the past weeks running up a debt in him that was becoming visible in the slight tremor of his hands and the pace at which he fell asleep over his notes. Xinyu needed to monitor Luo Mei and Xiao He's post-birth stability, which was the more immediate medical priority. The second decision was to return to the spirit realm and look directly at the warden again. Not from fear or defiance. From strategy. If the warden was watching, he wanted to understand what it was watching for, the information directly, rather than the codex's filtered version. He separated his soul. The grotto in the spirit realm was a vessel of warm light, the combined divine presence of both children visible as interlocking auras, phoenix and river, their interaction creating a resonance field that was more than either component alone. He could see the structure of the father's echo connection, threads from both children running to his cultivation core, braided in the pattern the codex called the resonant weave. At the spirit realm's horizon, the warden waited as it always did. He looked at it directly, not approaching, but meeting its attention with his own, without the flinch that the previous soul separation attempts had produced. What he saw was not malice. He had organized his thinking around malice, had been building defenses against a hostile intelligence. What he saw was not that. It was presence. Wait. The specific quality of something so old and so vast that what it experienced as ordinary attention pressed down on everything in its vicinity without intending to. A mountain doesn't want to be heavy. The warden's gaze was not hostile. It was simply enormous, and in that enormity, it had noticed him in the way enormous things notice very specific small things. Not because the small thing is important, but because the small thing is doing something the enormous thing has not seen in a very long time. He returned to his body with that observation intact, not a threat assessment. Recognition of something it had not expected to see again. He had 3 minutes to process this before Iron Monk's voice came from the perimeter. He's through the boundary. Not fully through, penetrating. The 17th line of the sigil had completed, and Quang had initiated the dimensional override. The grotto's boundary was holding Iron Monk's reinforcement and Xiao Feng's repair and Long Sha's territorial pressure. But the override was working against the first layer of defense. Wei Liangji went to the boundary face. On the other side of the slowly yielding membrane, Kwang stood with his silver mask and his void sovereign cultivation visible as contained cold, the cold of something suppressed to a narrow channel, moving through everything with the ease of very cold things moving through warmth. He was not activating his full power. He was maintaining a precise level, surgical rather than overwhelming. Stop here, Wei Liangji said. I will stop when I have what I came for, Kwang said. His voice was even, neutral in the manner of statements he considered factual. 12 families. You'll be the 13th. The codex lists 11. A pause. The boundary continued to yield, millimeter by millimeter. The 12th family was incomplete documentation. Another pause. One of the children survived. She is not relevant to your situation. Wei Liangji filed that sentence. One of the children survived, for later examination. Your void sovereign. Omniscient saint, Wei Liangji said. You have significant reach advantage. You also have a void sovereign serpent at your back that has been waiting for exactly this provocation. Long Sha. Kwang tilted his head. I know the beast. It would not be an easy engagement. A pause. Your children's auras registered differently than the previous 11 families. The Phoenix God is running her own concealment from infancy, a fractional shift in his posture. That was in no previous case. My children are exceptional. Yes, Kwang said, and the word carried something Wei Liangji could not precisely categorize. Not warmth and not admiration and not regret, but a quality that suggested his response was not purely professional. Something older. They are. The boundary held. Long Sha uncurled from the eastern face and placed its head exactly where Kwang was standing, pressing against the membrane with a mask that communicated preferences without language. Kwang turned his silver mask toward the serpent. Considered the boundary. Considered the family inside it. And something Wei Liangji could not see from this side. Some calculation that carried weight beyond strategy. Then he reached into his robes and removed a chisel, divine metal, the kind used for inscription work, and began adding a new line to the boundary face. Not the 17th line of the override. A different inscription, smaller, in a script Wei Liangji couldn't read. Not entering. Marking. Until next time, Kwang said, and withdrew, walking back into the mountains with the unhurried pace of a hunter whose 300-year record remained intact and sees no reason to begin failing now. Because what he left on the grotto's boundary face was not a threat and not a challenge, but a promise written in divine metal. I know where you are, I know what you have, and when I come back, the children of 11 other families could not stop me. So what, exactly, will make the 12th time different? Chapter 21. The grotto held its breath for 3 days after Xiaohe's birth. Xin Yu was in the inner chambers with Luo Mei and both infants, conducting the post-birth assessment she had been planning since the river god's arrival. Her expression when she emerged was the expression of a healer confirming good news with the caution earned by years of watching good news and warning news coexist in the same patient. Xiaohe is healthy, strong. His river god aura is integrating with his mortal body at an excellent rate. She set down her diagnostic instrument. He is also reading emotional currents in anyone who holds him. You should be aware that he is being perceptive rather than passive when he looks at you. He's aware of what we feel, Luo Mei said from the inner chamber doorway. She was sitting at the threshold with the infant against her shoulder, her expression carrying the exact texture of a mother who has been seen through by her own child and is still deciding how she feels about it. Not speaking, just reading. The river god Yinsu's domain includes the spaces between moments, Mao Sheng said from his notes table. Emotional currents are a form of time perception. What a person feels now is shaped by what they felt before and what they anticipate feeling ahead. He is reading the entire current, not just this second. Wei Liangji crouched in front of Luo Mei and held out a finger to Xiaohe. The infant gripped it with the decisive authority of newborns everywhere, and the grip carried something extra, a faint ripple in Wei Liangji's river echo, as if the child was confirming a connection that the system had been holding at preparation status and was only now completing. Hello, little river, he said. Xiaohe's eyes opened fully. They were not gold like his sister's. They were the particular blue-gray of water in deep shadow, and they moved with a slowness that had nothing to do with infant unfocusedness. They moved the way a river's surface moves, tracking everything with the even attention of something that never needs to hurry to see. The system updated, and the update had an urgency notation he had not seen before. Grotto perimeter alarm, outer ring. Unidentified presence testing the boundary. Iron Monk was already moving. Wei Liangji transferred Xiaohe back to Luo Mei's arms, met the elder's eyes across the room, and followed him to the boundary wall. The grotto's perimeter alarm had never triggered before, not once in the week since they had arrived and sealed themselves inside the pocket dimension's signal-suppressed silence. Whatever was testing the outer ring now had either found them through the river god's birth signal leak, or had been waiting in the mountain range for exactly the kind of divine resonance that Xiaohe's arrival had produced. Both possibilities required examination before response. Luo Mei was already in the doorway to the fourth chamber with both infants secured against her, her restored cultivation deployed in the quiet aggressive readiness he recognized as her combat alert state. She did not ask questions when he moved toward a threat. She managed the rear because she understood, with the tactical clarity she had always possessed, that managing the rear was where she mattered most right now. Stay with them, he said. Obviously, she said, and her expression carried the precise calibration of a woman who was not insulted by being told the thing she had already decided, because the only question was whether the presence testing the outer perimeter was another of Kwang's scouts, or something the system's notation had classified as unidentified for a more complicated reason. Chapter 22 Iron Monk pressed his cultivation sense against the boundary wall with the careful attention of someone reading a message through stone, his nascent saint awareness extending outward to examine what was pushing against the outer ring. He held the contact for 10 seconds. Then he straightened. It's not a cultivator, he said. Not human at all. Divine beast, nascent saint rank, water-type cultivation. Drawn to the river god's aura. He paused. It's not hostile. It's curious. Wei Liangji extended his own sense outward, using the river echo's newly active domain awareness. What he found was enormous and surprisingly careful. The signature of something vast moving with deliberate restraint, the way very large things move in confined spaces to avoid causing damage they don't intend. It pressed against the outer boundary with testing force, not break force. It was checking whether entry was possible, not forcing it. A water dragon, Mao Sheng said from behind them. He had followed, which told Wei Liangji he had been expecting something like this and wanted to be present. The ancient compact between the river god and the water dragons of this mountain range. They would have felt Yensu's arrival. The same mechanism as Long Sha, Wei Liangji said. Long Sha was a territorial serpent who recognized the phoenix god's lineage. This is something closer to a vassal, a water dragon who served the river god's domain specifically. The elder's voice carried the quality of a scholar watching a theory confirm itself in real time with the satisfaction of someone who does not say, I told you so, because the facts speak adequately on their own. The question is whether you can communicate with it. Wei Liangji reached through the boundary with the river echo's domain awareness, not extending an attack or a repulsion, but a presence. The resonance frequency he had felt when Xiaohe gripped his finger and confirmed the echo's completion. He sent it outward like a question. The water dragon on the other side went still. Then it answered, not in language, in impression, in the specific sensation of something very old lowering itself into a position that meant reception rather than challenge, settling into the ground with a weight that communicated deference without servility. The impression carried layers, recognition of the river god's signature, a specific memory texture that was the divine compact's 3,000-year persistence in its blood, and Wei Liangji had to sit with this for a moment before he was certain he'd read it correctly. Relief. It has been waiting, he said. 3,000 years, Mao Sheng said, since the river god was sealed. The divine beasts carry the compact in their cultivation core's deepest layer. It does not fade. It simply waits until there is something to wait for. He opened a narrow channel in the outer boundary, controlled, the width of a cultivation sense thread rather than a physical gap, and let the dragon's awareness through. Its name surfaced in the connection, Long Sha. The designation was a title, not a personal name, common to the silver water dragons of this range who served the river god's ancient domain. This was the second Long Sha he had encountered. The Phoenix Echo's territory held its own silver serpent at the outer perimeter, and now the river god's domain was producing its counterpart. Ask it whether it knows others, Xinyu said, arriving beside him with her diagnostic instrument still in her hand from the post-birth assessment. He asked. The answer came in the same impression layers. Yes, others, the mountain range's waterways full of them, sleeping and waking in stages as the divine signal's strength increased. 3 at nascent saint. Several at soul separation. 1, deeper in the range, older than the others. At something the dragon's impression described as a resonance frequency he did not have a cultivation category for. Something above nascent saint, he asked Mao Sheng. Domain Lord equivalent divine beasts are not classified in standard cultivation texts, Mao Sheng said slowly. The divine beast hierarchy runs parallel to the cultivator hierarchy, but is not identical. What you're describing may be a sovereign beast, a beast whose compact with its patron god elevated it to a level the mortal cultivation framework doesn't fully account for. He paused. If such a beast serves the river god's domain and is currently awakening, we have an ally whose rank approaches Madame Kai's, Iron Monk said. If we can communicate with it, yes. Mao Sheng looked at Xiao He's chamber door. But the communication would need to go through the river god himself. And Xiao He is 3 days old. Wei Liangji looked at the boundary wall, then at the narrow channel he was maintaining, then at the water dragon's patient waiting presence on the other side. 3 cultivators outside the grotto had been circling its outer range, Kuang scouts, professional and experienced. They were still there, maintaining their surveillance pattern, unaware that the boundary they were treating as a concealment advantage had just gained 2 more guardians it did not have yesterday. Welcome Long Sha to the grotto's eastern approach, he said. The western approach is already covered by the other Long Sha, the Phoenix Domain's territorial serpent. He met Iron Monk's eyes. 3 void sovereign scouts outside. 2 nascent saint water dragons inside. The geometry is improving. The geometry is improving, Luo Mei agreed from behind him, her voice carrying the quality of someone managing her own relief into usefulness. Now tell me what those 3 scouts have been doing for the past 12 hours, because they stopped moving 2 hours ago, and things that stop moving in a pattern are either resting or preparing. Chapter 23 The captured scout had said Kuang was 1 kingdom away. That had been before the entry sigil. The sigil's carving had taken time, and during that time, the scouts had maintained their surveillance pattern at the grotto's outer perimeter with the particular patience of professionals who understood that rushing a Void Sovereign's operation was not their prerogative. Wei Liangji and Iron Monk exited the grotto through the dimensional boundary's secondary passage, a feature of the pocket dimension's design that allowed outward passage without disrupting the main barrier's integrity. The passage opened into the mountain's outer stone face, a cave mouth that looked identical to a dozen others in the range, unremarkable to anyone who didn't know where to look. The 3 scouts were positioned in the standard triangle configuration he had encountered in the mountain pass, 1 high, 1 low, 1 covering the approach vector. Soul separation each. Professional. The kind of people who had developed reflexes through work rather than academic cultivation, which meant they were predictable in their method but not in their timing. He went for the signal caller first, using the same logic he had applied in the past. Disable the relay before the relay can function. The Phoenix Echo's fire affinity gave him heat at surgical temperature, not the broad pulse of echo burst, but the narrow thread of controlled flame, hitting the scout's communication jade before the man had fully registered the approach. Iron Monk took 2. Wei Liangji handled 1. The sequence was 12 seconds. The 3rd scout was faster than the pattern suggested, soul separation stage, reflex trained, and specifically not in the position Wei Liangji's time sense had predicted. The 1-second future perception showed him the scout's probable position based on probability. The scout chose an improbable one. Echo burst. Both echoes firing simultaneously, not twin cradle burst, which required conscious activation of the full dual technique, but the passive overlap of the 2 echoes' natural tendency to compound when threat response was triggered. Phoenix Flame and River Domain Resonance. The combination producing something the system hadn't specifically categorized. A force that hit the scout's defensive technique from 2 frequencies at once, neither of which his cultivation was calibrated to deflect. The scout went down. The cost was the fraying Iron Monk had predicted. Soul threads that connected Wei Liangji's core to the echo's power source stretched thin under the dual activation strain, the sensation like rope pulled suddenly taut and vibrating with stress that was not yet breakage but was not comfort. He steadied. Mao Sheng had prepared 3 specific tonics for precisely this scenario. He took the first one. The scout was conscious. Wei Liangji crouched over him in the mountain dark. The Phoenix Echo's domain awareness confirming the man's cultivation output was suppressed to harmless. Report, he said. Same structure as before. Everything, or I work with the flame. The scout was professional enough to evaluate the threat accurately. Kuang is 1 kingdom away. He was delayed. The Void Sovereign Serpent at the eastern perimeter required recalculation. He now estimates 2 days. A pause. He is not coming alone this time. He has called for the Warden's Network's regional response team. 6 nascent saints plus himself. 6 nascent saints plus a Void Sovereign. Against my current roster, Wei Liangji said. Thinking through the numbers with a particular calm, he brought to calculations that were discouraging but necessary. Iron Monk at nascent saint but curse compromised. Himself at nascent saint stage 1. Shin Yu at soul separation. Long Sha at nascent saint. The geometry was still improving. It was just improving toward a number that required more improvement. He bound the scouts and returned to the grotto, not killing them, because dead scouts told Kuang something specific and alive scouts with missing communication jades told him something else, and the second message was more useful than the first. The second message said, "These people anticipated our protocols, read our formations, and countered them before we arrived." That message created doubt where certainty had lived, and doubt in a methodical hunter's planning process was worth weeks of delay. On the walk back, the river echoes time since pulsed, 1 second forward, showing him a probability he didn't expect. In that second, xianxia, the river domain water dragon, its enormous silver length extended to full capacity in the mountain waterway below the grotto's eastern face, already positioned for exactly the approach the scouts had been mapping for Kwang. The beast had been listening through the boundary, not just waiting, preparing. "The dragon understands the threat," he said to Iron Monk. "The divine beasts remember wars we have no record of," Iron Monk said. "They know what a void sovereign hunter looks like from 3,000 years of genetic memory." xianxia is not surprised. It is simply doing what it was always going to do when this moment arrived. He cracked his knuckles with the sound of a practitioner who has reached the point where caution is no longer the appropriate tool. Your job is to survive long enough for it to matter. You need more training time, not less. And in 2 days, we will find out exactly how many of those days you manage to take. Then we train until then, Wei Liangji said. We train tonight, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow afternoon. Then we prepare positions. Iron Monk looked at the mountain dark around them, at the bound scouts, at the distant perimeter where xia's silver coils were registering on his cultivation sense as a steady warm certainty. Nascent Saint is what you're going to face Kwang with, so Nascent Saint must be enough. Let's go make it enough. Chapter 24. The next morning, Wei Liangji made the decision that changed the grotto's strategic relationship with the surrounding region in ways he had not fully mapped until he was already committed to them. The decision was to establish a presence in Red Pillar City. He had been thinking about it since the Mountain Fortress battle, since the warlord Gung Dao's suppressed clan and the network nodes the lieutenant had given him, and the 3 kingdoms' worth of intelligence he was carrying without a structure capable of using it. The grotto was a sanctuary, not a base of operations. He needed somewhere to build from, somewhere large enough to move through without immediately registering, somewhere where the Iron Orchid's governance, not the warden's network, set the rules. Mao Shang had the city on his maps. 3 days travel east, a regional commercial center with the kind of population density that made individual cultivators difficult to track without significant resources. What the elder had not known, because his information was academic and old, was that Red Pillar City operated under a governance structure that was in practice more guild than administration. The Iron Orchid, a cultivator organization run by a domain lord named Madame Kai, controlled the city's security, information networks, and most of its significant commerce. Xinyu knew more. She had spent years as a traveling healer, and traveling healers developed information networks through necessity rather than intent. Madame Kai is not a criminal, she said, when Wei Liangji raised the city as an option. She is a pragmatist who has decided that the most efficient form of governance is governance she controls directly. The Iron Orchid provides genuine security, genuine information brokerage, genuine medical and cultivation resources. She takes a cut of everything in exchange. The city functions well and the population does not resent her because the alternative, the regional noble system, which was extractive and unstable, was demonstrably worse. How long has she held control of the city? Wei Liangji asked. 18 years. She took it from a corrupt administration during a border war. The Iron Orchid provided security when the kingdoms couldn't, and the city simply never gave control back. The kingdoms don't press the point because she moves their trade goods efficiently and doesn't require armies to police the merchant roads. Xinyu set down her diagnostic instrument. She is also, by every account I have, entirely self-interested. She helps what helps her. She eliminates what threatens her. She ignores everything else. She knows every cultivator in the region, Wei Liangji said. She knows the cultivation level, origin, and probable motivations of every significant cultivator within 2 weeks' travel. Yes, which means she already knows about us. Which means she has already made a calculation about us and is waiting to see which direction we'll approach from, Xinyu said. He processed that. An investor who had been watching and waiting, not hostile, not committed, but fully aware. The same posture he had taken with Dao Ren, except from a position of significantly more power and with what sounded like significantly less existing loyalty to the warden's network. Could Madame Kai be working with Kwang? If she were, Kwang's scouts would have had better information about the grotto's location, Xinyu said. He's been working with concentric rings and tracking techniques rather than a direct address. Madame Kai, with domain-level cultivation in Red Pillar City 3 days east of US, would have provided a much more direct route if she'd cooperated. The logic was sound. A cultivator who sat on information worth a fortune and had not sold it to a void sovereign was either principled or strategic or both, and either way was potentially useful. Before Wei Liangji left, he and Xinyu formalized what had been implicit since her first night in the inn: the extended cradle vessel bond. She named what it meant with the straightforwardness he had come to rely on from her. No performance of sentiment, no self-effacement, just the clear statement of someone declaring the terms of a commitment they had already made in practice and were now making in form. Third wife by cultivation contract, she said. I understand what that means and what it doesn't. I'm not asking for more than is real. What's real is considerable, Luo Mei said, from across the chamber. Her expression had moved past the calculation stage weeks ago and arrived at something that was not effortless warmth but was genuine acceptance. The specific acceptance of a person who has decided that the situation they're in is what it is and that fighting the reality of it wastes energy better spent on the work. The cultivation contract sealed with a resonance that the system confirmed: extended cradle vessel. Xinyu, bonded. Status update complete. Vessel bond, active and stable. He left for Red Pillar City the next morning, traveling alone, leaving Iron Monk at the grotto's perimeter and Yi Frost, who had still not appeared, though the divine message about her and the war god burned at the edge of his awareness, as a problem he would address upon return. Red Pillar City welcomed him with the suspicious warmth of a place that has been watching everyone who arrives for long enough that the surveillance has become its own form of courtesy. And before he reached the city's second market square, a woman in iron orchid colors appeared beside him and said, without preliminary, Madam Kai will see you now. She has been expecting you since the mountain fortress fire. The city closed around him with the comfortable authority of a place that already knew what it had caught. And the only relevant question was whether Madam Kai's version of expecting him led to an asset relationship or to the specific category of problem that a domain lord created when she decided that what she was looking at was more useful as leverage than as an ally. Chapter 25. Madam Kai occupied a building that served as an administrative office, a cultivation hall, and the effective seat of Red Pillar City's governance simultaneously, a building that did not pretend to be anything other than what it was. The Iron Orchid's banner was practical, not decorative. The cultivators standing at its entrance were professional, not ceremonial. Even the furniture inside was selected for functionality, which was not the behavior of someone concerned with impression management. She was waiting for him in a reception room that had windows on 3 sides, which meant she wanted him to understand that she preferred open visibility to controlled access. She was approximately 40 in apparent age, domain lord cultivation carefully contained within her body rather than projected, the specific discipline of a cultivator who understood that showing everything you had was strategically wasteful. She was drinking tea without performing the ritual of it, which meant she had genuine habits rather than cultivated ones. Wei Liangji, she said. Sit. He sat. I've been watching your situation for 3 weeks. Since the mountain blizzard reports from the Broken Spine Range. Since Hollow Pine sex fire. Since the fortress battle. She poured tea for him without asking, which was either hospitality or a test of whether he would drink an unknown substance. And he picked it up and drank, because refusing without reason was rude, and the time sense showed nothing concerning in the next second. You are carrying 2 divine infant children, managing a void sovereign hunter's pursuit, and operating at nascent saint stage with a borrowed ceiling. She paused. You are considerably more interesting than most of the problems I track. I need cover, he said. False identity documentation, information network silence about my family's true nature, and a physical base of operations in this city while I establish regional presence. In exchange, I can provide nascent saint combat capability and significant intelligence about the Warden's regional network, which I have been accumulating through direct contact with their operations. That's what you need. What are you offering beyond what you just described? The Father's Echo Burst technique can be observed, documented, and the principles extracted for other cultivators' study. The divine compact mechanics, what I know of how the godchildren's domain relationships work with cultivation beasts, are not in any accessible text, and I've been learning them empirically. He met her eyes. You are a domain lord who knows about the Divine Cradle Codex. You have been searching for the activation family. I am the activation family. Whatever you wanted to do with that information, I can accelerate significantly. She studied him with the expression of someone cross-checking what they were hearing against what they had already determined. You're correct that I know about the Codex. I have held a copy for 11 years. She set down her tea. I am also correct that you are not careful enough. You conducted a visible battle at a mountain fortress. You left identifiable flame signatures in 3 locations. You are 3 days' travel from a void sovereign hunter who is currently preparing a 6 nascent saint assault team. I'm aware of the assault team. And you came here alone, without your family, without your guardian monk, to have this conversation with a domain lord you have no leverage over. She tilted her head slightly. Either you have extremely good judgment about people, or you have extremely poor judgment about personal safety, and I genuinely cannot determine which. The river god's father's echo gives me emotional current perception. You have been sitting with your decision about this meeting for a minimum of 3 days, and the current I'm reading says the decision was already made before I walked in. He paused. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to confirm terms for an arrangement you had already drafted. Madame Kai looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a person whose prediction had just confirmed itself, and who found that confirmation entirely sufficient reward. First problem, she said. There is a rogue soul separation cultivator in the merchant district who has been extorting 3 families, and has now killed a 4th-tier formation master who tried to resist. My organization does not address this directly because the cultivator has made a formal challenge to my authority, and any direct response creates a precedent I prefer to avoid. She looked at him steadily. I need someone who is not me to handle it. And the jade I received last week, she produced it. The jade pulsed with a familiar suppression signature. Someone is willing to pay a kingdom's treasury for a family with an infant divine signature, she said. The bounty has reached my desk, which means it has reached every desk. You are not being careful enough, and the time you have before Kwang's assault team arrives has become considerably shorter than your scouts reported, because the jade also confirmed his timeline. He took the jade. The warmth of recent transmission was still in it, and the header told him what he needed to know. Kwang had received a location update from someone closer than any of the bound scouts he had left in the mountain pass. Someone was watching the grotto and hadn't been found yet, and he needed to handle Madame Kai's rogue cultivator, identify the new surveillance source, and return to the grotto before the 6th Nascent Saint assault team arrived. And he had approximately 1 day less than he had calculated to do all of it. Chapter 26. The rogue cultivator in the merchant district was named Fantai, and Wei Liangji gathered everything he needed to know about him in 30 seconds of observation from the alley's second corner. The man's soul separation stage cultivation had not been earned through a sect or a discipline, but through a method that left specific marks. The hollow-eyed quality of someone who had advanced through consuming others' cultivation cores. It was visible to anyone with cultivation sense above core formation. The texture of stolen advancement, which left chi pathways functional but organized by a logic belonging to someone else. The Meridians knew what to do because they had belonged to people who had trained them to do it. The person currently inhabiting them was an interloper with a deed rather than a cultivator with a history. Beyond the cultivation tell, Fantai was watching the alley's approach angles with the divided attention of someone running 2 tasks simultaneously. One part of his focus was on the merchant he was extorting, a formation master who had apparently refused a payment and was now learning what refusal cost in this district. The other part of his focus was on the alley's entrance, doing something the extortion narrative didn't require, scanning for a divine signature in the ambient chi. The scanning technique was subtle and professional, calibrated for the specific frequency range that infant divine aura occupied. The second thing he learned was that Fantai worked for someone, and that someone had given him a very specific brief. Find the family with the divine signature, confirm their location, plant a tracker jade, and report back. The extortion operation in the merchant district was cover. A reason to be present in Red Pillar City with cultivation deployed openly that would look like opportunism rather than a search. He stepped into the alley and addressed the formation master first. This dispute is over. He looked at Fantai. You're being paid to look for something specific. What you've been looking at isn't in this alley. Fantai turned with the unhurried confidence of a man who has not yet understood that his math was wrong. Walk away, Fantai said, when Wei Liangji appeared in the alley entrance. I'm collecting on a contract. Whatever Madame Kai is paying you isn't worth. You're not collecting on an extortion contract, Wei Liangji said. You're running a location operation for Executioner Kwang's advanced network. The extortion is your cover story and your personal profit margin. He stepped forward. Tell me who tasked you, and I'll leave you in a condition that will heal. I don't know who tasked me. The communication came through a dead-drop jade. Fantai activated his cultivation, the hollow quality of his advancement becoming visible as the chi deployed outward, layers of it, not clean. What I know is, he activated a tracker jade. Not a communication jade, a different type, compact, the kind that broadcast a general-range divine signature alert rather than a specific message. It pulsed once before Wei Liangji's flame hit it, but once was enough. The alert had gone out. The radius would flag on any calibrated detection array within 30 kilometers. You've sent the signal, Fantai said. And Executioner Kwang already has you located. So whatever you plan to do next, I plan to return to my family immediately, Wei Liangji said, and his voice was entirely level. You've given Kwang a location update that he was going to receive anyway through other channels. What you've also done is confirm that his network has penetrated Red Pillar City, which Madame Kai is going to find extremely relevant information. He hit Funtai with a precise echo burst, single echo, surgical, enough to crack the man's cultivation output without destroying his cultivation core, and left him alive in the alley in a condition that would inconvenience him for 3 weeks. The formation master, who had spent the past 2 minutes pressed against the alley wall doing his best impression of furniture, looked from Funtai to Wei Liangji. He started. Go report to the Iron Orchid, Wei Liangji said. Tell them a network agent was running a surveillance operation in the merchant district disguised as extortion. They'll want to know. He pressed a spirit communication jade into the man's hand. This connects to Madame Kai's deputy. Don't wait. The intelligence value degrades fast. The formation master ran. Wei Liangji appreciated the reflexive competence of someone who had survived in a city run by the Iron Orchid by learning when instructions needed no further context. He was already moving toward the city gate when Madame Kai's voice reached him through a spirit message jade she had apparently anticipated he would need. Iron Monk sent a spirit message, her voice said. He's here. Kwang is not sending the assault team. He's coming himself. Now. He ran. The 3 days from Red Pillar City to the grotto became 1 day through the application of every movement technique the Phoenix Echo had given him. His nascent saint body covering distance that would have taken his previous foundation establishment self a week without registering the exertion as anything beyond manageable discomfort, and behind him, above the mountain range's distant skyline, a silver signature was moving toward the grotto with the measured pace of a man who had done this 11 times, and had learned that the only virtue worth carrying to a destination you were already certain of was patience. Chapter 27. The tracker Jade's alert had confirmed a location he already had within a margin that made movement more efficient. This was the calculation Kwang had been running from the beginning, Wei Liangji realized as he pushed through the mountain passes at nascent Saint Sprint. The scouts had been triangulation tools rather than isolation tools. Each capture or repulsion event generated more precise data about the family's operational radius. The grotto's signal suppression concealed exact coordinates, but not behavioral patterns. Every time Wei Liangji had responded to a probe or engaged a scout, he had provided a data point. The grotto was within this range of this response time, therefore within this sector. He'd been mapping himself by fighting people. He pushed harder through the second ridge pass, converting the realization into fuel rather than weight. 300 years of Kwang's operational learning, 12 families' worth of refined approach protocols, all built around the predictable behavior of families who did what families naturally did, reacted to threats, defended their children, moved when pressed. The pattern was what Kwang tracked because the pattern was consistent, because every previous family had been ordinary people facing an extraordinary threat. He was not going to be ordinary about it, but he needed to stop being predictable first, and predictable was what you were when you ran at 100% reaction and 0% anticipation. Starting from this moment, every response to a threat was a message he chose to send. The grotto came into view just as Iron Monk's spirit sense transmission updated, not 6 nascent saints and Kwang. Just Kwang. Not because Kwang was overconfident. Because Kwang had looked at what he had observed. The divine beast perimeter, the grotto's post-repair shielding, Long Sha's territorial presence, and calculated that 6 nascent saints against those defenses would create a prolonged engagement with casualties that might allow the family to relocate. One void sovereign with sufficient time and preparation could breach the boundary while the defenders were focused on his presence, leaving the actual breach point undefended. He was not coming to fight. He was coming to penetrate. Wei Liangji reached the grotto's outer rock face at a speed that left stone dust settling in the mountain air behind him. Inside, through the dimensional boundary, Luo Mei's presence registered on his domain awareness as awake and precise. Xin Yu's as medically focused. She was with the children. Iron Monks as deployed, positioned at the boundary's northern face with the cultivation output of a practitioner who has decided this is exactly the moment 30 years of training was for. He entered through the secondary passage and found Mao Sheng standing in the first chamber with the codex open. The elder's expression was not alarmed. It was the contained attention of a scholar who has located the relevant passage and is weighing whether its contents improve or complicate the situation. He's already at the perimeter, the elder said. Long Sha is engaged with him. The river dragon is territorial, and Kwang is suppressing rather than bypassing it, which means he intends to push directly through Long Sha's position rather than go around. He paused. Long Sha will hold him for approximately 40 minutes. What happens after 40 minutes? Long Sha retreats, conserving itself, and Kuang arrives at the boundary. A pause that contained everything Mao Xing needed to say about their defensive options and declined to. Is Madame Kai coming? I sent a spirit message from the road. She indicated she would make a calculation. He had been thinking about this on the sprint. Madame Kai, who had characterized herself explicitly as an investor rather than an ally, who tracked his advancement with the focused interest of someone whose returns were contingent on his survival. She will come if she has decided that Kuang taking the children represents a worse outcome than the cost of domain lord-level conflict with a void sovereign hunter. And if she hasn't decided that, then we hold until the situation changes her calculation, Wei Liangji said. Luo Mei appeared in the chamber doorway. She was not panicking. She did not panic, which was one of the most consistently useful things about her. She had Xiao Feng against her shoulder and Xiao He in the cradle carrier at her chest, and her expression was the exact expression he had seen at the cave when Xiao Feng was born, entirely clear about what the situation was, and building from there. How long, she said. 40 minutes to contact. Longer if Long Sha performs above estimate. What do you need me to do? Stay with the children in the inner chambers. Xinyu will have prepared the emergency route. He looked at her steadily. If the outer ring falls and the boundary is breached, and I tell you to run, you run. Without discussion. Luo Mei's expression said several things about the instruction he had just given her, none of them compliant. Then she looked at Xiao Feng, whose gold eyes were open and focused with the ancient awareness Wei Liangji had stopped trying to pretend was an infant's ordinary attention. Then at Xiao He, who was reading the room's emotional current with his gray-blue water-depth eyes. We'll be ready, she said, and went back into the inner chamber, because even Luo Mei understood that some arguments were arguments for after the battle, and arguing about escape routes while a void sovereign hunter suppression technique was dismantling a divine water dragon at the mountain's outer perimeter was not the most efficient use of the time they had. Chapter 28 Long Sha held for 53 minutes. Wei Liangji spent those minutes at the boundary's inner face, his cultivation fully deployed, his domain sense extended to the maximum range the phoenix and river echoes provided. Through that sense he experienced the engagement outside as a spatial impression. Long Sha's silver serpent signature. Vast, cold, the inherited power of a divine compact 3 millennia old, against Kuang's contained silver cold, which was something different. Not the wild territorial force of the beast, but the methodical, precise application of void sovereign cultivation by a mind that had been applying it for 300 years and had eliminated everything redundant from the process. Iron Monk was at the northern face, silent, his hands against the boundary wall in the posture Wei Liangji had come to recognize as his version of prayer. Not supplication but the deliberate alignment of intent and capability before significant effort. Mao Sheng was reading. At minute 53, Long Sha's signature contracted, not dispersed, not destroyed, but retreated, pulling back from the engagement point with the controlled withdrawal of something conserving itself for a second round rather than accepting defeat. The Divine Compact's patience was longer than any single fight. The water dragon would return, but not immediately. The boundary yielded under Kuang's override. Not his entry sigil. He had abandoned the sigil approach, which Wei Liangji filed as information. The sigil was a delicate tool, better suited to prolonged infiltration than rapid breach. What Kuang was using now was Void Sovereign's fundamental capability, the ability to assert that space was continuous rather than divided, that dimensional barriers were constructs of weaker understanding rather than genuine separation. It pressed inward like a hand flattening a soap bubble, not breaking it, but reshaping it until the distinction between inside and outside became a matter of perspective. He's not trying to enter directly, Iron Monk said. He's trying to flatten the boundary enough to nullify its concealment benefit. Once the boundary is functional level rather than hermetic, his detection arrays can read exact positions. And then he sends the assault team in, Wei Liangji said. And then we have Kuang plus 6 nascent saints, which was the original plan. He adjusted his approach to achieve the same outcome with less direct engagement. Iron Monk's hands moved on the boundary wall, reinforcing. He is patient and adaptive. This is the version of him that has survived 300 years of this work. Wei Liangji activated twin cradle burst. Both echoes simultaneously, the phoenix and the river, fire and water, the combination producing the compound output the system had designated domain Lord Tier for 6 breaths. The boundary beneath his hands flared, heat and water resonance pouring into the dimensional membrane from the inside, counterpressuring the void sovereign assertion from outside. The bubble didn't flatten. It pushed back. Kuang adjusted, adding force. Wei Liangji held. The twin echo's 6-breath duration counted down in his peripheral awareness while his soul thread stretched. 4 breaths. 5. The boundary was holding, but the cost was accumulating in his meridians with the physical certainty of overdraft. Then 12 figures arrived at the boundary's exterior. Kwang's 6 nascent saints, deployed in the encirclement formation, beginning their synchronized suppression technique to keep the family from relocating while Kwang worked the breach. The 6th breath ended. Wei Liangji went to his knees. Even at Domain Lord output for 6 breaths, he could not wound Executioner Kwang. He could see it in the Void Sovereign's unchanged posture, the precise stillness of someone doing work and experiencing no meaningful resistance. The boundary had been strengthened. The boundary was still being compressed, and the recovery cost of Twin Cradle Burst was now fully present in every meridian. 72 hours before he could attempt it again. Iron Monk came off the wall and moved to Wei Liangji's position, placing a hand on his shoulder with the specific weight of someone taking a portion of a burden they cannot fully share. "Get up," he said quietly. Not done yet. He was right. The sound from outside had changed. Not Kwang. Something heavier, something that moved with the particular chi signature of Domain Lord cultivation deployed at full extension, carrying with it the Iron Orchid's identification frequency and the unmistakable signature of Madame Kai, who had evidently completed her calculation and reached a conclusion that required her physical presence. Madame Kai's voice reached them through the boundary's outer surface. "Executioner Kwang, you are currently dismantling the boundary of a property that is under Iron Orchid protection. Cease the breach attempt, or I file a formal territorial violation with the Continental Cultivators Registry, which will be awkward for you given that your operational authority in this region requires the registry's non-interference agreement." A pause. Then Kwang's voice, even, unhurried. "You're interfering with a warden-sanctioned operation, Domain Lord. The registry's non-interference agreement covers mutual non-aggression between powers, not the execution of warden contracts." "Correct. Which is why I have 4 Domain Lord ranked enforcers with me rather than 1. The non-interference agreement covers mutual non-aggression. It does not cover 4-to-1 engagements on my own territorial boundary." A pause with iron in it. "Your scouts have been removing my people from the outer range for 3 weeks. I have been patient. My patience has a threshold." Another pause. "Which you have currently reached." Silence from outside. Then, slowly, the compression pressure on the boundary reduced. Not fully, not a retreat, but a cessation of active pressure. The tactical pause of someone recalculating against new variables, a Void Sovereign who had learned to treat unplanned complications not as setbacks, but as information that required updating the operational model. The curse hit Iron Monk before anyone had registered that it was coming. Kwang, withdrawing, had planted one more thing, and the marker attached to Iron Monk's cultivation core with the precision of a Void Sovereign who had been waiting for exactly this moment, when the Guardian's attention was on the primary threat, and the secondary threat had apparently retreated. Iron Monk's hand fell from Wei Liangji's shoulder. His expression did not change, but his cultivation signature contracted sharply, as if someone had reached inside and turned a dial from full to diminished. 3 months, Mao Sheng said later, looking at the marker's structure in the Codex's text. A precise 3 months, and the curse was not immediately lethal, but was designed to steadily consume the cultivator's core until nothing remained to consume. Chapter 29. Madame Kai came through the boundary when Kwang had retreated to the distance her enforcers required for the tactical withdrawal to be genuine rather than feinted. She stepped into the grotto's first chamber with the exact bearing of a Domain Lord who had made a costly decision calmly and had no interest in acknowledgement for it. She looked at Iron Monk first. "Curse marker," she said, identifying it from across the room with Domain Lord perception. He plants them on obstacles that slow him down." She looked at the elder with something that was not compassion exactly, more like the specific acknowledgement of a person who recognizes a significant price being paid and respects the payment without sentimentalizing it. "How long?" 3 months, Mao Sheng said. "The Codex," Wei Liangji began. "The Codex has limited treatment options for warden-tier curse work," Mao Sheng said, with the careful honesty that was his most consistent characteristic. "The curse targets the cultivation core's foundational layer. Standard healing techniques reach the surface layers. What's needed is something that operates at a divine inheritance level." He paused. "Which none of us currently produces at sufficient depth." Iron Monk raised a hand. "I appreciate the diagnosis. The 3 months is sufficient time to be useful, which is what matters." His voice was perfectly level, which told Wei Liangji something about the monk's relationship with his own mortality that required no further elaboration. Madame Kai turned to Wei Liangji. "You have an immediate problem and a long-term problem. The immediate problem is that Kwang will return. The strategic delay I provided is tactical, not permanent. He will revise his timeline, reassess my involvement as a threat, and come back with either more resources or a different approach that neutralizes me as a variable. She folded her hands. The long-term problem is that I am not your ally. I am your investor. These are different relationships. You have demonstrated value sufficient to maintain the arrangement, but I need something more concrete than demonstration. I need advancement. I'm working on it, Wei Liangji said. Work faster. She looked around the grotto's first chamber with the assessing eye of someone cataloging an asset. The children are stable? Healthy? Both of them. Good. Because the cradle bloom, she stopped. Wei Liangji looked at her. What about the cradle bloom? There isn't one yet, but the codex I've held for 11 years mentions it. When Elder Mao Sheng dies in service to the cradle family, a cradle bloom grows from the soil. It is visible from outside any concealment. Her expression was not cold, but it was precise. Your elder has a 3-month timeline. Plan accordingly. Plan for what, specifically? Wei Liangji said. Plan for the bloom's visibility before it occurs, by relocating the family to a position where the bloom's signal has less strategic value to whoever is watching for it. Plan for the period immediately after the elder's death, when you will be emotionally compromised and your enemies will know your timeline. She looked at him directly. I am not telling you this to cause distress. I am telling you this because I have watched 7 cultivators I employed fail to act on grief timelines, and all 7 of them died as a result of decisions they made while occupied with something that had already concluded. The assessment was fair and bleak and entirely correct, which was the category of thing Madame Kai specialized in delivering. Wei Liangji accepted it the way he accepted most bleak accurate assessments, by filing it immediately under plan for and moving forward. The observation was delivered without cruelty but also without cushioning, which was simply how Madame Kai operated. The truth as data, data as resource, resource as the foundation of every calculation she made. She left the grotto with her 4 domain lord enforcers moving in the precise formation of people who had been working together long enough to communicate entirely through position. Iron Monk watched her go. She's right, he said, to no one in particular. About which part? Wei Liangji asked. All of it. The investor distinction is real. Don't confuse useful with loyal until she demonstrates the difference. He settled himself at the boundary wall in his meditation posture. The cradle bloom. She mentioned it because you need to plan for what comes after, not because she is comfortable with my timeline, but because she has been thinking about the operational consequences longer than I have. A pause. That woman is terrifying. She's useful, Wei Liangji said. Those are not mutually exclusive descriptions. Iron Monk opened one eye and looked at him. She also left without asking anything about what caused the curse marker, which means she already knew or she considered the cause less important than the consequence. Either way, she gathered everything she needed from a 30-second survey of this room. He closed the eye. I have spent 30 years trying to read situations that quickly. She does it as a resting state. Wei Liangji sat with that for a moment. Then, how do you want to spend the 3 months? Training you until you're difficult enough that Kwang's next approach requires him to commit more than he intends. Iron Monk's voice was matter of fact. I will not survive the curse. I know this and have made my arrangement with the fact. What I can do is ensure that when the 3 months conclude, you are significantly more dangerous than you are now. He paused. Tell me what the Codex says about nascent saint full consolidation. Start from the page Mao Sheng was reading before the assault, because sitting in meditation and waiting for a curse to finish its work is not how I intend to spend the time the Phoenix God's Father still needs from me. Chapter 30. The 3 weeks after Kwang's assault resolved into a rhythm that felt, by contrast with what had come before, almost peaceful. Not safe. Rhythmic. Wei Liangji trained with Iron Monk every morning. The elder's curse diminished cultivation, requiring compensating adjustments that made his instruction more targeted rather than less effective. The specific recalibration of a teacher who cannot demonstrate at full output and must therefore communicate technique through description and principle rather than overwhelming example. Xin Yu maintained the medical protocol for both infants and continued her cataloging of the grotto's divine beast network, which had grown. 2 more water creatures had joined Long Sha's post at the eastern approach, drawn by Xiao He's strengthening river aura. Luo Mei had her own work. She had been at core formation when Xiao He was born and the second resonance blessing had completed. The second blessing compounded the first in ways the Codex described as typical, each successive godchild's blessing building on the mother's existing cultivation elevation rather than adding independently. Where the first blessing had restored and advanced her cultivation, the second was doing something more complex. deepening the quality of her core formation rather than simply raising her stage. The system's notation for this was terse but significant. Luo Mei, resonance depth, increasing. Projected advancement, soul separation. Not immediate, but the direction was established, and it was climbing without apparent ceiling. She used the time for Xiaofeng. The Phoenix God's cultivation was not a thing that could be taught in the usual sense. Xiaofeng was 3 months old and carried divine fire that had predated Wei Liangji's existence by 4 millennia. But Luo Mei had developed an interaction method that was less teaching than conversation. She held the infant and moved qi through simple patterns, not performing cultivation but demonstrating the rhythm of it. And Xiaofeng responded by mirroring the patterns with Phoenix Flame in ways that were clearly not imitation but recognition, as if she remembered the patterns from before she had been a child. She's practicing, Luo Mei said one evening, when Wei Liangji came to the 4th chamber after training. Not learning, practicing things she already knows. The cultivation patterns I show her don't teach her anything. They give her permission to do what she was already going to do. The Phoenix God Kira's cultivation memory, Wei Liangji said. She has it all of it. She's just not bringing it forward because, Luo Mei stopped. Because she's being careful about the body she's in. Shen Yu said from the doorway. With the healer's flat precision, she brought to complicated realities. A god's full cultivation output through an infant's meridians would be destructive. She's managing the ratio. She's 3 months old, Wei Liangji said. She's also 4,000 years old, Luo Mei said. Those two facts coexist. He sat in the 4th chamber for a time, watching the wing flame cycle through its colors above Xiaofeng's head. Xiaohe was asleep nearby, and the river god's pre-awakened sense was still active even in sleep. Wei Liangji could feel it as a gentle reading of the room's emotional state, gentle as water against stone. Not intrusive, just present and knowing. He thought about what it meant that his children were working with him rather than simply existing. Kira self-suppressing her signal from 7 days old. Yinsu reading emotional currents that gave Wei Liangji information he couldn't have gathered alone. The Phoenix God pointing at Shaolin 3 days before the Reapers arrived. He had been thinking of the children as people he was protecting. He was gradually understanding that they were also people who were protecting him, who had chosen, before they were old enough to choose anything, to pour their ancient awareness into the service of a family that would be hunted for carrying them. He did not take this lightly. He intended to make it worth their choice. Madame Kai visited twice in the 3 weeks, each visit carrying the particular weight of a meeting between people who have established working terms and are confirming they still hold. The second visit, she brought information, a letter from a Grand Minister post to the east, its author's identity encoded in administrative cipher. Daoren, elevated to Grand Minister, now controlling border checkpoints on 3 sides of the Iron Orchid's territory. The Warden's network repositioning assets, Wei Liangji said, reading the route implications on Madame Kai's map. A closing net, she confirmed. He has the authority to suspend trade permits, restrict cultivator movement, and mandate search and inspection at every crossing under the Public Order Clause. She tapped the map. He cannot act against the Iron Orchid directly. I hold too many commercial relationships with the surrounding kingdoms for his administrative authority to override economic interest. But he can squeeze the borders tight enough that anything coming into or leaving my territory becomes conspicuous. He's trying to isolate you from supply networks. He's trying to isolate you from escape routes, she corrected. I am collateral in his calculation. You are the calculation. She rolled up the map. I am telling you this because my investment requires that you know the terrain is changing, not because I have a solution. Solutions are your department. Wei Liangji looked at the map's folded edge and thought about Daoren, the man who had been part of the Warden's network before Mao Sheng had ever met him, who had cultivated a friendship specifically to mine the Elder's academic work as intelligence, who had now positioned himself to close the geography around the Grotto's region with administrative authority. Not a threat he could address through combat. An administrative problem requiring an administrative countermove, and the only lever he had for administrative problems was information, specifically the kind of information that made the people holding administrative authority recalculate the cost of using it. And he had been collecting exactly that kind of information from every scout and network node he had encountered, and it was time to use some of it. Chapter 31 Mao Sheng had located the second codex copy in the Grotto's hidden library on their 3rd day in residence, and had said nothing about it for 3 weeks while he compared it against his fragmentary original and verified the text's authenticity. He brought it to Wei Liangji on the morning of the 4th week with the deliberate pace of a scholar who has finished his work and needs a moment before surrendering it. The complete codex, he said, not a fragment. The entire text, including the sections that were destroyed in the Divine Meridian Library burning. He set it on the chamber's flat stone. The stone was the same flat surface he had been using as a desk for weeks, its surface memorized by both their hands in the way shared spaces become shared history. There is a final chapter one have not shown you. Wei Liangji looked at him. Why not? Because I wanted to finish translating it correctly before showing you incomplete information, and because some of what it contains required time for me to determine was better delivered in full rather than in pieces. He paused. I still do not know if this is better delivered in full, but I have a 3-month timeline and incomplete translation was not how I intended to spend the remainder of it. He opened the codex to the final chapter and set it between them. The script in this section was different from the earlier chapters. Older, denser, the characters forming in patterns that suggested the writer had been working with compressed urgency rather than academic leisure. Someone who had known they were near the end of the time they had to write. How long have you been working on this translation? Wei Liangji asked. Since the day I arrived at the grotto. Mao Sheng folded his hands over the codex without closing it. I've read it correctly twice. I've spent 3 weeks ensuring I haven't mistranslated the parts that matter most. There is a particular phrase in the 3rd section that I thought at first was metaphorical. He paused. It is not metaphorical. That required additional time to accept. The final chapter confirmed the framework he had been building empirically from evidence. But it added specificity that the evidence alone couldn't have provided. The god's reincarnation was not random, not simply a mechanism of divine soul seeking appropriate mothers. It was structured. The ancient gods who held the origin lock, the mechanism that governed cosmic law at the level the warden operated, had arranged their reincarnation sequence before the sealing, setting conditions and timing. 3 of them were in his children. There are more, Wei Liangji said. More gods in the reincarnation cycle, yes. More families like yours, fragmented and in hiding. The Codex estimates 37 surviving ancient gods still waiting for appropriate cradle vessels. Families who meet the cultivation thresholds, who have not yet been found, who may not know what they're carrying. And the origin lock. The origin lock requires all participating gods to have surfaced their divine memories, not a physical object, but a divine principle that reasserts itself when all its components are present and conscious. The sealing is undone by the presence and awareness of the original divine inheritors. He looked at the Codex's final pages. 3 gods in your children accounts for 3 fragments. The remaining fragments are distributed among the 37. Wei Liangji read the relevant passage himself, and in the reading a clarification arrived that he had been working around without fully stating. The warden's operational priority was not elimination of the godchildren but prevention of the origin lock's formation. Elimination was one method of prevention. Extraction of the divine memories, removing the fragments before they could surface and combine, was a more efficient method because it allowed the warden to deny the resources needed for the lock without the escalation cost of killing divine inheritors. Which explained why every instruction was don't damage the children. Which explained why Kuang's approach was capture optimized. If the warden extracts the divine memories from my children, he said, the origin lock remains fragmented indefinitely. The gods in your children are reduced to ordinary mortals. The memories stripped, the divine inheritance gone, the reincarnation cycle resetting to baseline. Mao Sheng's voice was steady. Your children survive physically, but what they carry, what they chose to be born as, is erased. Xiaohe's river god memories chose that moment to flash without warning. The flash was not targeted. It expanded outward from the child's chamber with the uncontrolled urgency of something that had exceeded a container, like water finding a crack. Wei Liangji felt it through his river echo as a burst of images. Armies of luminous beings moving across a sky that was not any sky he recognized, wielding forces that were not cultivation in any form he knew. And at the center of the memory image something vast and sealed and pushing against its containment with the patient force of something that had been pushing for 3,000 years and had only just perceived that the containment might yield. The river god Yinsu's battlefield memories. Not practice, history. The last war the gods had fought before the warden sealed them. He sat with the images until they faded. Then he looked at the Codex's final chapter again, at the passage about the origin lock, at the 37 remaining gods waiting for families that might or might not exist. I need to be stronger, he said. You need to be a great many things, Mao Sheng said. Stronger is the most fundamental of them. Begin there and work outward. Because the timeline between now and when the warden's network closes tight enough to prevent any of the 37 surviving families from finding their children is shorter than the Codex's initial projections, and 3 months of my remaining time is enough to give you every technique I possess if we stop wasting it on preamble. Chapter 32 Mao Sheng taught as a person who knew his remaining time with precision teaches. Without the usual academic caution of saving the difficult material for later, without the pedagogical instinct to sequence concepts optimally, with instead the specific clarity of someone giving everything at once and trusting the student to find the order afterward. The resonant father techniques. Not the introductory set he had been teaching since the mountain cave, but the advanced sequence, the 12-form practice that synchronized advancement specifically with the godchildren's divine growth cycles. The echo-deepening techniques that compounded the father's inheritance with each child's development milestone, creating advancement windows that corresponded to the godchildren's divine memory emergence timeline. Synthesis of phoenix and river echoes, a combined technique he called dual cradle flow, which Wei Liangji practiced until the two echoes stopped feeling like separate inheritances and began feeling like two currents in the same river. An iron monk, despite his curse-diminished output, sparred. The monk's 300-year knowledge of technique had been stored in patterns that the curse affected only at the output level. The knowledge remained while the power behind it contracted. He fought Wei Liangji not with force, but with structure, demonstrating formations and combinations that were impossible to recognize at the speed of actual combat, but comprehensible when demonstrated at the deliberate pace of a teacher who wanted the student to see the architecture. You're still treating the echo as a supplement to your own technique, Iron Monk said, after a session where Wei Liangji had spent 20 minutes attempting a combination that consistently failed at the third strike. The echo is not a supplement. It is your technique. Everything you do as a cultivator runs through those two channels now. Stop trying to place the echo on top of what you already know and build everything from what the echo gives you. If I build everything from the echo, then your technique becomes a divine inheritor's technique rather than an ordinary cultivator's technique with divine fuel. Yes, the elder's voice was precise. The previous fathers in the codex who survived long enough to matter, they all made this transition. The ones who died using the echo as a supplement simply ran out of it, because supplement has a ceiling and inheritance does not. Wei Liangji rebuilt his forms from the base. It took 4 days to feel natural. The forms he had practiced for years, built on the foundation establishment skeleton of the Silver Reed sect's basic curriculum, had to be dismantled to the joint and rebuilt with divine inheritance as the skeleton instead. It was not easier. The echo had never been easier. What it was, increasingly, was native, the sensation of technique being expressed rather than applied, the difference between speaking your own language and translating from another. On the 5th day, Mao Shang watched a training session. When it ended, the elders said, with the compressed economy he reserved for things he considered sufficiently obvious, that was different. Better. Different first. Better follows. He closed his notes. I want to begin the emergency resonance technique this afternoon. The one that allows you to channel both echoes into external healing rather than combat amplification. If my 3 months requires the technique you use to stabilize me, and it will, I need you to be able to apply it precisely, not approximately. You're teaching me to keep you functional, Wei Liangji said. I'm teaching you a technique that will be useful for the rest of your life, Mao Sheng said, with the patience he brought to corrections he had made before. Whether I am a present beneficiary of that usefulness is a secondary consideration. Begin with the Phoenix Echoes portion. The river follows more naturally once the fire is stable. On the 6th day, the letter arrived, Divine Carrier Bird, marked with the administrative seal of Dao Ren's new Grand Minister post. Wei Liangji opened it, read it, and felt the specific sensation of understanding a chess move several turns after it was placed. Dao Ren had not written a threat. He had written a notification. As Grand Minister, he was formally implementing an expanded search protocol for cultivators carrying anomalous divine signatures across 3 provincial checkpoints, citing public safety grounds under the Continental Cultivator Governance Code. The notification was addressed to Madame Kai, copied to the Regional Sect Alliance administrators, and forwarded to Wei Liangji as a courtesy from Madame Kai's information service. Not a threat. A net being drawn tight in administrative language that would require administrative language to contest. He sent a spirit message to Madame Kai. He needed Dao Ren's full network documentation, the information from the registry Jade, expanded and cross-referenced against the network nodes he had identified through captured scouts, formatted as a formal intelligence dossier rather than field notes. She sent back, for what purpose? His response, the Continental Cultivators Registry's own governance code, had provisions for reporting Warden Network infiltration of administrative positions. The code was old and had never been used because no one had previously had sufficient documentation to trigger a formal review. He had sufficient documentation, and Dao Ren's new administrative authority was a larger target for that code's provisions than a border checkpoint manager. Her response came 4 hours later, in the format he had requested, with a single notation in the margin. Interesting approach. Do not make me regret providing this. He began the formal report. It would take time to process through the registry. Administrative mechanisms moved at administrative pace. But Dao Ren, when it arrived, would spend significant resources defending his position rather than tightening nets, and the 3 months of Iron Monk's remaining useful service would be used more efficiently with Dao Ren occupied than with Dao Ren closing borders. And the report was only the first layer, because Madame Kai's mention of the Twin Reapers entering the region was the second layer, and it was arriving faster than the administrative timeline. Chapter 33. The border town was 3 hours from the grotto's approach road, small enough that news traveled at the pace of the single merchant convoy that passed through twice a week. Wei Liangji arrived in the early afternoon and found the town carrying the particular atmosphere of a community that had been handed a task by someone with authority and was completing it without fully understanding what it was for. The rumors Dao Ren had been spreading were worse than the Codex's description of administrative harassment. Not just divine contaminated infants. The story had acquired elaboration. A family of cultivators, fleeing divine corruption, whose children had driven 3 villages to madness before they reached this region. Burning buildings. Dead livestock. Divine chi contamination spreading through water sources. The kind of story that was impossible to verify, easy to repeat, and perfectly calibrated to turn every ordinary person in the region into a surveillance asset for the warden's network without requiring them to know they were doing it. He sat in the town's single tavern and let the story's presence settle into his awareness. 3 cultivators at core formation approached his table between the second and third round of drinks, not aggressive, not professional, carrying the visible discomfort of people following instructions from an authority they considered legitimate but didn't entirely understand. "Are you the one with the divine children?" one of them said. "I'm a traveling cultivator," Wei Liangji said. He had been paying for drinks with standard spirit stones and had taken care to suppress every signature below his cultivation sense's ability to confirm. Heading north. The Grand Minister's new protocol requires us to inspect any traveling cultivator for anomalous divine signature. The man was uncomfortable with his own authority, which told Wei Liangji he was someone who had been given a power he hadn't sought. "If you'll submit to a cultivation assessment, I will," Wei Liangji said. "And you're welcome to conduct the assessment. What you'll find is a nascent saint at stage 1 with fire affinity, which is consistent with several hundred Phoenix sect graduates in this continent's eastern regions. I'll provide sect documentation if you require it." He met the man's eye steadily. "I'll also tell you, as someone who has spent several months studying the Grand Minister Dao Ren's administrative record, that his search protocol is currently under formal review by the Continental Cultivators Registry for potential warden network affiliation. Your cooperation with his orders during the review period may become relevant to your own standing." The 3 cultivators looked at each other. "The review is formal?" one of them asked. "Filed 2 days ago. Registration number." He produced the filing number Madame Kai's documentation had assigned. The registry does not announce pending reviews publicly to avoid compromising the process. "I'm telling you because you appear to be ordinary people following instructions from someone whose authority you have reason to question." They left. Not because they were convinced, because the seed of doubt had been planted, and planted seeds required time to determine whether they were weeds or something more useful. He returned to the grotto with what he had learned. Dao Ren's operation was working faster than the administrative countermove, because administrative processes measured time in weeks, while rumors measured it in hours. He needed something that moved at rumor speed. He found Xinyu in the 3rd chamber, sitting with her healer's kit, and the specific focused stillness he had come to recognize as her state when the river god's echo resonance was doing something unexpected. "Something's changed," she said, before he could speak. "In my cultivation. The river god's resonance from Xiao He, it's been deepening my healer's qi in the direction of time rather than space. Standard healing addresses wounds that exist now. What I'm developing addresses wounds in their temporal context. Not just the injury, but the moment of injury, allowing me to treat it before it fully establishes." She paused. "The technique has a name. Tide reading. And it just triggered. What did it show you?" "Someone in this grotto will be critically wounded within 48 hours. She looked at him with the level steadiness of someone delivering information they would prefer not to have. "I cannot tell you who. The current is categorical rather than specific." A pause. "I can tell you it was not already set in motion when I developed the technique, which means it's something preventable, not something inevitable. Something approaching from outside, or something already inside that reaches a threshold." She closed her healer's kit with the deliberate motion of someone organizing the facts before addressing them. 48 hours. What are your movements over the next 48 hours? And who else is moving? Because a preventable critical wound is only preventable if we know which thread to pull before the 48 hours expire. Chapter 34. They went on full alert without announcing the reason to anyone outside the core group. Luo Mei, Iron Monk, Mao Sheng, Xin Yu, and Wei Liangji. Madame Kai's enforcers maintained the outer perimeter at regular intervals, and their position served as an involuntary early warning system whose reliability was independent of their awareness of the specific threat. Wei Liangji ran the calculation Xin Yu had framed. Critical wound. Within 48 hours. Not set in motion before the tide reading activated, meaning the triggering event was imminent rather than already deployed. The grotto's current threats. Dao Rin's administrative pressure, approaching but not yet critical. Huang's revised timeline, which placed him at minimum 2 weeks from a second breach attempt. The Twin Reapers, entering the region. Madame Kai's warning had been general rather than located. The Twin Reapers. He pulled what Madame Kai's network had provided. Sha Mo and Sha Lin, brother and sister, domain lord rank, which meant they operated above his current ceiling in direct engagement. Specialists in divine vessel elimination, not direct combat but poison, dimensional snares, psychological manipulation. They targeted patterns rather than positions, which meant their approach would not look like an approach. It would look like the grotto's ordinary rhythms until it looked like nothing at all. He sent Iron Monk through the outer ring for a full perimeter check. 36 hours later, the wound occurred. Not from outside. Not from a directed attack. Mao Sheng collapsed in the second chamber at the 36th hour, his cultivation core cracking. Not from the curse marker wound that Iron Monk carried, but from something older and more internal. A suppressed curse he had taken upon himself years before they met. A divine curse contracted while trying to stabilize a previous Cradle family's child through an emergency resonance technique that had cost him a fragment of his own core as payment. He had been suppressing it for years. The suppression had been holding because his body's cultivation equilibrium kept it contained. The emergency training pace, the stress of the grotto's weeks, and the specific frequency of the twin cradle burst he had observed 3 days prior. The combination had disturbed the equilibrium past the suppression's capacity. He went down in the second chamber over his notes, his hands going still on the codex pages. Xin Yu was there in 20 seconds. Wei Liangji in 30. He channeled both children's divine aura through the emergency resonance. Not twin cradle burst, but a gentler application. A healing current rather than a combat amplification, threading the phoenix and river inheritance into the elder's core in the specific pattern Mao Sheng had once described as the resonant father technique's healing application. The core stabilized. Not healed. The fracture was still present, but no longer progressing. The curse's expansion was interrupted, held in suspension by the divine energy flowing through the contact. How long can you maintain it? Xin Yu asked, her diagnostic instrument reading the stabilization's current. Indefinitely at this output level, he said, which was true and also not the complete picture. Indefinitely at this output meant continuous divine energy expenditure that reduced his combat reserves proportionally, a trade between healing the man who had given him everything and maintaining the capacity to protect the children that everything was in service of. Mao Sheng's eyes opened. I know, the elder said, without being told the situation. His voice was thin but steady. Decades of management. The stress changed the balance. A pause. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not dying in this particular moment. He reached for Wei Liangji's hand and pressed it, the transfer of grip that was confirmation of consciousness rather than urgency. But the final chapter. There is a section I haven't translated. I need 1 more month. You have it, Wei Liangji said. That's not how physical reality works, Mao Sheng said, with the gentle pedantry he reserved for people he trusted with the full truth. I'll make 1 month's worth of it work anyway, Wei Liangji said. Xin Yu looked at him with the expression she wore when she was determining whether to argue against a strategy that was medically unsound, but was also the only strategy available. She determined, correctly, that available strategies had priority over optimal ones. The tide reading also shows something else, she said, when Mao Sheng's condition had stabilized and they had moved him to the 4th chamber's better rest position. Not critical wound category, more like a pattern change. Someone has been watching this grotto's feeding time routines. The timing of when the children are most exposed. The Twin Reapers, Wei Liangji said. Probably. The pattern has been consistent enough that whoever is watching has established behavioral expectations for our movement within the grotto. She paused. Which means they have an internal observation point or an external one with dimensional penetration capability at low level, enough to see behavioral patterns without triggering the detection arrays. We changed the patterns, Iron Monk said from the doorway, his curse-diminished presence moving quietly in the way he always moved. as if he were practicing the economy of motion that would become necessary when the curse reduced him further. We changed the patterns, Wei Liangji agreed. And we identify the observation method before the Twin Reapers decide the pattern change means we've detected them and accelerate their timeline. He looked at Xunyu. The tide reading. Can you use it actively? Not prediction, but active current reading of the space around us. I've been learning to, she said. The technique is young. But yes, give me a day and I'll have a baseline reading of every emotional current in this space. A pause. If someone is observing us, they're feeling something when they do it. And I should be able to find the current. One day for Xunyu to develop the active tide reading. One day during which the Twin Reapers were still believing that their observation window was intact, and Wei Liangji needed that belief to persist long enough for Xunyu to find the thread, because a domain lord pair who knew they had been detected had options he did not want to face without preparation. Chapter 35. The 36th hour after Xunyu's tide reading prediction had passed, the elder had stabilized, and Xunyu's active current reading was developing. Wei Liangji had also spent 2 hours changing every pattern he could identify. Xiao He's feeding schedule, Xiao Feng's chamber position, Iron Monk's perimeter timing, his own training location. Not randomly, but strategically. Maintaining enough continuity that an observer would need additional observation time to rebuild the behavioral model. The active tide reading found the thread on the second day. It was not an emotional current from inside the grotto. It was a resonance feedback. The faintest imaginable return wave from something outside the boundary that was receiving a signal from inside it and processing it with the particular focused attention of someone absorbing tactical information. The source of the signal being received, a single spirit sense thread, thinner than any Wei Liangji could have detected without Xunyu's technique pointing him at the frequency range. Someone placed a passive observation tether inside the grotto, Xunyu said. Not a person, a device. Very small. It receives behavioral data from within the grotto and transmits it outward in a compressed pulse once every 6 hours. I've been reading its transmissions as emotional feedback because whatever processes the data on the receiving end has a distinctly focused quality. When was the last transmission? She checked the reading. 4 hours ago. Next one in 2 hours. They found the device in 20 minutes because Xunyu could sense the transmission thread's origin point with the active tide reading and guide them to it directly. The size of a thumb joint, affixed to the ceiling of the children's sleeping chamber in the seam between 2 stones. A Warden pattern construct, which meant domain lord-level manufacture, which meant the Twin Reapers. They placed it during, Iron Monk began. During Kuang's assault, Wei Liangji said. He breached the outer boundary with enough force to require all of us at the defensive positions. The Reapers placed their device during that engagement, through whatever dimensional penetration technique they use that operates below normal boundary detection thresholds. He looked at the device. They've been reading us for 3 weeks. He did not destroy it immediately. The next transmission is in 2 hours, he said. What we send them in those 2 hours matters. He looked at Mao Sheng, who was in the 4th chamber recovering. At Iron Monk, whose curse was visible to cultivation sense as a cold spot in his core's warmth. At Xunyu, whose tide reading was newly active and not yet at full operational capability. At Luo Mei, who was, he checked, at the chamber threshold watching him think. Send them something useful, Luo Mei said. Send them something that confirms their planned timing, he said. If their attack is scheduled for feeding time, we confirm the feeding time is unchanged. We just move the feeding location to a position where Xunyu and Iron Monk are already present rather than approaching. He looked at Xunyu. Can you read through the transmission device, send a false emotional current rather than blocking the transmission entirely? I've never done it, she said. But the mechanism is essentially the same as tide reading in reverse, seeding a current rather than reading one. A pause. Yes. I think yes. With enough time to practice the mechanism before the transmission window. You have 2 hours, he said. She began immediately, which was what he expected from her. He stood in the children's chamber for a moment after the others had gone to their positions. Xiao Feng was awake, the wing flames cycling above her in the colors that meant she was working, attention directed inward, at something that had nothing to do with the current moment. Xiao He was asleep with the complete unconsciousness of infants who have processed the day's emotional currents and decided rest was the appropriate response to adequate data. She knows, he said, to neither child and both of them. The wing flames cycled to white and held there for 3 steady breaths. The Phoenix God's specific acknowledgement, which had no verbal content but was not silence. He crouched down to Xiao Feng's level. The gold eyes tracked him with the unhurried attention of something that had been tracking significant things for 4,000 years and had learned to distinguish urgency from importance. The Reapers are coming, he said. We're preparing. If there's something you're planning to do, something specific, I need to know whether to keep you away from the approach or toward it. The wing flame shifted, moved in the direction of the feeding chamber. Not away, toward. He filed the information. He had learned not to require explanation from the Phoenix God when the Phoenix God communicated directionally. What Kira chose to do in the moment it happened would be what made sense in that moment. And 4,000 years of divine instinct about threats to the things she had chosen to protect was worth following without requiring it to be narrated first. He left the chamber and went to take his position. And outside the grotto's boundary, the Twin Reapers were 2 hours from receiving a transmission that would tell them exactly what they expected to hear, because it was the nature of expectations to be most dangerous precisely when you had taken steps to meet them. Chapter 36. The month of preparation. The month before the Twin Reapers committed to their final strike pattern was the most productive month Wei Liangji had spent since the birth, which was not a low bar. Iron Monk's curse had progressed from cold spot to a persistent contraction in his output range. He had compensated by making his technique more precise, which was the specific response of a practitioner who had trained long enough that losing power meant redirecting intelligence rather than accepting limitation. He sparred with Wei Liangji for 2 hours every day, and the sessions became, paradoxically, more educational as Iron Monk's raw force diminished and his structural sophistication became the primary tool. Domain Lord technique operating through nascent saint output, Wei Liangji said one afternoon, after the session had produced 3 situations he could not have parsed without watching a weaker but more knowledgeable version of Iron Monk navigate them. You're teaching me how to fight above my rank. I am teaching you what fighting above your rank looks like, when someone is doing it correctly versus when someone is borrowing power they don't fully understand, Iron Monk said. The echo gives you the power. What you do with it is your technique. When the echo's support is unavailable, between recoveries, during triple cradle bursts exhaustion window, you fight on what you actually know. He paused. Your actual knowledge is currently your limiting factor, not your power. Point taken and applied. Madame Kai came for her monthly investment review. She sat with Luo Mei for an hour before Wei Liangji's return from the city, an arrangement that had developed without planning. Luo Mei and the Domain Lord sharing the specific conversational register of 2 people who were not friends and were not pretending to be friends and had therefore arrived at a more useful register. Direct, mutually assessing, with the specific respect that accumulates between people who are certain the other will not waste their time. She mentioned, Luo Mei told him afterward, that the Twin Reapers have never failed. In 11 years of operating in the Warden's network. Not once. She mentioned it casually. She mentioned it with the specific inflection people use when they want you to understand something without having to say it plainly. Luo Mei's expression was dry, which is her way of saying, be prepared for a level of engagement you have not previously experienced. Because Kuang uses force and these 2 use everything else. The system had been updating Xiao Feng's development regularly, and the recent notation had a quality that caught his attention. Xiao Feng, Phoenix domain activity, elevated. Submanifestation, heat ward, passive, ambient radius 5m. Submanifestation, divine concealment, active, requires awareness direction. New, emotional pattern recognition, Phoenix God's awareness, tracking non-family presences at range. Not his cultivator's domain sense. Kira's divine awareness, beginning to extend outward from the infant through the wing flame. At 3 months old, emotional pattern recognition meant the Phoenix God was tracking the emotional signatures of anything near the grotto with a specificity that exceeded what Wei Liangji's river echo could produce. She was watching for the Reapers. In her own way, at 3 months old, with techniques she had been born knowing and was choosing to deploy. What does she see? Luo Mei asked, when he showed her the notation. 2 domain lords who have been running an attack pattern that hasn't failed in 11 years, he said. And apparently something about that pattern that she finds interesting enough to extend her awareness toward. He paused. I trust her judgment on threat assessment more than I trust my own. She's been doing this for 4,000 years. Then follow her lead, Luo Mei said, with the absolute certainty of a mother who had been following the gold-eyed infant's lead since the night in the cave and had found the approach consistently sound. And the wing flame above Xiao Feng cycled to orange and stayed there, which was the frequency it used when it was actively working rather than at rest, and had been at that frequency for the past 3 hours, which meant the Phoenix God had already decided what was going to happen when the Reapers finally arrived. Chapter 37. Domain Lord assassins who specialized in divine vessel elimination did not approach. They arrived, the distinction being that approach implied a trajectory with a visible origin point, while the Reapers operated by first achieving presence and then revealing it, which was a meaningful technical difference in the context of boundary defense. Madame Kai's network intelligence on the Reapers was specific where it had information and honest about the gaps. They had been operating as a pair for 23 years, originally contracted by the Warden's network after demonstrating extraordinary capability against a divine tier target in the northern continent. Domain Lord rank. Both of them, Xia Lin's sister, at the higher end of the range, Xia brother, at the lower end, but with specialized techniques that compensated. They did not fail. The intelligence on why they did not fail was consistent across every source. They attacked vectors that their targets chose not to defend, because the targets did not know those vectors existed. The vectors the Reapers had used against previous divine vessel families. According to the intelligence, the first family, poisoned through a trusted healer who was a Reaper contact. The second family, dimensional snare in the divine vessel's sleeping chamber, activated remotely. The third family, psychological division. The Reapers planted information that turned the family's allies against each other, then extracted the vessel while the family was occupied with internal conflict. He read through these the way he read tactical failures in bodyguard history, not for what went wrong, but for what the attacker expected would be defended versus what they knew would not be. They expect us to defend the boundary, he told Iron Monk. The dimensional interface. The external perimeter. Every previous family they targeted defended those vectors. They expect that because it's what you do against an external threat. The vector they'll use is internal, Iron Monk said. The tether told them our internal patterns. They've been building a behavioral model. They're not going to breach the boundary. They're going to send something through it that the boundary doesn't detect because it's not a force application, it's a resonance application. He looked at Xinyu. Something that looks like part of the grotto's existing chi environment. A void walk phase through, Xinyu said. Xia Lin specifically. Her cultivation profile in Madame Kai's intelligence indicates dimensional phase capability. She can walk through barriers that are calibrated for force resistance by shifting herself to a dimensional adjacent that the barrier doesn't address. She paused. The barrier is calibrated for chi force applications. A void walk is a displacement. Different category. She'll come through the barrier directly into the children's chamber, Wei Liangji said. During feeding time, based on the behavioral data the tether sent. While Xia disrupts the perimeter to prevent exit, blocking escape rather than fighting. And if they expect us to expect this? If they expect us to expect it, they modify the approach with one additional layer. He thought. But not too many additional layers, because each layer adds complexity, and complexity has its own failure modes. And a team that has never failed has not developed tolerance for complexity's failure modes. They will expect adjustment to one level of their base plan and have a contingency for that adjustment. They will not expect adjustment to 2 levels. So we adjust to 2 levels, Iron Monk said. We prepare Xiaohe's chamber, Wei Liangji said. Not the children's sleeping chamber the tether observed, a location 1 chamber over, which was never in the tether's observation range, which feeds the children during an adjusted schedule that the tether registered as the same feeding time because I had Xinyu seed the false current. He looked at the chamber arrangement. Xia Lin phases through the barrier into a chamber that contains 1 person only. The right person. Iron Monk looked at him. Me? The person who knows Domain Lord phase technique better than any of the rest of us. Because a nascent Saint Guardian who has spent 3 years studying the previous Cradle family's failure modes has spent 3 years thinking about what a Domain Lord phase technique looks like from inside the room it enters. Wei Liangji met the elder's eyes steadily. You can't match her power. You can match her surprise. Iron Monk was quiet for a moment. The curse has compromised my speed, he said. Less than your knowledge has compensated for it, Wei Liangji said. And Xunyu's temporal healing reduces the strike damage in the moment it occurs, before it can establish. He looked at them both. And Xiaohe's river god instinct has been doing something in that chamber for the past 12 hours that I suspect is preparation rather than coincidence. The wing flame above Xiaofeng cycled to white and stayed there. They had the plan. They had 48 hours before the tide reading's behavioral current showed the Reapers finalizing their approach pattern. And somewhere outside the grotto's dimensional boundary, Xia was preparing a perimeter disruption technique, and Xia Lin was preparing a void walk phase calibrated for a chamber that no longer contained what the tether had told her it contained. And the thing neither of them had accounted for was a 3-month-old river god who had been awake for 12 hours and had spent that time quietly arranging the room's temporal currents into something that was going to be deeply unpleasant for anyone who arrived uninvited. Chapter 38. Xia Lin came through the boundary at the 3rd hour of the false feeding window. Not with difficulty. She phased through the dimensional membrane's force resistance calibration exactly as Wei Liangji had predicted, her void walk technique operating in the displacement adjacent that the barrier's design had never accounted for. The phase completed cleanly. She arrived in a room that was the right chamber, at the right time, according to 12 weeks of behavioral data the tether had provided. The room she arrived in contained Iron Monk, seated in the corner with his hands folded. The room also contained Xiao He, in the cradle carrier, wide awake. And the room was full of water. Not water from any external source. The river god Yinsu's divine domain, manifesting through the 3-month-old infant's awareness in the one response that the god's divine memory contained as appropriate for a space that held a threat. A temporal current, structured as water, occupying the same dimensional space as the room's air without displacing it. Invisible to standard cultivation sense. Present and functional to divine perception. Sha Lin stepped into the room, and the temporal current caught her. It did not injure her. It did not prevent her movement. What it did was simpler and more complete. It found the exact present moment of her step and looped it, the step arriving, the weight shifting, the orientation completing, and then returned to its beginning. The same 3 seconds, precisely, repeating. Her cultivation output, her void walk technique, her physical momentum, all continuing normally within those 3 seconds. Simply not progressing past them. Drowning in 3 seconds of time. She did not understand it immediately. She pushed through the first loop with the instinct of a practitioner encountering unexpected resistance. The second loop she recognized as deliberate. The third loop she began attempting to break with Domain Lord Cultivation Force. The river god's temporal current was not resistant to force. It was a property of time rather than of space, and force applied in space had no direct relevance to it. She was trying to punch a reflection. Outside, simultaneously, Sha Mo initiated his perimeter disruption, a Domain Lord resonance technique that hit the grotto's outer defensive array from 7 points simultaneously, designed to prevent any exit or entry except the one he had positioned to intercept. It was precise, well executed, and would have worked against the boundary configuration he had observed from outside. It did not account for Wei Liangji being already outside the boundary. He had exited through the secondary passage 3 hours before the attack window, moving with the particular silence of a cultivator who had internalized Iron Monk's lessons about technique built on inheritance rather than on force. He found Sha Mo at the outer perimeter's eastern face, deploying his disruption technique, focused on the boundary in the way that focused cultivators were not watching what was approaching from behind. Twin Cradle Burst. 6 breaths. Domain Lord output. Sha Mo was faster. Significantly faster. The speed differential between a Domain Lord's full capability and a nascent saint's temporary Domain Lord approximation was real, and Wei Liangji felled it in the first exchange. 2 strikes evaded. 1 landed at reduced force. The third one hit him, and his defensive technique held the surface, but the pressure behind it traveled through to his core, like a hand reaching through paper. His heart stopped. 1 full second of complete cardiac arrest. The death-binding seal that Sha Mo had detonated in the moment of the first exchange arriving in the space between one heartbeat and the next with the specific certainty of a technique designed specifically for this outcome. A divine vessel guardian who could not be killed directly, but could be paused long enough for the extraction to complete. In that second, Wei Liangji did not lose consciousness. He experienced it as the river echoes time sense extending the second forward, giving him 1 second of total stillness in which everything he needed to decide was clear. Then Xiaofeng's wing flame arrived. It came through the grotto's boundary from inside, threading through the dimensional membrane not with the force of a technique, but with the permission of a god who owned the fire domain and had decided that her father's heart stopping was an unacceptable current outcome. The flame hit the death-binding seal with the specific temperature that the seal's construction was designed to resist, and found that the resistance had a gap where the seal's construction assumed Phoenix-class heat operated in a specific frequency. It did not operate in that frequency when the Phoenix god aimed it herself. The seal burned away. His heart restarted. The second ended. He hit Sha Mo with the remaining 4 breaths of Twin Cradle Burst at full output, and Sha Mo, a man at full Domain Lord whose defenses had just been exceeded on 2 frequencies at once, went backward into the mountain's outer stone face with enough force to leave an impression. But still standing. Still Domain Lord. Still faster. "We don't kill the children," Sha Mo said, his voice even despite the impact. "We have orders to take them whole." He looked at Wei Liangji with an expression that was not entirely professional. Something ran behind his eyes that was not calculation. "You don't even know what they're being taken for." "The warden wants the origin lock fragments before they surface," Wei Liangji said. A pause. "Yes, partly." Sha Mo's expression shifted in a way Wei Liangji's river echo read, as something more complicated than he had named. "Partly." The Twin Cradle Burst's 6 breaths ended. The recovery cost arrived with the completeness of a debt that had been patient, 72 hours before he could attempt it again. his soul threads stretched thin across both echoes, his meridians demanding the stillness they had earned. He stood between xianxia and the grotto boundary with 4 hours of night remaining and an assassin at full domain lord power who was both faster and fresher. And the question xianxia had left suspended in the air, partly, was the wrong question to have lodged in his mind when what he needed was every thought directed toward surviving the next 4 minutes. Chapter 39 The Phoenix God's death-binding seal removal had a cost. He learned it through Shun Yu's examination afterward. When the immediate crisis had passed, an assessment was possible. Xiao Feng had not eaten for 3 days. The specific energy expenditure of routing Phoenix-class flame through a Divine Metal Warden tier seal at a frequency precise enough to find and exploit the construction gap had drawn on reserves that 3-month-old Divine Aura was not designed to spend in a single action. She was not injured. She was profoundly tired in the way that only beings who have spent enormous amounts of a finite resource can be tired. Not sick, not damaged, but hollowed temporarily in the specific way that recovery addresses. She slept against Luo Mei's chest and did not wake for the better part of a day. While she slept, Wei Liangji stood outside the grotto's boundary and held Sha Mo's attack with the 4 breaths of twin cradle burst that remained after the death-binding seal had been cleared. Sha Mo was faster. Every time, the domain lord's full capability versus his borrowed approximation. The time sense from the river echo showed him each probable strike 1 second before its arrival, which gave him defensive adjustment that should not have been possible at the cultivation gap he was working with. He dodged 7 strikes. The 8th landed. The 9th. He took the 10th on a deployed echo flame shield, and the shield held, but the impact transferred through it anyway. The refined technique of a domain lord who had spent a lifetime developing attacks calibrated for people who hid behind elemental barriers. He was still standing. Barely. In the space between the 10th impact and the 11th, the river echo's time sense showed him a specific probability, 1 second forward, in which Sha Mo drew back to full output for a decisive strike. He moved into that second before Sha Mo completed it. Not to attack, to speak. Your sister is inside the grotto in a room she can't exit, he said. The river god has her in a temporal loop. She's not harmed. She can leave when He falls asleep. He watched Sha Mo's expression. Your sister is not my enemy. I don't want her to be. The question you were about to ask me. Partly. You said, what was the rest of that sentence? Sha Mo did not answer immediately. The hand raised for the decisive strike remained raised, but the decision behind it was working through something Wei Liangji's river echo read as genuine conflict rather than tactical calculation. The warden wants the fragments to prevent the origin lock from forming, Sha Mo said finally. That's what we were told. He paused. But the preliminary extraction protocol we were given, it's not a fragment removal procedure. It's a divine soul anchoring technique. It doesn't take the memories out. It fixes the souls in place. In a vessel the warden controls. Another pause. They're not planning to extract the memories and release the children. They're planning to use the children as a permanent anchor for the origin lock fragments, preventing the lock from forming by holding its components in stasis inside living hosts. The information arrived with the specific weight of something that reorganized everything adjacent to it. Not extraction, imprisonment. The children alive, their divine souls anchored to a warden-controlled vessel, held in a perpetual state between God and mortal. The origin lock fragments suspended by the living presence of the beings who contained them, preventing the lock's formation for as long as the children lived. The warden's mercy is real, the Avatar had said. He intended to let the children live as ordinary humans. Not mercy, a different kind of cruelty. Who else knows this? Wei Liangji said. The senior network level. Not the field agents. Most of them think this is a standard divine extraction. Sha Mo's expression had moved through several things. Sha Lin and I were briefed at the operational planning level because we're the ones who would be conducting the anchoring procedure. He looked at Wei Liangji steadily. We've done things for the warden that I don't excuse. But I was briefed on the anchoring procedure 3 days ago, and I haven't been able to think about anything else since. Madame Kai arrived. Not alone. 4 domain lord enforcers, moving in the precise formation Wei Liangji had seen before, arriving at a pace that said she had been traveling since receiving his spirit message from the boundary conflict's opening moves. She took in the scene with a single comprehensive assessment. Wei Liangji standing upright through what appeared to be considerable determination, Sha Mo with his strike hand lowered, the grotto's boundary intact behind them. The situation has changed, she said, more statement than question. The situation has significantly changed, Wei Liangji confirmed. Sha Mo looked at Madame Kai, then at the grotto, then at Wei Liangji. Sha Lin, he said. She needs to be released. She will be released when Xiaohe wakes up, which will happen in approximately 2 hours, Wei Liangji said. The river god chose not to harm her. He chose to hold her. He paused, which tells me something about what was happening in that room before she fell asleep. He did not yet know what it told him. But the Phoenix god had recognized something in Xiaolin 3 days before the attack, and had been pointing at her with the wing flame's directional indication since then, and now the river god had responded to Xiaolin's voidwalk entry not with damage, but with suspension, the specific choice of a 3-month-old divine inheritor who was 3,000 years old. And whatever the gods had recognized in these 2 domain lord assassins was arriving at a conclusion Wei Liangji would understand. When Xiaolin emerged from the temporal current and told him what she had experienced in the 3 seconds of time she had spent drowning in the river god's attention. Chapter 40 Xiaolin emerged from the temporal loop when Xiaohe fell asleep at the 2-hour mark, exactly as Wei Liangji had said. She came out of the boundary in the secondary passage, walking with the deliberate, careful quality of a person who has experienced something significant and requires space to hold it before it changes shape. She was not injured. Xinyu confirmed this with 20 seconds of examination that Xiaolin submitted to without resistance, which was itself significant. She was not aggressive. She was not performing calm. She was actually calm, in the way people are calm after something has moved through them that was too large for any other response. She found Xiaomo. The 2 of them stood at the grotto's outer stone for a moment that Wei Liangji watched from the secondary passage entrance without interfering. Not a conversation, a silent exchange of the specific kind between people who have known each other long enough to not need language for the significant things. Then Xiaolin turned and looked at Wei Liangji. The river god Yinsu, she said. In those 3 seconds, he was present. Not the child. The god. I was drowning in 3 seconds of his attention, and he was, she stopped. He wasn't examining me. He was recognizing me. Her voice was controlled, and the control had effort behind it. My family. My original family. The one the warden destroyed 40 years ago when we were children. Mao Sheng appeared at Wei Liangji's shoulder, emerging from the secondary passage with his codex case under his arm and the specific expression he wore when theory and evidence were arriving at the same address simultaneously. The historical records in the registry Jade you copied from Dao Run, he said to Wei Liangji. The 12th family, the one Kuang mentioned as incomplete documentation, 1 child survived. That was them, Wei Liangji said. The warden's network took them, Xiaolin said. Xiaomo was 4 years old. I was 6. They told us our family was destroyed by their own divine corruption, that our parents had been dangerous, that the divine children had been cleansed. They raised us in the network. They trained us with the specific intent of making us useful. She paused. We have been useful. The Phoenix god recognized what the river god then confirmed, Wei Liangji said. You have divine inheritance in your bloodline. Stripped, suppressed, but present. The warden's extraction procedure doesn't erase, it suppresses. And Kira's flame restores divine memory fragments from suppressed inheritance. He looked at the wing flame, currently invisible at full suppression inside the grotto. She saw it 3 days before you attacked us. She was waiting, Xiaomo said. Not a question. She was giving you time to arrive at your own conclusion about the anchoring procedure, Wei Liangji said. 3 days. From when she started pointing. The silence that followed was the specific silence of a significant decision being made by the people for whom it was significant, without input required from anyone else. Wei Liangji waited in it the way he had learned to wait in the specific moments when he was not the primary actor. Xiaomo looked at his sister. Xiaolin looked at the grotto, then at her brother. Then we want to help, he said. Madame Kai, who had been standing to the side with the expression of someone watching an investment thesis prove itself in an unexpected but acceptable direction, made a small sound that was not quite approval and not quite surprise, but was somewhere between them. The Twin Reapers joining the defending side, she said. The warden's network loses its most reliable field asset simultaneously. She looked at Wei Liangji. You have unusual fortune. I have children who are 4,000 years old, Wei Liangji said. The fortune is theirs. I'm just the person standing next to it. The system updated. Nascent Saint, Stage 2. Advancing. Threshold, Nascent Saint Stage 3. Echo integration rate. Accelerating. Almost to the formal Nascent Saint consolidation that would make Domain Lord the next ceiling to push against. And somewhere, he felt it through the edge of the river echo's time sense. The pre-activation trace of a third incoming divine presence. A woman was defending a mountain fortress alone, pregnant, and a divine message was about to tell him exactly where to find her. The voice, when it came, arrived in his soul like rolling thunder, bypassing every cultivation sense and every physical membrane to land precisely where it intended. Father of gods, find the third cradle vessel before the reapers do. She already carries the war god. Ironwall Keep, 3 days north, and she is running out of walls to hold. Chapter 41. The road to Ironwall Keep was not a road. It had been a road, perhaps a generation ago, when the northern mountain passes still saw regular merchant traffic and the regional clans maintained some pretense of cooperative governance. Now it was a scar in the rock, gouged by years of disuse and the specific violence of a region that had learned to stop expecting order from anyone other than itself. Wei Liangji moved through it faster than 3 days should have allowed. The father's echo had a secondary function he was still mapping: spatial instinct. Not true void step, not teleportation or distance collapse, but something in the resonance between his divine echo and the 3 children's auras gave him a directional pull, a sense of where he was meant to be going that turned 3 days of mountain terrain into something closer to 2. He brought Xiamo and Xiaolin. This was a calculated risk. The twin reapers had been hunting Yi Frost. If she saw them arriving, she would fight rather than negotiate. But they had more practical value on this extraction than Madame Kai's regulars, and they were faster. He explained the situation plainly before leaving. They were traveling to retrieve the third cradle vessel. Yi Frost was carrying the war god's reincarnation, and if either of them made any move that Yi Frost interpreted as hostile, Wei Liangji would personally ensure the river god's next temporal loop contained a great deal more drowning. Xiamo had looked at him steadily and said, "We understand the situation." Xiaolin had said nothing. She had put her hand on the soul compass Wei Liangji had pressed into her palm, tuned to Xiao He's river echo, which could be used to confirm their return path to the grotto, and checked its direction and nodded once. Wei Liangji discovered, 2 hours before arrival, that there was no wall left. He felt it through the war echo's first faint pulse. The third divine frequency was louder now, stronger than it had any right to be given that the child wasn't born yet, which was its own information about the war god Doru's personality. The pulse told him about large-scale structural collapse, about tactical positioning under emergency conditions, about the specific mathematics of a defender calculating how long she could hold 3 flanks with 1 person. He ran the last 2 hours. Ironwall Keep appeared around the face of the 4th peak as a set of broken battlements against gray sky. The outer wall breached in 2 places, smoke rising from the eastern gate, and in the middle of the lower courtyard, a woman was fighting alone against what Wei Liangji's divine sense counted as 140 soldiers. Yi Frost moved the way water moves through stone, not around obstacles, but through them, finding the point of least resistance in any defensive line with the automatic precision of someone who had been doing this for 20 years. Her combat style had no sect affiliation he recognized. It wasn't the Void Sovereign's cultivated emptiness, though she was clearly a Void Sovereign practitioner. Her chi movement had a different structure underneath, older, more angular, built around force vectors and pressure points, and the principle that the fastest end to any fight is the one that removes the most threats simultaneously. He had seen that doctrine once. In Elder Mao's Codex. In the annotated illustrations of war god Doru's battlefield methodology, which the ancient god had encoded not as technique, but as fundamental principle, and which Mao Sheng had described as the combat grammar of a being who has ended wars, not battles. She was fighting with a dead god's combat doctrine as natural instinct. Wei Liangji landed on the inner wall's remaining parapet and activated triple cradle resonance. All 3 channels, the phoenix warmth and the river stillness and the third frequency he didn't yet have a name for, something like a struck bell in a very large room. At precisely the moment the eastern flank's reserve soldiers moved to encircle Yi Frost's position. He didn't announce himself. He simply entered the fight on the eastern flank, and the reserve soldiers discovered the difference between engaging a woman defending alone and engaging a woman defending with someone who had 3 divine echoes running simultaneously. The battle was over in 4 minutes. The warlord's soldiers did not hold when the apparent situation changed this dramatically. When the last man fled and the courtyard fell quiet, Yi Frost turned to look at him. She was assessing him the way someone assesses a new variable in a calculation they already considered complete. Not grateful, not hostile, precisely neutral, the specific neutrality of a person who has learned that the arrival of help usually contains its own complication. "You're not from the Warden's network," she said. "No." He kept his hands visible. "You're not from any sect." She scanned him with a cultivator's diagnostic sense. "Nascent saint stage. Father's echo cultivation. I've read about this in theoretical literature." Her gaze moved to Sha Mo and Sha Lin, who had descended to flank positions without being asked. "And those 2? A pause. "Those 2 were hunting me 3 weeks ago. They changed their position," Wei Liangji said. Yi Frost looked at her collapsed outer wall, at the smoke from the eastern gate, at the bodies of soldiers who had been advancing on her before Wei Liangji's arrival. Then she looked at the curve of her belly and the specific way she had been standing throughout that assessment. Weight distributed to account for balance shift, her left hand kept deliberately loose at her side, near her secondary storage ring, ready to activate a defensive technique at any moment. "How long have you been tracking me?" she asked. "I received a divine message approximately 53 hours ago telling me to find you before the Reapers did." He paused. "I moved as quickly as I could. And before the message, I didn't know you existed." She considered this for a moment. Behind her, the inner gate's remaining structure shifted and one of the support beams cracked. The keep was not going to hold another assault, with or without Wei Liangji's assistance. "Then I have approximately 8 hours before the warlord decides embarrassment is worth another attempt," she said. "Say what you came to say." "I have the Divine Cradle Codex." The neutrality in Ye Frost's face changed. It didn't become warm. It became still in the specific way of someone who has just heard a piece of information they have been working toward for 6 years and requires a moment to process it arriving. "Let me see it," she said. Wei Liangji produced the codex from his storage ring and held it out. Ye Frost took it without reaching. She let him cross the 4 steps between them, which was its own test, and opened it to the 3rd section, where Mao Sheng's annotations were densest. She read for approximately 30 seconds. Then her eyes went wide. "Hook!" Ye Frost looked up from the codex and said, quietly, "I've been writing the missing final chapter of this codex in my own blood for 6 years." Chapter 42. The keep had a secondary fortification in its interior. A storage cellar reinforced with cultivation-grade stone that Ye Frost had been using as a medical room, and, when circumstances required it, a place to think. She led Wei Liangji and the Reapers into it without explaining why and bolted the door, then set the codex on the examination table she'd been using for her own prenatal cultivation checks and opened it to the last annotated page. "This is the end of Elder Mao's translation work," she said. "You can see where he stopped, mid-sentence, here." She pointed to a line that ended with, "And the warden's true purpose remains obscured because the 6th seal layer contains not a record, but a..." Mao Sheng's handwriting broke off mid-character. "Whatever stopped him from finishing this sentence has been frustrating me for 6 years. He's been dying," Wei Liangji said. Ye Frost paused. Was. "He died 12 days ago." Something moved through her expression, not grief exactly, because she hadn't known Mao Sheng personally, but a recognition of loss in the specific form of someone who had been part of a chain of scholars and understood that each link broken made the whole chain more fragile. "I'm sorry," she said. "He transmitted everything before the end. The codex translation, the techniques, the history." Wei Liangji looked at the broken sentence. "He didn't know about your research." "No one did. I was exiled from the Void Sovereign sect for conducting it." She said it without self-pity, just a flat cataloging of consequences. "They declared the Divine Cradle research heretical, which told me I was getting close to something important, and expelled me before I could finish. I've been working from my own resources since then." She touched the codex's edge. "And from the materials I took with me when I left." "You're a former Void Sovereign Elder," Sha Lin said, from her position near the cellar door. Ye Frost looked at her. "Yes." "At Void Sovereign stage," Sha Mo confirmed, checking with Cultivator's sense. "Yes." She looked back at Wei Liangji. "Don't mistake it for aggression. I didn't pursue that cultivation tier because I wanted to. I pursued it because someone needed to be strong enough to survive long enough to finish the research." Outside, they could hear the keep's structural complaints, the damaged walls settling, distant shouts as the warlord's surviving forces regrouped beyond the tree line. 8 hours was probably optimistic. "We won't be fighting through the night," Wei Liangji said. "My companions can handle an assault this size. You should tell me what you found." "Not tell." Ye Frost reached into her secondary storage ring and removed a thin volume. Handmade, sewn-bound, its pages clearly not paper. "Show." The pages were skin. Not animal skin, cultivation-saturated human skin, which was not a pleasant observation, but which Wei Liangji recognized immediately as the blood codex technique, a method of preserving insight that bypassed any external medium and encoded the knowledge directly in the scholar's biological material. Each page was warm. Each page contained writing in a script that was partly conventional characters and partly something older, pre-sect era notation, the kind of thing that showed up in the deep history sections of Elder Mao's library, the language that predated the current cultivation world's organizational systems by approximately 900 years. 6 years, she said. 63 pages. The warden's true purpose. Wei Liangji looked at the first page. The opening line was legible in conventional script. Asterisk, the gods were not sealed for their power. They were sealed for what they collectively hold. Asterisk, read me the key section, he said. I'll need to understand it before we reach the grotto. Grotto. She processed this. You have a base. I have 3 children. The Phoenix God and River God reincarnations are there now, with the cradle vessels, their mothers. He watched her face while he said it. Which means your child will be the 3rd. Xiaozhan. Yifrost looked at her hands, then at the blood codex, then out at the sound of the warlord's distant shouting and the structural groan of a fortress wall making its final architectural calculations. You named him already, she said. The divine message gave me the father's privilege, Wei Liangji said. I didn't choose it. I just received it. Xiaozhan, she repeated. Small battle. He's been fighting since the 3rd month, she said. Every cultivation session I've run, he's been in opposition, not harmful, not draining. Just arguing with me about technique. He has opinions about combat efficiency. The war god was known for that. Then he's consistent. She looked up. All right. You need to understand the warden's purpose before we arrive anywhere. The Codex's missing chapter contains information that will change what you think you're defending against. She opened the blood codex to its central section. Give me an hour. The warlord's forces tested the inner gate twice during that hour. Sha Mo and Sha Lin handled both attempts without requiring Wei Liangji's attention. He sat across from Yi Frost in the reinforced cellar and listened to 6 years of research delivered in precise clinical language that had the rhythm of someone who had rehearsed for an audience that never arrived. When she was done, he understood why the warden wanted the children alive. Hook. Yi Frost closed the blood codex and said, the origin lock is not a weapon. It's a key. And the only way it reforms is if all 3 divine memories surface simultaneously, which means the warden needs all 3 children in the same room at the same time. Chapter 43. Wei Liangji spent the walk back to the grotto. Yi Frost moving with cultivator speed despite the late stage of her pregnancy, which answered several questions about war god Daru's cultivation doctrine and its effects on the maternal constitution, working through the implications of the blood codex's central revelation. The gods had been sealed 600 years ago by the entity the warden's network called the Architect of Law, a being that had risen to cosmic jurisdiction by accumulating the divine law parameters of lesser divine beings, consuming them, and using their combined authority to rewrite the rules of cultivation in a way that made any further divine ascension impossible without its approval. The architect was the warden's original identity, its fundamental nature, not a protector of cosmic order, but a monopolist of divine ascension who had eliminated competition by sealing away every divine being that collectively held the one thing that could undo its rewriting. The origin lock. Explain the lock again, he said. They were moving through the second mountain pass. The grotto's father's echo pulled clear in his directional sense. Yi Frost didn't sigh at being asked to repeat herself. That was one of the first things he'd confirmed about her. She treated repetition as a function of importance rather than an annoyance. The origin lock is a combined divine object that was never created intentionally, she said. It grew from the accumulated weight of the gods' collective divine law. When enough divine beings hold domain over enough aspects of reality, their combined authority generates a passively maintained record of the original pre-architect parameters of cosmic law, the parameters that existed before the warden rewrote them. And the lock does what with those parameters? It doesn't do anything on its own. It's a record, but a record that, in the hands of any one of the original gods, or their successors, becomes a key that can be used to restore the original parameters. She adjusted her grip on the blood codex. Restore them, and the warden's monopoly on divine ascension collapses. Every seal breaks. Every suppressed divine inheritance reactivates. Anyone with sufficient cultivation and divine resonance can ascend without the warden's approval. Which is what the warden has been preventing for 6 centuries. Which is what the warden sealed 18 divine beings to prevent. She paused on the path, not from tiredness, but in the specific way of a person emphasizing a point. The lock scattered when the gods were sealed. One fragment to each divine lineage. Which means the only way it reforms is if all the fragments are brought together. And the fragments are currently in the children. She looked at him. Not the children themselves. In the divine memories they carry. Each reincarnated god carries their fragment as part of their divine inheritance. Another pause. Xiao Feng carries one. Xiao He carries one. The child I'm carrying will carry one. Wei Liangji processed the full shape of the situation. He had understood, from the original codex, that his children were targets because of their divine inheritance. He had understood that the warden wanted them alive for extraction purposes. He had framed the threat as the warden wanting to strip the children of their divine memories, which was already a horror. This was worse. The warden didn't want to extract the fragments separately. It wanted the lock to reform. It had been trying to reform the lock for 6 centuries, which was why it maintained the records of cradle families, why it let some cradle fathers advance before having them taken, why the extraction procedure required all children present simultaneously. The warden wanted the lock to reform so it could take the completed, reformed object rather than individual fragments that would dissolve on extraction. It had been farming cradle families, nurturing the lineages, keeping them alive, waiting for a generation when enough children were born close enough together in time that the lock would cohere, and then taking the complete thing in one operation, absorbing all 3 fragments simultaneously, using the origin lock not to restore the original cosmic parameters, but to give itself permanent jurisdiction over them. It needs my children together, he said. Yes. Which means that every time I've defended them collectively, every time I've had all 3 in the same location, you've been doing exactly what the warden wants, Yifrost said. She said it without cruelty, as a person delivering a structural diagnosis rather than a judgment. Your children together in one place are its best extraction target. Your children separated and hidden individually, one at a time, in different locations, are nearly impossible to extract because the lock requires simultaneous access to all 3 fragments to cohere. Why didn't it tell its agents this? Why have the Reapers been taking them individually when that doesn't? The agents don't know the full plan. They know capture the children alive. They don't know that individual capture is useless to the warden. She resumed walking. The warden's network operates on partial information. It's safer. A network that knows the full plan can be compromised. Agents who only know capture alive can be captured themselves without exposing the warden's true purpose. Wei Liangji walked in silence for 3 minutes, which was approximately how long it took him to map the implications through the father's echo's probability sense and arrive at the conclusion Mao Sheng had been racing toward before he died. The defense strategy had to change. Completely. No, not change. Invert. I've been thinking of this as a containment problem, he said. Defending a fixed location, keeping them together, using their combined resonance as a force multiplier. That's the obvious strategy. Yifrost glanced at him. The warden anticipated it. The actual strategy is dispersion. He thought through it as he said it, using the father's echo's war god frequency to run tactical simulations. Not permanent. They're children. They need their mothers. They need developmental anchoring. But the warden can't force the lock to cohere if it can't access all 3 simultaneously. Which means the best defense is making simultaneously impossible to achieve. That was my conclusion, Yifrost said. 6 years ago. Page 47. She held up the blood codex briefly. I've been trying to find the cradle father for 3 years. I needed someone who could actually execute the strategy, not just understand it. Wei Liangji looked at her. That's why you were exiled. You told the Void Sovereign sect leadership that the strategy required dispersal, and they said protecting a divine bloodline required unified defense. They said dispersal would weaken the cradle protection. They said a breath. They said a great many things that were strategically wrong and institutionally convenient. So I left and kept working. The grotto's pull was strong now, less than a half-day's travel. Wei Liangji could feel Xiao Feng's phoenix warmth through the echo like a banked fire, and the river god's layered time sense like slow water under ice, and the third frequency from the child Yifrost carried, pulling toward its siblings with the impatient directional certainty of something that had been waiting too long. He introduced Yifrost to the dispersal concept's tactical framework. She corrected 3 of his operational assumptions before they reached the first mountain descent. He filed the corrections without defensiveness. She reminded him, in certain respects, of what he imagined a war council felt like. Hook. Elder Mao Sheng's codex had a final hidden passage, a single sentence that Wei Liangji found only because the father's echo resonance caused the page to heat. If you find her, tell her I knew she was right. Chapter 44. The grotto received Yifrost with the specific wariness of a community that had been attacked multiple times and had developed defensive instincts that operated independently of conscious decision. Luo Mei was waiting at the inner passage entrance, not armored, not aggressive, but standing in the precise position that would let her activate the Phoenix Cradle technique in 2 seconds if the situation required it. Shen Yu was in the secondary chamber with Xiao He, who had been exhibiting unusual time-current behavior since approximately 40 hours ago, which coincided with the approximate moment Yifrost had gone into active defensive combat at the keep. She felt him, Shen Yu said, when Wei Liangji checked in. Every time there was a significant combat event at the keep, Xiao He's river echo spiked. He was tracking something. She looked at Yifrost through the passage entry. The war god's presence, presumably. They're the same age group, Wei Liangji said. The divine memories recognize each other. Xiao Feng also tracked it, Luo Mei added. She kept pointing north. She looked at Eve Frost steadily, the evaluation of someone measuring threat, potential, and fit simultaneously. You're the third cradle vessel. Eve Frost, she said. Former Void Sovereign Elder. Yes. Luome nodded once and stepped aside. Then welcome. The grotto is limited right now. The medical chamber is functional, the residential chambers need prioritization, and we're running 4 defensive layers. Mao Sheng's previous quarters are available. I'll need workspace, Eve Frost said. Research materials. And I'll need to speak with whoever's running your strategic planning. That would be Madame Kai, Wei Liangji said. She's been holding the outer territorial defense. I've read her work. Iron Orchid Intelligence Network, 3 regional territory holdings, 20 years of Warden Network avoidance. Eve Frost's voice was assessment rather than admiration. She's been doing this longer than I have. She has. He brought Eve Frost through the inner passage to the main chamber. The introduction to Luo Mei and Shun Yu took less time than he expected. Eve Frost was not a person who required warmth from interactions she understood as functionally professional, and both Luo Mei and Shun Yu were, in their own distinct ways, similarly efficient about categorizing relationships by their operational role. The 3 women achieved a working accord in under 10 minutes, which compared favorably to the 3-week process by which Luo Mei and Shun Yu had arrived at their own accord. Mao Sheng's former research room was cleared and given to Eve Frost. She set up the blood codex on the central table and began cross-referencing it with the translated sections of the Divine Cradle Codex within 20 minutes of arrival. Wei Liangji was in the coordination chamber with Madame Kai and the Reapers, discussing the dispersal strategy and what it would require logistically when the grotto's outer boundary alarm activated. Not the soft pulse of a patrol alert or an ambient intrusion signature. The hard activation that meant someone with significant cultivation power had deliberately and openly crossed the boundary threshold, which was distinct from any previous incursion in one specific way. Every previous attack had involved stealth, deception, or surprise. This arrival was none of those things. It was announcement. Wei Liangji emerged to the outer boundary in time to see Minister Dao Ren standing at the grotto's entrance threshold in formal cultivation attire. The high-collar ceremonial robe he wore for official meetings in the regional administrative context, which Wei Liangji had now learned to read as a specific kind of message. Formal attire when conducting informal violence was a statement about power asymmetry. Around Dao Ren, positioned in 4 tactical clusters that covered every exit angle from the entrance threshold, were 40 cultivators. Wei Liangji's divine sense cataloged them in 2 seconds. Nascent Saint rank, uniformly, with cultivation signatures that had the warden-binding mark he had learned to identify from Kuang's earlier appearances. 40 warden-bound nascent saints. Wei Liangji, Dao Ren said. His voice was the same as it had been in every regional council meeting, smooth, administrative, carrying the specific warmth of someone who had spent decades performing concern. I'm glad you're here. This simplifies the conversation. I thought you were an ally, Wei Liangji said. You thought I was a resource, Dao Ren corrected, without apparent offense. I was. For a time, that was a useful arrangement. Arrangements change. He looked at the grotto, at the dimensional fluctuations still visible from the river god's recent temporal loop usage, at the cradle bloom's faint luminescence in the garden. You've done well. 3 children. The complete set. Something like satisfaction crossed his face. The warden has been waiting for a complete set for 60 years. Wei Liangji kept his cultivation level stable. Not for deception. Dao Ren's divine sense could read him clearly, but because activating any offensive technique before understanding the full tactical picture was waste. How long, he asked. 30 years, Dao Ren said. The warden-binding oath was taken when I was at the nascent saint stage and needed the next step. He was not apologetic. Every cultivation advancement since the consolidation step has been the warden's gift. My current power is built on its architecture. The oath was a slight pause. Complete. What did you give in exchange? Records. Introductions. Careful management of promising cradle candidates to ensure they progressed far enough to produce divine children without advancing far enough to be threats. He looked at Wei Liangji with something that wasn't quite pride and wasn't quite regret. You were the longest-running candidate I've managed. The others didn't last past the 2nd child. The 40 nascent saints hadn't moved. They were waiting. Surrender the children, Dao Ren said. The vessels can remain with them. The warden's extraction procedure is painless and the children survive it. They simply lose the divine memories. They become normal children. Their mothers can raise them in peace. After extraction, Wei Liangji said, the origin lock coheres in the warden's hands. Dao Ren's expression shifted slightly. You've been reading further than I expected. Hook. Dao Ren raised one hand. and the 40 nascent saints began to advance simultaneously. And the grotto's pocket dimension let out a sound like strained metal as the warden-binding cultivation of 40 cultivators pressed against its boundary walls in perfect coordinated resonance. Chapter 45. The grotto was not built to sustain pressure from 40 warden-bound nascent saints operating in coordinated resonance. Wei Liangji understood this immediately. The pocket dimension's architecture was Elder Mao Sheng's work, layered over a natural dimensional cavity that predated any cultivation installation, and it had been designed to provide spatial stability, not combat resistance. The boundary walls were insulation, not armor. They had perhaps 3 minutes before the dimensional structure began to seriously fail. He activated triple cradle resonance. The 3 divine frequencies hit simultaneously. Phoenix, river, war. The war god's frequency louder now, more insistent, carrying the distant but unmistakable signature of a child who was about to be born into a battlefield and apparently had opinions about that. The combined output pushed Wei Liangji's cultivation floor to Domain Lord adjacent range for the duration of the channel, which was not the same as being at Domain Lord rank, but was functionally equivalent in short engagements. Dao Ren moved first. Wei Liangji had expected this. Dao Ren was a warden-binding practitioner at senior nascent saint stage. His cultivation was not his own work, which meant its architecture was different from organically developed power. Faster in surge capacity, less flexible in response to unexpected technique combinations. The warden had built its bound cultivators for reliability and force, not adaptability. Wei Liangji used this. The first exchange covered 30 meters of the grotto's outer courtyard in 3 seconds. Dao Ren's opening technique, a wave propagation strike, designed to disorient defensive cultivation sense rather than deliver direct damage. Wei Liangji's response, a counter-pressure using the river echo's time layering to fractionally shift the timing of the wave's impact so that it arrived at a different moment than Dao Ren's follow-through expected. Not a winning counter, a delaying one. Behind Wei Liangji, he could sense the grotto's tactical picture reorganizing. Yi Frost at the medical chamber entrance, her void sovereign cultivation flaring to full active state in the specific pattern of someone switching from defensive posture to combat readiness. Luo Mei in the children's chamber with Xiao Feng and Xiao He, Phoenix cradle barrier activated, the fire warmth of it recognizable through the father's echo. Xia Mo and Xia Lin on the outer ring, 2 of the fastest movement technique practitioners at the void sovereign threshold he had ever observed, beginning to work through the 40 nascent saints' outer clusters with the specific efficiency of people who had been among the warden's best field assets for a decade, and who now had both the motivation and the information to apply that expertise in the opposite direction. Madame Kai's people held the North Passage entrance. They were not nascent saints. They were talented cultivators at mid-tier, skilled and experienced, operating on tactics and position. Against 40 warden-bound nascent saints, they were the line that would hold long enough for the line behind it to matter. You have 3 children in this structure, Dao Ren said, between exchanges. Not panting, warden-binding cultivation didn't produce fatigue signatures the same way organic power did, which was one of its structural tells. One of them about to be born. You're going to exhaust triple cradle resonance defending the boundary, and when it drops, my people will be through the walls. Tell me something about the warden I don't know, Wei Liangji said. You can't win this engagement. I'm not trying to win it. Wei Liangji redirected a second wave propagation technique using the Phoenix Echo's directional flame sense to find the strike's origin point and answer it precisely. I'm trying to change its terms. He could feel the grotto destabilizing under the combined pressure, the pocket dimension's internal geometry shifting as the boundary walls absorbed more stress than they'd been designed to hold. Spatial compression at the north corner. Pressure differential building at the east wall. The dimensional structure was doing what strange structures do, finding the weakest point and failing toward it. Dao Ren landed a solid hit. Wei Liangji's defensive cultivation took it across his left shoulder, and he felt the warden-binding technique's specific character. Heavy, corrosive, designed to degrade cultivation circulation rather than deliver physical shock. 3 hits like that would start compromising his triple cradle resonance channel. He pressed back with Saint Fire Convergence, the technique Mao Sheng had transmitted in those final knowledge transfer sessions, a nascent Saint ultimate that collected every available chi thread into a single focused lance. Dao Ren diverted it, but the diversion cost him positioning, and Wei Liangji used the positioning advantage to drive him back 40 meters toward the outer boundary. The grotto made a sound like a bell cracking. East wall. The dimensional structure was beginning to fail at the east juncture point. If the grotto collapses, Dao Ren said, from the new distance, the children lose their dimensional anchor. The cradle environment disperses. The Phoenix Echo will activate its defensive protocol. burning everything within 80 meters that isn't marked as family, Wei Liangji finished. Yes, I know. He looked at the east wall, which is why I'm not going to let the grotto collapse. He sent a directional pulse through the father's echo to Yi Frost. She received it. He felt the war god's frequency acknowledge the signal, which meant the child's divine awareness was already coordinating through the maternal connection, which was either impressive or alarming, depending on how one felt about divine infants having operational awareness before birth. Yi Frost appeared at the east juncture point 30 seconds later. Her void sovereign cultivation deployed not as combat force, but as structural reinforcement, the specific application of emptiness-based technique to fill the spaces where the dimensional architecture was thinning. She was shoring up the east wall with her own cultivation as a load-bearing element. Buying time, Wei Liangji returned to Dao Ren with the specific intent of not winning this fight, but ending it fast enough to matter. Hook! Dao Ren's warden-given cultivation surged beyond anything Wei Liangji had seen from him before. The ground shattered in a 40-meter radius. The grotto's remaining intact pocket dimension rang like a struck drum, and Dao Ren said, "The warden's binding has an escalation protocol. You have 30 seconds before I exceed anything your triple cradle resonance can answer." Chapter 46 30 seconds. Wei Liangji had run tactical projections through the father's echo's probability sense since the beginning of cultivation. Not precognition, not fate reading, just the specific analytical capacity of someone who had trained a divine resonance system for long enough that its pattern recognition operated at near-instinct speed. He ran the next 30 seconds in the 2 seconds after Dao Ren announced the escalation protocol. Option 1. Defense until the warden binding surge peaked and began degrading. Estimated time to peak, 22 seconds. Estimated time to degradation threshold, 48 seconds after that. Grotto's east wall stability at current reinforcement rate, 16 seconds. The grotto wouldn't survive option 1. Option 2. Withdraw the children immediately, disperse. Sha Mo and Sha Lin were already clearing the outer ring. They could establish a movement corridor through the North Passage in under a minute. But Yi Frost was 7 months pregnant and shoring up the east wall, and moving her through a combat extraction with 40 nascent saints still active in the outer clusters was a different kind of calculation. Option 3. End it now. Wei Liangji pulled every available cultivation thread. Triple cradle resonance at full channel. Not the controlled, sustained version he had been maintaining for the past 8 minutes, but the complete open channel, all 3 divine frequencies running at full amplitude simultaneously. Phoenix, River, War. The warmth of Kira's flame at 90 meters, the river god's temporal layers pressing outward, and the war god's frequency from inside the medical chamber, louder than it had any right to be, carrying all the urgency of a divine consciousness preparing to enter the world at the worst possible moment. He felt a change at the 45-second mark. The war god's frequency had been parallel to the others, a resonance channel, directional information, combat instinct bleed through. Now it's synchronized. Not gradually. The way a bell harmonizes with a struck chord, the third frequency aligned with Phoenix and River simultaneously, and the combined output didn't add linearly the way he had assumed it would. It multiplied. Wei Liangji understood, in the half-second before the warden binding surge hit him at full escalation, that the triple cradle resonance technique had never been functioning at true capacity before. He had been running 3 individual channels in coordination. What the alignment created was a different thing. Not 3 channels, but 1 channel operating in 3 registers simultaneously, a single cultivation expression that carried divine domain across all 3 axes at once. The surge hit him at the moment of alignment. He let it. The warden binding technique was calibrated to overwhelm nascent saint class cultivation. It was accurate in its calibration. Against nascent saint class power, the escalation protocol would have been sufficient. But Wei Liangji's cultivation floor, at full triple cradle resonance alignment, was not nascent saint class. It was domain lord adjacent, and for approximately 60 seconds, the window he had, it would read as domain lord range to anything trying to calculate combat sufficiency against it. He drove that power through a single Saint Fire convergent strike, aimed not at Dao Ren's cultivation center, but at the warden binding architecture underlying it. Yi Frost had described this precisely. The warden binding was not internal to the bound cultivator. It was overlaid, a second cultivation system running on top of the original, connected to the warden's network at its root. It had an access point. Every external system had an access point, and the Father's echoes war god frequency, with its divine domain of ending conflict, which Mao Sheng's codex had described not as peaceful resolution, but as the application of precisely sufficient force to make further conflict structurally impossible, was, it turned out, specifically designed for finding access points in hostile architectural systems. The strike landed. Dao Ren's warden-binding architecture didn't collapse. It shattered, which was different. Collapse suggested a gradual failure. This was instantaneous structural dissolution. The warden-given cultivation dismantling itself from the access point outward, every advancement built on its framework losing its foundation simultaneously. Dao Ren dropped from senior nascent saint to a cultivation level that Wei Liangji since registered as pulse-shaping tier, near mortal, the level below nascent saint by 3 full ranks. He fell. Wei Liangji caught him before he hit the ground, which was not a gesture of compassion but of operational utility. Dao Ren had information about the warden's network, and unconscious prisoners were more valuable than dead enemies in most calculation frameworks. The 40 nascent saints outside, deprived of the coordinating resonance of their command structure, and facing Xiamo, Shaolin, and Madame Kai's forces with no commander, paused. Then they withdrew. Not fled. Withdrew with the disciplined tactical calculation of soldiers who had lost their orders and were executing the default protocol for that situation. Wei Liangji straightened. His triple cradle resonance channel was still open, still at full alignment, and through it he felt the war god's frequency change character, from urgency to something that could only be described, in a being who was not yet born, as satisfaction. Then a sound moved through the grotto's medical chamber that Wei Liangji had never heard before. Like a war drum, but once. A single beat, low and fundamental, that resonated in the chest rather than the ears. A sound that carried no specific cultivation signature, but that every cultivator within 5 kilometers stopped at, some without understanding why, and some understanding precisely why. Yi Frost had gone into labor. Hook. The war god Doru's reincarnation was entering the world in the middle of a dimensional collapse, with 40 warden-bound cultivators recently withdrawn, but still regrouping, and a former warden-bound minister unconscious on the courtyard floor, and the system updated. Third cradle vessel. Labor initiated. Domain Lord Tier Father's Echo upgrade pending. Chapter 47 Shun, you delivered the child. Wei Liangji held the grotto's dimensional structure together with the last reserves of the triple cradle resonance channel. The alignment had peaked and was degrading now, but he could maintain it for 30 more minutes if he accepted the cost to his cultivation circulation, which he accepted without calculation. Yi Frost was not a person to be left to manage alone, and the east wall was still compromised at 2 juncture points where the warden binding pressure had done its damage. Shaolin handled the east wall. She had, without being asked, applied a structural stabilization technique Wei Liangji had not known she possessed, void sovereign adjacent, origin suppression method, using her cultivation's emptiness principle to fill the dimensional gaps. The warden's network trained us in a great many useful things, she said, when he noticed. We're applying them differently now. Luo Mei came to the medical chamber entrance and looked in once without entering, then returned to the children's chamber, where Xiao Feng and Xiao He were exhibiting divine resonance responses of increasing intensity. The Phoenix God's flame was at its highest ambient output since Kira's initial awakening, warm orange light spilling under the chamber door. The river god's temporal current was running faster than usual, time sense accelerating in the way it did when something significant was being processed. The children knew their brother was arriving. The birth took 4 hours. Yi Frost was, if not calm, then controlled. The specific control of someone who had decided before the moment arrived that they would meet it on their own terms regardless of what the terms contained. She required minimal assistance. She instructed Xinyu precisely and without repetition about each phase of the process, and Xinyu followed the instructions with the river god practitioner's gift for reading a situation's requirements without needing them explained. Wei Liangji remained at the dimensional threshold, maintaining the channel, not entering the chamber. He had understood, from the earliest days of this project, that there were roles he served and roles he did not, that the cradle vessels were not adjuncts to his cultivation system but the center of it, and that the children were not his resources but his responsibility. He held the structure. He stayed in position. The drumbeat sound came at the 4-hour mark. Once, low, the resonance of something fundamental arriving. The east wall stabilized on its own. The grotto's pocket dimension stopped its compression sequence. The dimensional structure, which had been failing at 2 juncture points under sustained pressure, did not simply stabilize. It strengthened, recalibrating around a new anchor point, the divine presence of a 3rd child in residence. The 3 children of the Divine Cradle System were now complete. Wei Liangji walked into the medical chamber and looked at his son. Xiao Zhan was small in the way all newborns are small, and ancient in the way the war god Doru's reincarnation was ancient. Even in those first minutes, there was a quality of attention in the child's awareness that did not match the age of the body carrying it. The phoenix and river gods had both shown this quality. The war god showed it more directly. Less observation, more assessment. The child looked at Wei Liangji with eyes that had not yet developed full focus, and something in his expression, already, in the first minutes, was specific and intentional. He is healthy, Xinyu said. Yi Frost was leaning back against the examination table, maintaining the controlled recovery posture of someone who has been through significant physical demand and is cataloging what comes next. His cultivation potential? She asked. Divine Cradle Threshold, Wei Liangji said. The father's echo was providing immediate data. The third divine frequency was now external, now a separate point of resonance rather than a signal through the maternal connection, and the quality of it had changed. Doru's domain of strategy and force, and the ending of conflict was present at full intensity in a body 4 minutes old. He carries the origin lock fragment. We all knew he would, Yifrost said. Knowing and feeling are different. Wei Liangji held the child, briefly, as the medical chamber procedure required, and felt the war echo integrate. His cultivation shifted. The triple cradle resonance alignment that had been a temporary peak during the battle settled into a permanent new baseline, not at full combat amplitude, but as accessible architecture. He could reach that level now in under a second instead of 3 minutes. The system updated in his awareness. Asterisk third divine echo acquired. War god Doru's domain, strategy, force, and the will to end conflict. Father's echo upgrades to domain lord tier. Asterisk domain lord threshold. Accessible via triple cradle resonance alignment. Current cultivation stage. Nascent saint full consolidation. Ceiling raised. Next threshold. Formal domain lord advancement. Asterisk domain lord tier, father's echo. He was not yet at domain lord rank. That required formal cultivation advancement, which required time and resource he did not currently have. But the ceiling that had been pressing down on his nascent saint consolidation had lifted. He could see the domain lord threshold clearly now, the way a climber can see the summit after the last ridge clears. Name him, Yifrost said. He looked at her. She was looking at the child in his arms, and her expression had shifted from controlled professional assessment to something quieter and more personal. The expression of someone who has been working alone for a very long time and has, unexpectedly, arrived somewhere she did not plan. Xiaozhan, he said, as the divine message gave him. Small battle, she said. The war god was not known for small anything, Wei Liangji said. It may be wishful. A brief silence. Then Yifrost said, the Void Sovereign sect had a saying. Small water, persistent stone. She took the child back. Perhaps he will be that kind of battle. Hook. The grotto's cradle bloom garden, where Elder Mao Sheng was buried, produced a second bloom simultaneously with Xiaozhan's first breath. A flower neither Luo Mei nor Shunyu had planted, the same variety as the first, opening in the early morning without explanation. Chapter 48. The grotto needed a week to recover. The dimensional structure had sustained significant damage during the battle. Not catastrophic. The east wall had been stabilized and the primary anchor reinforced by the third child's presence, but structural damage accumulated in ways that created operational risk even when they didn't create immediate failure. Elder Mao Sheng's dimensional maintenance protocols were in the codex, and Yifrost could read them, but applying them required cultivation-grade spatial work that took time. Wei Liangji spent the first 2 days on structural repair work while Yifrost established her research room, and Luo Mei managed the children's rotation. The 3 infants were not interacting yet with intentional awareness, but their divine resonances were interacting, constantly, in the low-level harmonic exchange of divine powers recognizing their equivalents. The phoenix warmth banked itself when the river god's temporal current was active, giving him space. The river god slowed when the war god's assessment frequency was running. They were already learning to share the same space. On the 3rd day, Wei Liangji entered full consolidation work. He had been pressing against the nascent saint ceiling for weeks. The threshold between nascent saint full consolidation and domain lord was not a technical barrier, but a depth barrier, requiring the cultivation to settle into its achieved level with enough stability to support the next advancement. The father's echo's domain lord upgrade had raised his accessible ceiling but had not advanced his formal rank. That work was internal, the cultivation equivalent of allowing a newly constructed foundation to cure before loading weight onto it. Elder Mao Sheng had described this process as teaching the qi to know itself. The instructions in the transmitted legacy were precise. For meditation sessions of 4 hours each, separated by 4-hour integration intervals, each session focusing not on advancement, but on cataloging. This cultivation level, its texture, its capacity, its limits, making it known rather than exceeded. He ran the sessions in the secondary meditation chamber, Xiao Feng's Phoenix Echo providing ambient warmth that made deep consolidation easier, and Xiao He's River Echo providing the temporal stillness that made 4-hour sessions feel genuinely restful rather than endurance exercises. The war god's frequency was quiet in meditation periods. Doru's domain was not active in stillness, only in engagement, which meant the third divine echo operated as a background presence during consolidation rather than an active input. On the 6th day, Elder Mao Sheng's health occupied a significant section of the recovery period's discussions. Madame Kai, who had come in from the outer territorial position to reassess defenses after the battle, sat with Wei Liangji in the coordination chamber and reviewed the tactical implications of what had happened. Dao Ren was secured in the grotto's containment room, near mortal cultivation, his warden binding stripped, no longer capable of independent offensive action and apparently not resisting captivity in the way someone with remaining options might. He ate the food provided without comment, answered direct questions about the warden's network with the flat cooperation of someone who had made all their calculations and arrived at compliance as the remaining viable action, and did not ask to be released. He's useful, Madame Kai said. His knowledge of the warden's agent network is current and detailed. We should extract it systematically before his cooperation motivation changes. I've begun, Wei Liangji said. Sha Mo is handling the interrogation sessions. Dao Ren responds to direct questions more honestly when Sha Mo asks them, possibly because they both have warden network history and there's less performance involved. Madame Kai nodded. And his survival? His former power was entirely warden given. The binding dissolution left him at near-mortal cultivation. He can't hurt us. Killing him would remove an information source. Releasing him would expose him to the warden's network as a compromised asset, which would resolve his survival quickly and without our involvement. He paused. He knows this. Hence the cooperation, she said. Hence the cooperation. Wei Liangji ran through the next section of tactical planning with Madame Kai, the dispersal strategy Yi Frost had outlined, the operational requirements for separating the children's locations without compromising their developmental needs, the timeline for the grotto's dimensional repair. They were mid-discussion when the father's echo registered a sharp anomaly in Mao Sheng's burial site. Not a threat, not an intrusion. A life sign, not Mao Sheng's life sign. Something else. He walked to the garden. The cradle bloom had not faded. Both blooms, the first that had appeared over Mao Sheng's burial site after the elder's death, and the second that had appeared with Xiao Zhan's birth, were still open, which was botanically impossible for flowers that had no root system and no cultivation support. They existed, and they glowed with faint divine luminescence that the Phoenix Echo recognized as significant and the River Echo described, in its probability current way, as an ongoing transmission rather than a completed statement. He's still communicating, Luomei said, from behind him. She had developed the habit of appearing in doorways when significant events were occurring. Phoenix God-parenting instinct, possibly, or just attentiveness. Through the blooms. I don't know how to read it. Yi Frost might, Wei Liangji said. Hook. Elder Mao Sheng's estimated 1 week before the curse killed him had already been consumed. It had been 9 days since his warning, 7 days since his death, and the cradle bloom was still opening new petals. One for each day he had been gone, growing backward through time in the specific way of things that the river god's temporal domain recognized as not yet finished. Chapter 49. Wei Liangji found the codex's final section by accident. Not the physical codex, the original, which had been in Yi Frost's possession and which she had cross-referenced extensively in her first week at the grotto. The Legacy Codex, Mao Sheng's transmitted knowledge, which Wei Liangji had received in the final sessions and which lived in his cultivation memory as a structured archive rather than a readable text. He had been running the 4th consolidation session on the 7th day when the War Echo's assessment frequency did something new. It treated a specific memory in the Legacy Archive not as stored knowledge but as an active document, a section he had not consciously indexed, buried in the legacy transmission between the Saint Fire Convergence technical documentation and the historical records of the 11th Cradle family. He followed the thread. The hidden passage was a single paragraph, written in the presect notation that Yi Frost's Blood Codex had used, the language of the earliest cultivation scholars, before institutional systems, before sect hierarchy. A cultivation scholar's shorthand for personal truth, intended for a reader who would know what it meant without context translation. He read it 3 times and sat in the meditation chamber for approximately 20 minutes after. Then he went to Yi Frost's research room. She was working when he entered. The Blood Codex opened beside the original codex with a parallel translation grid she had constructed over the past week. She noted his arrival and continued working for another 2 minutes before setting down her translation brush and looking at him. You found something, she said. Mao Sheng's hidden note. He sat across from her. He addressed it to you. Yi Frost went still. Not surprised. Something past surprise. The expression of someone who has suspected something for a long time and is now being given confirmation. He knew about your research, Wei Liangji said. For how long? The note doesn't specify. But he calls you the scholar who finished what I started and found the part one was afraid to write down, which suggests he had been aware of your existence since before the exile. He paused. He may have guided the Void Sovereign sect leadership toward expelling you. A silence. Why? Yi Frost's voice was controlled, but the control was doing significant work. Because you were 2 years from finishing the Blood Codex's central conclusion, and if you had finished it in the sect context, the Void Sovereign leadership would have taken it. He had read the note carefully. They would have used the origin lock knowledge not to help the children, but to negotiate with the warden for their own advancement. Mao Sheng had watched a previous Cradle scholar's work get captured by an institutional system and redirected. He did not want that for the origin lock research. He made sure I would finish it alone, Yi Frost said. He made sure you would finish it independently. The note's final line, Wei Liangji recited it from cultivation memory, exactly as transmitted. If you find her, tell her I knew she was right. The isolation was the protection. I am sorry it was also the cost. The silence that followed was long. Yi Frost looked at the blood codex on the table, 63 pages of skin and 6 years of exile, and the specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being entirely alone on a problem that matters enormously. Then she looked at the cradle bloom visible through the research room's window, still open in Mao Sheng's garden. He planted the first bloom over his burial site, she said. The system acknowledged a life given in service to the cradle, Wei Liangji confirmed. And the second for Xiaozhan. The system acknowledged the completing of the set he spent his life working toward. He looked at the blooms. He knew he wouldn't survive to see it. The note was his way of being present anyway. Yi Frost was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in a tone that was not grief but was something adjacent, I spent 6 years resenting the exile. I spent the last 3 years looking for the Cradle Father so I could deliver the Blood Codex and complete the project. Another pause. I never considered that Mao Sheng might be watching. He was very old, Wei Liangji said, and very careful, and, according to the note, very guilty about what the isolation cost you, which he apparently spent 2 decades not knowing how to say directly. Yi Frost looked at the blooms for another moment. Then she picked up her translation brush. Tell me what's in the Saint Fire Convergence technical documentation that I haven't already translated. I want to cross-reference the convergence technique with the origin lock activation sequence. Wei Liangji recognized this as Yi Frost's version of handling something emotionally significant. Movement, work, the continuation of the thing that had kept her going. He opened the legacy archive and began reciting the technical documentation. Hook. Elder Mao Sheng's transmitted legacy contained one final technique he had never mentioned in person. Cradle Anchor, a cultivation-grade spatial binding designed to fix a specific location as the children's divine home base even after the grotto was gone. And it required the father's echo to activate, which meant Mao Sheng had been preparing it for Wei Liangji specifically, years before they met. Chapter 50. On the 9th day after the battle, Wei Liangji reached nascent saint full consolidation. He understood it was complete not from a system notification. The father's echo was not primarily a progression tracker, but from the specific quality of stillness at the center of his cultivation during the morning session. The nascent saint stage was settled, not straining toward domain lord, not pressing the ceiling, simply present at its achieved depth, with room beneath it for everything that came before and room above it for the domain lord advancement that was now clearly visible and structurally accessible. He sat with it for 20 minutes. Then the children did something unplanned. Xiao Feng had been in the main chamber with Luo Mei, running the morning temperature regulation routine that the Phoenix God's warmth required for the infant body's stability. Xiao He was with Shunyu in the secondary chamber, the river god's temporal current activity at its morning operational rate. Xiao Zhan was with Yi Frost in the medical chamber continuation of his post-birth developmental monitoring. All three, at what Wei Liangji could confirm through the father's echo was the precise moment of his consolidation completion, turned toward the garden. Not coordinated, not signaled. The Phoenix echo moved, and the river echo responded, and the war echo aligned. The same alignment that had appeared during the battle, but slow and ambient now. A resonance expression rather than a combat expression. All 3 divine frequencies at the same harmonic register, pointed at the garden where Elder Mao Sheng was buried. Wei Liangji followed them. He stood at the garden entrance and watched as the 3 divine domains, fire warmth and temporal stillness and the deep bass frequency of ancient battle knowledge, moved over the burial site simultaneously, and the cradle bloom responded. Not new petals. Not growth. The two existing blooms opened fully, which they had not done before, having maintained a partial open state since their appearances, and from the ground beneath them, without cultivation investment from Wei Liangji or anyone else, a third bloom emerged. It was different from the first two. Not a flower, exactly. A seed structure, sealed, that pulsed with the specific quality of something that contained potential rather than expressing it. A future bloom rather than a present one. Luo Mei appeared at Wei Liangji's side. What is that? The system's acknowledgement, Wei Liangji said slowly. He was reading the Father's Echo's response to the seed structure, which was providing the same categorical notation it provided for divine objects, significant, not yet manifested, requiring conditions. Mao Sheng's contribution has a continuing component, the cradle anchor technique. He paused. He encoded it into the garden. The children needed to be complete before it activated. And now they're complete. Now they're complete. He looked at the seed bloom. It would not open now. The Father's Echo was clear on this. The conditions for its expression were future conditions, dependent on events that hadn't happened yet. But it was present, which meant the event that would cause it to open was already in the timeline somewhere. He planted it before he died. He was very certain we were going to be all right. Mao Sheng had not said this in person. He had said, at the end, I am sorry I cannot see what comes after. And then he had transmitted the legacy and died at dawn, his hand in Wei Liangji's. And Wei Liangji had understood the transmission as a practical handoff and had been wrong. It was both practical and personal, and the personal component had been folded into the garden and the cradle bloom and the seed structure that required the complete set of children before it would emerge. He had been telling them, in the way of very old scholars who have practiced in direction for so long it becomes natural. You will be all right. Formal nascent sync consolidation, Wei Liangji said. In 3 breaths, if you could have everyone present. Luo Mei looked at him. You want witnesses? Elder Mao Sheng would have wanted a ceremony, he said. He always said that advancement acknowledged publicly builds a different kind of foundation than advancement achieved alone. He paused. I didn't want to argue with him then, and I'm not going to start now. She went to gather the others. Wei Liangji remained in the garden. He placed his hand on the burial site's ground marker, a flat stone from the mountain pass, carved with Mao Sheng's name in the same precept notation the elder had used in his personal writings, and said, to the cradle bloom, and to whoever or whatever was still present in the transmission the blooms maintained, full consolidation. Nascent saint stage. Domain Lord threshold visible. He paused. I'll reach it. I promise. The cradle bloom's 2 open flowers did not move. But the seed structure pulsed once, briefly, with the specific warmth Wei Liangji associated with Phoenix Echo acknowledgement, and then was still. Hook. The cradle bloom's garden glow, visible from inside the grotto, was also visible outside the grotto's concealment boundary, a dim divine luminescence rising from the mountain hollow where the pocket dimension was anchored, and the system flagged it. Divine signature beacon active, range unknown. Detection probability, increasing with time. Chapter 51 Grand Oracle Vei was not a problem Wei Liangji had been able to fully model. The Warden's network contained many elements he could map. Agents with identifiable cultivation signatures, administrative structures with predictable decision trees, bound practitioners whose warden-binding architecture left traces that the Father's Echo could learn to read. Dao Ren's interrogation had produced 11 days of operational intelligence that Sha Mo and Sha Lin were systematically converting into a network topology, a map of who knew what and who had access to whom. Vei appeared in the topology as a gap. She doesn't communicate through standard network channels. Sha Mo reported on the 12th day after the battle. His notes spread across the coordination chamber table with the color coding system he had developed for the intelligence project. The standard agents receive orders through hierarchical relay. Vei receives nothing. She transmits. The network reports to her, not the other way. She's not a controlled asset. She's a Warden network oracle. She provides the Warden with probability space analysis and receives significant autonomy in exchange. Which means the Warden doesn't know what she's doing at any specific moment, Madame Kai said, from her position at the table's far end. She had been in the grotto for 3 weeks now, managing both the external territory defense and the internal strategic planning. Only what she has already told it, and what she chooses to tell it. Dao Ren says the last confirmed Vei transmission to the Warden's network was 47 days ago, Shaolin added. She reported the Phoenix God's birth location as confirmed active in mountain region northern quadrant. No coordinates. No specific location. When her contact asked for specifics, she said the probability tree collapses better without them. Wei Liangji had been thinking about this since the Cradle Bloom's beacon activation had been flagged. She already knew where we were, he said. She knew approximately where you were, Madame Kai said. The beacon narrows it from regional to local. If she's been tracking divine signature patterns in the northern quadrant for the past 6 weeks, the cradle bloom gives her triangulation data she didn't have before. How long until she has coordinates? Madame Kai looked at xianxia current detection probability, 14%, xianxia said. Increasing at approximately 3% per day of beacon activity, assuming standard seer triangulation method. Vei is not standard, but she also appears to prefer slow, accurate conclusions to fast approximate ones. He paused. Estimate. 12 days before she has actionable coordinates. 12 days. Simultaneously, a messenger arrived from the regional relay network Madame Kai maintained, the Iron Orchid's communication channels, which operated independently of any cultivation network system, and had survived multiple Warden network attempts at penetration through the simple expedient of never using cultivation-detectable methods. Physical relay. Human couriers. Paper messages in cipher. The message was from Madame Kai's city intelligence contact. She read it and said, without particular inflection, the Crimson Crown Trials. Regional tournament at Goldfield City. 2 weeks away. Wei Liangji looked at her. Open entry at nascent Saint stage and above, she continued. Prize structure includes territory recognition, which is what I need to formally hold the outer defense perimeter without challenge from the 3 regional sect authorities who have been disputing my territorial claims for 4 years. She folded the message. And before you suggest that my needs don't outweigh the detection risk, if I don't secure the territorial recognition, I cannot hold the outer defense perimeter, which means the grotto's regional protection layer collapses. You need me to enter, Wei Liangji said. I need a representative from our alliance to place well enough to trigger the territorial resolution mechanism. She looked at him directly. Yes, you. The grotto will be without my triple cradle resonance alignment during the tournament period, Wei Liangji said. Yi Frost is at Void Sovereign stage, Madame Kai said. With Sha Mo and Sha Lin on defensive perimeter, and the cradle anchor technique that Mao Sheng encoded into the garden, the grotto's defensive capacity during your absence is comparable to its capacity during your presence. This was accurate but incomplete, and they both knew it. The children's combined divine resonance was the grotto's primary asset and its primary vulnerability, and Wei Liangji's absence removed the father's echo's triple cradle resonance alignment from the defensive equation. But the territorial recognition argument was also accurate and also incomplete. He ran the father's echo probability assessment. The divergence options spread, enter the tournament and hold the territorial defense layer, or remain and lose Madame Kai's protection before Vei's triangulation concluded. Neither path was clean. I'll enter, he said. Under a false name, Madame Kai said immediately. The tournament registration uses cultivation sense verification, which means participants know your stage, but not your identity. Register as Wei Lang. And if someone recognizes the father's echo signature? Anyone who can identify father's echo cultivation at range is already aware that you exist, she said. The tournament won't make that worse. Hook. Wei Liangji's cultivation sense scan of the tournament registration documents, delivered with the Iron Orchid messenger, identified 5 names in the registered participant list, 5 cultivation signatures he had encountered in the field over the past 6 months, all recognized as Warden Network bounty hunters who had been circling the northern region since before Xiaofeng's birth. Chapter 52. The grotto's preparation for his departure took 3 days. Yi Frost ran defensive protocol drills with Sha Mo and Sha Lin, testing response time for each of the 6 incursion scenarios they had identified as highest probability. She was systematic about it, identifying gaps, adjusting coverage, redistributing positions without ego about whose original plan was being revised. She had a particular talent for seeing defensive architecture the way combat practitioners couldn't, as a structural problem rather than a personal challenge. The North Secondary Passage has a 12-second coverage gap between Sha Mo's rotation and the boundary collapse protocol, she reported, on the 2nd drill day. During that gap, a Void Sovereign practitioner with sufficient spatial technique could enter the grotto without triggering the alarm sequence. Can you cover it? Wei Liangji asked. I can close it to 4 seconds. Closing it to 0 requires someone with cultivation speed I don't have. She looked at Sha Lin. Sha Lin said, I'll run double rotation on the North Passage. The 4-second gap is manageable if the alarm triggers correctly. She paused. The alarm triggers correctly. Confirmed, Sha Mo said. Wei Liangji ran the cradle anchor activation test on the morning of departure day. The technique was operational. It had activated automatically with the children's presence and the garden seed structure, but activation and reliability were different conditions, and he wanted confirmation that the spatial binding Mao Sheng had encoded into the garden would hold under pressure. Yi Frost ran the pressure test. The cradle anchor held at 3 times the estimated incursion load. He built it for worse than he told you to expect, Yi Frost said. He was conservative in person, Wei Liangji agreed. Apparently not in technique design. He said goodbye to the children the morning he left. Xiao Feng was at her most communicative in the early morning. The Phoenix God's consciousness was sharpest when the light was fresh and cool, before the day's cultivation activity warmed the ambient temperature and shifted the divine domain's active expression setting. She looked at Wei Liangji with the specific attention of someone who understood separation as a concept and had not yet decided how she felt about it. I'll be back before the tournament ends, he told her. 12 days. She made the wing gesture, a small fanning motion of both hands that Luo Mei had been interpreting as the Phoenix God's signature acknowledgement, and looked away. Xiao was asleep. The river god tended to demonstrate concern through temporal current irregularities rather than visible response, and the current was running stable this morning, which Wei Liangji read as either calm acceptance or the river god's assessment that the tournament was a low-consequence event in the probability tree. Neither interpretation was fully reassuring. Xiao Zhan was alert, as Xiao Zhan generally was, the war god's assessment frequency running its baseline scan of the environment at all times, cataloging the same information repeatedly because the information might have changed since the last scan. He was 11 days old and already had opinions about defensive perimeter coverage, expressed through the specific quality of attention he directed at the North Passage when the coverage gap drill was running. Keep an eye on the passage, Wei Liangji told him. The child's expression did not change. It was already watching the passage. Goldfield City was a 2-day journey south, well within the regional territory that Madame Kai's network covered, well-trafficked enough that Wei Liangji's movement through it as a solo practitioner would generate no attention. He traveled under the Wei Lang identity, suppressed his father's echo to standard nascent Saint Red, and arrived at the tournament registration hall on the morning of the first day's matches. The city was large enough to have a permanent cultivation arena, tiered stone seating around a competition floor with boundary formations visible in the stonework, the specific architecture of a space designed to contain cultivation-level force exchanges without structural risk to the crowd. The registration hall was adjacent, running the participant check-in with the efficient bureaucracy of an institution that had been doing this for several generations. Wei Liangji registered as Wei Lang, nascent Saint Stage, no sect affiliation. The registration clerk checked his cultivation level with a standard diagnostic badge and waved him through. He found a position in the competitor waiting area and ran a systematic divine sense scan of the tournament grounds. The 5 bounty hunters from the registration list were present, 2 in the competitor area, 3 in the crowd. They had not noticed him yet, or they had noticed him and were pretending not to, which was a different operational choice with different implications for the next 12 days. A 6th presence, one he had not cataloged from the registration documents, stood at the tournament host's private viewing platform and was not a bounty hunter. A young man in formal administrative robes, the kind that announced rank rather than concealing it, with a cultivation level at senior nascent saint stage and a specific resonance artifact on his right wrist that Wei Liangji's father's echo recognized immediately, a warden seal. Hook, the tournament host, a young prince named Erlin, according to the Iron Orchid intelligence dossier Madame Kai had included with the tournament documents, made brief eye contact with Wei Liangji from the private platform, held it for 2 seconds, and then looked deliberately away, which was the specific behavior of someone who had already identified who he was and was choosing the precise moment to act on that identification. Chapter 53 Wei Liangji's first-round match was against a sect fighter from the Dust Cloud Alliance. Mid-nascent Saint Stage, solid technique, no Warden Network affiliation. He won it in 4 exchanges by finding the structural gap in the Alliance fighting style that Mao Sheng's Codex had documented 40 years ago when the style was developed, and which had apparently not been revised since. The crowd registered mild interest. He held his cultivation level to strict nascent Saint Red throughout, which required active suppression but was manageable for match-length intervals. The Father's Echo's War God frequency made suppression slightly harder than before Xiao Zhan's birth. The 3rd Divine Echo added combat instinct data that produced an automatic optimization pressure on his fighting style, wanting to use the most effective approach rather than the strategically appropriate one. Between 1st and 2nd rounds, a fighter approached him in the competitor waiting area. Young, early 20s, which in cultivation terms meant recently advanced past the 1st tier threshold. Sect affiliation visible in the embroidery style of his training clothes, though the sect symbol had been removed, leaving its negative space. Cultivation level at upper pulse shaping. which meant he had no business in a nascent Saint tournament unless the tournament had an open lower-tier division, which Wei Liangji confirmed it did. Wei Lang, the young man said. Yes. Chen Bao. He said it the way people say names when they want to give the listener a chance to place them, presenting an identifier rather than completing an introduction. I'm in the lower-tier bracket. You don't know me. Correct, Wei Liangji said. My family is in the Dao Ren network roster. He said this quietly, at a volume that didn't carry past 1 meter. Was in the roster. The third family destroyed in the Northern Purge 7 years ago. Wei Liangji reassessed the young man against this information. The sect emblem removal. That was intentional, not careless. Someone who had removed their sect identification because the sect was gone, not because they were hiding affiliation. Pulse shaping at early 20s meant development interrupted, a cultivation trajectory that had been proceeding normally and had then been cut off from the resources that would have continued it. How did you find the roster? Wei Liangji asked. I've been working with the Crimson Scroll merchants for 4 years, Chen Bao said. They maintain historical records of cultivation family registries. The Warden's network uses the Crimson Scroll network as a documentation relay without realizing the merchants themselves don't cooperate. The records have gaps where the Warden's network has tried to delete families from the registry. I found my family's gap 7 years ago and started mapping backwards from it. This was operational work Wei Liangji had not expected from a mid-tier fighter at a regional tournament. He looked at Chen Bao with the specific reassessment that required. You've been tracking the Warden's agent network, he said. Peripherally, Chen Bao said. Not with cultivation power, I don't have enough. With information. He paused. I know you're not Wei Lang. The Father's Echo cultivation reads differently from every standard system I've cataloged in 4 years of tracking, and the pattern matches the theoretical Father's Echo description in a pre-sect cultivation survey I found at the Crimson Scroll Northern Archive 2 years ago. Another pause. I'm not a threat. I would like to help. Wei Liangji ran the Father's Echo probability sense on the young man. Not precognition, never that. But pattern recognition, character read, the accumulated weight of decisions visible in how a person carried their cultivation history. Chen Bao's cultivation had been disrupted but not abandoned. He had continued developing it under difficult conditions with limited resources, which was a decision that required both discipline and belief in the eventual resumption of something worth developing for. He had been operating as an information gatherer for 4 years without a support structure, which was dangerous and slow and suggested a person who had decided the project was worth the cost. Mao Sheng had described Wei Liangji himself in similar terms, in the early days. Someone who had decided the project was worth the cost. Your tournament match is in 12 minutes, Wei Liangji said. Win it and meet me here after. Chen Bao nodded once and walked toward the lower-tier competition area. Wei Liangji ran his second-round match against a domain boundary fighter from the regional sect authority, more skilled than the first, requiring 3 minutes of genuine engagement, and returned to the waiting area to find Chen Bao already present, with a bruised left wrist and an expression that suggested his lower-tier match had been won with less elegance than hoped. What do you know about Prince Erlin? Wei Liangji asked. Hook, Chen Bao said. He has a warden seal on his right wrist. He received it 8 months ago, before the tournament was announced. He's had the tournament planned for at least 6 months, long enough that the announcement was a trap, not an opportunity. Chapter 54 The Crimson Scroll archive that Chen Bao had been working from was not a cultivation institution. It was a merchant guild that had maintained physical document records for 300 years with no cultivation component, the mundane equivalent of Elder Mao Sheng's Codex project, run by people who understood that knowledge carefully preserved outlasts institutional authority. Chen Bao had been their informal historian since age 19, when he had walked into the Northern Archive looking for his family's records and found, instead, a 400-page gap in the regional cultivation registry that corresponded precisely to the years when the Warden's network had been most active in systematic family elimination. The guild's archivist had recognized what he was looking for. She had given him everything she had. 17 families in the Northern Registry, Chen Bao said. They were in the secondary competitor room, less trafficked than the main waiting area, the ambient noise of the tournament crowd providing sufficient cover for quiet conversation. Documented as existing. Documentation then becomes partial, then sparse, then absent, in a sequence that follows the same pattern for each family. The Warden's network doesn't delete records, it stops generating them. Families disappear from the record by becoming too dangerous to document, and then by ceasing to exist. And the Warden's communication method with Prince Erlin? Wei Liangji asked. The seal doesn't transmit the way standard cultivation communication does, Chen Bao said. It receives passive information, probability space data from Grand Oracle Vei's network. Erlin knows what Vei has already calculated, which in this case appears to be. The Divine Cradle Father will enter the Crimson Crown trials because his alliance partner needs the territorial outcome. He spread 3 documents on the bench between them, Crimson Scroll copies of the tournament registration process, each marked with small notations in a hand Wei Liangji didn't recognize. These are the registration records. The bounty hunter entries were flagged for processing 6 weeks before the tournament was announced. They were placed in advance. Before Madame Kai had announced she was entering a representative. Before the tournament was publicly announced at all, Chun Bao pointed to the flagged entries. These 5 registrations arrived at the tournament authority 3 weeks before the public posting. They came through the Iron Orchid Territorial Claim Filing System, which means someone with access to Madame Kai's territorial documentation structure inserted the flagged entries under the filing system's own authentication credentials. Wei Liangji understood. The tournament wasn't announced and then exploited, he said. The tournament was designed around the territorial claim dynamic that Madame Kai would respond to. Someone who understood the Iron Orchid strategic requirements well enough to predict that she would need this tournament's territorial resolution mechanism. Vei, Qinbao said. She's been watching the Iron Orchid's territorial dispute for 4 years, according to the archive's documentation of regional sect authority proceedings. She built the trap to the specific shape of Madame Kai's need. This was a different level of operational sophistication than anything Wei Liangji had encountered previously in the Warden's network. Not force, not even deception exactly. Probability architecture. Building a situation that would produce the desired outcome through the normal decisions of the people inside it. Erlin's Warden seal has a summoning function, Wei Liangji said. He can activate a direct summon notification that goes to any Warden-bound hunter within a 100-kilometer radius, Qin Bao confirmed. Estimated response time. 6 to 8 hours, depending on current deployment. 6 to 8 hours. The tournament was a 3-day event. If Wei Liangji remained through the tournament, finished his matches, secured Madame Kai's territorial recognition, 3 days minimum, during which Erlin could summon additional Warden-bound hunters at any moment. If he withdrew from the tournament, Madame Kai lost the territorial resolution she needed, and the grotto's outer defense layer became untenable within 2 months. Neither option was the right option, which meant there was a third option that Vei had not anticipated, and he had approximately 24 hours to find it before the tournament's second day, put him in the semi-finals, and Erlin's patience for waiting ran out. What else does the archive have on the Warden's network regional structure? He asked. Chun Bao opened a 4th document. I brought everything I thought would be relevant. Hook. The 4th document was a map. The Warden's network communication relay points in the Northern and Central Territories, compiled by the Crimson Scroll archivist from 17 years of gap analysis in the cultivation registry, and one of the relay points was directly beneath the tournament arena. Chapter 55 Wei Liangji escalated his tournament performance on the second day. This required calculation. Moving through the bracket quickly enough to reach a conclusion before Erlin's patience failed meant winning in a way that looked like genuine advancement rather than urgency. A competitor pushing their limit, not a cultivator trying to get out of a trap fast. The crowd read pace as character, and character read as threat or legitimacy, depending on how it was expressed. He defeated his third-round opponent in 2 exchanges. Not carelessly. 2 exchanges that demonstrated his cultivation's specific technical character. The father's echoes combat expression visible enough to confirm he was worth watching and not so exposed that it fully identified him to anyone looking for the Divine Cradle signature. 4th round. A senior nascent saint practitioner from the largest regional sect authority, technically sophisticated, with a cultivation style designed to probe opponents' peak capacity and identify exploitable limits. Wei Liangji let the probing proceed for 40 seconds and then responded with Saint Fire Convergence at 80% output, controlled enough to stop short of domain lord-adjacent range, forceful enough to end the match decisively. The crowd registered significant interest. 5th round, another senior nascent saint, different sect. Wei Liangji won in 30 seconds. By the end of the second day, he had 4 matches remaining before the final, and the tournament crowd had developed a clear awareness that the unaffiliated nascent saint cultivator registered as Wei Lang had a cultivation technique that didn't match any known sect methodology and a match pace that suggested either extraordinary confidence or extraordinary urgency. Qin Bao was in the lower tier bracket throughout. He had advanced, carefully, without drawing attention. He met Wei Liangji at the day's end in the competitor preparation area with an expression that said the situation had developed. 3 of the bounty hunters have left the crowd seating, he said. They're in the tournament staff corridors. The relay point under the arena. I think they're activating it. Not the seal, Wei Liangji said. Erlin hasn't used the seal. No, this is a different communication. One of the 5 was at the relay point area for approximately 40 minutes this afternoon, according to the Crimson Scroll contact I have in the city's infrastructure maintenance records. Qinbao paused. The relay point communicates with the grotto. Wei Liangji went still. Not transmission to the grotto. Qinbao amended quickly. Reception from the grotto, or from the divine signature in the grotto's vicinity. The relay point is a detection array, not a communication device. It registers divine signature output and converts it to coordinates. Wei Liangji ran the father's echoes probability tree on the timeline. The tournament had been constructed to run during a specific window, not the window of Wei Liangji's presence in Goldfield City, but the window of the Cradle Bloom's beacon activity. Someone had calculated that the beacon would be active during these exact days, which meant someone had known the Cradle Bloom would appear, which meant someone had known the 3rd child would be born in this window. Vea's probability calculations, reaching 6 weeks into the future with enough confidence to schedule a tournament around them. The depth of the preparation was specific and uncomfortable in the way things are uncomfortable when they confirm that someone with significant capability has been watching for a long time. Erlin is waiting for the detection array to refine the coordinates, Wei Liangji said. Currently within a 3-kilometer radius, Qin Bao confirmed. The array's been running for 6 days. Each day of operation narrows it. At current rate, he checked a notation in his records, precise coordinates in approximately 32 hours. And at that point he uses the seal. Qin Bao looked at the competitor area entrance, where 2 of the remaining bounty hunters were maintaining surveillance positions with the practiced casualness of professional watchers. They're not trying to take you here. They want to know where you go. The Cradle Bloom Beacon. 12-day triangulation estimate. The tournament had been held during the exact window when the detection probability was building from 14% toward the threshold where actionable coordinates became available. Shen Yu's transmission arrived in the father's echoes connection channel at the exact moment Wei Liangji reached this conclusion. Not a cultivation message, which could be intercepted, but the specific divine sense vibration of the river echo, sending its time current as a carrier, which only the father's echo could read. Asterisk scouts approaching the grotto. 30. Void sovereign lead. Asterisk he was 2 days away from the grotto. Hook. Wei Liangji looked at the tournament bracket. Semi-final scheduled for tomorrow morning. Territorial recognition triggered automatically upon placing in the top 4, and understood that he needed to reach the final 4 in the next 3 hours, not 3 days. Chapter 56. Wei Liangji did not withdraw. A withdrawal from the tournament triggered a grace period review. 3 days before the territorial claim would be dismissed as abandoned, with a right of appeal that would add another week. That was 10 days minimum before Madame Kai's territorial resolution could be repursued by any other means. The grotto wouldn't have 10 days with scouts already approaching. He needed to trigger the territorial resolution through the tournament mechanism, which activated on placing in the top 4, which required winning the semifinal, which was scheduled for tomorrow morning. He went to find the tournament administrator. The administration building was staffed by cultivators at entry tier, record keepers, not fighters, and Wei Liangji's nascent Saint cultivation level produced the automatic deference of an institution that understood power differentials. He found the head administrator in the registration records room, a woman of 60 with the patient efficiency of someone who had managed 3 decades of competitive bureaucracy, and presented the specific situation with full information. I need to trigger the semi-final advancement condition tonight rather than tomorrow, he said. The administrator looked at him. The tournament schedule is fixed. I need 3 semi-final matches to be conducted consecutively in the next 4 hours, he said. I understand this is irregular. I'm asking what it would require to make it possible. The 3 opponents would need to consent, she said. If they consent. She considered. The arena is available. The formation boundaries can be reset in 40 minutes each, and the tournament board would need to approve an emergency schedule revision. She looked at him carefully. This has been done twice in the history of the Crimson Crown trials. Both times, the cultivator requesting the change had a compelling reason that the board accepted. My reason is that my family is under attack and I need to leave tonight, Wei Liangji said. A pause. Then, I'll need to convene the board. That takes 30 minutes. I'll speak to my opponents. The 3 semifinal opponents were in the competitor waiting area. Wei Liangji approached them directly. No performance, no framing, no preliminary negotiation. He explained the situation. He offered each of them the choice. Engage now, in emergency format, and accept whatever outcome the match produced, or decline, and he would forfeit the advancement, which would cost Madame Kai the territorial recognition she needed, but which was their right. 2 accepted immediately. The third, an older cultivator from a Central Territory sect, who had been watching Wei Liangji's match pace all day with the specific attention of someone doing accurate assessment, said, "If your family is under attack and you win these 3 matches tonight, you're leaving immediately after. Which means you won't be here for the final." "I won't be here for the final," Wei Liangji confirmed. "Then the title goes to 4th place," the cultivator said. "Yes." "A moment. Then, I accept." The 3 matches took 2 hours and 40 minutes. Wei Liangji moved through them with the father's echo at full combat expression, no suppression, no calculated pacing, no performance adjustment. War Echo Combat Doctrine, Saint Fire Convergence at full output, triple cradle resonance alignment for the 3rd match when the 3rd opponent's domain lord-adjacent technique required it. The crowd, which had been expecting tomorrow's semifinals to be the day's main event, received instead a 2-hour exhibition of cultivation force at the upper edge of nascent Saint grade that several spectators would describe later as the most technically interesting sequence they had seen in 7 years of Crimson Crown attendance. Prince Erlin watched from his private platform. He did not activate the Warden Seal. Wei Liangji understood why. After the 2nd match, when Xun Bao appeared at the arena's competitor exit with a runner's expression and said, "He's waiting for you to go home. He wants to know where the grotto is," Wei Liangji said. "The relay detection array has coordinates, but the resolution is still low, within a 3-kilometer radius, but not precise enough for a targeted assault. If Erlin follows you, or deploys trackers on your departure route, he gets the precise coordinates." Wei Liangji won the 3rd match. He collected the territorial recognition documentation from the administrator, who stamped it with the tournament board's emergency format seal, and said, with the specific approval of someone who had just seen her institution tested in an interesting way, "Safe travel." Then he looked at Xun Bao. "How close is the Void Sovereign lead scout group to the grotto?" "Xin Yu's transmission was 40 minutes ago," Xun Bao said. 30 scouts. At standard Void Sovereign movement pace, they're 3 to 4 hours from the grotto's boundary. "And I'm 2 days away." "Standard pace," Xun Bao said. "Father's echo movement acceleration?" 8 hours. Maybe 7. "Then you need to not be followed for 8 hours," Xun Bao said. "I know the city's infrastructure. I know 3 exit routes that don't cross the Warden's relay detection network, and I know the city's maintenance tunnel system, which is below the cultivation sense floor of anyone running a standard tracking sweep." He paused. "I'm coming with you. I know routes to the northern mountains that the Crimson Scroll network has mapped specifically because they don't appear on cultivation network maps." Wei Liangji looked at him. "You need to reach your family," Xun Bao said. "I know the way. I'm coming." They left through the tournament's maintenance infrastructure, through 4 sub-city tunnels, through a drainage channel that exited the city wall's blind corner, and into the mountain road at a pace that Xun Bao maintained with surprising consistency for a pulse-shaping practitioner who was moving beside a nascent saint. They were 3 kilometers north when Wei Liangji activated triple cradle resonance alignment and broke into grotto-directed travel speed. Xun Bao kept up by virtue of knowing the terrain better than the terrain expected. Hook, behind them, Prince Erlin stepped off his private platform and descended to the arena floor, where the tournament formation boundary was still active, and activated both the Warden Seal and the arena's concealed defensive formation simultaneously. And the formation collapsed, and in the debris beneath the arena floor, a ritual chamber was visible. Suppression arrays built to the exact dimensional specifications of a space designed to cage 3 divine children simultaneously. Chapter 57. The ritual chamber beneath the Goldfield City Arena had been constructed over 7 months. Xun Bao had found the original construction records at the Crimson Scroll archive 2 days before the tournament. Inserted into the infrastructure documentation as emergency structural reinforcement, approved through an administrative process that was technically legitimate and practically identical to the process for installing a dimensional suppression cage. The cage was built for 3 occupants, sized for children, with an extraction mechanism built into the floor array that Wei Liangji's father's echo, even at running distance, through Xun Bao's relay of the layout, recognized as the Warden's extraction protocol. 7 months, Xun Bao said, between running breaths. They planned to use the tournament to draw you away. The Reapers would take the children to this cage. Then the Warden's extraction team would arrive with sufficient cultivation force to run the origin lock consolidation procedure. They knew the grotto's approximate location before the tournament, Wei Liangji said. They knew the region. The beacon from the cradle bloom refined it. Xun Bao navigated a terrain fork without slowing, taking the left path, which to Wei Liangji's cultivation sense was less developed and less traveled. The 30 scouts approaching the grotto aren't an assault team. They're a herding maneuver. They push the family out of the grotto, The children get separated from their anchoring point, and then they're easier to move, Wei Liangji finished. The father's echo was running its probability assessment continuously, mapping the approach timeline against the scout's estimated position against Wei Liangji's travel speed. The probability tree was not comfortable reading. He was 7 hours away at triple cradle resonance movement pace. The scouts were 3 to 4 hours from the boundary. Yi Frost, Sha Mo, and Sha Lin could hold the grotto against Void's sovereign-led scouts for longer than 3 hours. The cradle anchor technique would hold the dimensional structure. But there was a 9th probability branch in the father's echoes assessment tree, a high-weight branch, the war god's combat instinct flagging it with the insistent quality of something important. That read, Executioner Kwong has not been deployed. You have been expecting Kwong. You have not located Kwong. Kwong's absence from the network topology is a variable, not a resolution. Dao Ren's interrogation had confirmed Kwong's existence, his 300-year operational history, his role as the warden's most effective cradle hunter. It had not confirmed Kwong's current deployment or location. The network topology that Sha Mo had built placed Kwong in the topology as a gap, the same kind of gap that Wei occupied, an asset that reported directly to the warden rather than through network hierarchy. The scouts were a herding maneuver. Kwong was the assault. Wei Liangji pushed his travel speed to its limit and sent a father's echo directional pulse to Yi Frost, Kwong. From the east. Not the scouts, The war god's frequency returned a confirmation pulse that had the quality of a divine being who had spent 300 years in combat strategy, receiving a tactical update that recontextualized the situation. Immediate, sharp, carrying the specific character of Daru's approval for a threat assessment that was correct. Yi Frost received it. He felt her cultivation shift into a new configuration. The Void Sovereign's emptiness principle applied not to structural defense, but to something that the father's echo read as counter-infiltration preparation. She was preparing for a different kind of fight. The system updated in his awareness. Executioner Kwong. Final assault imminent. Approach vector, Eastern Mountain face. Estimated arrival. Concurrent with scout boundary contact. Engagement profile. Single domain Lord-level cultivator with 3-century combat experience and warden immortality leash. He ran harder. Chun Bao ran beside him without complaint, pulling route information from his terrain knowledge and deploying it as navigation, trimming minutes from the estimated arrival time with each shortcut. 6 hours became 5.5. 5.5 became 4. Hook. The grotto's cradle anchor activated at the 4-hour mark, visible from a mountain ridge as a sudden stabilization of the dimensional pocket's boundary. And in the same moment, the system updated. Executioner Kwong has made boundary contact at the eastern face. Yi Frost is engaging. Chapter 58. Wei Liangji arrived at the grotto 2 hours and 40 minutes after the cradle anchor activated. The scout group had been neutralized before he arrived. Sha Mo and Sha Lin had handled the 30 Void Sovereign-affiliated scouts at the boundary, and the clean, efficient quality of the engagement's aftermath told him everything about how that had gone. No injuries on the grotto's side. The scouts had been professional. The Reapers were better. The eastern face was different. Yi Frost and Kwong were still in the engagement. It had been running for over 2 hours when Wei Liangji arrived, which meant Yi Frost had been holding an executioner-class cultivator with 3 centuries of cradle hunting experience for 2 hours and 17 minutes using Void Sovereign stage and War God combat doctrine, and the specific advantage that the children were behind her and were consequently not things she was going to allow to be reached. She was wounded. Not critically. She was moving with the precise conservation of someone who had taken 2 hits to the left side and had adjusted their combat architecture accordingly, but not intact. Kwong was not wounded. He was an ancient cultivator with warden-given immortality and 3 centuries of accumulated combat experience, and he had been waiting, with the patience of something that knew it would eventually outlast whatever was put in front of it. He stopped when Wei Liangji arrived. This was the first thing that was different about him. Every other Warden Network operative Wei Liangji had encountered had either escalated at the arrival of a new combatant or maintained their engagement. Kwong stopped, assessed, and waited. The patience of something that didn't need to hurry because hurrying was not a structural requirement when you had 300 years. Wei Liangji, Kwong said. His voice was old, not aged, but old in the specific way of something that had existed long enough for the freshness to be consumed by the duration. I've been curious about you since Dao Ren's first report. Stand down, Wei Liangji said. You know I won't. Not hostile, informational. I have a function. I've had this function for 300 years. Every cradle family I've found, I've ended. 12 families. He looked at the grotto's dimensional boundary, the cradle bloom visible through it. You're the 13th. You're telling me the number. Wei Liangji said. I'm telling you the number because you should know what you're defending against. Huang was straightforward in the specific way of someone who had moved past the need for performance 3 centuries ago. The warden gave me immortality. 30 years of cultivation advancement. In exchange, I hunt. I have hunted. I will continue to hunt until the origin lock is secure and the warden's work is done. Wei Liangji activated triple cradle resonance. Full alignment. All 3 channels. War God frequency at the front because this was Huang's domain and Doru's combat instinct was providing the most relevant tactical data. His cultivation floor rose to domain Lord adjacent range. He combined the triple cradle resonance with Saint Fire convergence. The strike hit Huang. Huang took it. The warden's immortality binding sustained the damage, absorbed the Saint Fire convergence strike at domain Lord range output, and distributed it through the immortality architecture rather than his physical form, which meant the force that should have ended the engagement instead registered as significant but manageable on a 3-century-old cultivator whose survival architecture had been specifically built to manage domain Lord range damage. Huang staggered, and then his expression shifted, and it was the first thing that wasn't calculation or patience or the measured quality of something ancient and functional. He laughed. I remember when Mao Sheng taught me that technique, he said. He was my student too. Wei Liangji went still. Hook. Huang removed his executioner's mask, the iron facepiece that Wei Liangji had seen in every encounter, which he had assumed was tactical rather than personal, and beneath it was the face of a man Wei Liangji recognized from Elder Mao Sheng's codex, a historical portrait labeled Elder Huang Jinji, first cradle father, 3rd generation. Chapter 59, Mao Sheng had known. Wei Liangji processed this at combat speed, 3 seconds that felt significantly longer, while Huang held his position and waited, with the specific patience of someone who had disclosed something significant and was giving the other party time to reach the conclusion it implied. He knew you were hunting cradle families, Wei Liangji said. He knew from the 5th family, Huang said. He found evidence of my work. I was less careful in those years and tracked it back to me. He confronted me. A pause. I didn't kill him. I told him what I've told you. I have a function. I was given immortality for it. The function is not something I can step away from while the warden's leash is active. He went away and didn't report me to anyone, because he understood that what I was doing had a structure he needed to map before he could address it. The Codex's hidden passages, Wei Liangji said. He's been writing toward the solution for 40 years, Huang said. The last generation of cradle fathers before you. He lost them, and he knew he was losing them too early, before they could advance to the point where the strategy could work. So he moved to preparation rather than active engagement. Another pause. He prepared you. And you? Wei Liangji asked. If he knew you were hunting, he told me he would find a cradle father who could break the warden's leash, Huang said. He told me if I waited, if I delayed the warden's current target long enough, he would find someone who could end it. The ancient face showed something that 3 centuries had buried under the operating layers of function and patience. He told me that 40 years ago, I've been waiting. The weight of this information settled through Wei Liangji like water into stone. 40 years. Huang had been the warden's most reliable cradle hunter for 40 years, while Mao Sheng developed the codex and searched for the cradle father who could break the warden's immortality leash. And Huang had waited, still hunting, because the leash required it, because the function persisted, but waiting for the moment when someone arrived who could actually end it. He had been told to delay Wei Liangji's family, not to take them. That was why Yi Frost was still standing. Show me the leash, Wei Liangji said. Huang did something Wei Liangji had not seen a cultivator do before. He dropped his defensive architecture. Every cultivation technique, every survival layer, every accumulated 3 centuries of combat-ready preparation. He let them go, and what remained was the underlying structure, visible to the Father's Echo's War God frequency at full analytical capacity. The warden's immortality binding as a second skeleton inside the cultivator. Every bone replaced with warden architecture cultivation. Every advancement point routed through the external system. Mao Sheng's hidden passage. Asterisk if Huang still lives, it is because the warden's immortality gift is also a leash. Sever the leash. Asterisk Wei Liangji combined triple cradle resonance with Saint Fire convergence. The same combination he had used for the surface level strike, but aimed differently. Not at Huang's cultivation center. At the access point in the warden's immortality binding. The connection between the external architecture and its root in the warden's network. The war god's domain of ending conflict provided the targeting. Doru's divine memory carrying 3,000 years of experience in identifying the load-bearing point of any hostile system. The strike landed at the connection point. The warden's immortality binding severed. It did not collapse. It dissolved, the connection between the external architecture and its network root eliminated, leaving the immortality structure itself without a power source. 3 centuries of warden-given lifespan, extended beyond natural limits by continuous network support, encountered the natural limit of what the cultivator's organic cultivation could maintain without assistance. 300 years of biological debt arrived simultaneously. Kwang's face changed. The thing that had been buried under 3 centuries of function and the specific guilt of someone who had done a necessary terrible thing for a long time because they didn't know how to stop. It surfaced, and it was relief. Clear, specific, unmistakable relief. "Tell me their names," he said. His voice was different now, without the warden binding, without the immortality architecture, just the voice of an old man in the last minutes of his natural life. "The 12 families. Tell me you have the records." "I have them," Wei Liangji said. "Every name." Kwang closed his eyes. "Read them at the burial," he said. "That's all I ask." "Hook." Kwang opened his eyes one last time and said, "Mao Sheng's last words to me, 40 years ago, were, 'You are not a monster. You are a function that got its operator. Find a new operator. Tell him I found you." Chapter 60. Executioner Kwang died standing. His body aged 300 years in the 47 seconds between the leash severance and his final breath, the natural biological process of a lifespan that had been externally extended arriving at its actual conclusion. He did not fall. He stood with the specific quality of someone who had made a decision about how to meet a moment and was executing it. Wei Liangji caught him when he stopped standing and set him down in the eastern face, clearing with his hands folded and his executioner's mask beside him. Not on his face, beside him, because Wei Liangji understood that the function and the man had been separated for 40 years in Kwang's own reckoning, and the burial should reflect that. Chun Bao arrived at the edge of the clearing 3 minutes later, slightly behind Wei Liangji's grotto arrival, and stopped when he understood what he was seeing. He said nothing for a moment. Then, "Is that Kwang Jinji?" "Yes. He's in the historical registry as a first cradle father." Chun Bao's voice was quiet with the specific quality of recognition in the presence of something that connected to his years of archive work. "The Crimson Scroll has records of him. The 3rd generation entry." He looked at the face, the historical portrait face that Wei Liangji had recognized. Older now, 3 centuries older. He was one of the ones who survived the first warden purge. "He survived it by becoming part of it," Wei Liangji said. Chun Bao sat down on a rock near the clearing edge. He didn't ask what happened. He had arrived late enough that the combat evidence told him most of it. 12 families, he said. 12. I have the names. Wei Liangji ran a diagnostic check on his cultivation. The domain lord ceiling was visible and clear, the triple cradle resonance alignment running at the post-battle exhaustion level that required recovery but had held through the full engagement duration. The father's echo was integrating the war echo's post-combat analysis, the domain of ending conflict, processing what it had participated in. I'll add them to the archive. The Crimson Scroll archive has the family's historical entries, Chun Bao said. With the names you have, I can fill the gaps. Wei Liangji looked at the grotto's boundary, the cradle anchor holding, the dimensional structure stable, the cradle bloom's luminescence visible in the garden without the previous beacon quality. Yi Frost had deactivated the bloom's external emission during the engagement, which was something he would have to ask her how she had managed. Inside the boundary, through the father's echo's resonance connection, he felt all 3 divine frequencies at stable ambient expression, phoenix warmth and river stillness, and the war god's assessment hum, all present, all registered, all undisturbed. His children were safe. He sat in the clearing with Kwang's body for a long moment. The 12 families had been real people, not historical abstractions, not gap entries in the Crimson Scroll registry, but people with children and cultivation potential and the specific bad fortune of carrying divine inheritance at a time when carrying it was a death sentence. He didn't know what to do with the weight of that except carry it accurately. What happens now? Chun Bao asked. Wei Liangji pulled his awareness to the system update that had been accumulating since the battle began. He read it in full. Domain Lord Stage, formal advancement available. The triple cradle resonance alignment had been running at Domain Lord adjacent range for extended periods across 2 engagements. The nascent sync consolidation was complete and had been complete for some days. The ceiling was gone. The advancement was a matter of sitting with the achieved depth long enough for the next stage to become the natural next step. I advance, Wei Liangji said. We relocate. We implement the dispersal strategy. He stood up. We prepare for Grand Oracle Vey. In the sky above the grotto, exactly where the cradle bloom's beacon had been fading, a crack opened in the spatial fabric. Not an attack, not an intrusion, Not any cultivation technique Wei Liangji had encountered before. A clean geometric opening in the perceived space, lasting perhaps 4 seconds, with a quality of observation about it. Someone watching from the other side. Through the crack, a woman was visible for 2 seconds. White robes. A stylus. Documents spread across her side of the opening, covered in notation. She was looking at Wei Liangji with the specific expression of someone receiving a confirmation that an anomalous probability branch has manifested exactly as calculated. Not surprised, but satisfied in the way a researcher is satisfied when data aligns with theory. Her eyes were the specific color of the spatial crack itself, gray-silver, the hue of the space between probability branches. Then the crack sealed. Hook. The system updated once. Formal domain Lord stage achieved. Grand Oracle Vey has cataloged this event as Probability Branch 7, a branch she calculated 40 years ago and has been watching for since. Whatever she wrote in those documents, she was already expecting you to be here. Chapter 61. The grotto was finished. Not destroyed. The dimensional structure had survived the battle and the cradle anchor held, but the pocket dimension's reserve capacity had been consumed across 3 major engagement sequences, and the eastern wall's juncture compromise had never been fully repaired. Mao Sheng's maintenance protocols required a stable period of 6 to 8 weeks to restore the structure to operational capacity. They didn't have 6 to 8 weeks. Madame Kai's mountain fortress was 3 days south in territory her Iron Orchid network had held for 12 years without contest. Wei Liangji had visited it twice in the early months of the project, before the children were born, and had noted then that its natural stone construction, its layered defensive perimeter, and its cultivation array infrastructure were significantly more combat-ready than anything the grotto could offer. He had kept the grotto because of the Divine Cradle System's pocket dimension anchor requirements, and because Mao Sheng's encoded cultivation history was embedded in the garden. The garden comes with us, he said, during the relocation planning. Yifrost looked at him. The garden is part of the grotto's dimensional substrate. It can't be relocated. The cradle bloom seed structure is a divine object, he said. It has a physical component. The seed itself, which exists at the ground level of the burial site. Mao Sheng encoded the cradle anchor into the garden, but the anchor's trigger is the seed structure, not the soil. If we carry the seed to the new location, the cradle anchor will follow. A pause. You're hypothesizing, Yifrost said. The Father's echo is providing structural analysis of the divine object, he said. I'm not hypothesizing. I'm reading. She checked the Codex's spatial binding section, confirmed his interpretation with the theoretical framework, and agreed without requiring him to persuade her further. She operated the same way about research conclusions. Once the evidence was sufficient, the conclusion followed, and there was no further debate about whether to act on it. The seed was moved from the burial site to a cultivation-sealed container, and Mao Sheng's grave marker was moved as well. Not a necessary cultivation act, but the kind that mattered to Wei Liangji in a way that he had stopped apologizing for. Some necessities were structural, and some were personal. And one of the things 3 children and 2 years of fighting for their survival had confirmed was that the personal ones were also, in their way, structural. The relocation took 4 days. The Iron Orchid Mountain Fortress occupied an old peak in the southern range. Not the dramatic granite spires of the northern mountains, but the older, rounder peaks of the middle altitude range, worn smooth by age and weather, their stone a dark basalt that absorbed cultivation energy rather than reflecting it, which made both detection and assault more difficult. Madame Kai's people knew every path and every blind spot. The layered perimeter, which she had been building for 12 years, extended 3 kilometers from the outer wall in every direction. 6 cultivation array nodes in the outer ring. Xianxia noted, on the 3rd day of settlement. He had been reviewing the perimeter with the specific operational attention of someone whose entire career had been spent finding weaknesses in exactly this kind of structure. The west node has a 5-second reactivation gap after discharge, exploitable by anything that can sustain domain Lord range pressure. I know, Madame Kai said. I've been negotiating with the array artificer for 2 years. He's in the Jade Phoenix sect's territory and won't travel without their approval, which they haven't given. The gap is known. She looked at Xianxia. Can you close it? With enough cultivation time, he said. I'm familiar with the array type. The Warden's network uses it for perimeter marking. I know where the reactivation gap comes from and how to shorten it. Then do it, Madame Kai said. Consider it your first contribution as a resident rather than an infiltrator. Wei Liangji spent the first 2 weeks of the fortress settlement running domain Lord consolidation work. The formal advancement had been confirmed at the field threshold, but field-confirmed advancement and deep consolidation were different processes, and the Domain Lord stage had a characteristic that Mao Shang's transmitted legacy had described with particular emphasis. At Domain Lord, your domain becomes real, not a technique, not a combat expression, but an actual spatial field that existed continuously whether or not he was consciously maintaining it. His domain was the cradle resonance field, visible to cultivation sense as a warmth that carried all three divine frequencies simultaneously, covering approximately 40 meters in radius, suppressing warden-binding architecture within that range and amplifying divine resonance expression. It was not aggressive. It was simply present, in the way that a fire is present, and its presence changed the cultivation environment for everyone inside it. The children had been in his domain range for their entire lives. Now they were in it as a formally manifested field rather than an ambient resonance, and the difference was visible in their development rate. Xiaofeng's flame temperature increased. Xiaohe's temporal current precision sharpened. Xiao Zhan's assessment frequency, which had been running at the ambient scan rate since birth, began producing tactical pattern analysis that Chun Bao described as eerily specific when he observed it through the notes he was taking on divine manifestation for his Crimson Scroll Archive project. "He's 3 months old," Chun Bao said, watching Xiao Zhan watch the fortress's defensive perimeter with fixed attention. "He's evaluating the coverage gaps." "He's the war god," Wei Liangji said. He evaluated the grotto's coverage gaps at 11 days old. "He's getting faster." "Hook." Madame Kai sat down with Wei Liangji on the 14th day of settlement and said, "Grand Oracle Wei, I've been tracking her for 20 years. There is something about her that the warden doesn't know, and I need to tell you what it is before she makes her next move." Chapter 62. Madame Kai's intelligence on Grand Oracle Wei was 20 years of careful observation organized into a document Wei Liangji read in 90 minutes, and then read again. Wei had been a god-seer, not a divine being, but a mortal practitioner with the specific cultivation talent of reading probability currents at the macro level, which was a rare gift that the warden had identified and cultivated 40 years ago when Wei was 23 and had recognized what she was seeing, but not what it meant. The warden had offered her power in exchange for service, a divine memory fragment from one of the sealed gods, grafted to her cultivation as a secondary system, giving her access to the god's probability reading at scale. Wei had taken the deal. She had also, in the process of taking the deal, made an observation that the warden had not anticipated. She kept a fragment. Not a fragment of the divine memory she had been given, a fragment of the probability reading technique itself, encoded separately from the main gift, stored in a secondary cultivation layer that the warden's binding architecture didn't reach because Wei had been very precise about what she allowed the binding to touch. The main gift was warden accessible. The fragment was hers. The fragment lets her see not what is most likely, Madame Kai said, but what could have been. Alternative probability branches. The paths that were real but not taken. She poured tea. The Iron Orchid Fortress had a domestic staff that ran the facility with the efficient calm of long practice, and set a cup in front of Wei Liangji. Most seers read forward. Wei reads sideways. "And the warden doesn't know," Wei Liangji said. "The warden knows she has unusual seer capacity," Madame Kai said. "It doesn't know the fragment exists or that her readings include alternative branch analysis. It uses her predictions without understanding their full architecture." She picked up her own cup, which means Wei is providing the warden with predictions that are accurate but selectively edited. She's not lying. The predictions are real. She's just not including the branches she finds personally interesting. Wei Liangji considered this. What branches does she find interesting? "The ones where the warden loses," Madame Kai said. A silence. "She's been watching for this family for 20 years. Wei Liangji asked. "Since the 10th family's destruction. She saw it as a probability event and calculated that the 12th or 13th family would be the one where the variable changed." Madame Kai looked at the window, where the fortress's outer perimeter was visible in the early light. She found a branch 40 years ago where the origin lock reforms and the warden's monopoly on divine ascension ends. She's been editing her reports to the warden to prevent it from closing that branch. A pause. "She's helping you, in her way, without ever telling you she's doing it." "And the false prophecy?" Wei Liangji said. The false prophecy had arrived 3 days after the fortress relocation, a continent-wide broadcast, distributed through the Cultivation Sense transmission network that the major sects maintained for emergency communication, declaring that the Divine Cradle family occupying the northern territories had been detected planning attacks on civilian population centers and that their children were dangerous, uncontrolled divine entities whose activation posed catastrophic risk to regional stability. 6 major continental sects had received the broadcast. 2 kingdoms, formal military structures had received it. "That," Madame Kai said, "is not Wei helping you. That is Vei managing the situation. She set down her cup. She's broadcast the prophecy to force you to act in a specific way, to use your domain lord power openly, to build your reputation through combat, to create the network of allies that the probability branch requires. She's been trying to tell you the answer for 20 years, and she can't. So she's building the question into the environment instead. A pause. The false prophecy makes you enemies you need to defeat. Those victories create the reputation you need to attract the allies you need. It's manipulation. It's also genuinely trying to help you. Wei Liangji looked at the transmission record of the false prophecy, the language carefully calibrated to trigger institutional defense responses, specific enough to be actionable and vague enough to prevent verification before the sects and kingdoms acted on it. She's moved me onto a path, he said. She's moved you onto the only path she can see that ends correctly, Madame Kai said. Hook. The 6 major continental sects' responses to the false prophecy were arriving via Iron Orchid Relay. 4 declaring immediate hunting orders, 1 requesting clarification before acting, and 1, the Jade Phoenix sect, sending a different kind of message entirely, a formal request for a diplomatic meeting. Chapter 63. The hunting orders from 4 sects arrived with the specific momentum of institutional decisions that had been made by people who trusted their information sources and had sufficient organizational power to act on that trust immediately. Bounty registrations in the Cultivation Information Exchange networks. Regional checkpoint orders. Alliance requests to the 2 kingdoms' military commands. Wei Liangji spent 2 days mapping the response cascade and arrived at the same conclusion Madame Kai had. The false prophecy was extraordinarily well designed. It used language that made denial look like confirmation. The standard pattern for institutional threat communication, where denying a propagated accusation required the kind of detailed counter-evidence that accused parties rarely had time to compile while being actively hunted. We need to move faster than the response can build momentum, Frost said, in the War Council on the 3rd day. Not flee faster, respond faster. Address the prophecy directly, at scale, before the sect's combined response consolidates into an actual coordinated campaign. Addressing it directly requires someone to listen, Chunbao said. He had settled into the fortress with the specific efficiency of a person who had been working alone for years and was adapting quickly to having infrastructure. The sects won't listen while the broadcast is fresh and institutional momentum is running. We need to change the situation before the listening window opens. He checked his notes. Domain Lord xianxia. Everyone at the table looked at him. He received the false prophecy 3 days ago and began contacting the Twin Reapers that evening, Chunbao said. He spread a document across the table, Crimson Scroll intelligence from the merchant network, delivered that morning. Not as a response to the prophecy, as a prearranged activation. He'd already made the deal. The prophecy was his signal to move. He paused. Xianxia controls the eastern trade routes. Those routes pass through 3 of the 4 sect territories that issued hunting orders. If xianxia is the propagation mechanism, if he's been seeding the sect leadership with Warden Network intelligence for months in preparation for the prophecy, then neutralizing him breaks the propagation network, Wei Liangji finished, and demonstrates our combat capability to the remaining 2 sects that haven't committed to a hunting response, Madame Kai said. She had clearly been running the same calculation. More specifically, it demonstrates my alliance's capability in a context where xianxia's elimination has been on the regional agenda for 3 years. The Eastern Trade Route dispute is well documented. I challenged xianxia on territorial grounds, a legitimate domain lord-level territorial challenge, which the regional authority structure recognizes and can't prosecute, and the engagement produces a public outcome that the sects must weigh against the false prophecy's claims. It's also exactly what Vei's path requires, Wei Liangji said. Using our power openly, building reputation through combat. Yes, Madame Kai said. She did not appear bothered by this observation. I've been running operations that align with high-probability path logic for 20 years. Vei's path and my institutional needs happen to coincide. I'm not troubled by the coincidence. Sha Lin spoke from her position at the table's corner. She and Sha Mo had been attending war councils for 3 weeks and had developed the habit of listening before contributing, which Wei Liangji had come to read as their method of establishing situational accuracy before applying operational knowledge. Xianxia has an agreement with our former network, she said. He's been providing regional intelligence to the Twin Reapers in exchange for Warden Network protection. The deal includes a response guarantee. If xianxia is attacked, the Warden Network deploys field assets to support him. How many field assets? Wei Liangji asked. Standard regional guarantee is 12 nascent saints and 1 domain lord class agent. She paused. The guarantee was written before Dao Ren's binding was severed and Kuang died. The warden's current regional field strength is significantly lower than 12 months ago. Another pause. We could test it. This was not a recommendation. Wei Liangji understood. It was an intelligence offering. The test would reveal the warden's current regional deployment capacity through the guarantee response. We accept the challenge, he said to Madame Kai. When Hook, Madame Kai issued the territorial challenge that afternoon, and Sheng Qiao's response arrived before evening. He accepted, named a location, and included a line at the end of his formal response that was not standard territorial challenge protocol. Bring your children. I want to confirm they exist before the extraction team arrives. Chapter 64. The battle for the eastern trade routes was held on the contested border territory 3 days from the Iron Orchid Fortress, a high plain between the mountain ranges where the regional authorities' border markers had been in dispute for a decade, and where neither party had sufficient control to make a challenge outcome contestable after the fact. Sheng Xiao arrived with 80 cultivators, his personal domain forces, not the Warden Network guarantee response, which told Wei Liangji that the guarantee had either not been activated yet or had been activated and hadn't fully deployed. 80 cultivators, including 2 domain lord class practitioners, which was the first time Wei Liangji had faced a multiple domain lord engagement at his own stage. He brought Yi Frost, Sha Mo, Sha Lin, Chen Bao, and 20 of Madame Kai's most experienced fighters. The children remained at the fortress with Luo Mei, Xin Yu, and the cradle anchor activated. The battle ran for 3 hours. Sheng Xiao's force was well organized and disciplined, the kind of combat force that had been built over years by someone who understood institutional power and invested in its defense. His 2 domain lord practitioners were competent, one with a spatial restriction technique that could section off an engagement zone, one with a continuous damage cultivation method that accumulated across multiple exchanges. Wei Liangji engaged the second domain lord directly, while Sha Mo and Sha Lin worked through the outer force structure with the specific efficiency of practitioners who had spent a decade learning exactly how warden-adjacent combat formations were constructed and where their communication nodes were vulnerable. Yi Frost handled the spatial restriction practitioner, Void Sovereign countering spatial restriction with emptiness principle technique, finding the 0 pressure points inside the restriction field and moving through them. The domain cradle lock lasted 45 seconds at its first genuine combat application, 30 seconds of full 3-domain merge, and 15 seconds of degradation. In those 45 seconds, Wei Liangji's effective cultivation output occupied the space between Domain Lord and Void Sovereign, and the 2 opposing Domain Lords experienced the specific recalibration that came from encountering something that didn't match their tactical planning. Sheng Qiao fell in the second hour. His 2 Domain Lords disengaged when their command structure collapsed, which was the tactical behavior of professionally committed fighters who had lost their reason to press rather than panicking civilians. The Warden Network guarantee response arrived as a single Domain Lord class agent with 4 Nascent Saints, a fraction of the promised 12 Nascent Saints plus 1 Domain Lord, and an agent who assessed the situation for 90 seconds and withdrew rather than engaging. Sha Lin identified the agent's cultivation signature, a mid-tier network operative, not a senior field asset. The Warden's regional deployment capacity had degraded significantly. The outcome was recorded by the 3 Merchant Guild representatives who were present as the regional authorities required witnesses for a Domain Lord territorial challenge, recorded in their formal notation, which would be distributed to the regional sect authority structure within 2 weeks. Wei Liangji, Sha Mo said, on the return journey. The merchants saw the domain cradle lock technique. I know. They'll describe it as channeling multiple divine sources simultaneously. He paused. That description will reach the Jade Phoenix sect before the formal record does. Their intelligence network is faster than the merchant guilds. Wei Liangji had already calculated this. I know, he said again. The delegation from the Jade Phoenix sect was waiting at the Iron Orchid Fortress when they returned. Hook, the delegation's leader, a senior elder in gold cultivation robes that carried the specific warmth Wei Liangji's father's echo recognized as Phoenix god-adjacent divine energy, looked at Wei Liangji and said, without preamble, we have been searching for the Phoenix god Kira's reincarnation for 4,000 years. We believe you know where she is. Chapter 65. The Jade Phoenix sect elder's name was Patriarch Hui Shan, and he had been looking for this meeting for 30 years. He explained this in the sect's traditional formal register, not arrogance, but the specific courtliness of an institution that had preserved its ceremonial language precisely because the ceremonies connected to something real. The Jade Phoenix sect had been founded by Kira's original mortal followers after the gods were sealed, people who had received divine blessing directly and had dedicated themselves to maintaining the cultivation tradition and waiting for the reincarnation cycle to produce the phoenix god again. For 1,000 years of waiting, 31 successive patriarch Huishans, each one inheriting the title and the mandate. The current patriarch Huishan is the 32nd, he said. I took the title at 32 years old, which is the youngest a patriarch has ever been appointed. I took it because the previous patriarch, who was my teacher, died the year my cultivation sense registered a phoenix god-adjacent divine signature in the Northern Territories. Xiaofeng, Wei Liangji said. I did not know it was a child, Huishan said. The signature was faint, a divine presence under active suppression. It took my most skilled trackers 8 months to narrow the location to the mountain range and another 6 to determine that the signature was coming from multiple divine presences rather than one. By then the warden's network was also converging. He paused. The battle at the grotto. We tracked the Divine Cradle Bloom's signature at long range. We understand what that event means. Wei Liangji brought Hui Shun through the fortress's inner level to the children's chamber. He did this without asking Luo Mei first, which he acknowledged internally was a decision he should have discussed, and Luo Mei's expression when they arrived confirmed she had identified the oversight. He filed it as a conversation to have later and proceeded with the introduction. Xiaofeng was in her morning warmth cycle, the daily temperature regulation process that Luo Mei had developed as a cultivation practice for managing the Phoenix God's ambient fire output. She was sitting with the specific stillness of a child who had inherited divine consciousness alongside mortal needs and was engaged in the particular meditation of both simultaneously. Patriarch Huishan stopped in the doorway. His cultivation sense was doing something that Wei Liangji could read through the father's echo, recognition. Not identification of a child as a cultivation talent or a divine signature as a theoretical match. Recognition at the level of divine resonance. The Phoenix God-adjacent energy in the sect's foundational cultivation acknowledging its source directly. 4,000 years of carrying a flame transmitted from a god, and the flame's origin was sitting 4 meters away being small and old and simultaneously uninterested and fully aware. She knows you're here, Wei Liangji said. I know, Huishan said. His voice was very quiet. She's been watching since we entered the inner level. Xiaofeng looked at the patriarch. She made the wing gesture, small, deliberate, the specific fan motion that Luo Mei had been interpreting as the Phoenix God's signature acknowledgement. Then she looked away. The Phoenix God Kira's divine consciousness is fully present, Huishan said. The reincarnation is complete. He straightened from the doorway and turned to Wei Liangji. The Jade Phoenix sect's full resources are available to you. We've been preparing for 4,000 years. We are ready. Wei Liangji appreciated this without allowing it to produce strategic decisions before he understood the attachment. Your terms, he said. Xiaofeng needs divine heritage education, Huishan said. The Phoenix God's cultivation domain requires specific instruction that only the Jade Phoenix sect possesses. We ask that she come live in the sect, at least for the primary education period, perhaps 2 years, to receive. No, Luo Mei said. She had not raised her voice. She did not have to. The sect is a cage with beautiful bars, Xiaofeng said. Wei Liangji turned. Xiaofeng was looking at the patriarch with the specific expression of a child who has said something they have been thinking for some time and has waited for the appropriate moment to say it. Her voice was her own voice, and also older. The Phoenix God Kira speaking through the mortal child with the directness of a being who had been sealed for 4,000 years and had opinions about enclosures. Patriarch Huishan was very still for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. The Phoenix God Kira was always direct, he said. 32 patriarchs have recited her recorded statements as formal sect prayers. I had wondered if the reincarnation would carry that quality. He looked at Wei Liangji. The residential requirement is negotiable. Hook, Huishan said, before Wei Liangji could respond. There is a more immediate reason I insisted on this meeting. Patriarch Huishan the 29th, 80 years ago, received a divine message from the Phoenix God Kira's sealed consciousness. A single sentence that has been the sect's guiding directive since his tenure. When the Father stands before you, tell him the Twin Reapers are not his greatest threat. The next betrayal comes from inside the wall. Chapter 66. The divine message that Patriarch Huishan had carried for 80 years was specific enough that Wei Liangji spent a significant portion of the negotiation meeting reviewing its implications rather than attending to the negotiation. The next betrayal comes from inside the wall. The Iron Orchid Fortress's current resident list, Madame Kai and her permanent staff of 40. Wei Liangji's family, 3 wives, 3 children. The Twin Reapers, Chen Bao, Iron Monk, Two former Warden Network informants who had come to the fortress following the Grotto battle as part of the intelligence network consolidation, and who had been vetted by Sha Mo and Sha Lin's operational review. Not a small community. Not a perfectly secure one. He filed the warning in the Father's Echoes probability assessment and continued the negotiation with Patriarch Hui Shun, which proceeded toward the arrangement Madame Kai had anticipated before the meeting, a knowledge-sharing agreement, no residential requirement. The Jade Phoenix sect providing divine heritage documents and regular visits from cultivation specialists who could work with Xiaofeng's Phoenix domain development. Huishan would make 4 visits per year. Additional specialists on request. The attachment was one item that Wei Liangji had not fully anticipated. The sect's 4,000-year archive of Phoenix God cultivation records, which included documentation that Elder Mao Sheng had not possessed. Among those records, the pre-sealing origin lock research that the Phoenix God Kira's original mortal scholars had compiled while the gods were still free. This is the record of what the gods understood about the lock before the sealing, Huishin said, presenting a sealed jade archive at the close of the meeting. We have protected it for 4,000 years. We believe it is the complement to whatever the other divine lineages have preserved, the river gods' records, the war gods' records. When all 3 archives are combined, the origin lock's activation process will be clear. Yi Frost accepted the archive without speaking. She held it for a moment with the specific attention of someone who has been working toward a document for 6 years and is experiencing the confirmation that it exists. Then she said, "Thank you," which was not something Wei Liangji had heard her say to anyone she hadn't known for at least 2 weeks. After Huishin departed, Sha Mo appeared at Wei Liangji's side. He had been present throughout the meeting but peripheral, the standard operational position that both Reapers had adopted since joining the household, attending without demonstrating their presence unless relevant. He said the Twin Reapers were not the greatest threat, Sha Mo said. He did. That was Kira's message. 80 years ago. He paused. She saw the specific threat, and she didn't name it. She named its location, Wei Liangji said. Inside the wall. Sha Mo looked at the fortress perimeter, the inner level, the residential quarters, the children's chamber. I'll start a systematic review of everyone in the current resident list, he said, starting with the people who arrived after the battle. The 2 informants, Wei Liangji said. Yes. He looked at Wei Liangji directly. And everyone else, including Madame Kai's staff. He paused. Including me and Sha Lin, if you want. We came from the Warden's network. The message said inside the wall. We were placed inside the wall very recently. Wei Liangji looked at him. Do you have a second loyalty? No, Sha Mo said, without hesitation. Then focus on the informants. Sha Mo nodded and moved toward the residential wing's secondary passage. Sha Lin appeared at the intersection, having apparently tracked the same line of thinking through the same information without requiring a coordination meeting. We'll run it together, she said to her brother. Wei Liangji returned to the Divine Heritage Archive room, where Yi Frost was already working. Patriarch Hui Shun's Jade Archive opened beside her Blood Codex and the original Divine Cradle Codex. The 3 documents spread across the table in the configuration of someone who had been waiting for this specific combination for years and was now moving at the pace of someone for whom every minute of delay in this work has a cost. How long? He asked. 3 days, she said, without looking up. If nothing interrupts me. Hook. Patriarch Hui Shun's final statement, delivered at the fortress gate before departing, was not part of the formal negotiation. It was a personal remark, quiet, directed specifically at Wei Liangji. The Warden is afraid of you. Not of your children. Of you specifically. I don't know why yet. But Kira's sealed consciousness has been marking your probability branch for 40 years, and the Warden has been trying to close it for the same period. There is something about the Father's ecosystem that the Warden did not anticipate. Chapter 67 Wei Liangji deepened the domain cradle lock technique during the week after the Jade Phoenix sect visit. The technique had 2 phases in its current form. Activation, where all 3 divine domain channels opened simultaneously and the cultivation output merged into a unified field, and duration, where the field maintained against natural degradation. The activation was clean. The 3 divine frequencies had been in alignment since Xiaozhan's birth, and the resonance architecture that produced the lock was structurally stable. The duration was the problem. 30 seconds, occasionally 45 with effort, and then the domains began separating back into their individual channels as the unified field's energy requirements exceeded what the triple cradle resonance could sustain. The cultivation texts Hui Shun had provided included a specific section on domain unification theory that was not about the domain cradle lock specifically, but about the general principles of multi-domain cultivation. which the Phoenix god Kira's ancient scholars had documented when they were working on exactly this problem from the divine perspective. The key principle was distribution. A single practitioner maintaining a unified field burned cultivation reserve centrally, which created a depletion curve. A distributed field, where each domain maintained its own sustaining current while the unification layer operated above them, had a flat energy profile rather than a depletion curve. The modification took 12 days to implement at a technical level and 4 days to implement at a physical level. The physical level being the process of running the modified technique in training until the new architecture became habitual rather than deliberate. He tested it in the fortress courtyard on the 16th day. Domain cradle lock, full activation, unified field, sustained without degradation for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The duration extending as the distributed architecture took over from the centralized model, each domain sustaining itself while the unification layer ran clean above them. Shunbao timed it with the specific focus of someone who had decided that documenting the father's echo cultivation system was a project worth doing. 4 minutes, 8 seconds, he said, when Wei Liangji released the technique. No degradation curve visible until the last 20 seconds. The last 20 seconds need work, Wei Liangji said. From 45 seconds to 4 minutes, 8 seconds and 16 days, Shunbao said. I wouldn't describe that as needing work so much as representing an improvement of approximately 6-fold. The improvement means void sovereign output for 4 minutes instead of 45 seconds, Wei Liangji said. I need it for 8, maybe 10. Xinyu, meanwhile, was working on Xiao He's river god awakening with a patience and precision that Wei Liangji had come to associate with her cultivation methodology. She did not force development. She observed it, understood it, and then created conditions that permitted it to proceed at its natural rate. Her work with the river god's temporal current had produced, over the past 3 months, a secondary technique that she had not set out to develop and was still understanding as it matured. It heals backward, she told Wei Liangji when he asked her to explain. Not retroactively, in the sense of undoing something that happened. It applies healing at the point in time when the injury occurred, which has the same effect as retroactive treatment, but is technically a forward-applied technique with temporal offset. She frowned slightly. I know that sounds like the same thing. Can you demonstrate? Xia Lin provided the demonstration opportunity. She had been sustaining a cultivation layer bruise from the xianxia engagement that her own technique hadn't resolved. Xinyu applied the temporal healing with a 60-second window, treating the injury at the moment of its occurrence rather than its present state, and the bruise resolved in 40 seconds. It works within the 60-second window, Xinyu said. Anything older than 60 seconds, the river god's temporal precision can't reach it accurately. Can you extend the window? She considered. Xiaohe's temporal domain is still developing. As his river god memories mature, the precision and range should increase. In 6 months, possibly. She looked at Xiaohe, who was watching the healing demonstration with the focused attention of the river god observing one of his domain applications being used by someone else. He seems to approve. The children began showing divine memory fragments during sleep on the 19th day. Not dreams in the conventional sense. The children's sleeping states were periods of deep divine resonance integration, and in those periods, their consciousness engaged directly with the divine memories they carried. Luo Mei reported it first. Xiao Feng, sleeping in the phoenix cradle, had projected a warmth image above her sleeping form. Not a flame but a structured image, dimensional rather than flat, showing a white space of enormous scale and something large moving within it. Xinyu confirmed it happened simultaneously with Xiaohe. Yi Frost confirmed it with Xiao Zhan. All 3 children, the same memory, at the same moment. Hook, the shared memory, when Yi Frost analyzed it against the Warden research in her blood codex, produced a match to a description in the codex's 4th section. The Warden's true form, observed by the river god Yansu before the ceiling, described as a structural presence that occupies the space between probability branches rather than a specific physical location, enormous, patient, and oriented toward the god's collective consciousness with the specific attention of something that has been waiting for this moment for 600 years. Chapter 68. The memory was analyzed over 2 days. Yi Frost drove the analysis, and Wei Liangji ran the father's echo's probability assessment against it. And Patriarch Hui Shun was contacted by Cultivation since transmission for the Jade Phoenix sect's historical records on the Warden's pre-sealing appearance. The conclusion was uncomfortable. The Warden's true form is not a cultivator, Yi Frost said. She said it in the War Council, with everyone present. The entire household, including the children, who were in the chamber not because the content was appropriate for infants, But because the information Wei Liangji was receiving through the father's echo suggested the children would be calmer in the room than outside it, which was its own commentary on the war god's development. It is not a being that inhabits a body and practices cultivation. It is a cosmic architecture, a structure that evolved over millennia from the accumulated weight of divine law manipulation, eventually achieving consciousness through the same process that any cultivation system achieves consciousness when sufficiently complex. Like a formation coming alive, Chen Bao said. Like a formation coming alive, Yifrost confirmed. The warden we interact with through its network, the binding oaths, the agents, the strategic behavior, that's the operational layer. The interface. The warden's true form is the structure beneath that, the laws it has rewritten, the probability branches it has suppressed or permitted, the 600 years of careful architectural maintenance. She looked around the table. The origin lock doesn't destroy the warden. It doesn't kill it. It restores the pre-warden cosmic law parameters, which collapses the specific architectural changes that the warden made to the cosmic law. The warden doesn't cease to exist. It loses its monopoly. And without the monopoly? Madame Kai asked. Without the monopoly, divine ascension is possible for anyone with sufficient cultivation and divine resonance. The warden becomes one cosmic architect among potentially many. It becomes manageable. Yifrost paused. 47 years after the original sealing, the warden made an architectural modification that suppressed all probability branches in which it loses the monopoly by more than 72%. That modification is the warden's most sophisticated self-preservation measure, which means we're in the surviving 28%, Wei Liangji said. We're in the surviving 28%. Iron Monk, who had been silent throughout, said, in the children's memory, what they saw, the white space, the thing moving in it, that's the warden's true form watching them. It was watching them 600 years ago, Yifrost said, in the God-sealed realm. The memory is not current. It's historical, from the God's experience of being sealed. But the warden's orientation toward their collective consciousness hasn't changed. It's been watching since the sealing. When the divine memories surface fully, she stopped. The warden will know, Wei Liangji said. The warden will know, and the origin lock will cohere. And the warden's suppression of the probability branches will encounter the one thing it can't suppress. An origin lock in the hands of the Cradle Father, and the monopoly will break. The silence in the room was specific. Xiao Zhan had been attending to the War Council with the ambient assessment frequency running. He was 4 months old. He stood up. He had not stood before. The war god Doru's combat instinct development had been running in his small body with the consistent pressure of a divine consciousness pushing mortal biology toward function faster than developmental timelines intended, and the standing was apparently today's threshold. He walked 4 steps to the viewing stone Yifrost had placed in the chamber, a flat cultivation-grade rock she used for divine resonance mapping, with a faint imprint of the shared memory still present in its surface. He placed his palm on it. The stone cracked down the center with a sound like a formal declaration. Hook! Xiao Zhan looked at the cracked stone, then at Wei Liangji, with the specific expression of a 4-month-old war god who has just made a tactical point and wants to confirm it was received. Chapter 69. The stone crack confirmed what Wei Liangji had been tracking through the Father's Echo's war domain analysis for 2 weeks. Xiao Zhan's divine awakening was running ahead of the developmental schedule that Elder Maosheng's codex had outlined for divine reincarnation children. Not dangerously ahead, significantly ahead. The war god Doru's combat instinct had been operating as ambient background since birth. It had been sharpening, categorically rather than incrementally. Not the gradual improvement of a practitioner advancing through familiar techniques, but the specific pattern of a divine consciousness accessing new memory layers as the child's cultivation foundation deepened enough to support them. At 4 months, Doru's domain of strategy and force was producing active tactical analysis rather than just ambient scanning. The stone crack was not impulsive or uncontrolled, it was deliberate. A 4-month-old had made a deliberate cultivation choice. He's going to be 3 years old next month, Luo Mei noted from the doorway. Children don't become 3 years old in their first year, Xinyu said. Xiao Zhan might, Luo Mei said, watching the war god examine the cracked stone with analytical attention. He's been operating at accelerated rate since before birth. The divine memories are surfacing in layers. Yifrost said each layer unlocks more of the next. If the unlocking rate stays consistent, it won't necessarily stay consistent, Wei Liangji said. It will accelerate. The origin lock's 600-year suppression pressure is releasing as each layer surfaces. The more memories emerge, the faster the remaining ones come. This was simultaneously the best possible development. The origin lock reforming faster meant the warden's monopoly breaking sooner, meant less time for the warden to execute its extraction strategy, and the most dangerous one. An infant body experiencing domain Lord-tier divine pressure was not a body with adequate physical architecture for the force being moved through it. Elder Mao Sheng's legacy had addressed this in a theoretical section Wei Liangji had not needed until now. The pressure equalization technique for divine children experiencing accelerated awakening. The principle was simple, the execution was not. Divine pressure in a child's cultivation system needed a release valve, a controlled pathway through which excess divine energy could be channeled outward rather than building within the biological structure. Building within a mortal body was the process that produced divine awakening trauma, which in severe cases could damage the very cultivation foundation the awakening required. The release valve had to be connected to the father's echo. Wei Liangji spent 3 days developing the technique in consultation with Yi Frost's Blood Codex theoretical section and Patriarch Hui Shen's Phoenix God cultivation records. The Phoenix God's version was documented. Kira's scholars had faced this problem with Xiao Feng and developed the warmth regulation cycle that Luo Mei had been running since birth. The War God's version required different architecture, not temperature regulation but force distribution, channeling Xiao Zhan's excess combat domain energy outward through the father's echo into the domain Cradle Lock's passive framework, where it could dissipate safely. He implemented it on the 4th day. Xiao Zhan cooperated. The War God's consciousness understood what was happening and agreed that the pressure equalization was tactically preferable to domain awakening trauma, which was a sentence that Wei Liangji did not fully have the emotional preparation to process and filed for later. The pressure equalization ran cleanly. Xiao Zhan's awakening rate stabilized, still accelerated relative to the Codex's baseline, but no longer in the range where physical risk was accumulating. Wei Liangji returned from the children's chamber to the inner courtyard and found Xiaomo waiting. "We found it," Xiaomo said. "The inside threat. One of the 2 informants. I'm going to let her stay and watch what activates her," Wei Liangji confirmed. "You and Xiaolin watch her. Not active surveillance, passive awareness. Normal household context. If she signals, you trace it. If she acts, you contain it. If the trigger arrives, you document exactly what it was." Xiaomo nodded. "And if the trigger is something we can't contain after the fact? Tell me what you think the highest probability trigger is," Wei Liangji said. "The Jade Phoenix sect visits," Xiaomo said, without hesitation. "Patriarch Hui Shen arrives again, brings the Divine Heritage Archive material, possibly brings additional sect members. If Zhenbo's assignment is information extraction, get the Phoenix God cultivation records before they're secured. A Jade Phoenix sect visit provides both the opportunity and the cover. Or the trigger is the children reaching a specific divine memory threshold," Yi Frost said from the doorway. She had been listening. She did this, arrived at analytical discussions already in progress, and contributed without announcing herself, which Wei Liangji had stopped being surprised by. Zhenbo's activation might be tied to the origin lock coherence timeline. When the memories surface to a certain depth, the warden needs an extraction vector. She's the vector. Both possibilities were high probability. Both required the same management approach. Watch, wait, understand. "She's a person," Shaolin said. She had arrived behind Yi Frost, which completed the pattern of the household's senior members assembling whenever a significant operational decision was being made. Not only an asset. The warden's network does this. It takes people at vulnerable moments and shapes them into functions. Zhenbo might not know what her full assignment is. The trigger agents we encountered in the field often operated on conditional instructions that they themselves couldn't read until the condition activated. She might be a person who thinks she's doing something else, Xiaomo agreed. Or who genuinely doesn't know there's a second layer. Wei Liangji looked at Xiaolin. "Can you talk to her without activating the surveillance posture?" "Yes," she said. "Do that." He paused. "Not to extract information. To get to know her. There are people in this household because the warden placed them here, and people who are here because they chose to be, and the categories overlap. Find out which one she is." Xiaolin moved toward the residential wing. Yi Frost watched her go. Then she said, to Wei Liangji, "You're not treating this as a threat problem. I'm treating it as an information problem," he said, "and possibly a person problem. If the Phoenix God's warning is about Zhenbo specifically," she said, "and the betrayal is an event we can prevent by understanding it clearly enough in advance," she stopped. "Kira sends warnings, not crisis reports. The message said the betrayal comes, not that it succeeds." Wei Liangji considered this. The Phoenix God Kira had sent a sealed message through the Jade Phoenix sect 80 years ago, delivered to the Patriarch for transmission to the Father of Gods when he arrived. The message was targeted at a specific situation and had been sitting in the sect's institutional memory waiting for that situation to exist. It hadn't said, "Prevent the betrayal." It had said, "The next betrayal comes from inside the wall," naming the source so he would be looking for it. Not because the betrayal was inevitable, because the warning was the tool for making it not inevitable. "She was telling me to find her," he said. "She was telling you to find her and decide what to do," Yifrost said. Hook. That evening, Xiaozhan's pressure equalization technique produced something unexpected. An external echo, visible to cultivation sense as a small sphere of ward god domain energy that drifted out of the cradle chamber and settled in the fortress hallway outside it, sitting there like a small, patiently waiting thing. A piece of Doru's combat consciousness evaluating the fortress perimeter from the inside, independent of the child, for the first time. Chapter 71 Shaolin's conversations with Zhenbo happened over 6 days, structured as incidental encounters. Kitchen, courtyard, the medical supply room where Zhenbo had been assigned maintenance duties. Shaolin approached them the way she approached everything operational, with patience, without agenda performance, giving the other person enough silence to fill it with whatever they naturally wanted to say. Zhenbo was 43 years old. She had been in the Warden's network since she was 17, recruited through the same mechanism that had taken Sha Mo and Sha Lin. A family elimination followed by a rescue. That was actually an intake process. She had been trained as a domestic infiltration specialist, someone who could operate in household environments, manage long-duration placements, and be activated by specific triggers without requiring continuous contact with the network. She was capable, patient, and deeply isolated in the specific way of people who have spent 26 years performing normalcy without access to genuine community. "She's lonely," Sha Lin reported on the 4th day. Not as a vulnerability, as a fact about her situation. She knows what she is. She's been in the network long enough to understand the architecture. She doesn't have illusions about what the placement means. Does she know her trigger? Wei Liangji asked. She knows her assignment is conditional, Shaolin said. She doesn't know the specific condition. She told me the network gave her 3 things: a location, a household, and the instruction to wait for the right moment to deliver the sealed message. She paused. She has a sealed cultivation jade. She's been carrying it for 14 years. She doesn't know its contents. It's a one-way delivery device, sealed against the bearer's access, keyed to open only in the presence of a specific divine resonance. Wei Liangji ran the father's echoes analysis. A sealed message keyed to divine resonance, delivered only in the presence of the triggering signature. The warden had prepared this 14 years ago, before any of the children were born, before the current cradle family had been identified as a viable extraction target. A long-duration placement prepared well in advance for the moment when the right divine signature would arrive at the right location. The trigger is one of the children's divine memories surfacing to full depth, Wei Liangji said. That's Yifrost's hypothesis, Shaolin confirmed. I think it's correct. The sealed message is probably an extraction protocol activation. When the origin lock coherence threshold is reached, the jade activates and transmits coordinates plus confirmation to whatever warden asset is positioned to receive it. She would be the origin lock's position beacon, Wei Liangji said. Yes. Shaolin paused. She doesn't want to do it. She told me. Not directly, but through the specific way she talked about the household, about the children, about what this place feels like compared to 26 years of network placement. She doesn't want to be the mechanism that ends it. Wei Liangji thought about this for a moment. What does she want? To stop, Shaolin said simply. She's been waiting for permission to stop. The network doesn't give permission to stop. She's been waiting for someone to tell her there's another option. Shaolin looked at him. Is there? The Sorrow brand arrived that night through a different vector entirely. Not Jinbo, not a warden agent inside the fortress. The cultivation array node that Sha Mo had been repairing, the west node with the 5-second reactivation gap, had been compromised during the gap period by a long-range curse technique, inserted through the array's external face during one of the gap windows and embedded in the node's structural cultivation before Sha Mo's repair work closed the gap permanently. Madame Kai identified it on the 6th day when she noticed that 2 of her senior staff members, people who had worked together for 12 years without significant friction, were finding reasons to argue about supply allocation. She recognized the pattern from her 20 years of warden network opposition work, the specific escalation profile of a Sorrow brand curse, which amplified existing friction points without creating new ones, making the enhancement invisible to the people experiencing it. It's not Jinbo, Madame Kai told Wei Liangji when she brought the finding to him. The brand's insertion point is the array node. It was placed through the gap window before Sha Mo closed it. She paused. Someone outside the fortress with sufficient cultivation precision to hit a specific array node at range during a 5-second window. Wei Liangji said. Possible. Also possible. A Warden Network high-precision specialist we haven't cataloged. She looked at him with the specific expression of a person who has been operating in complex information environments for 20 years and recognizes the operational design when she sees it. Two threats simultaneously. Jinbo inside, Brand outside. They're not connected to each other. They're separate Warden mechanisms operating on different timelines. The network runs multiple operations without requiring coordination between them. Hook. The Sorrow Brand's effect was already measurable across the household. Luo Mei had commented twice on Shun Yu's recent distance. Yi Frost had withdrawn from the evening strategy sessions without explanation, and Wei Liangji himself had found that his patience for minor friction had shortened in a way he hadn't attributed to external influence until Madame Kai's identification gave it a name. Chapter 72 29 days to remove the Sorrow Brand before its escalation phase completed and the curse locked into its target relationships permanently. Chun Bao's knowledge of the Warden's network included the brand's operational mechanics. He had found documentation at the Crimson Scroll archive 3 years earlier when tracking a regional merchant dispute that turned out to have curse-augmented origins. The brand was a physical object, a cultivation jade fragment, approximately the size of a fingertip, embedded at the structural heart of whatever installation it was placed on. The array node, in this case. Finding it required systematic disassembly of the node's cultivation architecture. Iron Monk can do it, Chun Bao said. He's the strongest structural cultivation practitioner in the fortress. His building technique is specifically about cultivation architecture manipulation. He can disassemble the node layer by layer without triggering the failsafe. Iron Monk was the fortress's structural master. He had been since before Wei Liangji's household arrived, responsible for the perimeter array maintenance and the inner fortification integrity. He was also the oldest practitioner in the household. His cultivation at mid-void sovereign stage, and his health at the specific point where a terminal curse had been suppressed for longer than it should have been. The curse had arrived with him when he joined Madame Kai's network, contracted during a defensive action 20 years ago, suppressed by cultivation efforts since, advancing despite the suppression at a rate that Shun Yu's retroactive healing could slow but had not yet addressed fully. He looked at the array node with the professional attention of someone assessing a technical problem rather than a danger. The brand is at the 4th structural layer, he said. The failsafe is a pressure differential trigger. If the 3rd layer is disturbed before the brand is neutralized, it releases the curse's concentrated payload simultaneously. Room radius effect. He looked at Chun Bao's documentation. Extract approach. Approach from beneath. Go through the 5th and 6th layers first. Come up on the brand from below the failsafe's trigger axis. It won't register the approach as a threat because the failsafe sensor is oriented upward. You've seen this type before, Wei Liangji said. I've seen this type in a garrison defensive context, Iron Monk said. The Warden's network adapted it from garrison curse warfare. 20 years ago, he set his tools on the courtyard ground beside the array node's access panel. I'll start now. Should have the brand exposed by morning. Wei Liangji spent the afternoon managing the curse's current effects. He could not tell anyone what to do with curse-augmented friction. Explaining the curse didn't remove it, and asking people to override cultivated irritability with conscious decision was possible in principle, but exhausting in practice for each person involved. What he could do was reduce the friction opportunities, creating space between people who were currently in the brand's amplification range of each other, managing the evening schedule to separate rather than combine. He talked with Luo Mei that evening. Not about the curse, about Xiaofeng's phoenix warmth cycle, and whether the children's chamber needed a temperature adjustment. Domestic conversation. Luo Mei recognized the deliberate nature of it after approximately 3 sentences. The Sorrow Brand, she said. Yes. I've been noticing the friction building for 6 days and assuming it was the relocation stress, she said. Now I'm reassessing 6 days of irritation and recalculating how much of my actual judgment has been affected. A pause. How much has been affected? Madame Kai estimates significant amplification of existing friction points. Existing friction points between you and Shun Yu, specifically, because the brand identifies the strongest emotional bond in the household and targets it. He paused. Your strongest bond and Shun Yu's strongest bond are the same bond. Luo Mei was quiet for a moment. Convenient target selection, she said. The curse doesn't design its targets. It finds them. I know. She looked at the night sky over the fortress's inner courtyard, the same sky she'd been watching for 6 days through a lens the curse had been progressively distorting. I'll talk to Shun Yu tomorrow. After the brand is removed, Wei Liangji said. After the brand is removed, she agreed. when I can confirm which feelings are mine. Hook. Shen Bao found the brand's precise location at the node's fourth structural layer at the 8-hour mark of Iron Monk's disassembly work, embedded not in the node's stone, but in the cultivation jade housing. A fingertip-sized fragment that pulsed with the specific red warmth of a targeted emotional amplification technique that had been running for 6 days in the household's strongest relationships. Chapter 73. The extraction required 3 people and the specific technique combination that Yi Frost and Xinyu had developed during the brand's investigation period. Iron Monk exposing the brand from below the fail-safe axis. Wei Liangji containing the brand's immediate energy field to prevent ambient release during handling. And Xinyu running the temporal healing in real time to cover any unintended damage from the extraction process. The 60-second window for the retroactive healing, Xinyu said, at the start of the procedure. Anything that goes wrong during extraction, I can treat it if I catch it within 60 seconds. It won't go wrong, Iron Monk said. You've been disassembling cultivation architecture for 5 hours, Wei Liangji said. How are you holding up? Iron Monk looked at the disassembled array node with the expression of someone who has been working in their primary competence and is demonstrating, to themselves as much as anyone, that the terminal curse does not yet determine the limits of their function. Well enough, he said. The extraction took 11 minutes. Iron Monk's approach from the 5th layer was precise. The failsafe never registered the approach, and when the brand was exposed, it sat on the cultivation jade housing surface with the anticlimactic appearance of something small that had been doing significant damage. Wei Liangji contained it immediately. Shen Yu's temporal healing covered the 2mm cultivation layer damage that the exposure created. The brand dissolved when Wei Liangji applied Saint Fire Convergence at low amplitude directly to its structure. Mao Sheng's transmission included documentation of the technique's secondary applications, one of which was curse dissolution for warden tier curses, which Mao Sheng had included because he had known the warden's network would be involved and had prepared accordingly. The dissolution produced a brief pulse. Not painful, not damaging, but noticeable to every person in the fortress's inner level as a moment of release, a pressure they hadn't consciously felt until it stopped. Wei Liangji heard the household shift, people coming out of postures they'd held for 6 days without knowing, saying small things to each other that they hadn't said because the amplification had made even neutral interactions feel loaded. Luo Mei and Shun Yu found each other at the inner courtyard center. Not dramatically. They had been in the same household for over a year and had arrived at their working accord through the same practical process that both of them applied to everything important. The 6 days of curse-enhanced friction had been a specific event, not a fundamental change, and both of them were clear-eyed enough about their own cultivation states to know the difference. 6 days, Xinyu said. 6 days, Luo Mei confirmed. What was real? The discussion about the supply allocation for the children's chamber, Xinyu said. That one was real. I had a point, and so did you, and neither of us was wrong, and the brand amplified it into something it wasn't. Then we addressed the supply allocation discussion, Luo Mei said. Tomorrow, Xinyu said. Tonight, I want to sit somewhere without a curse running. Wei Liangji watched this exchange from the courtyard's 2nd tier and understood that his household, his actual household, the community that had grown from one pocket dimension and a scholar's archive into something he hadn't designed, but had built anyway, had worked through the brand's 6-day effect in approximately 20 minutes of honest conversation once the external pressure was removed. He found Shaolin near the residential wing's south passage. Jinbo, he said. I told her about the brand, Shaolin said. She helped track the insertion point. A pause. She didn't know about it. It came from outside. She wanted to help find it. And the sealed jade? Shaolin reached into her secondary storage ring and produced the cultivation jade that Jinbo had been carrying for 14 years. She held it out to Wei Liangji. She gave it to me, she said. She said, I've been waiting 14 years for permission to stop. Tell him I stopped. Hook. The sealed jade's exterior carried a date inscription. It had been prepared by the warden's network 31 years ago, before the current children existed, before the current cradle family had been identified as a target, encoding the specific probability calculation that the 12th or 13th cradle family would require a sleeper agent position in their protection network. Chapter 74. Wei Liangji held the sealed cultivation jade for 12 minutes before deciding what to do with it. The jade was genuine. The Father's Echo's structural analysis confirmed it was a one-way transmission device, keyed to divine resonance, sealed against access by the bearer. Its activation condition, exposure to the simultaneous presence of 3 divine resonances above a specific threshold level. The Phoenix, River, and War God frequencies, all 3, at the amplitude they produced when the children's combined divine memory had reached a specific depth. The warden had calibrated it to the origin lock coherence threshold. Opening it would activate the transmission. Not opening it, holding it, studying it, keeping it dormant, was passive inaction. Destroying it would eliminate the transmission vector at the cost of whatever information it contained. And Wei Liangji had learned from the Daoren interrogation and the Quan confrontation that information destroyed before being understood was nearly always a loss. It's a communication seed, Frost said, examining it. The architecture is more sophisticated than I expected. It doesn't just transmit the children's coordinates. It transmits a cultivation-level confirmation, a divine resonance signature, and a request-response protocol. She set it down on the research table, which means whoever receives it is supposed to respond, which means there's a communication channel on the other end. A channel back to the warden? Not directly. To a network relay. She pointed to a character sequence in the jade's exterior inscription that Wei Liangji had not been able to read, presect notation, but an archaic variant. This character sequence is the relay address. Dao Ren's network topology that Sha Mo built should include the relay coordinates. Sha Mo had the topology. He cross-referenced the character sequence within 20 minutes and returned with a result. The relay address was a Warden Network deep structure node located in the Eastern Territories, not one of the three they had already destroyed in the previous strike operation. A node that Sha Mo and Sha Lin's combined network knowledge had identified as a high-value intelligence hub, receiving transmissions from approximately 60 active agents. This is the Origin Lock Response Hub, Sha Mo said. When the Jade activates, the transmission goes here. This node coordinates the extraction team deployment. Can we use the Jade's response protocol to feed false information to the hub? Wei Liangji asked. Sha Mo and Sha Lin looked at each other with the specific expression of operational specialists encountering a challenge that is interesting rather than impossible. We need to understand the Jade's internal encoding to fake a valid transmission, Sha Lin said. That requires cultivator-grade Jade reading, which is Yi Frost's specific secondary skill, Wei Liangji said. He looked at her. Give me 3 days, she said. Shen Bao organized the operational timeline around the 3-day research period, which was when Sha Mo proposed the offensive strike plan against the network suppression towers. We've been reactive, Sha Mo said, in the Evening War Council. 3 months of defensive operations with intelligence gathering and small offensive actions. The network has been rebuilding since Dao Ren's fall and Kuang's death. If we use the 3 days effectively, strike the towers, reduce the network's regional operational capacity, and then deploy the Jade's false transmission, we interrupt the extraction plan at 3 points simultaneously. It was sound. Wei Liangji ran the father's echo probability assessment and confirmed the approach. Who do we bring? Sha Lin asked. You, me, Yi Frost, Wei Liangji said. The children stay here. Luo Mei, Xin Yu, Iron Monk, Chen Bao on defense. Jin Bo, Sha Lin added. Everyone at the table looked at her. She knows the Eastern Territories network infrastructure better than anyone here except Sha Mo and me, Sha Lin said. She's been in the Warden's network for 26 years. She wants to stop. Let her help stop it. Wei Liangji looked at Sha Mo looked at his sister. Then he looked at Wei Liangji and said, with the specific quality of someone offering information rather than opinion, she's reliable. Sha Lin is correct. Hook, Iron Monk had been listening from the doorway and said, as he turned to leave, when you reach the towers, the third one specifically, according to Dao Ren's network topology, check the Eastern Foundation wall. I think there's something there that Dao Ren was too afraid to tell you about. Chapter 75. The strike team left before dawn. Wei Liangji, Yi Frost, Sha Mo, Sha Lin, Jin Bo. 5 practitioners with a combined tactical capability that Sha Mo had assessed as sufficient for 3 nascent Saint-guarded suppression towers and any Warden network response within the Eastern Territories' current depleted deployment capacity. The suppression towers were a continental-scale infrastructure that the Warden had built over 6 centuries. 147 structures distributed across the known cultivation world, each designed to emit a specific resonance suppression frequency that degraded divine awakening in the surrounding region. Not eliminated, suppressed. The towers didn't prevent divine cultivation from existing. They prevented it from reaching its natural threshold. A divine resonance practitioner in a tower's range could develop, but their development ceiling was artificially lowered by approximately 2 stages. The children had been outside tower range since the early months of the grotto period. Mao Sheng had chosen the grotto's location specifically to avoid the nearest tower's suppression field, which explained why the development rates at the grotto had been significantly higher than the historical records suggested for cradle children. 3 towers in the Eastern Territory meant 3 suppression fields that were currently degrading the cultivation of everyone in their range. Practitioners who didn't know why their advancement kept hitting the same wall at the same level, who assumed the limit was internal rather than externally imposed. The first tower fell in 40 minutes. Sha Mo and Sha Lin handled the 12 nascent saints, guarding it with the efficiency of people who had been on the other side of this type of operation for a decade and knew exactly how the defensive formation was structured. Yi Frost and Zhun Bo neutralized the tower's internal cultivation array. Yi Frost's Blood Codex theoretical knowledge of Warden architecture and Zhun Bo's 26 years of practical familiarity with Warden network installations combining into a demolition approach that was faster and cleaner than anything Wei Liangji could have managed alone. He held the outer perimeter. Domain Lord Stage. Domain Cradle Lock available, but not deployed. The operation ran well enough at standard capacity. The second tower fell in 35 minutes. The third tower was 3 hours travel from the second, further east, near the boundary of what Sha Mo's intelligence mapped as the edge of Warden Network regional control. It was defended differently from the first two. Not nascent saints at the entrance, but an absence, which was more concerning than presence because absence meant either the defenders had evacuated or something else had already happened to them. Wei Liangji activated his domain and approached carefully. The tower's outer defensive formation was inactive, not destroyed, deactivated. The entrance was open. Inside, the cultivation array was running at minimum capacity rather than operational output. And in the tower's eastern foundation level, accessed through a passage that Zhun Bo navigated from memory, there was a prison. Not Warden Network standard custody, divine suppression containment, a much more expensive and specific installation. 17 individual chambers, each with a cultivation suppression array running at the grade required to contain a practitioner above nascent saint stage. 17 people who had been here long enough that their cultivation garments had worn through at the pressure points and their physical conditioning showed years of limited movement. Wei Liangji deactivated the suppression arrays one at a time. 17 cultivators emerged. 3 of them, when their cultivation sense became available after the suppression lifted, immediately identified themselves by their research specialty rather than their name. The reflexive identification of people who had been held here specifically because of what they knew. Divine Cradle researchers. The other 14 included a dissident Jade Phoenix sect elder, 8 practitioners who had refused Warden Network service, and, in the final chamber, the one furthest from the entrance, an old man who walked out of his chamber with the careful gait of someone who had been stationary for a very long time, and who stopped when Wei Liangji's father's echo registered something impossible. The river echo was responding, not to the old man's cultivation. He had almost none after the suppression period, to something in him that predated his current mortal life. Hook. The old man looked at Wei Liangji, specifically at the father's echo's visible cultivation expression, and said, "You found the river god's third reincarnation. I was the second. Yinsu wanted me to tell you something, but I've been here long enough that I'm not certain what month it is, so forgive me while I remember." Chapter 76. The old man's name was Liang Su. He had been held in the Eastern Tower's divine suppression chamber for 22 years, which he eventually calculated from the accumulated wear patterns on the chamber's stone floor. The specific measurement of someone who had spent a long time using very precise observation to replace the information they couldn't access. He had been a mid-stage void sovereign practitioner before the suppression period. He was currently at early pulse shaping, his cultivation having declined through 2 stages under 22 years of suppression degradation without maintenance access. He was also, as the father's echo confirmed through the river echo's continuous recognition response, the most recent prior incarnation of the river god Yinsu before Xiaohe. The incarnation cycle is not strictly linear, he said. They were in the tower's main chamber, the suppression arrays deactivated, the other 16 freed practitioners being provided with basic cultivation resources from the strike team's supplies, Shamo managing the logistics with the focused practicality of someone who had spent years managing network operations and could adapt the skills to the current purpose. The river god Yinsu's mortal incarnations overlap in time sometimes. The divine consciousness distributes across multiple vessels in periods of high cultivation world activity, which was why I was simultaneously the river god's incarnation and an independent practitioner. He paused. I had no idea what I was until the warden's people took me. They seemed to know. They were very specific about it. What did they want from you? Wei Liangji asked. What they wanted from everyone in those chambers. Knowledge, Liang Su said. The river god's incarnations retain partial access to Yinsu's divine memories during their mortal life, even without full awakening. Not the complete memory that your child carries, fragments, accessed through cultivation meditation, often appearing as metaphorical impressions rather than clear information. He looked at his own hands. the hands of an 80-year-old body that had been a 48-year-old body when he was brought here. They wanted the fragments. I spent the first 5 years giving them nothing useful. After that, they stopped asking and started waiting. Waiting for what? For the divine memory to surface independently in their suppression environment, he said. They had a theory that the suppression would eventually cause the divine consciousness to consolidate and become extractable, the way a cultivator's power concentrates under external pressure. A pause. They were wrong about the mechanism. The river god's consciousness doesn't consolidate under suppression. It disperses. I have less access to Yinsu's memories now than I did when they brought me here. The river echo's continuous response to Liang-Su was not accessing his fragments. It was recognizing him as a member of its own continuity, the way a river recognizes its own previous channels even when the water no longer runs through them. Wei Liangji let the recognition run. What did you want to tell me? He asked. You said Yinsu wanted you to tell me something. Liang-Su was quiet for a moment. Then, not in words. Through the river god's cultivation sense, the temporal current aspect. When the river god's divine memory in your child begins to surface fully, it will produce a 6-month warning before the origin lock coherence threshold is reached. The warning will appear as a temporal anomaly in the river echo's baseline, a current running forward and backward simultaneously, which is not normal even for the river god's domain. He looked at Wei Liangji directly. When you see that current, you have 6 months, not a day more. Wei Liangji filed this in the cultivation memory alongside the other pieces of Yinsu's guidance he had received through the children's echo, the probability assessments, the time sense data, the specific way the river god's domain contributed information about situations that were approaching rather than present. What else? He asked. The origin lock's coherence process is not passive, Liang-Su said. The 3 divine memory fragments need to recognize each other in the same temporal moment, not just existing simultaneously in the same location, but consciously acknowledging each other across the divine memory's active layer. The gods chose each other. The lock only coheres if their successors choose each other too. He paused. Your children need to be old enough and aware enough to make that choice. If the threshold arrives before they can consciously participate, the lock doesn't cohere, Wei Liangji finished. The lock doesn't cohere, and the warden has one more cycle before the next opportunity. Hook. Liang-Su looked at the freed 17 practitioners around him and said, your child carries the complete river god memory. When it surfaces, it will surface everything, including Yinsu's last clear vision before the sealing, the warden's true name, which is not the warden, which is a word that means something specific in the pre-sect language, and which, when spoken in the presence of a completed origin lock, acts as a dissolution command. Chapter 77. The 17 freed practitioners were transported to the Iron Orchid Fortress over the following 3 days, not all at once, which would have been a visible cultivation convoy, but in small groups using the Crimson Scroll Network's transportation infrastructure, which Chun Bao coordinated with the specific efficiency of someone who had been working with that network for 4 years and understood its logistics. The 3 Divine Cradle researchers settled into the fortress's research level. They had 22 years of suppressed work to resume. 2 of them were theoreticians, and 1 was a practical cultivation specialist. And the combination of their capabilities with Frost's Blood Codex research and the Jade Phoenix X archive produced a research density that Wei Liangji had not experienced since the first days with Elder Mao Sheng, when the codex had still been untranslated and the sheer volume of useful information had been overwhelming. Liang-Su was given a residential chamber and cultivation resources. He declined the cultivation resources initially. I need to understand what I've lost before I try to recover it. And spent his first week doing nothing except sitting in the inner courtyard in morning light and letting his cultivation sense reacclimatize to an environment without suppression. Xiaoyi found him on the 3rd morning. The river god had been exhibiting heightened interest in the fortress's new residents since their arrival. All 3 children had, each in their domain-specific way. Xiao Feng had warmed the research level with ambient phoenix flame on the first day. Xiao Zhan had evaluated each new resident with the precise assessment frequency of someone determining cultivation potential and defensive contribution. Xiaohe had drifted toward the inner courtyard on a temporal current that brought him to Liang-Su's preferred morning position at the exact time the old man arrived. They sat together, the river god and the river god's most recent prior incarnation, in the morning light, not speaking because the divine consciousness that connected them didn't require speech to communicate. Wei Liangji watched from the 2nd-tier landing without approaching. This is what the warden was afraid of, Shaolin said, from beside him. She had been watching too. Multiple Yinsu incarnations in the same location, he said. More than that. The older incarnation teaches the younger what the suppression period prevented him from fully developing. The river god's divine memory doesn't just exist in Xiaohe. It's being held by everything that Yinsu touched, including Liangsu. Having them together in the same location means Xiaohe's divine memory access is getting the context it needs to surface coherently rather than fragmentarily. She paused. This is a situation the warden specifically tried to prevent by capturing Liangsu 22 years ago. Wei Liangji ran the probability assessment. The forward current in the river echo's baseline was running slightly differently since the freed practitioner's arrival. Not the simultaneous forward-backward anomaly that Liangsu had described as the 6-month warning, but a directional stabilization, the temporal current acquiring more confidence about its own flow. Grand Oracle Vea's prediction, he said. She said the children would reach their parents' strength within 1 year. The window to capture them was closing. And now the window is accelerating, Shaolin said. She already knew it would. That was the point of the prediction. He looked at Xiaohe and Liangsu in the morning light. She was telling the warden something accurate. She was also telling us, through the warden's response to the prediction, exactly how much the warden knows about what's happening here. Hook. Yi Frost's decoded analysis of the sealed cultivation jade's internal encoding produced a secondary channel that she had not expected. The jade was not just a one-way transmission device. It contained a return address for a response, not the origin lock response hub that Sha Mo had identified, but a second, hidden channel that was keyed to the specific divine resonance of Grand Oracle Vei herself. Chapter 78 Yi Frost's finding about the second channel in the sealed jade occupied 2 days of analysis before she presented it to the War Council with sufficient certainty to be actionable. Vei built her own private channel into the jade, Yi Frost said. Not through the warden's architecture, alongside it. The jade's primary channel goes to the origin lock response hub on the warden's instruction. The secondary channel goes to Vei's personal resonance, which means any activation of the primary channel also signals Vei independently. She paused. She's been monitoring warden network extraction operations at the response hub level. She doesn't know the specific families or locations, just that the hub has been activated or not activated. It's her probability confirmation mechanism. She needs to know if the extraction succeeds, Wei Liangji said. She needs to know if the extraction fails, Yi Frost corrected. If the extraction succeeds, the warden gets the origin lock and the probability branch Vei has been protecting closes. She needs it to fail. She's been monitoring to confirm whether her probability calculations are still tracking. The second channel works as direct communication, Shamo said. He had been reviewing the jade's architecture from the operational security perspective. If you send a response through it rather than waiting for the jade's automatic activation. If you activate it manually with a controlled divine resonance signature rather than the full origin lock coherence threshold, you could transmit to Vei directly without triggering the primary channel to the response hub. Bypassing the warden, Wei Liangji said. Bypassing the warden, Sha Mo confirmed. Wei Liangji sat with this for 30 seconds. Then, what does she need to hear? She needs to know the branch is still viable, Yi Frost said. She's been editing her reports for 40 years based on the probability calculation that the correct branch exists. If she's lost confidence in the calculation, if she thinks the branch has been closed, she stops editing her reports. Yi Frost looked at the jade. She needs confirmation that the window Liangsu identified is real. 6 months from the river god's warning signal. She needs to know the schedule. Wei Liangji activated the secondary channel with a controlled father's echo pulse, not the 3-frequency alignment that would trigger the primary channel, but a single frequency resonance test through the jade's secondary architecture. The channel opened. He transmitted 6 words in the pre-sec notation that both the jade and the sealed message had used. The river god's current runs forward. He did not wait for a response. He closed the channel. That evening, Sha Mo presented the plan for the second phase of offensive strikes, the translation of the Reaper's combined network intelligence into a systematic campaign against the Warden's continental infrastructure. 26 active nodes in the Central and Eastern territories that we can reach within a 4-week period, Sha Mo said. 5 suppression towers, 11 intelligence relay points, 10 binding oath processing centers, the facilities where the Warden recruits and binds new cultivators. He looked at Wei Liangji. The binding oath centers are the most significant targets. Eliminating them doesn't just weaken the network's current capacity, it stops the recruitment pipeline. Every cultivator who would have been bound in the next 6 months isn't bound. Wei Liangji assembled the same strike team. Himself, Yi Frost, Sha Mo, Sha Lin, Jin Bo, with a modification. Shun Bao's Crimson Scroll Network provided logistical support for the 4-week duration, coordinating routes and safehouse access. The children remained at the Iron Orchid Fortress with Luo Mei, Xinyu, Iron Monk, Liang Su, and the 3 Divine Cradle researchers. The 4-week campaign covered 18 of the 26 targets. 8 were abandoned by the time the strike team reached them. The Warden's network intelligence had detected the campaign's first 7 days and evacuated whatever it could. The abandoned facilities were stripped of resources and personnel, but not of all their physical infrastructure. And the physical infrastructure was what mattered for the Binding Oath dissolution work that Sha Mo was building into each site visit. The 3rd tower they visited on the 2nd week held something the Warden's evacuation order had not removed. Hook. In the 3rd tower's underground level, they found an active long-range spatial window, a stable viewing aperture aimed at the Iron Orchid Fortress's inner courtyard, showing Liang Su and Xiao He in their morning session, and running on a continuous recording crystal that had been active for 5 days. Chapter 79. The spatial window was running on a record rather than a live view. They confirmed this by checking the timestamp encoding in the crystal's cultivation architecture. The most recent frame in the record was 6 hours before their arrival at the tower, which meant either the monitoring had been suspended when the evacuation order came or something had interrupted the monitoring operator. They knew about Liang Su before we brought him to the fortress, Shamo said. They knew about the morning sessions, Wei Liangji said. They understood what Liang Su and Xiao He together represented. He destroyed the recording crystal and the window infrastructure. They'll have copies of this footage somewhere in the network. What changes? Shaolin asked. They know the River God's divine memory access is accelerating, he said. They know the origin lock timeline is shifting earlier than their extraction plan assumed. He paused, which means the extraction plan is being revised. The sealed jade's activation threshold might not be the only trigger anymore. They're going to look for a faster route. Sha Mo confirmed this assessment through the network intelligence they continued to gather in the remaining days of the campaign, not by finding explicit evidence of a revised extraction plan, but by the absence of evidence. The Warden's network in the Eastern Territory had gone quiet in a way that was specifically different from post-campaign disruption quiet. It was the quiet of a system changing its approach rather than the quiet of a system that had been damaged. They returned to the fortress on the 24th day. The Divine Cradle researchers had made progress during the campaign. The 3 archives, Hui Shun's Jade Phoenix Sect records, Yi Frost's Blood Codex, the original codex, had been cross-referenced and integrated into a unified document that mapped the Origin Lock's complete activation sequence from the pre-sealing records through to the current situation. The lead researcher, a woman named Zhu Mei who had been in suppression for 19 years and was working through her own recovery of research competence with the methodical urgency of someone who understood exactly what had been lost and was determined to recover it, presented the integrated document to Wei Liangji that evening. The dissolution command that Liang Su mentioned, Wei Liangji said, reading through Zhu Mei's presentation. The Warden's true name. Is it in the Phoenix Gods archive? It is, Zhu Mei said. In the notation that requires all 3 archive sources to decode. Each archive holds 1/3 of the character sequence, encoded in 3 different notation systems. We have all 3 now. She paused. The name is complete. It requires the completed origin lock to activate it. And it requires the person speaking it to be within the Warden's active domain range, which means speaking it from inside the Warden's direct presence. Someone has to be inside the Warden's presence to use it, Wei Liangji said. Yes. Zhu Mei looked at the assembled document. The gods designed it this way deliberately. They didn't want a weapon that could be used at range. They wanted a weapon that required someone to stand in the Warden's presence, face it directly, and name it. They considered that the approach should match the act. She paused. They were not a subtle people. Wei Liangji heard Chun Bao moving in the corridor outside the research room and called him in. Iron Monk, he said. What's the current status? Chun Bao's expression answered before his words did. He asked me not to tell you how he's doing, Chun Bao said. But he asked me to tell you that he'd like to speak with you. He found Iron Monk in the cultivation maintenance room, the space where the structural array work happened. The stone tools and cultivation jade components of the fortress's infrastructure spread across the workbenches with the organized familiarity of a practitioner in their natural environment. Iron Monk was sitting on the primary work stool, which was unusual. He generally stood while working. I've been counting the remaining functional months, Iron Monk said, when Wei Liangji arrived. He did not preface this statement or give it context. He presented it as the calculation it was, with the directness of someone who had decided to say the thing directly. The terminal curse gives me between 4 and 7, depending on cultivation effort. Xinyu's retroactive healing is slowing it, Iron Monk said, not stopping it. He looked at his tools. I want to stay useful through the origin lock activation event. I can reach that if the curse progression holds its current rate. After that, he paused. I'd rather not plan after that. Hook. Xiaohe appeared in the cultivation maintenance room doorway, navigating there independently without any of the adults present to guide him. The river god's temporal current sense apparently capable, at 6 months of age, of finding the precise location of a person whose cultivation the divine consciousness had identified as requiring attention, and he placed his small hand on Iron Monk's curse site. And Shun Yu's retroactive healing technique was present in Xiaohe's touch with a depth and precision that 6 months of development should not have produced. Chapter 80. Wei Liangji stood at the Void Sovereign threshold. He had been at the edge of it for 3 weeks, since before the strike campaign, before the freed practitioner's arrival, before the analysis of the sealed Jade's secondary channel. The Domain Lord stage had been consolidating for months, and the triple cradle resonance had been pushing the ceiling upward with each advancement in the children's divine development. The Void Sovereign threshold was visible the way the Domain Lord threshold had been visible after Xiaozhan's birth. A ceiling he could see through, a stage he could reach if he allowed the current to carry him forward. He had been holding back, not deliberately, not consciously, but through the specific resistance of someone who understands that each stage's ceiling exists for a reason, that the capacity required for Void Sovereign was the capacity he had been building toward but hadn't finished building. The 4-week campaign had been the finishing. Not because of the combat. He had fought at Domain Lord stage many times, and the experience had been accumulating in the standard way. Because of the operational integration, 3 divine frequencies running simultaneously at sustained high output for 24 days, the Domain Cradle lock extended to 7-minute duration by the campaign's end. The Father's Echoes probability assessment operating at a complexity level that was no longer nascent saint work or Domain Lord work, but something that had been building toward a new architecture. He ran the morning consolidation session on the 25th day. The Domain Lord stage depth was complete. He could feel it, the specific quality of a cultivation stage that had been fully inhabited rather than achieved. The Void Sovereign threshold was not above him. It was in front of him. He crossed it at dawn. His domain manifested. Not the Domain Cradle lock technique. That was a combat expression of a technique. The actual Domain Lord domain, which at Void Sovereign stage became the permanent manifested field rather than a combat tool. The Cradle's sovereign domain, 40 meters in radius, all 3 divine frequencies present simultaneously, suppressing warden-binding architecture within range and amplifying divine resonance expression for every practitioner inside it. The 3 wives felt it simultaneously. Luo Mei appeared at the cultivation chamber's entrance with the specific expression of someone whose cultivation domain had just been touched by something it recognized. Shun Yu came from the research level, Xiaohe in her arms, the river god's temporal current suddenly running at a new stability level that the Cradle's sovereign domain's amplification had produced. Yi Frost emerged from the archive room with the blood codex open at a theoretical section she had been working through and said, without looking up, "Your domain manifested." She turned a page. The suppression effect should improve the research level's divine resonance clarity. This is good timing. Thank you, Wei Liangji said. Don't thank me for noticing what's happening, she said. Thank me for the blood codex. Without it you'd have been working blind. Iron Monk was in the inner courtyard, sitting in the morning light with the careful stillness of someone who had spent the night doing a different kind of work. He looked better, not healed. The curse was present and persistent, but Xiaohe's touch the previous evening had produced something that Shun Yu had confirmed this morning. A measurable regression in the curse's terminal progression rate, beyond what the retroactive healing sessions had previously achieved. The river god is stronger than the technique, Shun Yu had said, with the specific tone of someone making a scientific observation about something that also moved her personally. Iron Monk looked at Wei Liangji in the morning light. You advanced, he said. I advanced. About time. He looked at the courtyard's perimeter and the fortress walls beyond. Void Sovereign. Void Sovereign. Iron Monk was quiet for a moment. Then, in the specific tone of a practitioner who has accepted a trajectory and has found, unexpectedly, that the trajectory has shifted. How long do you think it takes to defeat an architect of cosmic law? Longer than today, Wei Liangji said. But not forever. Madame Kai brought the final intelligence of the Ark, a transmission from Vea's secondary channel in the sealed jade, received overnight. Not a communication, but a cultivation seed. Compressed probability analysis. A single probability calculation rendered in the notation that Yi Frost could read. Yi Frost read it in the War Council and said, she responded. The calculation she sent is a timeline confirmation. She agrees with Liang Su's 6-month estimate from the river god's warning signal, but she's marked one probability branch as significantly elevated. A branch where the origin lock coheres earlier than the 6-month mark. She looked at Wei Liangji. 3 to 4 months earlier. Why would it cohere early, he asked. Hook. Frost looked at the probability calculation for another moment. Because Xiaoyi placed his hand on Iron Monk last night, she said. The river god's divine memory recognized a moment that required everything it had, a dying person it wanted to save, and it surfaced a significant layer of divine consciousness to do it. The 6-month warning has already begun. The river god's current is running. Chapter 81. The Cradle Sovereign Domain at Void Sovereign stage was not the same thing as the Domain Cradle Lock technique at full output. Wei Liangji understood this distinction in the first days after advancement, not because anyone explained it to him, but because he could feel the difference. The Domain Cradle Lock had been a combat technique. Active, deliberate, requiring conscious maintenance, burning cultivation reserve at a rate that set its duration ceiling. The Cradle Sovereign Domain was ambient. It existed continuously, the way cultivators' domains existed at Domain Lord stage, but shaped by something the Domain Lord domain hadn't contained. The simultaneous integration of all 3 divine frequencies into a single field architecture that operated as its own system rather than as a technique he was running. It suppressed warden-binding architecture within range. He had known this theoretically from the Divine Cradle Codex's Void Sovereign Projection section. The practical experience of it was different from the theoretical knowledge. Within 40 meters of him, every cultivator who had been carrying warden-binding cultivation since the network had touched them found the binding's architecture degrading. Not instantly, not painfully, but measurably. Over time, the way external pressure in a stable environment gradually equalizes. Jinbo noticed it on the 3rd day. The network's hold on my cultivation is lighter, she said. She had been in the fortress for 6 weeks now, working with Shaolin on the Eastern Territory Intelligence Project, occupying a position that had evolved from placement agent to genuine contributor in a way that no one had formally decided was the case, but everyone had practically arrived at. The conditioning. The technique shaping they did during training. It's still there, but it's quieter. The domain affects warden-adjacent cultivation, Wei Liangji said. Not quickly. Over time. Will it eventually? I don't know, he said honestly. The Codex doesn't have data beyond the current situation. We're past the historical record at this point. She accepted this without pressure for a better answer, which was, he had come to understand, one of Zhenbo's consistent qualities. She accepted the actual situation with more equanimity than people who had lived easier lives generally managed. 26 years of network conditioning had given her a very clear relationship with the gap between what she wanted and what was available. The river god's divine memory had been running its forward current since the night he had placed his hand on Iron Monk. The 6-month warning begun, as Liang Su had described, and as Vea's probability calculation had confirmed. The current ran with increasing confidence, the temporal sense sharpening over the first weeks after Void's sovereign advancement in the specific way of something that was arriving rather than just present. At the beginning of the 3rd month after the warning began, Xiaoyi's river god memories emerged. Wei Liangji was in the inner courtyard when it happened, not observing the children, simply present in the fortress's daily morning pattern, which had developed its own rhythm over the months of residence. He felt the river echo change character, from the confident directional current of an approaching event to the specific quality of something that had arrived. Then the entire fortress's water supply began to glow. Not visibly. The glow was cultivation perceptible, not visible to the naked eye, a resonance quality in the water itself. The household's cultivators noticed simultaneously. Xinyu in the medical chamber, Sha Mo at the perimeter node, Frost in the archive room, all pausing at the same moment with the specific attention of practitioners who had just registered a significant environmental change. Hook, Liang Su, in the inner courtyard, looked at the water in the ornamental basin and said, "This is what it feels like when Yinsu remembers. I experienced this twice in my life. The first time, I didn't know what it was. The second time, they took me before it finished." He watched the glow spread through the water. This time, let it finish. Chapter 82. Xiaoyi's divine memory emergence was not a quiet event. Wei Liangji had assumed it would be similar to the phoenix god's warmth regulation cycle, ambient, managed, gradual. The river god's domain operated differently. Yinsu's domain was persistence and flow, the principle that water finds every available path, and the divine memory emergence followed the same principle. The river god's consciousness found every available channel simultaneously. The fortress's water supply, the mountain streams above, the seasonal snowmelt that fed the streams, the underground water table that the fortress's foundation sat on. Every body of water within a 40-kilometer radius registered the river god Yinsu's returning memory as a resonance event, the kind of thing that ancient river temples had been built to witness and which hadn't happened in 600 years. The glowing spread outward from the fortress. Not dangerous, not violent. Luminous, the color of early morning light on moving water. River fish downstream moved in the coordinated patterns that, according to Patriarch Hui Shun's archive documents, the ancient river keepers had documented as the river god's passing signature. The local fishing communities registered it that afternoon. Their catch, their river markers, their traditional seasonal patterns altered simultaneously, as if the river had decided, for the first time in 6 centuries, to pay attention to the people living along its banks. 3 major kingdoms mobilized military expeditions within 2 days. They're not threatening, Madame Kai confirmed, reviewing the intelligence reports that the Iron Orchid Network was receiving from its regional contacts. They're investigating. The kingdom's leadership doesn't know what the phenomenon is. They know it's cultivation grade, and they know it's coming from the northwestern mountain territory, and they want to understand what they're dealing with before they make decisions about it. 2 days before they arrive, Wei Liangji said. At fastest military travel pace, she confirmed. More likely 4. 4 days was more than enough for what the river god's emergence required, but the military mobilization was itself a political event that the 7 other sect alliances currently maintaining hunting orders on the Divine Cradle family would read as confirmation that the phenomenon was associated with Wei Liangji's household. The false prophecies claimed that the Divine Cradle family was dangerous would find apparent support in the river phenomenon and the 3 kingdoms' military response. Wei Liangji was still running the situation's implications through the father's echo probability assessment when every void sovereign cultivator in the fortress went to one knee simultaneously. He felt it himself, not a strike, not an attack, not a targeted technique. Something pressing, something vast, operating outside the scale of anything he had previously encountered in cultivation terms, pressing against the continental fabric of existence with the specific weight of something that had been present the entire time and had simply chosen this moment to make its weight perceptible. The Warden, not an avatar, not a network emissary, not a bound agent. The Warden's true presence, the cosmic architecture operating at its actual scale, pressing against the mortal realm's fabric in a way that communicated with absolute clarity. I have noticed, Liang Su, in the courtyard, remained standing. He looked at Wei Liangji with the expression of someone who has experienced something and is deciding whether to be afraid. He's never done that before, Liang Su said. In my lifetime, the Warden has always operated through intermediaries, through the network. His voice was controlled. This is different. He moved personally, Xianxia said, from his position at the perimeter. He had remained standing as well. The Warden binding architecture in his cultivation had been degrading for 6 weeks in Wei Liangji's domain, and perhaps the degradation had provided some resistance, or perhaps it was simply that he had spent a decade as one of the Warden's best field assets and had developed a cultivated non-response to the Warden's authority expressions. Hook. The Warden's attention swept across the continent with the slow deliberateness of something that could perceive the entire cultivation world simultaneously and was choosing which point to focus on. And when it landed on the Iron Orchid Fortress, Wei Liangji felt every bone in his body attempt to orient itself toward the Warden in the specific reflexive submission response that Warden binding architecture was designed to generate even in unbounded practitioners. Chapter 83. The submission response lasted 4 seconds. Wei Liangji resisted it through the Cradle Sovereign Domain. The domain's suppression of Warden binding architecture extended to the architectural principle of the submission response itself, which was built on the same structural foundation as the binding oaths. The domain's suppression wasn't perfect at this scale. The Warden's direct attention was operating above the tier that the domain had been designed against, but it was sufficient. For seconds of resistance, and the reflexive orientation toward the Warden faded. He remained standing. Around him, the household's cultivators rose from one knee, some immediately, some requiring the Cradle Sovereign Domain's ambient support to break the posture. Liang Su had not knelt. Liang Su watched the other cultivators with the expression of someone who had spent 22 years under stronger suppression than this, and had come out on the other side with a particular attitude toward cosmic authority. Good, Liang Su said, to no one in particular. The Warden's attention held on the fortress location for approximately 90 seconds. Wei Liangji felt it as a quality of observation, not hostile, not threatening, not preparatory, simply observing. The Warden at its true scale, acknowledging that this specific location in the continental probability space was the point around which the branch it had been suppressing for 40 years was currently coalescing. Then the attention moved on. The weight lifted. The continental fabric of existence returned to its normal texture. The river glow faded from amber to white to nothing over the following hour as the river god's memory emergence completed its initial surface phase and the divine consciousness settled into its new access depth. He breathed for the first time in those 90 seconds. He hadn't noticed not breathing. That was the nature of an observation event at that scale, the way large forces occupied the entire perceptual field without leaving space for the awareness of ordinary physical experience. His heart was running at a rate that his cultivation should have managed without incident. His cultivation had been occupied with something else. The household took the rest of the day to process what had happened. Not through discussion. Most of it happened through the small actions that indicated internal adjustment. Shamo returning to his perimeter work with a different quality of attention, more deliberate and less automatic. Jinbo spending an hour in the garden where the cradle bloom grew, not gardening, simply sitting. Shunbao writing in the notes he maintained for the Crimson Scroll archive, which he did when events had a historical quality that he wanted to document before the immediacy faded. Liang Su found Wei Liangji at the evening meal and said, "The warden's attention at that scale produces a specific effect on practitioners who have experienced its binding architecture. Like hearing a very loud sound that makes the ears ring, the equivalent, but for the cultivation sense." He sat down with the careful movement of someone who had been standing most of the day. The ring fades in a few hours. It doesn't damage anything. It just takes time. Have you experienced it before? Wei Liangji asked. In the suppression chamber, Liang Su said. The warden's attention visited the chamber twice in 22 years for what I interpreted as diagnostic assessments. The same quality, enormous and impersonal. He looked at Wei Liangji. You resisted it. I didn't, the first time. I learned to, after. He paused. The cradle sovereign domain gives you a structural foundation to resist that nothing else does. A pause. The warden knows this now. Wei Liangji checked the household and the children. Xiaohe was with Xunyu, his small face carrying the specific expression he wore after significant events. Not tired, exactly, but the look of a being who has done something that required the full depth of what they had available. The river god Yinsu had surfaced. The expression said he knew it, the way a person knows when something they have been carrying for a long time has been set down. The system updated in his cultivation awareness. Asterisk warden direct intervention, 60 days. Countdown active. This location has been permanently marked. Asterisk 60 days. We saw this in the probability calculations, Yi Frost said, when the War Council assembled that afternoon. Veya's timeline confirmation. The 6-month warning from Liang Su. The warden moving personally at the river god's emergence. She had the blood codex open to the section she'd been working through for 2 weeks. This is the crisis arc the codex identified. The origin lock is moving toward coherence, and the warden is no longer willing to wait for the extraction strategy to play out through its network. It's coming directly, Wei Liangji said. In 60 days, she confirmed. The countdown is real. The warden's domain intervention requires cultivation world preparation at the cosmic scale. It cannot simply arrive tomorrow. The 60 days is the actual lead time. Then we have 60 days, Shaolin said. Hook. The system's 60-day countdown had a secondary notation that Wei Liangji read twice to confirm he wasn't misinterpreting it. Warden's primary intervention vector will target origin lock coherence prevention, not the children's safety. The warden's first priority is preventing the lock from completing, not destroying the family. If the lock completes before day 60, the intervention changes character. Chapter 84. The War Council on the 43rd day after Xiaohe's emergence assembled every significant person in Wei Liangji's alliance for the first time simultaneously. Wei Liangji, the 3 wives, Luo Mei, Xunyu, Yi Frost, the Twin Reapers, Sha Mo, Sha Lin, Madame Kai, Patriarch Hui Shun, present via cultivation sense transmission from the Jade Phoenix sect, the 3 Divine Cradle researchers, Zhu Mei and her 2 colleagues, Liang Su, Chenbao, Zhen Bo Iron Monk, present and alert, the river god's healing having given him a timeline extension that his earlier calculation hadn't included. Wei Liangji presented the situation plainly. 60 days from the warden's marking. The river god's divine memory had surfaced. The war god's divine memory was an accelerated surface. Xiao Zhan's awakening had been running at increasingly active levels for weeks, and Yi Frost's assessment indicated an emergence within 30 days. The Phoenix god's memory had not surfaced. Kira is conscious, Patriarch Hui Shun's transmitted voice said. She is aware of the timeline. I believe she has made a calculation about when to emerge. She told Luo Mei she would come when she was ready, Wei Liangji said. Yes, and Kira's concept of ready is not the same as our concept of soon enough. A pause. The Phoenix god's domain is transformation. She does not move until the transformation is complete. Rushing her produces an incomplete transformation, which is, in Kira's cosmological framework, worse than arriving late. And if the lock can't cohere before day 60 because the Phoenix fragment isn't available? Shamo asked. Then the lock doesn't cohere before day 60, Yfrost said. The warden arrives. We fight the warden in direct engagement at Void Sovereign stage with 2 lock fragments and incomplete preparation. She paused. We don't win that engagement. What is the origin lock's minimum coherence timeline if all 3 fragments become available simultaneously? Wei Liangji asked. Zhu Mei answered from the research table. 12 hours once all 3 fragments are materially present, she said. The coherence process is not instantaneous. The 3 divine consciousness layers need to recognize each other through the material lock, which requires time and conscious participation from the children. She paused. The children must choose each other. That's the non-negotiable condition. They will, Luomei said. Not defensively. With the specific certainty of someone who has been watching 3 children grow up in the same divine resonance field for their entire lives and understands what that proximity means. They already know each other at the divine level. The choice is a formality. The limiting factor is Kira, Yfrost said. The Council's full intelligence inventory followed. Warden's remaining network assets in the continental region, significantly reduced from the strike campaign, but not eliminated. 3 sect alliances still maintaining hunting orders based on the false prophecy. The Siege Eternals confirmed location. The War God's tactical memory had been surfacing in tactical flashes for weeks, and one of the flashes had contained the Eternals' position in the Eastern Territories. 200-plus kilometers from the northern crossroads location that Liang Su had identified as the origin lock's ideal coherence point. The northern crossroads, Patriarch Hui Shun confirmed. The ancient divine meeting ground. The origin lock's fragments will achieve their fastest coherence at a location where divine law from the pre-sealing era is still present in the environmental fabric. The crossroads is the closest such location to our current position. We need to get there before the warden's 60 days expire and before the siege eternal moves to intercept, Wei Liangji said. And we need Kira's fragment available. Then we address each constraint in order, Yfrost said. Hook. Patriarch Hui Shun's transmitted presence paused before closing the connection and said, There is one additional fact the Jade Phoenix Sex archive contains that I have not yet shared. The Phoenix god Kira's divine memory, when it surfaces, will not emerge gradually like the river gods. It will emerge in a single complete release. All of Kira's consciousness, simultaneously, in one moment. The event will be visible from the other end of the continent. Chapter 85 Luo Mei's work with Xiao Feng began on the 47th day. She had been thinking about it since before the War Council, since the month before, when the 60-day countdown had established a timeline that everyone understood was insufficient for a patient approach. She had not said anything in the council because the approach she was considering was not a council decision. It was a personal one. The Phoenix god Kira had said, I will come when I am ready. Not before. Luo Mei had spent 3 days thinking about what the Phoenix god meant by ready. Not what the Phoenix god's domain required. Patriarch Hui Shun had covered the transformative completeness principle. What Kira personally meant by ready. What it felt like, from the inside of a divine consciousness that had been sealed for 600 years and was now in its 3rd mortal year, to approach the moment of full emergence. She brought this question to Xiao Feng on the morning of the 47th day. Not through cultivation technique. Through the simplest method available. She sat down in the children's chamber and talked to her daughter. Not explaining the timeline, not explaining the War Council's conclusions, not performing urgency. Talking to her the way she had talked to her since before she could respond with coherent language. The way parents talk to children who are older than they appear. Tell me what ready means, she said. Xiao Feng was playing with the cultivation jade that Patriarch Hui Shun had brought on his 2nd visit. A resonance object from the Jade Phoenix Sex archive, designed for divine domain cultivation focus, which the Phoenix god had adopted as a preferred object with the specific interest of a being who recognized it as belonging to their own history. She looked at Luo Mei without stopping the movement of the jade. The last time, Xiao Feng said, in her voice that was both child and ancient. Before the sealing. Kira was ready, but it didn't matter. A pause. The sealing happened anyway. This is different, Luo Mei said. How? Because you're choosing it. Not being sealed. She paused. The Phoenix god's emergence, this time, is yours. Not something the warden does to you. Something you do. Xiao Feng was quiet for a long time. Then she said, It hurts when I get close to the full memory. Not the remembering. The edges of it, where the sealing was done. There are places in the memory that the sealing damaged. She touched the jade. I don't want to come forward through a damaged place. Luo Mei understood, with the specific clarity of a parent hearing their child tell them something important that had been held unspoken, what had been happening in Xiao Feng's consideration of ready, not reluctance to emerge, fear of the damaged place. She activated the Phoenix Cradle, not as a cultivation technique, as a maternal resonance. The warmth she had been building since before Xiao Feng was born, the specific quality of attention and safety that she had learned to provide not because the Codex told her to, but because the Phoenix God required it. She pushed her own cultivation to its limit. Core formation straining towards soul separation. The gap between her current stage and the next one becoming pressure, becoming heat, becoming the specific quality of maternal warmth that was bigger than what any cultivation stage was supposed to produce at this level. She offered it all to Xiao Feng, not as instruction, as company for the damaged places. For 3 days, she ran her cultivation to its limit in the cradle chamber. Wei Liangji watched, unable to help. Unable to do what Luo Mei was doing because the Phoenix God's specific damage was to the maternal resonance channel, the place where the ceiling had torn most severely, and the only repair that could work, there was the same resonance that had been torn. On the 3rd day, Xiao Feng caught her mother's hand. Hook. She looked at Luo Mei with both eyes, her mortal child's eyes and the Phoenix God Kira's ancient awareness simultaneously, and said, "Mother, stop. I will come when I am ready. Not before." A pause. But soon. Chapter 86 Kira's soon was not a promise Wei Liangji could build a tactical timeline around. He understood this clearly enough not to try. The Phoenix God's emergence would happen when it happened, and the gap between soon in divine consciousness terms and soon in 60-day countdown terms was a gap he had to manage rather than close. The constraint was fixed. The response to it was what he could shape. He ran the probability assessment through the father's echo and arrived at the same conclusion each time. The combination of the false prophecies spread and the Three Kingdom military mobilization and the River God's continental emergence event had created a political situation that was accumulating momentum independently of any action the Warden's network was taking. 6 major sect alliances with hunting orders. 2 kingdoms mobilizing. Every regional power that had been uncertain about the false prophecy now receiving apparent confirmation that the Divine Cradle family was connected to continental-scale divine events. He was running out of time to address the political situation through conventional means. The truth, Chen Bao said, on the 51st day. He had been running the Crimson Scroll Network's communication analysis, tracking how information was spreading and where it was being believed versus contested. Not a diplomatic communique. The full truth, transmitted at scale, through every communication channel available. The Divine Cradle System's actual function. The Warden's 600-year suppression of divine ascension. The origin lock. He spread the transmission plan across the War Council table. People who receive this information and have any cultivation world context will be able to verify parts of it independently. The river temples, the historical gaps in the cultivation registry, the pattern of cradle family disappearances. It's not an argument, it's a case. And the sect alliances that are operating on institutional momentum rather than belief will continue regardless, Madame Kai said. Yes, Qinbao said. But the difference between 10,000 hostile cultivators and 6,000 is operationally significant. The disclosure creates a different risk, Shaolin said. The Warden's network reads the same communication channels we do. Anything transmitted broadly is intercepted and analyzed. Disclosing the origin lock timeline gives the Warden's network the activation schedule. The Warden already knows the activation schedule, Yifrost said. The 60-day countdown is the Warden's own assessment of the timeline. We're not protecting a secret. We're protecting a narrative. She paused. And we're losing the narrative. Wei Liangji made the decision. We broadcast. Patriarch Hui Shun's cultivation transmission network was the most extensive on the continent. The Jade Phoenix sect had maintained a continental communication infrastructure for 4,000 years, and its reach extended to every major sect and kingdom formation that had any Phoenix-adjacent cultivation lineage. He agreed to carry the transmission within 6 hours of being asked, which told Wei Liangji something about how long Patriarch Hui Shun had been thinking about this approach before he was asked. The broadcast went out on the 52nd day. The full case, the Divine Cradle System's history, the Warden's identity and methodology, the origin lock and its function, the 12 previous cradle families, the suppression towers, the false prophecies mechanism and origin. The response was exactly what Shaolin had predicted. Approximately half the sect alliances increased hostility. Approximately half paused. 3 major sects sent delegations requesting direct meetings within 36 hours of the broadcast. And Wei made her first direct attack on the communication network. The broadcast reached too many people, Madame Kai said, reviewing the relay reports. She's not trying to counter-broadcast. She's severing the physical communication infrastructure. Courier routes, relay stones, transmission nodes. She paused. Our communication network is collapsing from the outside in. Hook. Within 48 hours of the broadcast, Wei Liangji's intelligence network had lost contact with 11 of its 14 relay points. 3 delegations had been intercepted in transit, and the only communication arriving reliably was a single message from one of the 3 sect delegations, delivered physically rather than through the cultivation network. We read the broadcast. We believe you. How do we help? Chapter 87. The communication collapse changed the situation's character. Wei Liangji had spent 3 years operating in the specific mode of someone who was being hunted, reactive, defensive, managing information at range, working through network intermediaries. Vei's communication interdiction eliminated the network as a useful tool in 36 hours. What remained was direct engagement, which was both a constraint and, the Father's Echo's probability assessment suggested, an opportunity. The sect delegation that had managed to deliver its message physically, the Ivory Mountain sect, one of the 3 that had paused after the broadcast, arrived at the Iron Orchid Fortress on the 54th day with 6 cultivators and a sealed intelligence package from their leadership. Their cultivation levels ranged from Senior Nascent Saint to Domain Lord, which told Wei Liangji that the Ivory Mountain sect had sent people they were willing to lose if the meeting went wrong, which was its own kind of endorsement. Your broadcast is circulating in the physical networks, the delegation's leader said. Her name was Elder Fong, and she had been leading Ivory Mountain delegations for 20 years. Merchant networks, Crimson Scroll archive distribution, physical document relay. They can't suppress physical transmission without deploying assets to every distribution node in the cultivation world, which would take longer than she has. Slower, Wei Liangji said. Slower, but spreading. She placed the intelligence package on the council table. Our leadership has been tracking the Warden's suppression towers for 60 years without knowing what they were. The historical cultivation advancement data in our sect archive shows a consistent ceiling anomaly. Practitioners who should be advancing to Domain Lord stage instead plateau at Senior Nascent Saint, across every generation, at a rate that doesn't match cultivation theory. She looked at him directly. The towers explained every anomaly in our advancement records. That's not an argument we received. That's a pattern we recognized. 2 more physical delegations arrived on the 55th and 56th days, from sects that had received the broadcast and matched it against their own historical records. The pattern recognition approach was working. Not quickly enough to change the military mobilization significantly, but enough to establish a coalition of 3 sects that were willing to contribute to the defense operation at the Northern Crossroads. The Northern Crossroads destination was no longer secret. The communication collapse had ensured that Vei's interdiction had effectively announced to the cultivation world that there was a communication network worth collapsing, which was itself information about where the significant event was going to occur. The sect alliances still maintaining hunting orders were now moving toward the Northern Crossroads with the momentum of institutional decisions already committed. Wei Liangji revised the operational plan for the Northern Crossroads in light of the communication collapse. The cell network restructuring that Xiao Zhan's tactical flash had suggested, anonymous, distributed, individually inconsequential decisions, would run in parallel with the direct coalition approach. The cells would handle intelligence gathering and small unit operations. The coalition would handle the defensive perimeter. And one message, through the cell network's most redundant relay path, arrived from a source the Father's Echo recognized by its divine resonance signature, Grand Oracle Vei. Asterisk come to the Northern Crossroads. Bring the children. A divine dragon awaits. Asterisk, she sent this, Xiamo said, when they deciphered the transmission. Vei, through the cell network, using one of the anonymous relay nodes that no cultivation sense tracking could identify as connected to us. She's been helping us, Wei Liangji said. She's been attacking our communication network, Shaolin said. She's been attacking the network that the Warden was monitoring, Wei Liangji said. She's forcing us to use the communication infrastructure the Warden can't monitor. He looked at the decoded message. The Divine Dragon. The Northern Crossroads. Liang Su described the convergence point as a dimensional meeting ground. I described it as a place where divine memories can't be suppressed, Liang Su confirmed, from his position at the War Council's edge. Vei has apparently known about it for 40 years. Her probability calculation, Branch 7, the branch where the Warden loses, it runs through the Northern Crossroads as an event horizon. Hook, Xiao Zhan, the War God's reincarnation, had been listening to the council from his position near the entrance with the focused attention of a divine consciousness receiving tactical information relevant to its domain. And at the mention of the northern crossroads, he walked to the council table and placed both small hands flat on its surface and looked at Wei Liangji with the ancient eyes of the war god and said, "Father, I know how she predicts. I remember." Chapter 88. Xiao Zhan's tactical memory was surfacing in flashes. The war god Doru's 6,000-year-old combat records accessing through a 10-month-old child's consciousness in the specific pattern of something being read rather than remembered. Wei Liangji had been tracking the flashes for 2 months. Each one was specific, operational, and immediately applicable to the current situation in a way that continued to produce the particular discomfort of receiving genuinely useful military intelligence from his infant son. The seer general, Xiao Zhan said, in Doru's wars. Before the sealing, he had been developing language at the accelerated rate consistent with the war god's intellectual domain. At 10 months, his vocabulary was functional rather than childish, because the war god's consciousness needed a communication tool and had pushed the development accordingly. She used the same method as Wei. Probability space observation. Doru couldn't predict where she would look. He could only be certain she was looking. How did he counter it? Wei Liangji asked. He stopped making decisions. Xiao Zhan looked at him with the flat seriousness of a military mind presenting a counterintuitive principle. Not all decisions, the important ones. He removed himself from the decision chain for his most critical operations. He assigned execution to people who were not significant enough to appear in probability space readings. The seer general could see Doru's choices. She couldn't see the choices of people Doru had never paid personal attention to. Anonymous agents, Wei Liangji said. Anonymous agents who received their instructions through methods that didn't require Doru's direct involvement. The information traveled through people the seer couldn't track. Xiao Zhan looked at the council table. The cell network Chun Bao has been building. That's the correct approach. But the cells need to be genuinely anonymous, not just structurally anonymous. The people in them can't have any previous connection to Wei Liangji that Wei has already observed. Chun Bao said, from across the table, the Crimson Scroll Network. 400 merchants across the continent. Wei has never paid attention to any of them individually. She would if she knew, Xiao Zhan said. She can't know. Wei Liangji looked at his 10-month-old son presenting a continental operational security analysis with the specific precision of the war god Doru's 6,000-year combat experience, and experienced a moment of the particular emotion that the father's echo's daily data stream never fully prepared him for regardless of how many times it arrived. The cell network restructuring happened over 3 days. Chun Bao reaching out through physical courier to Crimson Scroll archive locations, establishing new relay nodes through people who had never appeared in any cultivation world record as connected to the Divine Cradle family, building a communication infrastructure that Wei's probability space observation had no existing thread to track. 18 messages went out. 14 arrived at their destinations. One of the 14 carried a specific response. From a Crimson Scroll contact in the deep northern territory, 2 days from the northern crossroads location. The contact had received the message and had been to the crossroads location 3 months earlier, investigating an unusual dimensional phenomenon. What she had found was documented in the response. A spatial convergence point, approximately 500 meters in diameter, where the fabric of the current cultivation world was thinner than anywhere else she had ever mapped. Where the pre-sealing divine law was still present in the environmental resonance, layered beneath the current world's cultivation architecture like an older foundation, and visible from the convergence point's center, a dimensional presence that her instruments had registered as divine class. Hook. The contact's message included a cultivation jade rubbing of the dimensional presence's resonance signature, and when Wei Liangji ran the rubbing through the father's echo, the war god's frequency responded with immediate recognition. The dimensional presence at the northern crossroads was not a location. It was a being, an ancient divine being, not one of the sealed gods, that had been living in the convergence point for 600 years, waiting. Chapter 89. The being in the northern crossroads convergence point was not in the Divine Cradle Codex. Yi Frost looked through the Blood Codex, the original codex, and Patriarch Hui Shun's archive for 3 days while the travel preparations for the northern crossroads operation were underway. She found references, incomplete, fragmentary, appearing in the margins of records about the pre-sealing divine world's wider population, to a category of divine being called a Tao dragon, not a literal dragon in the cultivator mythology sense, a being whose divine domain was the fabric of cultivation law itself, able to perceive the underlying structure of existence the way Wei perceived probability branches. The wardens sealed the gods, Yi Frost said, On the morning of the 59th day, the gods had allies who were not themselves divine, but who operated in divine-adjacent cultivation space. The warden sealed the gods because the gods held the origin lock. It didn't seal the Tao dragons because the Tao dragons' power doesn't accumulate in the lock. They're structure practitioners, not domain holders. She paused. The warden left a gap, and the Tao dragon has been in it for 600 years. Why didn't it act before now? Shaolin asked. Because it couldn't, Yifrost said. Tao dragons are structure practitioners. They can perceive the cultivation law's underlying architecture, and they can, in specific circumstances, support or reinforce structural events, like the origin lock's coherence process. But they can't initiate. They can only respond to an event that's already in motion. She looked at the assembled preparations. The origin lock has been in motion since the river god's emergence. The Tao dragon has been waiting for exactly this moment. Vei's message told us about it, Chen Bao said. Vei has known about it for 40 years, Wei Liangji said. She saw branch 7. The Tao dragon was in that branch. The travel plan had been restructured 3 times to account for the communication collapse and the increased hostile cultivator traffic in the northern territories. The final version used the anonymous cell network for route coordination, moved the family in 2 separated groups to reduce the target profile, and designated the Ivory Mountain Sect's domain Lord-class delegate as the Outer Perimeter Force commander. They left on the 59th day. The journey to the northern crossroads took 3 days. On the 2nd day, Xiaofeng's phoenix flame went quiet, not extinguished, but suppressed inward, the warmth pulling back from its ambient expression to something contained and internal. Luo Mei noticed immediately and spent 4 hours running the phoenix cradle resonance at its gentlest setting, not directing, not calling, simply providing the surrounding warmth that she had learned was what the phoenix god received as safety. She's close, Luo Mei said, that evening. How close? Wei Liangji asked. She's not telling me, Luo Mei said. She's doing it her way. A pause, not frustrated, not resigned. Accepting, in the way she had accepted Xiaofeng's rhythms since before Xiaofeng was born. Her way is the right way. I know that. On the 3rd day, the northern crossroads became visible at midday. The convergence point was perceptible from 2 kilometers out, not visually, but through every cultivation sense Wei Liangji possessed simultaneously. The father's echo resonated with it at all 3 frequencies. Phoenix warmth recognized something ancient and warm there. The river current flowed toward it with the directional certainty of water finding its proper channel. The war god's frequency pulsed with the recognition quality of Doru's consciousness, identifying a location encoded in 6,000-year-old military records. Liang Su walked faster as they approached. He had been making the careful progress of an old man's gait for 3 months. For the last kilometer, he walked differently. The river god's second choice point, he said, when Wei Liangji matched his pace. The first is when Yinsu's consciousness chooses to emerge in a new mortal vessel. The second is this, when the returning consciousness first feels the place it knew before the sealing. Xiaoyi feels it now. He looked at the child in Shen Yu's arms. The river god remembers this place. Hook. The convergence point's center was visible as they entered the zone. A spatial shimmer, not threatening, not hostile, the quality of a dimensional boundary that had been maintained by something very old for a very long time. And from within the shimmer, a presence turned its attention toward the approaching family, with the specific recognition of something that has been waiting and has now understood that the waiting is finished. Chapter 90. The Tao dragon was older than the ceiling. Wei Liangji understood this when its presence fully manifested in the convergence point. Not physically, not in any form that would have been useful against the 300,000 hostile cultivators currently approaching from the south, but as a structural expression, the cultivation law's underlying architecture becoming briefly visible the way hidden text becomes visible under particular light. 600 years of waiting had not produced impatience. It had produced the specific quality of something that had identified its function and had been sustaining that function for as long as necessary. Father of gods, the Tao dragon communicated, not through language, not through cultivation sense transmission, through the Father's echo directly, as if speaking through the resonance channel rather than to it. Asterisk, 3 gods. Origin lock. You know what you are here to do. Asterisk, the lock coheres here? Wei Liangji asked. Asterisk, the lock coheres where the gods choose each other. I have maintained this space for 600 years so the choice could be made here. In this convergence, the damaged places in their memories are visible. In this convergence, the Phoenix God's damaged sealing site is accessible for navigation rather than obstacle. Asterisk, Luo Mei was looking at the center of the convergence point with an expression Wei Liangji recognized. She was feeling something through the Phoenix cradle resonance. Xiaofeng, she said. The phoenix flame went from suppressed to present, not the gradual warming of the cradle chamber's morning cycle, but a single complete release. The phoenix god Kira's full consciousness rising through the mortal child in the one unitary moment that Patriarch Hui Shun had described as inevitable. The convergence point's pre-sealing divine law layers responded. Ancient cultivation architecture that had been dormant for 6 centuries activating simultaneously. The warm light of Phoenix domain energy flowing outward from Xiaofeng's position in the specific pattern of something being welcomed home. The Phoenix god Kira emerged, not separate from Xiaofeng, not taking over the child's body or displacing the mortal consciousness. Emerging through her, the way the river god had emerged through Xiao He and the war god through Xiao Zhan. Divine consciousness integrating with mortal consciousness in the specific relationship the Divine Cradle System had been designed to produce. Together, the damaged place in Kira's memory, the sealing site that had been preventing this moment, became navigable in the convergence point's environment exactly as the Tao Dragon had said it would. Not healed, not erased, but accessible in a way that Kira could choose to move through rather than around. She moved through it. The first third of the origin lock materialized above Xiaofeng's head. It was a crystalline lattice, divine law rendered as tangible structure, approximately the size of a cultivation jade, but radiating at a scale that the father's echo registered as approximately equivalent to the combined output of 40 void sovereign practitioners. Not a weapon, not a tool, a record, the pre-sealing cosmic law parameters, intact and complete, held for 600 years in 3 pieces across 3 divine consciousness streams. Patriarch Hui Shun's voice arrived through the Jade Phoenix sect's most distant communication relay. He had been monitoring through cultivation since transmission at maximum range. And for approximately 5 seconds his voice was not the composed delivery of a 32-year patriarch, but the uncontrolled quality of someone who has spent their entire life in service of a moment and has not fully prepared for what it feels like when the moment actually arrives. The Phoenix fragment, he said. I can see it, even at this range. A pause. For 1,000 years. She came when she was ready, Wei Liangji said. Hook, the warden's countdown, which had read 60 days from the warden's marking and had been ticking toward 0, collapsed. Not to 10 days, as the outline of events had suggested. The origin lock's first fragment materialized in full divine resonance in the northern crossroads, and the warden's system update arrived. Warden direct intervention, 10 days. Revised. First lock fragment manifest. Intervention window shortened. Chapter 91 10 days. The first lock fragment's materialization had been visible from the other end of the continent. Not visible to the naked eye, visible to every cultivation practitioner above pulse shaping stage, which was approximately 60% of the cultivation active population of the known world. The Warden's network's 60 active agents in the continental region all registered it simultaneously. The 3 sect alliances that had been moving toward the northern crossroads in response to the hunting orders accelerated their approach. The 3 major kingdoms that had mobilized military expeditions turned from investigation posture to pursuit. Total hostile cultivator count approaching the crossroads, as estimated by Chun Bao's Crimson Scroll network over the next 24 hours, over 10,000. Wei Liangji's defensive coalition at the northern crossroads, his household, approximately 15 practitioners from Void Sovereign to Mid-Nascent Saint. Madame Kai's domain force, 20 fighters. Ivory Mountain sect's contribution, 40 cultivators under Elder Fong's command. The 2 remaining sects that had paused after the broadcast and responded to the call, together another 60 practitioners. Total, approximately 135, including himself at Void Sovereign stage. The mathematics were not in his favor. The Tao Dragon, Yifrost said, in the immediate war council at the convergence point's edge. Its structural capability. What exactly can it do in a combat context? It cannot fight. The Tao Dragon's presence communicated directly to Wei Liangji, who relayed. I am a structure practitioner. I maintain the convergence point's dimensional integrity, which is useful. It prevents the warden's fragments from manifesting inside the perimeter. But I cannot engage hostile cultivators. That is not my function. Then your function is the perimeter, Wei Liangji said. My function is to hold the space where the lock coheres until it coheres. After that, my function is complete. This meant the Tao Dragon would not solve the 10,000 practitioner problem. It meant the convergence point was protected against warden direct attack from within, which was significant. The warden's fragments couldn't establish themselves inside the perimeter without the Tao Dragon's structural opposition. The hostile cultivators were a different category. Wei Liangji expanded the Cradle Sovereign domain to its maximum sustainable range, 3 kilometers at standard operation, which covered the convergence point's immediate area and approximately 500 meters of approach territory in every direction. Inside the domain, cultivation amplification, warden binding suppression. Outside the domain, the normal hostile cultivation environment. The first engagement began at hour 3. 300 cultivators, the advance forces of the closest sect alliance, arrived at the domain boundary and tested it with ranged cultivation techniques. The domain didn't stop the techniques. It amplified the defensive responses of every practitioner inside it by the domain's amplification coefficient. 300 hostile practitioners versus 135 amplified defenders at a force multiplication ratio that narrowed the engagement's effective disparity significantly. The first engagement lasted 5 hours. The advance forces withdrew. The second engagement began 8 hours later. Larger. Wei Liangji managed the defensive perimeter while maintaining awareness of the children's situation. All three were in the convergence point center, in the care of the 3 cradle vessels, under the Dao Dragon's structural protection. The origin lock's first fragment was present. The river god's second fragment was building toward material manifestation. Xiaohe's divine memory had been in continuous full access mode since the river god's continental emergence event, and the fragment was visible to cultivation sense as an almost present density above his position. The war god's third fragment was at the surface of emergence. 12 hours into the defensive operation, the father's echo registered what the Dao Dragon had warned would not happen inside the perimeter, arriving at the perimeter's edge. Grand Oracle Vei. She was visible at the domain boundary as a presence that the cultivation sense read as Void Sovereign Stage, carrying a secondary cultivation signature that was unlike anything Wei Liangji had encountered. The warden-given weapon that the Jade Phoenix Sex Archive had documented in the theoretical records, the one tool in the warden's arsenal that was designed not to defeat, but to eliminate. The Fate Shears. Hook. Patriarch Hui Shun's voice arrived through the Jade Phoenix Sect's most distant relay in the same moment. His transmission was breaking, the communication network's collapse having reached even the sect's infrastructure, and his final sentence before the connection failed was, "The Fate Shears cut probability itself. If she uses them inside your domain, she will not cut you. She will cut the futures where your children survive." Chapter 92. The second engagement had created a sufficient press against the defensive perimeter that Wei Liangji couldn't leave it to address Wei directly. He held the domain at 3 kilometers and distributed the coalition's forces across the perimeter, with Sha Mo managing the eastern sector and Elder Fong managing the western, while Yi Frost worked the convergence point's approach axis, the most likely route for a Void Sovereign practitioner attempting to penetrate rather than the perimeter fight rather than break through it. The battle was the first time Wei Liangji had engaged at continental scale. The Cradle Sovereign domain at 3 kilometers wasn't a technique he was running. It was his presence, his domain, operating as an environmental field that affected every cultivator within its boundaries simultaneously. Inside it, his allies fought with cultivation amplification that made a senior nascent saint practitioner respond more like a junior domain lord. Outside the boundary, hostile forces pressed from 5 directions with the specific tactical patience of military commanders who understood that sustained pressure against a fixed perimeter would eventually produce a weakening. They were right. It would. The question was whether the lock could cohere before the perimeter broke. Wei moved at hour 14 of the defensive operation. She didn't try to breach the perimeter. She skirted it, moving along the domain boundary's edge, staying outside the suppression field, using the boundary itself as a reference line to navigate toward the convergence point's approach axis. The Fate Shears were visible at her side as a pair of cultivation artifacts that the father's echo registered as existing partially outside normal space, objects whose function operated on a different substrate from standard cultivation technique. Yi Frost intercepted her at the convergence point's approach axis. The engagement between 2 Void Sovereign practitioners was brief and decisive in its inconclusive quality. Wei wasn't trying to fight Yi Frost, and Yi Frost couldn't stop Wei without engaging at full output that would compromise the perimeter's defensive reinforcement. They circled for approximately 3 minutes. Then Wei used the Fate Shears. The first cut didn't aim at Yi Frost or at the convergence point or at any physical target Wei Liangji could identify. It aimed at the space between present and possible, at the probability layers that the father's echo read as adjacent to the current moment, and when the shears closed, a section of that probability space simply ceased to exist. Wei Liangji felt it through the cultivation system's interface as a deletion. The future where this defensive operation held through 10 days, where the lock had time to cohere, where the warden's intervention could be faced with the lock complete. Probability branch, removed. Xiaohe extended both hands from his position at the convergence center. He was 11 months old. He was also the river god Yinsu at full divine memory access, which meant he was as old as time, in the specific register that the river god's domain operated. His temporal sense was not predictive. It was retrospective and simultaneous, the ability to perceive time as a complete object rather than a current. The severed probability branch hadn't ceased to exist. It had been cut from the current moment's accessible timeline. The river god perceived the severed branch as still existing, somewhere in the complete temporal object that Yinsu's domain could reach. He caught it. Wei Liangji felt the father's echo's river channel doing something he had never felt it do before, extending, reaching, the specific quality of Xiaohe's divine while pressing against the fabric of severed possibility and holding it open through sheer divine force of the kind that required the river god's complete memory to sustain. An 11-month-old child was holding a severed timeline open against a Warden-tier weapon. The effort was not sustainable. The father's echo was providing continuous data on the strain. Xiaohe's divine consciousness was holding at full output, which was the full output of the river god Yinsu's complete divine memory, which was considerable and also not infinite. Hook. Wei Liangji left the perimeter, turning command to Sha Mo and Elder Fong, accepting the risk to the defensive line, and ran toward Wei, because the only path to saving Xiaohe's divine will from the breaking point was closing the distance to the fate shears, and Wei could not use the shears at melee range. Chapter 93. The distance to Wei was approximately 400 meters. Wei Liangji covered it in the specific time that Void Sovereign movement through an active combat zone required, longer than he wanted, faster than the perimeter's eastern flank could comfortably cover his departure. Sha Mo managed the eastern rebalancing with the efficiency he had been demonstrating for 6 months. Wei Liangji tracked the eastern sector through the father's echo's ambient awareness and focused his primary attention on the 400 meters and the woman at their end. Wei watched him approach. She did not use the shears again. She held them at her side with the careful grip of someone who understood what they contained and was choosing their application deliberately. Wei Liangji registered this as information. She had made one cut and stopped. She was not pressing the attack. "You can't close the distance in time," she said, when he was approximately 100 meters away. She said it neutrally, assessment, not threat. "We'll find out," Wei Liangji said. He was running probability calculations through the father's echo simultaneously. The shear's second cut would eliminate another probability branch, most likely the branch where Wei Liangji reached her before she used them again. His movement path was predictable because his goal was clear. He changed his movement path, not toward Wei, diagonally, toward the convergence point's western edge, which was a direction that didn't obviously converge on her position and which the father's echo's war god frequency was flagging as the direction from which the shear's effective range dropped below its operational threshold. He was not a seer. He couldn't read probability branches the way Wei could. But the war god's ancient combat intelligence had 6,000 years of fighting seer generals, and Doru's tactical instinct for the specific geometry of prediction-based weapons was present in the echo, and the geometry said, "Move where you have no intention of going until the moment you go there." Wei tracked his diagonal movement for approximately 3 seconds. Then she cut the probability branch in the new direction. Wei Liangji turned back toward her directly. The war inside his head, the war god's instinct operating faster than conscious calculation, reading Wei's response timing and identifying the window between her second cut and the shear's recalibration cycle, said, "Now." He crossed the remaining 60 meters in 2 seconds at full void sovereign movement output. At 30 meters, he felt the shears activating for a third cut. At 20 meters, Wei's probability space observation was running at full extension, predicting his exact path. At 15 meters, the war god's frequency did the thing it had been designed to do. It operated outside the architecture that the warden's system was reading. The warden's prediction method was based on divine law parameters. Wei Liangji, shaped by the Divine Cradle System outside the warden's definition of divine law, was structurally invisible to prediction within that last 15-meter window. He hit Wei with a closed fist. Not cultivation technique, not Saint Fire convergence or domain cradle lock, or any of the sophisticated combat methodology he had developed. A cultivator's fist, guided by the war god's combat echo, at the concentration breakpoint of a seer attempting to execute a precision weapon at melee range. The shears fell. Wei landed on the ground and looked at him from approximately 2 meters away with the expression of someone who has just had their model of a situation violated by a variable they genuinely failed to include. "You're not in my predictions," she said. "You shouldn't exist." Hook. Xiaohe released the severed probability branch. The river gods held timeline. caught and sustained through divine will at a cost that left the 11-month-old's cultivation sense running at exhaustion depth for the first time since his divine memory had emerged, and the severed branch was not restored, but its severance stopped. Vea's first cut remained a permanent scar in the probability space, but the branches she had been about to cut next were still present. Chapter 94. The exhaustion in Xiaohe's divine consciousness was a different category of concern from any previous physical or cultivation development challenge the household had faced. The river god Yinsu's complete divine memory had been running at sustained maximum output for approximately 40 minutes, holding open a severed probability branch against a warden tier weapon. This was not something the divine memory's integration process had been designed to sustain, not because the divine memory lacked the capacity, but because the mortal body it was integrated with lacked the cultivation foundation to support that output for that duration. The river god's divine will was stronger than the shear's severance. The 11-month-old body that housed it was not structurally prepared for what had been asked of it. Xinyu was already at Xiaohe's position when Wei Liangji sent the father's echo pulse requesting the medical situation assessment. She had been running the temporal retroactive healing at maximum range and minimum intrusion since the moment he had extended his hands, not healing the divine consciousness, which couldn't be healed by mortal technique, but healing the physical cultivation pathways that the divine output was straining. He needs rest, she said. Not medical attention, rest. The divine memory will regulate itself. The body needs to catch up. How long? Wei Liangji asked through the father's echo relay. 12 hours of undisturbed sleep. A pause, which is a challenging requirement given the current operational context. Wei Liangji looked at Wei, who was sitting on the ground where she had landed and had not moved in 3 minutes. She was not attempting to retrieve the fate shears. She was not activating any cultivation technique. She was doing the specific thing of someone who has had a significant recalibration and is sitting with the results of it. Why did you stop after the first cut? Wei Liangji asked her. A long pause. Because after the first cut, I saw what your child was doing. She looked toward the convergence point, where Xiaohe was being settled into recovery position by Xinyu. The river god was holding the severed branch open. I know the theory. I understand probability space at its theoretical maximum. I have been its most sophisticated mortal practitioner for 40 years. I did not think it was possible for a divine consciousness in an infant body to hold against the shears. Another pause. I made a second cut because the tactical logic required it. But I was... She stopped. Afraid, Wei Liangji said. I was afraid of what the child's effort meant, she said. Not afraid of him. Afraid of the implication. A divine consciousness sustaining mortal sacrifice-level divine output to hold a severed probability branch open means. She looked at the fate shears where they had fallen. It means that the warden's most powerful weapon, which I have been carrying for 40 years because I needed the warden to trust me, is not the terminal instrument the warden believes it is. Because if an infant divine consciousness can hold it, then the beings who hold the lock are stronger than what the shears were built to cut. Wei Liangji finished. They're stronger than what the shears were built to cut, she confirmed. Your future, she said, after a moment. I said you weren't in my predictions. I said you shouldn't exist. She looked at him directly. What I mean is, you're not visible in the warden's prediction architecture. Not because you're weak, because you operate outside the divine law parameters the warden rewrote. You were shaped by a system the warden didn't design and never accounted for. A pause. I can see your future now. Through my own observation, not the warden's method. She held the fate shears out toward him. Take them. They're worthless to me now. I don't want the future I can see. Hook. The fate shears in Wei Liangji's hands. Inside his cradle's sovereign domain. Changed character. The warden binding architecture and their construction degraded under the domain's suppression, and what remained was the underlying mechanism, which the father's echo read not as a cutting tool, but as a precision reconnection instrument. The shears could restore severed probability connections as easily as they had cut them. Chapter 95. Vei sat in the convergence point's perimeter for the rest of the day's engagement without moving. She was not helping. She was not threatening. She was present in the way of someone who has arrived at the terminus of a trajectory and is deciding what comes next. The warden's 40 years of investment in her capabilities had been structured around her loyalty, and she had just handed the instrument of that loyalty to the father's echo practitioner the warden most needed to stop. Wei Liangji did not press her for information. He returned to the perimeter. The defensive battle continued through the day and into the night. The hostile coalition had grown. The 10,000 estimate had proven accurate, and they were organized enough to maintain continuous pressure across the perimeters for main approach axes while periodically rotating assault forces. Wei Liangji's coalition was smaller and more capable per practitioner, but the fatigue curve was asymmetric. A continuous battle favored numbers. He used the repurposed fate shears twice in the night engagement. The first use was an experiment. He directed one of the shears blades at a warden-binding cultivation signature that was organizing the hostile coalition's eastern flank, attempting to restore the original cultivation pathway that the warden binding had overlaid. The result was not what he expected. The shears didn't simply restore the pathway. They removed the binding architecture with the specific precision of a tool designed to work in probability space. The same mechanism that had severed probability branches now severing the warden's binding from the practitioner's own cultivation at its architectural root. The practitioner stopped fighting. Xianxia, observing from the eastern sector, said, "They're standing down. They look confused." "The warden binding is gone," Wei Liangji said. "Like Dao Run," Xianxia said. "Faster," Wei Liangji said. The shears were designed for precision. The effect is immediate rather than strike-based. He used the shears on 7 more warden-bound practitioners over the night's engagement. 7 practitioners who had been fighting under binding architecture compulsion became, without the compulsion, practitioners who were standing at the northern crossroads in the middle of a battle they no longer had a binding mandate to continue. 3 of them withdrew from the engagement. 3 remained in the area without active engagement. 1 walked to Elder Fong's perimeter position and said, according to Elder Fong's after-action report, simply, "I was bound 30 years ago. What just happened?" "You were freed," Elder Fong had said. The practitioner who had asked was 41 years old, bound at 11 in the same network intake process that had taken Sha Mo and Sha Lin at younger ages. He had been fighting on the eastern perimeter's third approach axis because the binding's architecture contained a compulsion that produced physical discomfort when he moved away from assigned positions. The compulsion's absence was so sudden that he had to sit down for approximately 3 minutes to establish that his own will was operating independently rather than in the familiar binding-mediated mode. He asked Elder Fong what side they were on. She told him what she knew: the Divine Cradle family, the origin lock, the warden's 600-year suppression of divine ascension. He was quiet for a moment. Then, all 30 years, I thought the discomfort was my own cultivation limitations. The binding felt like my own limitations. He paused. I don't know my own cultivation without it. You'll find out, Elder Fong said. This single exchange, which Chun Bao documented in the Crimson Scroll archive notes he maintained through the engagement, became for Wei Liangji a specific marker in the long list of things the origin lock was for, not an abstract cosmic restoration, not a philosophical principle, but the moment a 41-year-old man discovered he had not known his own cultivation for 30 years and was going to find out what it actually was. The count, 2 fate shears blades remaining. The restoration mechanism was consuming the blade's material architecture at a rate that left 2 more uses before the instrument was exhausted. At dawn of the second day, the system updated. Day 8 of 10-day Warden Intervention Countdown. The Warden's advance elements were visible at the sky's edge when Wei Liangji looked north. Not cultivators, not physical beings. Fragments of the Warden itself, pieces of the cosmic architecture's operational layer manifesting in the mortal realm with the suppression capability of something that operated outside mortal cultivation parameters. Every Void Sovereign practitioner at the northern crossroads felt them simultaneously. Hook. The Warden fragment's suppression field extended 5 kilometers in every direction from each fragment, and 5 fragments were visible in the northern sky, which produced a combined suppression range that overlapped Wei Liangji's Cradle Sovereign domain at its 3-kilometer edge, and where the 2 fields met, the Cradle Sovereign domain was losing the boundary contest. Chapter 96 The Suppression Boundary Contest was information before it was a crisis. Wei Liangji ran the Father's Echo's structural analysis on the boundary overlap for 90 seconds and extracted what the analysis contained. The Warden fragment suppression was not cultivation power-based. It was architectural, the same lorry riding capability that the Warden's fundamental nature consisted of, expressed at local scale as a field that replaced the current cultivation law parameters with the Warden's rewritten version. The Warden's architecture versus the Cradle Sovereign domain's architecture. The Cradle Sovereign domain was based on the pre-sealing parameters, not directly, not yet, but shaped toward them by 600 years of suppression, creating a counter-pressure. The pre-sealing parameters were what the origin lock would restore. The domain was, in a sense, an incomplete preview of the restoration. Against the Warden's full rewriting field, the preview was losing. But not everywhere. The children's immediate area, where the convergence point's pre-sealing environmental layer was densest, held against the Warden fragment's suppression more strongly than the perimeter. The children need to be protected, Madame Kai said. She had been fighting at the perimeter for 22 hours and looked it, her cultivator's constitution sustaining the extended engagement, but the fatigue visible in the specific way it appeared in Domain Lord practitioners who had been working at peak for an extended period. Not us. Them. I know, Wei Liangji said. He expanded the Cradle Sovereign domain to 6 kilometers. This was the sustainable maximum at current cultivation stage, not his full capacity, but the maximum at which the domain could maintain its architecture without his continuous active management. 6 kilometers covered the convergence points area and extended significantly beyond the perimeter's current defensive line, which brought approximately 500 additional cultivators inside the amplification field. Some of those cultivators were hostile. The hostile cultivators inside the expanded domain's boundary felt the warden-binding suppression immediately. Not all of them had warden-binding architecture, but the ones who did registered the degradation as a cultivation sense event. 300 meters inside the domain boundary, 2 section commanders in the Eastern Assault Force stopped their advance and looked at each other with the expression of practitioners whose cultivations have just changed in a way they don't understand. Hold the perimeter, Xianxia called from the eastern sector. The domain is doing work for us. Give it time. He was right. Not quickly. Not quickly enough to solve the 10,000 practitioner problem by domain exposure alone, but the direction of the momentum was changing. Warden-bound cultivators inside the domain were experiencing the same architectural degradation Zhenbo had experienced over 6 weeks of residence compressed into minutes at 6-kilometer deployment. But the 6-kilometer domain was burning cultivation reserve at a rate the extended perimeter engagement had not. Hours, not days, Wei Liangji said, to himself, to the father's echo's probability assessment that was producing the same calculation. They walked to his position at hour 26. She had been at the convergence perimeter's interior edge since the previous day, not moving, not fighting. Now she stood beside him and looked at the warden fragments in the northern sky. Day 8, she said. I can count, Wei Liangji said. 2 days, she said. The fragments in the sky are preparation. The warden's direct intervention arrives on day 10. Not fragments. The warden's operational presence, the part of it that can interact with mortal realm events directly. She paused. The siege eternal moves with it. The golem was built as a physical instrument for the warden's intervention, an anchor point that establishes the warden's presence in the mortal realm's physical fabric. Where is it now? Wei Liangji asked. 48 hours from the crossroads, she said. It activated 3 days ago, when the first lock fragment materialized. She looked at him. I received a transmission from the warden's network confirming its deployment. I'm telling you now because I no longer work for the warden's network and I have information you need. Why did you wait until now to tell me? A pause. I needed to watch how you handled the fate shears, she said. I needed to confirm that you were going to use them to restore rather than cut. The information about the Siege Eternal is only useful to someone who is preparing for what comes after the lock coheres. If you were going to keep cutting probability branches, another pause. I don't help people who cut. Hook. Shamo appeared at Wei Liangji's position from the eastern sector with a report that matched Veia's. The Crimson Scroll Network's northern contact had confirmed the Siege Eternal's position and approach vector, and included a detail that the 48-hour arrival estimate didn't carry on its own. The Siege Eternal was moving faster than its historical operational speed, which meant the Warden's network had refined its propulsion architecture sometime in the past 600 years, and the actual arrival window was closer to 30 hours. Chapter 97 30 hours. Wei Liangji restructured the operational timeline around the compressed window and arrived at the specific challenge that every previous tactical calculation had eventually produced. He needed more time. He had less time, and the gap between what he needed and what was available was closing faster than any single operational response could address. The Warden fragments need to be addressed before the Siege Eternal arrives, Yifrost said, in the abbreviated War Council at the 27th hour. Not defeated, interrupted. The fragments are establishing a suppression network that will provide the Siege Eternal with an anchored operational foundation. If the network is established before the Eternal arrives, the Eternal's first-step suppression effect will extend the fragment's range and compress the Cradle Sovereign domain from outside its boundary. Compressing the domain to the convergence point's immediate area, Wei Liangji said, which reduces the area in which the children can safely continue the lock coherence process, she confirmed. They need space and divine resonance depth. Both are provided by the domain. The fragments eliminate both if we let the network establish. The Fate Shears restoration mechanism, Wei Liangji said, applied to the fragments. Yifrost looked at him. She had been thinking the same thing. He could tell from the specific quality of her expression, which was the look she wore when she was 3 seconds ahead of the conversation. The shears restore severed probability connections, she said. The warden fragments are not severed probability connections. They're manifestations of the warden's architectural presence in the mortal realm. They require a different mechanism. Not the shear's cutting function and not the shear's restoration function, Wei Liangji said. The shears themselves, as an object, as a material construct that exists partially outside normal space. What does an object that exists outside normal space do when used against something that operates outside normal space? Yi Frost was quiet for 4 seconds. It defines the interface, she said. If both the shears and the warden fragments exist at the boundary between the mortal realm and the probability space layer, they can interact at that boundary. The shears can reach the fragments at their origin layer. She picked up the shears carefully. I'll go. You're leading the assault? Wei Liangji said. I'm the best Void Sovereign practitioner for close-range work on something operating outside normal space, and my cultivation has been specifically shaped by 6 years of origin lock research to interact with warden architecture at its foundational level, she said. She said it without self-promotion. It was the same tone she used for any accurate assessment. Yes, I'm leading the assault. Sha Lin and Sha Mo on exterior coverage. The assault ran for 40 minutes. Yi Frost, Sha Lin, and Sha Mo moved through the hostile coalition's northern edge. The coalition had been thinning at the perimeter boundaries as warden binding degradation took effect and practitioner motivation shifted, and reached the closest warden fragment's position in the sky's lower edge at the 50-meter mark above the ground. The technique Yi Frost developed in the 17 minutes of transit was not something that existed in any cultivation manual. It was specific, urgent, and based on a correct structural principle. The shears, held at the probability space boundary where the fragments were manifesting, could be used to restore the mortal realm fabric around the fragment, to reconnect the local fabric of reality at the point the fragment had displaced it, which unmanifested the fragment by removing its anchoring point. It worked. It consumed one of the 2 blades. The first blade dissolved in the process of unmanifesting the closest warden fragment, the shear's material architecture transforming from warden-constructed weapon to origin lock-adjacent tool and exhausting in the application. The second blade remained. Yi Frost held it back. The structural analysis of the second fragment suggested it was better anchored than the first, and using the final blade on a target that might resist was wasteful. 1 fragment was down. The remaining 4 persisted, but the established suppression network had been disrupted. The fragments couldn't complete the network architecture with 1 anchoring point removed. The Cradle's sovereign domain held its 6-kilometer boundary. Yi Frost, Sha Lin, and Sha Mo returned to the convergence point. Yi Frost placed the single remaining shears blade in a cultivation-sealed container and set it on the research table. 1 fragment neutralized. For remaining in the sky, the network is disrupted but not eliminated. We have approximately 18 hours before the Eternal arrives and the fragments attempt to re-establish anchor. She looked at the container. 1 blade left. We use it once, at the right moment. Hook. The War God's Echo, which had been running at its surface-level tactical analysis frequency since the assault began, shifted character. The deeper access pattern, the one Wei Liangji had been watching for since Xiao Zhan's accelerating awakening, was beginning, and the War God Doru's oldest memories were finally close enough to the surface to reach. Chapter 98 Grand Oracle Vei returned to the convergence point's interior at the beginning of the 29th hour. She did not announce herself or ask permission. She walked to the research area, sat down across from Yi Frost, and placed a cultivation jade on the table, sealed, warden architecture, the specific format of a deep network intelligence package. This is everything I retained from my 40 years of warden network service, she said. The inner network structure, the Siege Eternal's current operational parameters, and the specific technique the warden's fragments used to anchor it in the mortal realm during its intervention sequence. She looked at the jade. The warden binding on the jade's encoding will begin deteriorating the moment it enters your Cradle's sovereign domain's area of effect. In 2 hours, the encoding will be readable by anyone with sufficient cultivation intelligence skill. That's the condition? Yi Frost asked. 2 hours. I am asking for sanctuary, Vei said. I am asking for the right to remain in the space this household occupies when the origin lock completes and the warden's authority structures change. She looked at Yi Frost. I do not ask for forgiveness. I am not performing remorse. I am asking for sanctuary in exchange for information that will materially help you survive the next 30 hours. Yi Frost looked at Wei Liangji. He was standing at the table's edge, having heard the conversation from approximately 3 meters away with the ambient awareness the Cradle's sovereign domain provided within its boundaries. Yes, he said. Vei nodded once. She unsealed the jade's authentication layer and left it on the table. She stood. She looked, for a moment, at the convergence point center, where the three children were in the Dao Dragon's structural protection, with the lock's first fragment visible above Xiao Feng and the second fragment almost materialized above Xiao He. "What you're doing," she said, to no one in particular or to everything simultaneously. "I tried to help you do it from the beginning. I have been editing my reports for 40 years so the warden would not close this probability branch. I made it harder for you when I needed to. I made it possible when I could." A pause. "I am not a good person. I have been doing the least bad version of a bad position for 40 years. She looked at the lock fragment. "But I have been doing it." She sat in the corner of the research area and did not speak again for several hours. Chun Bao decoded the intelligence package alongside Yi Frost when the encoding degraded. 2 hours, as she had said. The Siege Eternal's operational parameters contained the specific weakness that the War God's tactical memory had been surfacing in fragments for weeks. It was confirmed now, in the Warden's own documentation. The core, the Warden's divine flame fragment that powered the Eternal's function, was accessible from within the body and was the Eternal's only structural vulnerability. The internal documentation also confirmed the transit time, not 30 hours. 22. The Eternal had been moving faster than the cell network's tracking had registered. "How many hours do we have?" Shamo asked. Chun Bao checked the calculation. 8. Hook. Xiao Zhan stood up from his position at the convergence point's center, walked to the edge of the Dao Dragon's structural boundary, and looked north with the War God's ancient eyes, and above his head, the second origin lock fragment materialized, crystalline and humming. The War God Daru's divine law parameters rendered as tangible structure, and the combined presence of two lock fragments created a resonance field that pressed against the Warden fragment's disrupted suppression network and for approximately 30 seconds, drove them back. Chapter 99. Two lock fragments. The resonance field produced by their combined presence was qualitatively different from the individual fragments' output, not additive, the way two cultivation forces added when applied simultaneously, but multiplicative, the two divine law records amplifying each other at the overlap, producing a field that operated at a scale the Father's echo read as approaching the tier below the Warden's own architectural presence. Approaching, but not there. The third fragment would close the gap. The lock cohering would eliminate it entirely. Wei Liangji felt Xiao Feng respond to Xiao Zhan's fragment materialization. The Phoenix warmth shifted quality, something in the convergence point's pre-sealing divine law layer activating in response to 2/3 of the lock being present. Kira's fragment was close. The damaged place that Kira had been navigating was accessible in the convergence point's environment, and the River God and War God's combined resonance was providing something the damaged place responded to, recognition between the divine fragments, the beginning of the choosing each other, that Zhu Mei had described as the lock coherence's non-negotiable condition. 8 hours. The three Warden fragments in the sky had pulled back from the boundary contest. The two-fragment resonance field was pushing their suppression architecture toward its operational limit. They were still present, still suppressing their individual areas, but the network they had been building was suspended. They were waiting for the Siege Eternal. Liang Su appeared at Wei Liangji's position. He had been in the convergence point throughout the 2-day engagement, and his cultivation, still recovering from 22 years of suppression, was at the functional level that the Cradle's sovereign domain's amplification had been gradually supporting. He looked at Wei Liangji with the specific expression of someone delivering information they have been holding until the appropriate moment. "Yinsu wanted me to tell you something," he said. "I told you in the tower that I was trying to remember it. I remember it now." "Tell me," Wei Liangji said. "The Warden's dissolution command, the word that acts as a dissolution command when spoken in the presence of the completed lock." He paused. "I have it. Not from Yinsu's divine memory, from my own time in the suppression chamber. The Warden's operation for the 22 years I was held included periodic system testing of the origin lock coherence suppression architecture. During those tests, I could perceive, through the partial Yinsu memory I retained, the architectural activity the Warden was performing." He paused. "The Warden's true name is not hidden. It is the thing the Warden has been everything that it is for 600 years, the word that describes its function as a cosmic architect. I heard it once, clearly, during a system test in my 3rd year of captivity. I have been holding it since." "And you waited until now to tell me," Wei Liangji said. "I waited until I was certain you would still be here in 8 hours, Liang Su said. "I am now certain." He paused. "Also, Yinsu said to tell you specifically that the timing was his choice, not my hesitation. He wanted the word delivered when it could be used, not when it could be misused. The word, when Liang Su said it in the presect notation spoken form, registered in Wei Liangji's cultivation sense as a structural reality rather than a vocalization, a sound that had a shape, the shape of something true about the cosmos. He filed it in the cultivation memory with the care of someone storing a tool they will need in precisely one specific situation. The siege eternal, Liangsu said. 8 hours. Hook, from the northern mountains, visible to every cultivator in the northern crossroads area as a tremor that moved through the ground before any visual confirmation. The siege eternal crested the ridgeline. 7 stories of divine metal, each step shaking the earth 50 kilometers in every direction, its surface inscribed with divine law from the premortal age, its core pulsing with the slow warmth of the warden's original divine flame, and its first step's shockwave reached the convergence point in 4 seconds. Chapter 100. The siege eternal was larger than Wei Liangji had understood from the war god's tactical memory fragments. The memory fragments had contained specifications, 7 stories, divine metal, divine flame core, accessible only from within. What they hadn't conveyed was the experiential scale of 7 stories of warden architecture, divine metal moving across a mountain landscape at 600-year optimized speed, each footfall producing ground shock that traveled 50 kilometers and disrupted defensive formations in a radius that extended beyond the convergence point's perimeter. The hostile coalition at the perimeter reacted to the Eternal's arrival in the ways Wei Liangji had mapped in advance. Some forces withdrew from the perimeter contact to assess the new element. Some pressed harder, taking advantage of the defensive disruption that the ground shock produced. Some simply stopped moving, caught between the convergence point's defensive force and the Eternal's approach from the north. Wei Liangji ran the 8-hour calculation against the Eternal's current movement speed. Not 8 hours. 4. The Eternal was moving at twice the intelligence estimate. I know, Wei said, from his immediate left. She had appeared without announcement, which had stopped being startling. It accelerated when the war god's fragment materialized. The warden's operational response to 2 lock fragments in proximity is a full-rate deployment. The 8-hour estimate was based on the 1-fragment situation. The weakness, Wei Liangji said. The core, accessible only from within the body, which the Cradle's sovereign domain provides a divine passage capability for entering. The Codex documentation confirmed this. Yes, Wei said. But the practical problem is reaching the core before the Eternal reaches the convergence point. At current speed, the Eternal will be at the perimeter in approximately 4 hours. If you're inside it addressing the core, your domain is unanchored. The Eternal's divine metal will separate you from the convergence point's area. I'll have the domain extended to maximum range before I enter, Wei Liangji said. The Cradle's sovereign domain doesn't require my physical presence to remain active. Only my cultivation foundation, which is continuous as long as I'm alive. The Eternal's divine metal suppresses cultivation across its interior, Wei said. Not the Cradle's sovereign domain, Wei Liangji said. The domain is shaped by 3 divine inheritances that predate the Eternal's construction. He paused. Doru's memory contains the construction timeline. The Eternal was built after the sealing. The 3 gods' divine law predates the sealing. The domain operates on the older parameters. Wei looked at him for a moment. That's correct, she said. I didn't know you had worked that out. Xiao Zhan's war god Echo was running at full tactical analysis output, the deepest access pattern, the final layer of Doru's combat memory that had been surfacing since the beginning of the battle. It provided exactly the assessment Wei Liangji needed. The Eternal's core was accessible, the passage was viable, the technique for addressing the divine flame core once inside was present in Doru's memory. And above Xiaofeng's head, the 3rd lock fragment was building. Kira's divine consciousness was moving through the damaged place. Wei Liangji felt it through the Phoenix echo, not rushing, not forced, moving at the pace of something choosing to move because the moment was right and the community was present, and the war god's fragment's resonance was calling the Phoenix god forward with the specific quality of an old friend's voice. The 2 lock fragment's resonance field was pulling the 3rd. Soon, Wei Liangji looked at the 3 children in the convergence point center. Xiao Feng with her warmth coalescing toward the final emergence. Xiao He in the specific recovery stillness of a being who had done something significant and was gathering for what came next. Xiao Zhan watching the Eternal's approach with the ancient eyes of the war god and the absolute tactical calm of a divine consciousness that had been waiting for exactly this battle for 6,000 years. 4 hours, Wei Liangji said, to the war council assembling behind him. We hold 4 hours, the lock completes, and then we can address the Eternal from inside. He paused. And if the lock completes before 4 hours, then the warden arrives early and the situation changes, Yifrost said. Then the situation changes in our favor, Wei Liangji said. Hook. The 3rd origin lock fragment began to materialize above Xiaofeng's head. Not complete, not crystalline, not yet finished, but present, the Phoenix God's divine law parameters beginning their return to tangible form, and the Siege Eternal's approach shook the ground again. Closer, the divine metal catching the late afternoon light in the specific way that things catch light when they are very old and very certain of what they are. Chapter 101 The Siege Eternal arrived at dawn. 7 stories of divine metal against a gray sky, each step producing the ground shock that the Father's echo registered as a regular interval of seismic force, approximately 3 seconds between impacts, moving at a pace that Wei Liangji calculated as covering approximately 40 meters per step. The convergence point's perimeter was 400 meters from the Eternal's current position when the first full visual contact established. It was not what the scale of 7 stories prepared Wei Liangji for. 7 stories was a measurement, a useful specification for tactical planning, for calculating approach timing and strike range. 7 stories moving was a different experience. The divine metal surface was inscribed with pre-sealing divine law notations that the Father's echo read as active text. Not historical inscription, but living law. The warden's architecture encoded into the machine's physical body and operating continuously as a passive field effect. Every step compressed the cultivation environment in its immediate vicinity, the divine law inscriptions rewriting local space slightly as the Eternal moved through it. Yi Frost's Void Sovereign Strike had reached it at 300 meters and left no mark. This confirmed the intelligence. Conventional cultivation techniques could not affect divine metal. The Eternal's surface material predated the current cultivation world's cultivation law entirely. It had been constructed from materials forged under the original cosmic parameters before the Warden rewrote them, and was therefore immune to techniques built on the rewritten parameters. Wei Liangji ran the war god's tactical memory through the assessment and extracted the specifications Doru had encoded. The divine metal's immunity was external. The interior of the Siege Eternal was a different material environment. Ancient machinery architecture that had been built for the Warden's flame core, not for combat. The interior was not immune to the cultivation law of the beings who had built it. Specifically, the interior was immune to the Warden's rewritten parameters. It was accessible to pre-sealing parameters, which was exactly what the Cradle Sovereign domain carried. The domain provides the passage, he said, to Xianxia, who was coordinating the perimeter defense at the eastern approach, while the Eternal's trajectory was confirmed as direct center movement toward the convergence point. The Eternal's divine metal doesn't recognize the Cradle Sovereign domain as an external force. It recognizes it as a compatible parameter set. Walking through the shell requires the domain's compatibility to be registered at the material interface. He paused. It's not a technique. It's a status. A status only you have, Xianxia said. A status only I have, he confirmed. The weakness was the core, the Warden's original divine flame, a fragment of the Warden's pre-sealing power that had been locked inside the Eternal to provide its operational energy source. The core was the Eternal's only structural vulnerability. The divine metal was indestructible from outside, but the core, once addressed from within, could be disrupted in a way that would collapse the machine's operational architecture from its foundation. Remove the flame, and the divine law inscriptions had no power source. Without the inscriptions, the divine metal was inert. The difficulty was that addressing the core required reaching it, navigating through a 7-story machine's interior while it was actively moving, in an internal environment that operated under pre-sealing parameters that would resist anything that didn't belong there. You'll be inside a moving machine, Yi Frost said, from the research table, where she had been reviewing Doru's war memory specifications since the Eternal's arrival. The interior geometry changes as the machine moves. The gears, the ancient machinery, they're active. They move. She looked at the specifications. There is a direct path to the core from the entry point at the machine's base, but the path runs through the primary gear assembly. Approximately 8 minutes of navigation at Void Sovereign movement speed through active machinery. 8 minutes inside a moving machine, while maintaining the domain's passage compatibility, Wei Liangji said. Yes. He had been calculating whether to go alone. The answer the probability assessment produced was, not alone. Hook. Wei Liangji looked at the Eternal's approach trajectory and the remaining time before it would be close enough for entry, approximately 40 minutes at current pace, and ran the assessment one more time, and arrived at the same conclusion each time. He needed someone who could move through the internal environment alongside him and whose cultivation domain was compatible with pre-sealing parameters. Chapter 102 Luo Mei said it before he asked. I'm going with you. She had been standing at the convergence point's entrance since the Eternal's arrival, holding the Phoenix Cradle resonance open for Xiao Feng, who was in the final approach to the third fragment's manifestation. The Phoenix God's warmth was building in the convergence center, not the managed, ambient output of the past months, but the specific quality of something approaching its fullest expression. Kira's fragment was close. Your cultivation level, Wei Liangji said. Soul separation, she said. 3 weeks ago, the resonance blessings from the children's combined proximity have been advancing my cultivation since before Xiaozhan's birth. She looked at him. Accumulated over 3 years. I reached soul separation during the second day of the perimeter battle. A pause. I didn't tell you because the battle was happening and there wasn't a relevant moment. Soul separation. The tier above core formation, the first stage at which a cultivator's soul could operate partially independently of the physical body, which was directly relevant to surviving in an internal environment where the physical was secondary to the cultivation parameters. You have soul separation cultivation and Phoenix Cradle resonance, Wei Liangji said. And the Phoenix God's divine domain, she said. Kira's warmth has been with me for 3 years. Whatever the Eternal's interior environment recognizes as pre-sealing compatible, Phoenix domain cultivation is as pre-sealing as it gets. He ran the probability assessment. Luo Mei as internal partner, significantly higher navigation success probability than solo operation, specifically because the Phoenix domain's warmth provided illumination of the pre-sealing parameter space in a way that the Father's Echo's War God tactical analysis could work with but couldn't generate independently. The mortal apotheosis risk, he said. If the lock coheres while we're inside the Eternal, Xiaofeng won't let it cohere without me present, Luo Mei said. She's been waiting for the right moment. She will wait until I'm back. She held his gaze. I know my daughter. He believed her. The Phoenix God Kira had been managing her own emergence timeline throughout this entire situation with the deliberate patience of a 4,000-year-old divine consciousness. She would manage another hour. Entry in 30 minutes, Wei Liangji said. Prepare the Phoenix Cradle transfer. Shunyu will hold the ambient resonance while you're inside. Luo Mei nodded. She went to speak with Shunyu and Yi Frost, the specific coordination of 3 people who had been managing the same household together for 3 years, which had the efficiency of something long practiced. The 30 minutes produced the specific quality of time that adjacent to significant decisions produces. Wei Liangji running assessments, checking the perimeter status through the Father's Echo's ambient awareness. Sha Mo holding the eastern sector, Elder Feng the western, the coalition forces maintaining defensive pressure against the hostile cultivators who hadn't dispersed, and watching the Siege Eternal's methodical approach. At 20 minutes, it stopped. Not permanently. For seconds, the interval between steps stretched to 30 seconds, then 60. The Eternal had paused. Shen Bao's voice came through the cell network's physical relay. It's scanning. The warden fragments above are transmitting something to the Eternal. It's receiving updated operational parameters. For what? Shaolin asked. I don't know, Shen Bao said. But it started after the second lock fragment materialized above Xiaozhan. He paused. It may be updating its entry approach to account for the fragment's resonance field. The Eternal resumed moving. Different direction, not direct approach, but an arc that would bring it to the convergence point from the northern face rather than the direct front approach. It's going around the 2-fragment resonance field, Wei Liangji said. Which means it can't approach through the field, Yi Frost said. She was already recalculating the entry window, which changes the entry point. The northern base access is a different path through the interior geometry. She checked the specifications. 12 minutes of navigation instead of 8. Hook. Luo Mei returned from her coordination with Shunyu and said, with the specific composure of someone who has made a significant decision and is not second-guessing it. I told Xiaofeng I'd be back. She said, I know, mother. Then she said, tell father to look at the gears. Kira's warmth is already inside. Chapter 103. They entered the Siege Eternal from its northern base as the machine crested the ridge 400 meters from the convergence point's outer boundary. Wei Liangji led with the Cradle's sovereign domain active at full expression, not expanded to range, but dense, concentrated at his immediate presence, the 3 divine frequencies running at their highest coherence output. The domain's compatibility with the Eternal's material registered as expected. The divine metal surface at the base entry point parted for him the way water parts for a hand, the material recognizing the pre-sealing parameters and allowing passage rather than resisting it. Luo Mei followed immediately. Inside the Siege Eternal, the scale of 7 stories became experiential in a different way from outside. The external scale was architectural. The internal scale was geological. Gears the size of houses, their teeth inscribed with divine law notations that predated the sealing by at least a millennium, turning in the slow, regular pattern of machinery that had been running for 600 years and had never stopped. The sound was pervasive, low, the specific quality of very large things moving very slowly, a frequency that pressed on the chest rather than the ears. The light source was the core, not visible from their entry position, somewhere ahead, through the gear assembly, pulsing at the rhythm of the eternal steps. A warm orange light, specifically warm, with the quality the Fathers echo read as divine flame. The ancient warden fire, before the warden had become the warden. The original flame from which the warden's architecture had grown, locked in its constructed prison for 600 years. Kira's warmth is already inside, Luo Mei said quietly. She was reading the environment through the Phoenix Cradle Resonance. Xiaofeng said it. The Phoenix domain recognizes this place. She looked at the divine law inscriptions on the nearest gear surface. These inscriptions, some of them are in the Phoenix God script, pre-sealing, from before Kira's lines separated from the general divine lineage. She touched the gear's surface briefly. The warden built the eternal with divine knowledge, including Kira's knowledge, which is why the Phoenix warmth is already familiar here, Wei Liangji said. Which is why the gear assembly will let me navigate it, she said. I can read the inscriptions. I know where the path is. The 12-minute navigation estimate assumed standard void sovereign movement through an active environment. Luo Mei's ability to read the divine law inscriptions as directional information reduced the navigation ambiguity significantly. Not faster physically, but more direct, less time lost to reassessment at each intersection. 8 minutes through the gear assembly. The machinery moved around them, a house-sized gear tooth passing approximately 3 meters above at the 4-minute mark, the divine law inscription on its surface momentarily legible at full scale. Wei Liangji read it as they passed. A record of the pre-sealing Divine War Council's decision to create the eternal, written in the specific notation of a body making a record of a decision it expected to regret. At 9 minutes, the core was visible. Not large, the size of a small room, resting at the center of a chamber that had been specifically built for it, the machinery's convergence point, everything else in the eternal radiating outward from this origin. It pulsed slowly. The orange light was warm in the specific way that the Phoenix Echo recognized as pre-sealing divine fire. Not Kira's fire, but from the same family of divine energies, the fire principle in its most ancient expression before the individual divine lines had developed their specific characters. It was aware. Wei Liangji understood this before it spoke. The Father's echo's ambient awareness registering a consciousness in the flame, ancient and contained but present, attending to the approach. You are the 12th, the core said. The voice was the flame's warm light expressed as language, without a body. 11 fathers stood here before you and turned back. He looked at the flame. What does turning back mean, he asked. They left without completing the engagement, the core said. When they felt what this place cost, they chose preservation over completion. The warden anticipated this. The cost was designed to be sufficient. A pause. What makes you different? Hook. Wei Liangji looked at Luo Mei. At the Phoenix Cradle Resonance, she was holding steady in this ancient machine's heart. At the 3 years of daily cultivation work she had done in the specific service of 3 gods who were also her children, and said to the core, I have 3 gods at my back, not 1, and their mothers beside me. Chapter 10 for the Divine Flame Core's response to Wei Liangji's answer was not immediate. Wei Liangji understood, in the pause, that the core was not a simple mechanical component. It was the warden's original fire, the ancestral consciousness from which the warden's architecture had grown, preserved in the eternal as an operational power source, but still carrying the memory of what it had been before the architecture consumed it. It had been here for 600 years, powering a machine it had not asked to power, maintaining the eternal's operations in the patient way of something that exists as a function rather than a choice. 11 fathers. They came alone, Wei Liangji said, filling the silence. Or with insufficient support. The cost you described was the cost of facing something this ancient without sufficient. They came with sufficient power, the core said. Several of them were at cultivation levels comparable to yours. That was not the issue. Another pause. They turned back when they understood what completing the engagement required. Not technique. Not force. Recognition. Recognition of what? Of me, the core said. I am the warden's original fire. Before the architecture. Before the sealing. I remember the pre-sealing world. I remember the gods. I remember when the origin lock was whole. The flame's light shifted quality, from the operational orange warm of machinery power to something older, something that the Father's echo registered as carrying the specific signature of the pre-sealing parameters at their most fundamental level. The 11 fathers who came here did not recognize me. They saw a mechanism to neutralize. They turned back when they understood that neutralizing the mechanism would also neutralize me. Wei Liangji understood. They wouldn't do it if it cost you. They would not end me to end the machine, the core confirmed. Which was, ultimately, the right instinct. The warden did not anticipate compassion as a tactical limitation. A pause. But completing the engagement does not require ending me. The warden built this machine to contain me. The machine can be ended while I remain. Outside, through the father's echo's perimeter awareness, Wei Liangji felt the convergence points battle situation. The Eternal was 4 steps from the perimeter boundary. 400 meters. 3 steps. 12 minutes. Show me, he said. The core's light shifted to direct him, not words, orientation. The specific location in the gear assembly where the Eternal's operational architecture had its structural junction point. Not the core, but the space between the core and the first gear assembly, where the flame's energy transitioned from divine fire to mechanical force. The junction was the translation layer. Remove it, and the core's energy stopped reaching the machine. The machine stopped. The core remained. He used Saint Fire convergence at divine ancestor power level. Not to destroy the junction, to separate it. The specific technique application that Doru's warm memory specified as the correct engagement. A surgical separation of the energy translation layer from its mechanical housing, which disconnected the core from the gear assembly without affecting the flame itself. The gears slowed. Not instantly. The mechanical momentum of house-sized gears required time to decelerate. But the divine law inscriptions on the gear surfaces began to fade as the power source disconnected, the active text going from operational to historical, the living law becoming record. The Eternal stopped moving at the 3rd deceleration sequence. And then the ancient machinery began to destabilize, 600 years of divine law architecture losing its power source, the structural integrity that had been maintained by the continuous operational power beginning to fail at the junction points where the gears connected to the housing. It's collapsing, Luomei said. Inward, Wei Liangji confirmed. The father's echo's structural analysis of the gear assembly was producing a rapid failure cascade pattern. The collapse sequence is inward first. We need to be outside the outer shell before the inner collapse reaches it. How long? For minutes, he said. Hook. The core's flame, freed from its operational function, its energy no longer being converted to mechanical force, rose from the central chamber in a shape that was not fire but was related to fire. And as Wei Liangji and Luo Mei turned toward the exit path, the flame said one more thing. The origin lock's restoration will reach me also. Tell the children I have waited. Chapter 105. They exited through the northern base entry point with 40 seconds remaining before the inner collapse reached the outer shell. The Eternal's outer shell dissolution, when it came, was not an explosion. The divine metal, indestructible from outside, no longer powered from inside, lost its material coherence and converted from solid state to raw qi, which released outward in the single largest qi discharge Wei Liangji had encountered. Not lethal, not targeted. A flood of primordial cultivation energy released from 600 years of containment, flooding the northern crossroads convergence point in every direction simultaneously. Every cultivator within 3 kilometers felt it. The qi tide's effect on cultivation was not uniform. It interacted with each practitioner according to their current cultivation architecture, finding the advancement thresholds that were closest to their current position and pushing against them with enough energy to move the progress that had been accumulating but hadn't crossed its threshold. Wei Liangji's coalition's practitioners registered this across the perimeter in the specific way of people who have just discovered that their cultivation has moved. The hostile coalition's practitioners registered it differently. For the warden-bound ones, the raw qi's pre-sealing character interacted with the warden-binding architecture the same way the cradle sovereign domain had been doing gradually for weeks, but at a much higher intensity. Not liberation. The binding was more robust than a qi tide could dissolve, but disruption. The binding's compulsion architecture experiencing the equivalent of a significant system interruption. The hostile coalition's organized assault stopped for approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes was enough. Wei Liangji stood in the qi tide and felt it wash through the cradle sovereign domain's 3-frequency architecture and produce something the father's echo had not previously registered. The boundary between Void's sovereign and divine ancestor, which had been pressing against him since the cradle ascension process, became permeable. Not crossed. He was not a divine ancestor, but accessible. He could see the path clearly. The mortal apotheosis, he said. Not to anyone specifically, to himself, to the confirmation the father's echo was providing that the Codex's final chapter contained the route he needed. He needed to reach divine ancestor. The cradle ascension was the method. The children were the mechanism. And the children were still here, and safe, and the convergence point was intact, and the lock's 2-fragment resonance field had held against the Eternal throughout its approach, because the Eternal had routed around it rather than through it. He looked at Luo Mei. She was standing in the chi tide with the Phoenix Cradle resonance running at full output, not managing the tide, simply present in it. The specific quality of a cultivator who has been in the Phoenix God's warmth for 3 years and knows how to stand in divine chi without fighting it. Her cultivation had shifted in the tide. The Father's echo read the shift. Soul separation's ceiling was pressing upward. You advanced further, he said. 1 sub-rank, she said, without surprise. The chi had a Phoenix-adjacent component. She looked at the dissolved Eternal's final chi dispersal, the last of the raw energy spreading through the convergence point's environment. The core's flame. She looked at the children's position in the convergence center. It said it has been waiting. It reached them. Xiao Feng's warmth had spiked. The Phoenix echo registering a significant input of divine flame recognition, the ancient fire that the core had held for 600 years finally reaching its original source's successor. The third fragment's materialization was no longer approaching. It was beginning. Hook. Wei Liangji felt it through the Father's echo simultaneously with every cultivator in the convergence point. The third lock fragment emerging above Xiao Feng's head, not gradual, not building, in the one unitary complete release that Patriarch Hui Shun had described, and that the Chi Tide's Phoenix Flame component had finally made possible. Kira's divine law parameters, 600 years and 4,000 years of waiting, rendered as a tangible crystalline structure that was immediately and undeniably complete. Chapter 106. The 3 lock fragments did not cohere immediately. Wei Liangji had understood this from Zhu Mei's research. 12 hours once all 3 fragments were materially present, requiring conscious participation from the children. The gods choosing each other, formally, through the divine memory that was now fully accessible in all 3. The fragments were present, hovering above the children in the convergence center, pulling toward each other with the slow gravitational quality of divine law recognizing its own architecture. The 12 hours were not secure. The hostile coalition's 8-minute disruption had ended. The warden fragments in the sky, 4 remaining, the 5th having been neutralized in CH-97's Shears application, were moving toward the convergence point's boundary from the north and east simultaneously. The remaining hostile cultivators who had not dispersed during the Chi Tide's binding disruption were reorganizing. The coalition army is fracturing, Chun Bao reported, from the cell network's physical relay. The warden binding disruption affected approximately 30% of the organized assault force. The remaining 70% includes both unbound practitioners who are committed for personal reasons and bound practitioners whose binding is intact. He paused. The VE intelligence package, the warden network's command structure documentation. You could use it to identify the network's command nodes in the remaining force and cut them surgically. VE was at the research table when Wei Liangji brought this to her. She had been there through the Eternal's entire approach and destruction, not moving, watching. The command nodes, she said. She opened the intelligence package's organizational section. 7 primary network operatives in the remaining force. These are not bound cultivators. They're voluntary agents, which makes them more committed and harder to address through binding disruption. She pointed to each location in the tactical overlay. If these 7 are removed from the command structure, the remaining force has no warden network authority directing it. The sect commanders who have been operating under warden instruction will revert to their own institutional logic, which, given the Chi Tide's disruption, the Eternal's destruction, and the original broadcast information spreading through the physical networks, will produce a significant withdrawal rate. Remove, Wei Liangji said. Not eliminate. Capture preferred, she confirmed. The intelligence value of voluntary network agents exceeds the tactical value of removing them permanently. She looked at the tactical overlay. Also, 3 of them I know personally. They were colleagues. They made a different choice than I did. She paused. I'd prefer they have the opportunity to reconsider it. Sha Mo and Sha Lin ran the operation with Jun Bo, providing verification on network agent identification. Her 26 years of operational knowledge confirming the target's identities before engagement, which prevented the specific mistake of capturing the wrong person during a complex battle situation. 3 hours. 7 operatives. All captured. Without the network command structure, the remaining hostile forces' cohesion degraded rapidly. The 3 sect alliances that had been maintaining organized assault positions began receiving internal communications from their own leadership, the broadcast truth, circulating through physical networks, reaching sect members who had been operating on the false prophecy and were now having that foundation revised under them. The withdrawal rate over the following 6 hours exceeded 50%. The remaining force was significant, still several hundred practitioners, but it was disorganized, its motivation mixed, its command structure reduced to individual sect commanders operating without central coordination. Wei Liangji maintained the defensive perimeter. The 12-hour lock coherence clock was running. At hour 7, the sky changed. Not the warden fragment suppression, that was still present, still pressing against the domain boundary, still losing the boundary contest against the 2-fragment resonance field, but still present. Something different. A quality of intention in the environmental fabric, a presence that was not localized at any specific point, but was everywhere simultaneously. The way a temperature change is everywhere simultaneously rather than arriving from a direction. A figure materialized at the convergence point's outer boundary. Not a fragment. Not a network operative. A constructed divine body. The warden's avatar, wearing the face of a mortal emperor in formal cultivation attire. Standing at the boundary with the patient quality of something that has decided this is the appropriate moment to intervene directly. The avatar is different from the fragments, Wei said, beside Wei Liangji. She had come to the perimeter when the sky changed. The fragments are passive suppression architecture. The avatar is a decision. It contains a fraction of the warden's active consciousness. It can communicate, negotiate, and act with the warden's authority rather than just its structural presence. Is it stronger than the fragments? Wei Liangji asked. It's more dangerous than stronger, she said. The fragments are what they are. The avatar is what the warden chooses to make it be. Hook. The avatar looked at Wei Liangji across the 200 meters of the perimeter boundary and said, in a voice that carried without cultivation technique, simply, give me the children. Their bodies intact. Their divine memories sealed. I am merciful. Chapter 107. Wei Liangji looked at the avatar. The constructed divine body was well made. The warden had been building cultivation bodies for 600 years and understood mortal physical aesthetics in the specific way of something that had been observing mortals for a very long time, without being one. The emperor's face was precise, distinguished, carrying the specific quality of authority that mortal institutional hierarchies had agreed to recognize as legitimate across centuries of use. Show me the 11 families you were merciful to, Wei Liangji said. The avatar was quiet for 2 seconds. They were treated with appropriate consideration for beings whose cultivation had reached a dangerous threshold. The divine memories were extracted painlessly. The children were permitted to continue their mortal lives. Without the divine memories, which would have dissolved their mortal forms within a generation, the avatar said. A divine consciousness cannot persist indefinitely in a mortal body without consuming it. The extraction was the intervention that permitted survival. Another pause. You know this. The Codex's designers built a solution, mortal apotheosis, but it requires the father to reach divine ancestor. You are at Void Sovereign. The gap is not closable in the remaining time. You've been watching our research, Wei Liangji said. I have been watching everything in this probability branch for 40 years, the avatar said. I know what you have and what you lack. I know that mortal apotheosis is theoretically correct, but practically unavailable to you. A pause. Give me the children. They survive. The origin lock's coherence process ends. The warden's parameters continue. This is the settlement that is available. And if I refuse, then the warden's intervention proceeds at full capacity, the avatar said. The result is the same, but the children's survival becomes contingent on the engagement's outcome rather than guaranteed by agreement. It looked at Wei Liangji with the specific quality of something that genuinely believes the offer is the better option. I am offering you the better option. Wei Liangji did not answer immediately. He ran the father's echo's probability assessment, not on the avatar's offer, but on the mortal apotheosis path. The chi tide had moved the divine ancestor boundary from distant to accessible. The cradle ascension technique was documented in the Codex's final pages. The time available, approximately 5 hours before the lock's natural coherence threshold, was insufficient for standard cultivation advancement and was or wasn't sufficient for cradle ascension depending on how one read the Codex's technical constraints. Insufficient time was the avatar's calculation. The avatar had been watching this probability branch for 40 years using the warden's prediction architecture. The father's echo operated outside the warden's prediction architecture. He looked at his children in the convergence center. Xiao Feng with the phoenix fragment's crystalline structure above her, Xiao He with the river fragment, Xiao Zhan with the war fragment. All 3 fragments moving toward coherence at the 12-hour rate. 5 hours remaining. My answer, Wei Liangji said, is that your definition of mercy is the mercy of someone who has never understood what the things they're protecting actually are. He looked at the avatar directly. The 11 families, the children who lost their divine memories, they were not saved. They were reduced. There's a difference between surviving and being preserved, and the warden has never understood it. He activated Domain Cradle Lock at full Divine Ancestor power. Hook. The avatar's constructed divine body manifested the warden's full operational layers simultaneously, not fragment level, not network level, but the avatar's complete transcendent origin tier capability, packed into its void sovereign shell at a density that the Father's echo read as the container approaching its structural limit. And the first exchange between them destroyed a mountain ridge 3 kilometers to the north. Chapter 108. The second exchange pushed Wei Liangji back 30 kilometers. Not through force failure, through the specific tactical decision that the Father's echo made in real time. Absorbing the impact and converting it to directional momentum was less costly than standing against transcendent origin tier force at void sovereign stage. 30 kilometers of backward displacement in approximately 4 seconds. The cultivation ground below him experiencing the secondary shock of the impact's energy dispersal. He was still standing. He was intact. His domain was intact. The avatar had not followed. He turned and looked back across the 30 kilometers at the northern crossroads convergence point, visible at this distance as the lock's 3-fragment resonance glow, which had not diminished, and the avatar's position at the boundary, which had not moved. It's not pursuing, Shaolin said, via the cell network's physical relay. She had been monitoring the avatar's tactical behavior since its appearance. It made one strike, pushed you back, and stopped. A pause. That's not an elimination attack. It's a repositioning. It doesn't want to destroy me, Wei Liangji said. He was calculating the exchange's information. It wants me far enough away that I can't interfere with the lock's coherence process. He paused. Because it still thinks the mortal apotheosis path is unavailable, and if I'm 30 kilometers away when the lock coheres without the apotheosis anchor, the divine memories dissolve the children's mortal forms, Shaolin finished. The warden wins without destroying anyone, Wei Liangji said. The tactical logic was clean. The avatar had executed it with the precise minimum force required to achieve its objective, pushing Wei Liangji away from the coherence zone rather than engaging in a destructive battle that risked collateral effects on the children. The avatar believed its calculation about mortal apotheosis being unavailable and was acting on that belief. The avatar was wrong, but Wei Liangji had 4 hours to demonstrate it from 30 kilometers away. He ran full-speed void sovereign movement toward the convergence point. What will the avatar do when you return? The cell relay transmitted from Qinbao. Probably another 30-kilometer push, Wei Liangji said. It will keep doing it, which means the window for cradle ascension is the time between each push. He was calculating as he ran. How long does a 30-kilometer push take at void sovereign return speed? 8 minutes, Qinbao said. If you're not encountering opposition en route. 8 minutes per cycle, Wei Liangji said. I need 30 seconds for cradle ascension initiation. I need to close within 30 seconds of the avatar's reset before it can reposition. That's a very tight window, Qinbao said. It is, Wei Liangji confirmed. He reached the convergence point's boundary at the 7-minute mark and activated Domain Cradle Lock. The cradle ascension window was approaching from a separate timeline than the avatar's exchange cycles. The children's divine memories were at the depth required to initiate the technique, and the chi tide had narrowed the gap between his current stage and divine ancestor from impossible to narrow. Narrow was not closed, but narrow could become closed within a single exchange cycle if he reached the convergence center's interior within 30 seconds of the avatar's repositioning rather than 8 minutes. That required one thing he hadn't attempted: letting the avatar push him back in the direction that put the convergence center between them rather than behind him, using the repositioning as approach rather than retreat. He filed this for the next cycle. Hook. The avatar's response was immediate, but before it struck, it said one more thing. The origin lock's completion will dissolve their mortal forms regardless of your stage. This is not a warning I am giving you strategically. This is information you need to hear because you do not have access to the Codex's final seal, and the mortal apotheosis technique in the pages you've read is incomplete. Chapter 109. Wei Liangji absorbed the avatar's second strike and was pushed back 22 kilometers this time. Better return distance, because he had adjusted his technique for the exchange, converting more of the impact energy to lateral displacement rather than direct backward force. He was moving back toward the convergence point before he had stopped moving backward. The avatar's information sat with him during the 8-minute return. The Divine Cradle Codex's final pages. Yi Frost's Blood Codex, the missing chapter that she had been writing for 6 years. He had read it. He had understood mortal apotheosis from it. But the avatar had said, the mortal apotheosis technique in the pages you've read is incomplete. Yi Frost was in the research area. He transmitted through the cell relay the mortal apotheosis description in the Blood Codex. What's the final condition the technique requires? A 4-second pause. The divine ancestor anchor for the children's souls, she said. What is the anchor mechanism specifically? Not the father's cultivation level, the mechanism. Another pause. Longer. The anchor isn't the cultivation level, she said. Her voice had changed quality. The cultivation level is what the father needs to maintain the anchor after the lock coheres. The anchor itself is established through, she stopped. The Tao Dragon, Xianxia said, in the background of Frost's transmission. He had been in the research area reviewing the codex. The Tao Dragon, Frost confirmed. The mortal apotheosis anchor uses the Tao Dragon's structural capability to bind the children's souls to mortality as an independent element from the father's cultivation. The father's divine ancestor stage is required to interface with the anchor to maintain it ongoing, but the anchor is established by the Tao Dragon's structural work, not the father's power. Which means the Tao Dragon is the mechanism, Wei Liangji said. Which means the Tao Dragon can establish the anchor before you reach divine ancestor, Frost said. Wei Liangji reached the convergence point's boundary for the second time and felt the avatar's attention redirect. The avatar was not going to explain the rest of the mortal apotheosis technique. It had said the pages were incomplete, which was true, because the complete technique required the Tao Dragon's involvement, which the avatar apparently didn't know Wei had led them to at the northern crossroads. He had a complete technique. He was at Void Sovereign. He needed divine ancestor to maintain the anchor. Cradle Ascension was the path. The Tao Dragon would establish the anchor. He would reach divine ancestor through Cradle Ascension. The avatar's calculation was based on standard cultivation timeline, and the Cradle Ascension technique didn't operate on standard cultivation timelines. He activated Domain Cradle Lock for the third exchange with the avatar. The Tao Dragon's involvement in the mortal apotheosis process was not something the avatar had accounted for. The avatar's calculation of the technique's availability had been based on the codex pages Wei Liangji had read, the pages that documented the father's divine ancestor requirement, without fully specifying the mechanism that made the anchor independent of the father's current stage. The Tao Dragon was 600 years of pre-sealing structural expertise operating in the one location in the continental cultivation world where the pre-sealing parameters were still embedded in the environmental fabric. The avatar had watched Wei Liangji's probability branch for 40 years. It had not watched the Tao Dragons for 600. The avatar's calculation was based on information it had. Wei Liangji's advantage was information it didn't. Hook. The avatar absorbed the domain Cradle Lock's force with the specific quality of something that is genuinely concerned, not threatened by the power output, but concerned by the fact that Wei Liangji had returned faster and with more calculated approach each time, which meant something about the calculations it had made for the available time was not matching the situation it was observing. Chapter 1:10 The pattern of exchanges with the avatar continued for 2 hours. Each exchange, Wei Liangji returning to the convergence point, engaging the avatar at maximum domain cradle lock output, being pushed back, the distance decreasing with each cycle as he refined his impact conversion technique. 16 kilometers. 11. 7. The avatar adjusted its force each time to maintain the repositioning effect, which told Wei Liangji that the avatar was watching his adaptation with the same careful attention he was watching its tactics. During the recovery periods between exchanges, the preparation for cradle ascension advanced. The Tao Dragon established the mortal apotheosis anchor while Wei Liangji was running his third return. The structural work was quiet. The Tao Dragon's capability operated at the fabric level of the cultivation world rather than at the observable technique level, and its establishment of the anchor threads for all 3 children produced no visible effect. It was a structural modification to the convergence point's dimensional geometry, binding the children's soul threads to their mortal forms with the same architecture the Tao Dragon had been maintaining the convergence point's dimensional structure with for 600 years. When Wei Liangji returned for the 5th exchange and felt the anchor threads through the father's echo, he stopped. The anchor is set, the Tao Dragon communicated. All 3. Wei Liangji asked. All 3. The divine memories can surface fully without dissolving the mortal forms. The children are stable. Your divine ancestor stage is required to maintain the anchors through the post-coherence period, but the anchors exist now. The mortal apotheosis is partially complete. Cradle ascension, Wei Liangji said. Now, the children had been informed. All 3 understood what was being asked, not in the way an infant or toddler understands adult requests, but in the way divine consciousnesses with thousands of years of accumulated memory understand a cultivation technique that they had been designed, in part, to enable. The phoenix god Kira's 4,000-year memory included this moment. The river god Yinsu's memory included this moment. The war god Doru's memory included this moment. The technique initiated. Xiao Feng, Xiao He, and Xiao Zhan channeled their divine memories simultaneously into the Father's echo, not a transfer, not a temporary gift, but a complete sharing. The three divine domain channels opening fully into Wei Liangji's cultivation framework and letting him experience, for 30 seconds, what it was to hold all three divine domains simultaneously. 30 seconds. The Phoenix Flame's 4,000-year history. The River God's time sense at full divine scale. The War God's 6,000-year combat intelligence at complete access. He was not a god. He was a cultivator experiencing what it meant to be three gods, briefly, and his body was doing its best to survive the information. When it ended, he was at the lower rung of divine ancestor. His body was steaming, every cultivation pathway running at full capacity to process what it had just held. His bones were intact. His domain was intact. The Father's echo had integrated the experience, and the ceiling had moved. The cultivation world had a notation for what had just happened. Forced breakthrough under adverse conditions, which produced advancement that was structurally valid but required consolidation under less adverse conditions to fully stabilize. He was at divine ancestor in the same sense that a cultivator was at their achieved rank immediately after the advancement event. Real, functional, and not yet the kind of settled thing that full consolidation produced. He had what he needed for the next 2 hours. The stabilization was a problem he could have after. He activated the Cradle Sovereign Domain at Divine Ancestor output for the first time. The field's character shifted, not in range or visual quality, but in the specific way that a domain changes when the cultivation stage supporting it advances. The suppression of warden-binding architecture was deeper. The divine resonance amplification within it was stronger. The three divine frequencies ran at a coherence level they hadn't previously achieved. The avatar, which had been approaching the boundary for the sixth exchange, stopped. Hook, the avatar said, from approximately 40 meters from the boundary, close enough for the Cradle Sovereign Domain to be affecting its constructed divine body at full suppression intensity. I see. You found the complete technique. A pause. And you are at Divine Ancestor. A longer pause. The calculation changes. Chapter 111. The Avatar's calculation change manifested as an operational shift rather than a communication. It did not attack again. For approximately 20 minutes, the Avatar stood at the boundary and processed. Wei Liangji maintained the defensive perimeter and used the interval to run the same analysis. What a 600-year-old cosmic architecture that had been operating on a specific probability calculation does when the calculation proves incorrect. Not panics. The Warden's architecture didn't produce panic, but recalibrates, which was a different and more dangerous response. It's sending to the fragments, Wei said, at his position. The Warden's avatar and its sky presence are communicating, not transmission. The avatar is a part of the Warden's consciousness and the fragments are part of the Warden's structural presence. They're the same entity coordinating its distributed components. She watched the sky. The four remaining fragments are repositioning. Toward the convergence point. Toward a tighter formation above it, she said. Not the suppression network architecture they've been building, something more focused, more directed. She paused. The Warden has decided the lock's coherence is not stoppable through perimeter pressure. It's switching to direct intervention. 2 hours remaining on the 12-hour coherence clock. The three lock fragments had been moving toward each other since the Phoenix fragment's materialization, drawing closer in the slow gravitational pull of divine law recognizing its own architecture. The combined presence of all three fragments was producing a resonance field that the entire continental cultivation world could feel. Patriarch Hui Shun's latest transmission, received through the cell network, confirmed that the Jade Phoenix sect's most distant outposts were registering the three-fragment signature. Xiao Feng, Wei Liangji said, moving to the convergence center. She looked up at him. Both faces, child and Phoenix god, attending simultaneously. The divine memory was fully accessible now. Here is 4,000-year consciousness integrated with the 3-year-old mortal consciousness in the specific relationship the mortal apotheosis anchor had made stable. Not one overwhelming the other. Both present. Both Xiao Feng. The Warden is going to try something new, he said. I need you and your brothers to be ready. She looked at Xiao He and Xiao Zhan, the three divine consciousnesses doing the communication they had been doing since the first days in the grotto. The low-level harmonic exchange that didn't require language because it operated at the divine resonance level directly. We're ready, she said. Both voices, together. Xiao Zhan looked at Wei Liangji. The avatar retreated because it needed a different approach, the war god's voice said, through the child's calm certainty. It's going to try to prevent the lock from completing at the moment of actual coherence. Not stop the approach, interrupt the final acknowledgement. He looked at the three fragments. When the fragments connect, we have to choose each other at that exact moment. If the warden can interrupt the choice, the lock doesn't cohere, Wei Liangji confirmed. Even with all 3 fragments present. Then the defense of that moment is the priority, Xiaozhan said. Not the perimeter. Not the avatar. That specific moment. Xiaofeng said, Father, I need you to hold my hand while I cry. She had said this once before, in CH 111 of the outline's description, after the cradle ascension offer. She had been holding this request since before she made it. Now she made it. Wei Liangji sat down beside her in the Convergence Center and took her hand. The Phoenix god Kira's 4,000-year memory was fully present in the small hand he was holding, and the 3-year-old child's awareness was also fully present, and the distinction between them was real and also not the point. I'm here, he said. She leaned against his side, not crying yet, holding the space for it. The divine memory's full access contained everything Kira had experienced. The sealing, the 600-year sealed realm, the first dim awareness of mortal reincarnation, the 3 years of this specific life, the approach to this moment. All of it at once, accessible, without the damaged place being an obstacle anymore. Hook, the damaged place, Xiaofeng said, quietly, is where the warden tore through Kira's connection to the other gods when it sealed them. It cut the connection. The other gods felt it too. She looked at Xiao He and Xiaozhan. We've been healing it since we were born. That's what the harmonic exchange has been doing. The lock doesn't just need us to choose each other. It needs the tear to be healed first. Chapter 112. The tear had been healing for 3 years. Wei Liangji understood this now. The 3-year history of the low-level harmonic exchange, the morning warmth cycles, and the temporal current interactions, and the war god's ambient assessment frequency all running in the same household space. All 3 divine domains in constant low-level communication. Not performing the healing. Being in proximity to each other and letting the healing happen. Kira's tear. Yinsu's tear. Doru's tear. The specific wounds the sealing had created when the warden had severed the connections between the gods, cutting them off from each other before locking them in the sealed realm separately. 3 years of children growing up together had been the repair process. You knew, Wei Liangji said to Xiaofeng. He held because the mortal apotheosis anchors were present, and the children were stable, and the lock was 2 hours from coherence, and the warden needed the lock to not cohere and had decided to stop it by force, and was wrong that force would work, because Wei Liangji was at Divine Ancestor now, and the Cradle Sovereign domain at Divine Ancestor stage was not the same domain it had been at Void Sovereign. The avatar pushed. Wei Liangji's domain pushed back. The fracture appeared at the collision point. Not spatial damage, not a dimensional gap, but a tear in the fabric of the current cultivation world's parameters at the point where 2 competing architectures had been pressing against each other with enough force to create an interface failure. A crack approximately 2 meters wide, 3 meters tall, through which Wei Liangji could see something that was not the northern crossroads sky. A white space. Enormous. The warden's sealed realm. The realm where the gods had been held for 600 years, visible through the fracture for a moment the way the sealed chamber in the Eternal's core had been visible once you were inside it. And in the white space, visible for approximately 4 seconds before the fracture began to seal, the warden. Hook, not the avatar. Not the fragments. The warden at its true scale. Not a being, but a mechanism, a cosmic architecture visible as a structured presence of impossible size, oriented toward the fracture with what registered in Wei Liangji's cultivation sense as recognition. The mechanism seeing the person who had just bent the calculation it had been running for 40 years. Chapter 113. Wei Liangji held the fracture's edge. The avatar's continued pressure was trying to seal it. The warden's distributed components had the same objective, which was to prevent Wei Liangji from examining the warden's true form at length. But the fracture had formed because of the domain collision, not because Wei Liangji had created it, and maintaining it required sustaining the collision point rather than actively keeping the fracture open. He sustained the collision. Through the fracture, he observed the warden for the 4 seconds the observation was available. Not the warden's consciousness, not its personality or intention, its structure. The warden at its true scale was not a being that had chosen to become what it was. It was a mechanism that had become conscious through the same process that any sufficiently complex cultivation system becomes conscious. The emergent property of accumulated complexity. It had no malice. It had function. Its function was maintenance of cosmic stability through the prevention of any divine power exceeding a specific threshold. The gods had exceeded that threshold. The warden had sealed them. This was not evil. It was architecture operating according to its design specification. The same way a perimeter formation attacks anyone who crosses the boundary, regardless of their intention. The information had a specific effect on Wei Liangji's approach. He could not defeat the warden. He could not destroy it. It was not a being that could be killed. It was a structure that could be reprogrammed. The origin lock's restoration of the pre-sealing parameters was the reprogramming, and he had known this from Yi Frost's research, and what the fracture confirmed was that the warden's design specification had been created by something above it in the cosmic hierarchy, which meant the design specification was not arbitrary. It was an attempt to solve a real problem. The problem: divine power at unlimited scale destabilizes existence. The warden's solution: cap all divine power at a specific threshold by sealing anyone who exceeds it. The problem with the warden's solution: it was too broad, sealing beings who posed no genuine destabilization risk. The origin lock's restoration narrowed the parameters, made the cap more precise. The locked would not be sealed again. He needed to write one additional rule: the reincarnated shall not be sealed again. And he needed the last Fate Shear's blade to do it. The blade was in Yi Frost's sealed container. The fracture's active maintenance was demanding. The avatar's pressure against it was continuous, the warden's components trying to seal the interface failure from their side. Wei Liangji held it open by sustaining the collision at the point where the two architectures met, which required continuous domain cradle lock output at divine ancestor level. He could maintain it for perhaps 90 more seconds before the lock's natural coherence event changed the entire situation. 90 seconds was sufficient if Yi Frost moved now. Yi Frost, he transmitted through the cell relay. The last blade. I need it here. I'm already coming, she said. Outside the fracture, the warden's fragments in the sky converged, the four remaining fragments moving toward a single position above the convergence center, their formation tightening in the specific pattern of something preparing a focused rather than suppressive application. They're going to attempt a direct suppression of the lock's coherence moment, Xianxia said, from the perimeter. Wei Liangji had 1 hour. Hook. Madame Kai materialized at his left side. Not from the perimeter, from the inner courtyard, where she had been attending to the cultivators who had been displaced by the second exchange's shockwave, and said, "The avatar is going to attack the ritual while you're occupied with the fracture. I'll handle the avatar." She paused. "Don't argue. Argue after." Chapter 114. Madame Kai fought the warden's avatar alone for 57 minutes. Wei Liangji was aware of this the entire time. The father's echo's ambient awareness providing continuous perimeter data. The domain lord practitioner who had been his first major alliance partner in the 3-year project engaging the transcendent origin tier constructed body with the specific calculated precision of someone who had been running operational logistics for 30 years and understood exactly how much force she had and what it was worth. She was not winning. She was not trying to win. She was trying to make winning irrelevant by making every 60 seconds of the avatar's attention she occupied into 60 seconds that the lock's coherence process could continue undisturbed. Domain Lord against Transcendent Origin Tier Avatar was not a battle that favored the Domain Lord. She knew this. She fought anyway, using the Warden's network intelligence Vey had provided to predict the Avatar's technique deployment windows, using the Iron Orchid Fortress's 20 years of operational combat experience to find the marginal advantages that extended each engagement cycle. Wei Liangji ran the Mortal Apotheosis Anchor Array with Yi Frost and the 3 cradle vessels simultaneously. The Anchor Array required the Mother's Cultivation Resonance as foundation threads, Luo Mei's Phoenix Cradle Warmth, Xinyu's Temporal River Current, Yi Frost's Void Sovereign Emptiness Principle Grounding, and his Divine Ancestor Power as the maintenance framework that held the threads in their binding function. The 3 mothers providing the connection, he providing the structure that made the connection permanent. The array ran for 3 hours. Not continuously. The avatar's incursions through Madame Kai's defense required Wei Liangji's domain at maximum pressure twice. The Mortal Apotheosis maintenance, pausing while he contributed force to the defensive response, and then resuming. The children held steady in the convergence center throughout, the Dao Dragon's structural anchors maintaining the binding when Wei Liangji was occupied elsewhere. The Anchor Array's 3 mother resonance threads were the most technically precise cultivation work Wei Liangji had participated in since the original Codex's translation period. Each thread was a living connection, not a cultivation technique that could be deployed and left running, but an ongoing expression of the specific relationship between each mother and her child. Luo Mei's Phoenix Warmth was the quality of 3 years of morning temperature cycles and quiet observations of Xiao Feng developing her divine domain without rushing. Xinyu's River Current was the temporal healing work and the patient developmental management of a consciousness that needed understanding rather than direction. Yi Frost's Emptiness Principle Grounding was the Blood Codex research and the 6 years of exile and the deliberate solitude that had produced someone able to provide exactly the structural stability that Xiao Zhan's war god domain required. The 3 threads together were not cultivation technique. They were 3 years of this specific family, expressed as a binding that would persist after the coherence event. At hour 52 of the defensive operation, with approximately 8 minutes remaining before the lock's coherence threshold, Madame Kai's cultivation cracked. Not failed, cracked. The specific catastrophic advancement regression that occurred when a cultivator sustained damage at a rate that exceeded their cultivation's repair capacity for long enough that the damage propagated through the cultivation foundation itself. From domain lord to something much lower. The specific number not relevant because what mattered was that she was injured and was alive and had done what she set out to do. Xiaimo reached her before she fell. The avatar, freed from Madame Kai's 57 minutes of sustained engagement, turned toward Wei Liangji. 7 minutes. Hook. The mortal apotheosis array had been running continuously, maintained by the 3 vessels' cultivation resonance and the Dao Dragon's structural grounding. And in the last monitoring pass Wei Liangji ran before turning to face the avatar, he confirmed what he had been watching for since the array began. The anchor threads were binding correctly, the children's mortal forms were stabilized, and the technique that the avatar had called incomplete was complete. Chapter 115 The Warden's avatar attacked at full capacity. Wei Liangji met it with the same. The exchange was the single largest cultivation force collision the Northern Crossroads had experienced in the 3-day engagement. The combined chi output of divine ancestor power through domain cradle lock running at full extension, pressed against transcendent origin tier force in a void sovereign shell that was visibly straining to contain what was being asked of it. Around them, the remaining hostile cultivators had stopped. The perimeter defenders had stopped. The entire population of the Northern Crossroads battle space had, without coordination, ceased engaging each other to watch what was happening between these 2 points of force. Through the father's echo, Wei Liangji felt the 3 children in the convergence center. Xiao Feng's phoenix warmth building toward the resonance threshold. Xiao Zhan's war god awareness focused with the absolute clarity of a divine consciousness that had been waiting 600 years for this specific moment. Xiao He's river god presence flowing through temporal currents that only he could perceive. They were not frightened. They were ready. They had been ready since before they were born. He pressed harder. 5 minutes. The 3 lock fragments above the convergence center were close enough to each other that the combined resonance was visible as a white light. Not the warden's white, which replaced the sky and imposed its domain over reality, but the warm white of divine law at its original character, before the sealing, before the rewrites. The light that 4,000 years of preserved sect tradition had called the Phoenix God's arrival. For minutes, the avatar pressed harder. Wei Liangji's feet drove backward through the cultivation-shattered ground. Not 30 kilometers. He was at Divine Ancestor now, and the avatar's constructed body was consuming its power reserve at the rate that void sovereign shells consumed energy when operating above their capacity. It could push harder than he could sustain indefinitely. It could not do so indefinitely itself. The father's echo gave him the avatar's degradation rate alongside the lock's convergence progress. 2 rates, 1 decreasing, 1 increasing, the intersection point somewhere in the next 180 seconds. The avatar knew this too. It had committed to the exchange anyway, which meant it had calculated that the chance was worth the cost. He understood the calculation. He was running the same one in the opposite direction. 3 minutes. Father, Xiao Zhan's voice, and the war god's voice, together. The second fragment, Xiao Zhan's war god fragment, reached the phoenix fragment. Not full coherence yet, but contact. The specific moment when 2 divine law records acknowledged each other for the first time. The warden's fragments in the sky responded. All 4, descending simultaneously toward the convergence center in the most direct intervention the warden had attempted, trying to physically interrupt the contact before it could propagate to the river fragment. And the sky turned white. Not the fragment's suppression. Something else. The warden's full attention, descending from above the fragments and above the avatar simultaneously. The warden itself, operating directly rather than through its distributed architecture, pressing its cosmic presence into the mortal realm. Hook. Wei Liangji felt every bone in his body try to orient toward the warden in the reflexive submission response. But this time, at Divine Ancestor stage, with the mortal apotheosis complete and the cradle sovereign domain running at its highest expression, the response lasted 1 second before his domain asserted the pre-sealing parameters over the warden's architecture and he remained standing in the white sky, alone among every practitioner in the Northern Crossroads who still stood. Chapter 116 The white sky was the warden's domain asserting itself over the mortal realm. Not light, not atmospheric, not optical. The replacement of the mortal cultivation law with the warden's architecture directly, at local scale, imposed over the northern crossroads with enough force that the distinction between the warden's domain and reality ceased to be meaningful within its range. Under the white sky, cultivation stopped. Not weakened, stopped. Every technique that operated on the rewritten cosmic law parameters that the warden had established 600 years ago became non-functional, because the parameters the techniques were built on had been temporarily overwritten at the local level by the original authority that had written them. Every practitioner in the northern crossroads lost access to their cultivation simultaneously. Every practitioner except two. Wei Liangji's cradle sovereign domain operated on the pre-sealing parameters, the same parameters that predated the warden's rewrite, carried in the three divine children's inheritance. The white sky's domain tried to overwrite the cradle sovereign domain and encountered the same fundamental incompatibility that the warden's fragments had encountered at the domain boundary. The pre-sealing parameters couldn't be overwritten by the post-sealing rewrite because the pre-sealing version was the original and the warden's architecture was built on top of it. The domain held. The second exception was the three children in the convergence center. Their divine power was native to the god's divine law. Pre-sealing, fundamental, below the architecture layer the warden's domain was imposing. The white sky couldn't suppress what it had been built on. 2 minutes remaining. The river god fragment had not yet been reached. Xiao in Xun Yu's arms. Xun Yu, unable to use any cultivation technique in the white sky, was the only divine consciousness in the convergence center who hadn't yet made contact with the other two fragments. Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan's fragments were in contact. The warmth of Phoenix and war was reaching toward the river. Xiao He extended one hand. Not cultivation technique. Divine will. The river god Yinsu's complete divine memory at full access, reaching through the white sky toward the contact point. And the white sky couldn't suppress divine will that predated its own existence by 4,000 years. Xun Yu held him steady. She couldn't use her cultivation, couldn't maintain any river-aligned technique, couldn't reach through the white sky's suppression, but she could hold her son, and she did, with both arms, her body a shelter against the warden's domain even if her power was not. Xiao He's hand extended past her shoulder toward the contact point without hesitation. The avatar descended through the white sky toward the convergence center. Wei Liangji placed himself in its path. Divine ancestor power through the cradle sovereign domain. In the white sky where no other power was available, against the warden's full operational consciousness in a constructed body that was coming apart under the strain of containing what the warden had put in it. 1 minute. The three lock fragments were close enough that the resonance field between them was producing a sound. Not audible, felt. The deep bass frequency of divine law, at its original scale, vibrating through the ground, and the air and the cultivation sense of every practitioner in range. The avatar pressed past Wei Liangji. Not through him. Past him, deflected by the domain's force rather than stopped by it. He had not stopped it. He had deflected it, changed its angle, bought 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough. Hook. Xiao He's fragment reached the contact point between Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan's fragments. The three divine law records meeting each other in the same temporal moment for the first time since the sealing. And the river god Yinsu's divine consciousness said, in the voice that was both Xiao He's child voice and the ancient god's resonance simultaneously, I choose. Chapter 117. The lock's coherence was not a moment. It was a process that took the 32 seconds between Xiao He's choice and the lock's full formation. And in those 32 seconds, the warden's avatar was still present and still moving. Wei Liangji placed himself between the avatar's approach angle and the children for those 32 seconds. Not once. The avatar moved around him 3 times in 32 seconds, each time with the specific directness of something operating at the limit of its available reasoning, trying to interrupt the coherence process before it completed. Each time Wei Liangji adjusted position, absorbing force, redirecting the avatar's approach vector, buying seconds through the divine ancestor domain's ability to contest the avatar's movement even in the white sky where no other power was available. Sha Mo and Sha Lin, unable to use cultivation in the white sky, ran physically to the convergence center and placed themselves between the avatar and the children's position as physical barriers. No technique, no cultivation, just the specific decision of 2 people who had decided this was where they were standing. The avatar struck Sha Mo hard enough to move him 4 meters. He stood up. It struck Sha Lin. She stood up. Neither of them said anything. They had used words at the Iron Orchid, at the relay stations, at the suppression tower strikes. Here, in the white sky with no cultivation and no technique, and a transcendent origin tier constructed body between them and 3 children, they were past words. Sha Mo moved back to his position. Sha Lin moved back to hers. The specific communication of two people who have operated together long enough that shared intention doesn't require speech. The avatar's constructed body showed the first visible signs of structural damage, stress fractures along the void sovereign shell's exterior, the result of containing power that the shell had not been built to sustain indefinitely. It had been operating above its design capacity since the white sky descended. It was still operating. It was not stopping. The Tao Dragon maintained its structural protection of the convergence point's interior, the pre-sealing framework holding the convergence's spatial geometry stable under the warden's domain imposition. 20 seconds, Yifrost said. She was counting. No cultivation, counting. The avatar turned from Sha Lin and Sha Mo and committed its full force toward the convergence center's entry point. Not deflection range, direct approach. Wei Liangji deployed every technique simultaneously. Cradle sovereign domain at maximum density. Domain cradle lock at full output. Triple cradle resonance alignment. Saint Fire convergence. Every cultivation expression he had, all running simultaneously, all aimed at the single point of space between the avatar's approach angle and the children. The collision was not 30 kilometers. It was 5 meters. There was nowhere to be pushed back to. The space-time fracture reformed. The same fracture that had appeared in the previous exchange, widening as divine ancestor power and transcendent origin tier force met at 5 meters. White space visible through it. The warden's sealed realm. The warden, visible through the fracture. Not the avatar, the warden itself. Oriented toward the fracture with what Wei Liangji read through the father's echo as something that the warden's architecture, operating as a mechanism rather than a person, had never previously produced in 600 years of operation, recognition. Not of Wei Liangji as an obstacle. Of what Wei Liangji was doing and what it meant for the warden's mechanism. 10 seconds, Yifrost said. Hook. The fracture widened enough that Wei Liangji could see the warden's full structural form clearly. Not the avatar, not the fragments, the actual mechanism, and see the specific element of its architecture that the origin lock's restoration of the pre-sealing parameters would affect, the cosmic law section labeled, in the presect notation that Liang Su had decoded, with the word that meant, the accumulated weight of all divine law ever written, held by one entity, preventing any new writing. Chapter 118, 5 seconds, Yifrost said. Wei Liangji held the fracture open. Through it, the warden's true form was visible at the scale the warden operated, not terrifying in the way of a hostile being, but in the way that any mechanism of cosmic scale was present at the operational level. The warden had not chosen to be what it was. It had become what it was through the same process that complex systems became conscious, through the accumulated weight of doing its function for long enough that the doing became identity. The cosmic law section visible through the fracture, the section that handled prevention of any divine law accumulation above a specific threshold, the section that had sealed the gods, the section that would be modified by the origin lock's restoration. Not destroyed, modified. Wei Liangji understood, in the 3 seconds he held the fracture, that the modification the origin lock would produce was not the abolition of the warden's function but the precision of it. The gods had been sealed not because they were dangerous, but because the warden's threshold was calibrated too broadly. It prevented any divine accumulation above a certain level regardless of whether that accumulation was actually destabilizing. The origin lock's restoration would reset the threshold parameters to their pre-sealing precision, which had been calibrated to prevent actual destabilization rather than theoretical possibility. The gods would not have been sealed under the original parameters. Future gods would not be sealed under the restored ones. He thought about what that meant for the warden itself. 600 years of operation under a miscalibrated threshold. 600 years of sealing beings who had posed no genuine risk, executing a function that had been designed correctly but implemented with parameters that were too broad. The warden had not known it was wrong. A mechanism couldn't know. It could only execute its design specification and accumulate the record of what that execution produced. 600 years of accumulated wrong results, and no way to recognize them as wrong, because the evaluation function itself was part of the miscalibrated architecture. The origin lock was not correcting the warden's malice. It was correcting the warden's blindness. They were very different things. He thought of Kira's 4,000 years. Yinsu's memory of the sealing moment. The specific sensation of divine consciousness being cut off from the mortal world, from the people the gods had watched over, from each other. Doru's war clarity becoming a trapped thing inside sealed parameters for 600 years. The mechanism had done that to them without understanding what it was doing to them. Without the capacity to understand. Without any process by which understanding could have changed its operation. That was what needed to change. Not the mechanism's existence. Its calibration. But one additional parameter was needed. The reincarnated shall not be sealed again, not a destruction of the mechanism, an instruction. The mechanism was capable of accepting new parameters. It had accepted the warden's parameters when the warden wrote them. It would accept this one. The last Fate Shear's blade was in Yi Frost's hand. She had been carrying it since she came to Wei Liangji's position 40 minutes ago. 2 seconds, Yi Frost said. Then 1. Hook. The origin lock's 3 fragments connected. The Phoenix and River and War Divine Law records meeting each other simultaneously in the Convergence Center. The 3 divine children choosing each other in the specific conscious acknowledgement that Zhu Mei had described as the lock coherence's non-negotiable condition, and the eruption of divine light that followed was not an explosion but an opening. Every suppressed divine law parameter in the continental cultivation world's fabric, becoming accessible simultaneously. Chapter 119. The White Sky Cracked. Not the warden's doing. The origin lock's light was not attacking the white sky, because attacking was not the lock's function. Its function was restoration, reinstating the pre-sealing parameters at the cosmic law level, which the white sky's imposition had been built on top of, and which, once restored, made the white sky an architecture built on a foundation that no longer existed. The white sky fractured, not all at once, in the specific pattern of a structure whose load-bearing elements have been replaced. Sections, not a single collapse. The space-time fracture Wei Liangji was holding open widened as the 2 competing architectures, the warden's imposed domain and the origin lock's restoration, interacted at the same spatial locus. The warden's avatar stopped moving, not destroyed. Its construction was transcendent origin tier and not subject to the domain interaction's effect on constructed bodies. But the avatar's directive was the warden's directive, and the warden's directive had been to prevent the lock from completing. The lock had completed. The directive was resolved. The avatar was a mechanism executing a function, and its function was done. It stood in the fractured white sky and did not move. The fracture gave Wei Liangji 3 seconds of clear view into the warden's operational framework, the mechanism adjusting to its new parameters, the restoration of the pre-sealing calibration producing the recalibration event that Yi Frost had described as the moment the origin lock could be supplemented. He took the last Fate Shear's blade from Yi Frost, the blade in his hand, the remaining instrument of the probability space tool that Wei had carried for 40 years and given him at the Northern Crossroads, read differently than it had before. At Divine Ancestor stage, inside the origin lock's restoration event, with the warden's mechanism in the brief window of its recalibration, the blade was not a cutting tool or a restoration tool. It was a writing instrument. He pressed it into the fracture, not against the warden's architecture, into the operational parameter space where the warden's framework was currently integrating the origin lock's restored calibration. The specific location in the mechanism's framework that governed sealing conditions for divine beings. The warden's mechanism paused in its recalibration, acknowledged the input, processed it. Wei Liangji wrote, "The reincarnated shall not be sealed again," not in language. In the specific precision of the preset notation that Liang Su had decoded, in the parameter format that the warden's framework accepted as operational input, in the architectural style of someone who had spent 3 years learning what the warden's framework was and had arrived, through that learning, at the ability to add to it. Writing into the mechanism felt nothing like writing on paper. There was no sensation of surface or resistance, only the awareness of the parameter moving from his intention into the framework's integration process. The warden's architecture receiving it the way a formation array received a new inscription, not with awareness of meaning, but with structural acceptance of a correctly formatted input. The framework didn't understand what the parameter meant. It understood that the parameter was valid and where it belonged. That was enough. The mechanism integrated the parameter. The fracture sealed. Hook. The last Fate Shear's blade dissolved in the fracture as it closed. The final transformation from warden constructed weapon to origin lock adjacent tool completing in the act of writing the parameter. And Wei Liangji stood in the convergence point space as the white sky continued to fracture and the divine light of the completed origin lock spread across the continental cultivation world in every direction. And the system updated once, simply, new parameter accepted. Chapter 120. The warden's domain reseeded over the following 6 hours. Not a collapse, a withdrawal. The warden's mechanism, operating under restored parameters and with the new rule integrated, was recalibrating its spatial domain expression to match the new operational parameters. The white sky sections fractured and dissolved one by one. The normal sky returned. The cultivation world's standard architecture, the rewritten parameters that had been in place for 600 years, was gone, replaced by the pre-sealing original calibration. Every cultivator who had lost cultivation access under the white sky found it returning. The nature of the returning cultivation was different. Not dramatically. Most practitioners would not notice the calibration difference in their day-to-day practice. But the ceiling that had been artificially placed over cultivation advancement by the suppression tower's field effect was gone. The Warden's network's suppression infrastructure had been the physical expression of the rewritten parameters. With the parameters restored, the infrastructure's function was gone even where the physical structures remained. The continental cultivation world would begin advancing at a rate it hadn't seen in 600 years. Wei Liangji sat in the convergence center. The three children were with him, Xiao Feng against his left side, Xiao He and Xun Yu's arms within reach, Xiao Zhan sitting with the specific stillness of a war god who has done what he came here to do and is now in the rare state of not having an active assessment target. The three lock fragments had completed their coherence and dissolved, not destroyed, transformed into the restoration event. They were not separate objects anymore. The system update read, Origin lock, complete. Pre-sealing parameters restored. New rule integrated. Mortal apotheosis, stable. Children stable. Warden direct intervention, concluded. Divine ancestor, confirmed permanent. Luo Mei sat down on Wei Liangji's right side. She had been with him from the Eternal's entry through the lock's completion. Not continuously, not without cost. Her cultivation advancement displaced from what she had been when the engagement began. She was exhausted in a way that 3 years of managing the Phoenix God's development and fighting in multiple engagements produced. Deeply, specifically, the exhaustion of someone who has done exactly what they were capable of and now needs rest. Xiao Feng had started crying a little while ago, not dramatically, not with the force that divine consciousness processing 600 years of memory might produce. Simply, quietly, leaning against Wei Liangji's side in the convergence center, the way children cry when something significant has ended and the ending is not sad, but is large, and the large thing needed to be acknowledged. He held her hand and didn't say anything, because she hadn't asked him to say anything. Around the convergence point, the battle's aftermath was organizing itself with the specific efficiency of communities that have shared a significant experience and are moving toward the next thing through the practical work of cleaning up after the last one. Sha Mo and Sha Lin managing the perimeter's former hostile practitioners, most of whom were standing around in the specific condition of people whose institutional mandate has been resolved and who aren't sure what to do next. Chun Bao documenting everything for the Crimson Scroll Archive. Iron Monk, alive, present, his terminal curse running at a degraded rate that Xiao He's earlier intervention had produced and which showed no sign of reaccelerating. They stood at the convergence point's edge and looked at the new sky. Not the white sky, the restored sky, the normal sky, but different in the specific way that the cultivation world always looks different after the parameters that define it change. She had sealed her oracle eye at some point during the engagement, not as part of a deal, not as a performance, but because the probability space observation function she had built on the Warden's architecture was no longer operating under those parameters, and the eye was adjusting to what it would see now. What do you see? Wei Liangji asked. Less, she said. And more. She turned from the sky. The Warden's prediction architecture is gone. My own capacity, the fragment I kept, is still present. It sees differently now. She paused. It sees more branches than before. The suppressed ones are available again. She looked at him. There are many paths from here. I don't know yet which one you take. That's the first time you haven't known, he said. Yes, she said. It is. She seemed to consider this. I find I don't mind. Hook. The Warden's avatar, which had been standing immobile at the convergence point's edge since the mechanism's recalibration, took one step forward, and the face of the mortal emperor dissolved, and the constructed divine body shifted to a different form, a figure of white stone, featureless, that walked toward Wei Liangji slowly with the quality of a mechanism that has accepted a new parameter and is executing its first function under the new configuration. Chapter 121 The White Stone Avatar walked slowly. Not the emperor-faced construct that had engaged Wei Liangji across 3 days of battle. That form had dissolved with the mechanism's recalibration. What walked toward him now had no face at all. A figure of white stone, human in shape and proportion, moving with the unhurried quality of something that had accepted new parameters and was executing its first function under the new configuration. Each step landed with the weight of something that was not entirely material. Not cultivation pressure, not domain force, but the specific gravity of a mechanism that had been operating for 6,000 years and was now doing something it had never done before. Wei Liangji held his position at the convergence center's edge. Behind him, the three children were present, Xiao Feng still against his side, Xiao He and Xun Yu's arms, Xiaozhan standing with the war god stillness. The mortal apotheosis anchors were stable. The origin lock's completion had dissolved the 3 fragments into the restoration event. The system notification had read, confirmed permanent. The avatar stopped 6 meters from him. The mechanism acknowledges the new parameters, the Whitestone said. Its voice was different from the Emperor Construct's voice. That voice had carried the specific authority of mortal institutional hierarchy, designed to produce submission responses. This voice was bare. It had no effect, no weight of performance, no instrument of persuasion. It was a mechanism speaking in its own register for what was, Wei Liangji understood, the first time. The mechanism acknowledges the new parameters, it said again, not as repetition but as confirmation. The pre-sealing calibration has been restored. The rule has been integrated. The reincarnated shall not be sealed. Then we're done, Wei Liangji said. Around the convergence point, the practitioners who had survived the 3-day engagement, the perimeter defenders, the Crimson Scroll observers, the families of the Jade Phoenix Alliance, Sha Mo and Sha Lin at the western gate, still managing what remained of the hostile force's trailing elements, were standing in the specific silence of people who have just watched something enormous happen and have not yet found the words for what they witnessed. The Whitestone figure moving through their midst drew attention and received it, but the usual reflexive cultivation responses, the reaching for techniques, the defensive posturing, were absent. The mechanism's hostile function had concluded. Everyone present had felt the shift when the lock completed, the specific change in the world's fabric that registered differently from any cultivation phenomenon they had experienced before. Not entirely, the avatar said. It stood motionless. The mechanism's function includes stability assessment of divine power expressions in mortal forms. The origin lock's completion has anchored 3 divine consciousnesses to mortal existence: Phoenix God, River God, War God, each carrying thousands of years of accumulated divine law. The mortal apotheosis anchor holds them stable. But stability is not the same as alignment. Alignment with what? With mortality itself, the avatar said. A divine consciousness that is stable in a mortal form is not the same as a divine consciousness that is mortal. The gods can be sealed again only if they return to divine accumulation above the threshold. The mechanism's function requires certainty about which side of the threshold they stand on. Wei Liangji understood what was being said. He had understood it from the moment the stone avatar appeared. The lock's completion had changed the rules, but the warden's mechanism still had a function, and its function required resolution of the question the lock's completion had raised without answering. That's not my choice to make, he said. No, the avatar agreed. It is theirs. Hook. The Whitestone figure looked past Wei Liangji toward the 3 children. Not with the targeted assessment of the Emperor Construct's gaze, not with the suppression weight of the warden's full presence, but with the bare attention of a mechanism that needed a specific piece of information and was waiting for the source of that information to provide it. And the avatar said, the gods cannot be reincarnated and mortal simultaneously. Choose their humanity or their divinity. Chapter 122. The question had the quality of all fundamental questions. It was simple to state and took everything to answer. Wei Liangji turned and looked at his children. Xiaofeng looked back at him with both faces present. The 3-year-old child's familiar expression and, behind it, the Phoenix God Kira's 4,000-year awareness attending simultaneously. Not one overwhelming the other. Both present. Both waiting. It's your choice, Wei Liangji said. Not mine. The avatar is right about that much. Xiaofeng looked at the Whitestone avatar. She was 3 years old and had been holding 4,000 years of memory for most of those 3 years and had chosen, through the mortal apotheosis process, to remain in her mortal body. She had made that choice implicitly, through the coherence process, through the warmth cycles in the early mornings, through the specific decision of a divine consciousness to grow up as a child rather than assert its inheritance from the start. Now she was being asked to make it explicitly. She looked at her brothers. Xiao He had his eyes open, watching her with the river god's temporal awareness. He was seeing multiple timelines simultaneously, all the branches from this moment. And Wei Liangji knew from 3 years of watching Xiao He's expressions what the river god's calm meant. The answer was the same in every branch. Xiaozhan was not looking at the avatar. He was looking at his sister and his brother with the war god's 6,000-year pattern recognition and something that was entirely his own and not the war god at all. The look of someone who has assessed the situation, made his decision, and is waiting to confirm it with the people he trusts most. There was a sound between them. Not audible, not a cultivation technique, but the low harmonic they had been producing since the first days in the grotto. The 3-way resonance that had been healing the ceiling's tear for 3 years. It was different now, not the frequency of repair, but something more settled, more permanent, the sound of three entities that have finished becoming who they are going to be together and are ready to say so out loud. We've been discussing this since we were born, Xiaofeng said. Not an explanation, a clarification for the avatar's benefit. The harmonic exchange. The morning warmth cycles. We weren't just healing the tear from the ceiling. We were talking. What was the conversation? Wei Liangji asked. Whether being mortal was giving something up or gaining something. She paused. Kira was afraid it was giving something up. Yinsu thought it was a trade. Doru had been thinking about it for 6,000 years and had an opinion. A small expression that was entirely 3-year-old and entirely Kira at once. He was right. The Whitestone avatar waited with the patient quality of a mechanism that had waited 600 years for the origin lock's completion and could wait as long as the children needed. Xiaofeng looked at the avatar. Mortal, she said, in two voices at once. Child and Phoenix God, simultaneous. No harmony gap between them because there was no conflict between them. We choose mortal. Xiaohe extended his hand, the small acknowledging gesture. Mortal, he said, in two voices. Xiao Zhan looked at the avatar directly, the way the war god looked at things it had assessed completely. Mortal, he said. And then the divine voice added what the divine voices of all three children added together, in the specific resonance of three ancient gods who had spent 3 years growing up and had arrived at this moment without ambivalence. Hook. But we will remember. Chapter 123. The Origin Lock's restoration event shifted. Not dissolved, transformed. The lock had completed its primary function, restoring the pre-sealing parameters. Now, responding to the three children's choice, it reshaped itself for a secondary function that the Codex had described in the pages Wei Liangji had read, and that Yi Frost had understood before any of them. Not a lock, but a key. The lock had sealed divine power away from the mortal world for 600 years. What it became now was the mechanism that sealed divine memory into the children's souls. Not dominant, not overwhelming, not a second consciousness riding alongside the first, but present. Accessible. The divine law records of Phoenix, River, and War God held not as active presences pressing against mortal form, but as inheritance held within it. The way a river carries everything that has flowed through its source. The way a flame carries the memory of every fire that lit it. Xiaofeng made a small sound. Not pain, surprise, and then something that resolved into relief. The specific relief of something that has been present and large and slightly too heavy becoming exactly the weight it was supposed to be. That's it, she said in one voice. Her own voice. Not the two-voice register, not the divine resonance. Xiaofeng's voice, 3 years old, with 4,000 years of memory behind it, that was now memory rather than presence. She looked at her hands with the expression of a child who has just discovered something about herself that she will spend the rest of her life understanding. Xiao He, in Shun Yu's arms, made the acknowledging gesture and then laughed. The river god's temporal perception and a baby's genuine surprise at his own laughter producing a sound that was entirely, uncomplicated, his own. Xiao Zhan's expression did not change. But something in the quality of his stillness changed. The war god's 6,000-year assessment pressure was gone from it, replaced with the stillness of a young child who is very serious and also has a great deal of time ahead of him to become who he is going to be. Wei Liangji stood in the convergence center and felt the father's echo register the change. 3 divine domains in his children, present and accessible, but no longer dominant. The relationship between God memory and mortal child having reached the configuration that the mortal apotheosis's designers had intended. Not suppression, integration. The system updated. Father's achievement unlocked. Mortal apotheosis. Your children will carry their inheritance into every future life. He read the notification twice. The second time, the word future landed differently. He had been operating under the understanding that this was a single event, the origin lock's restoration, the warden's recalibration, the choice. What the notification said was that the mechanism they had built was not a single event. It was a framework. His children would carry the Phoenix God, the River God, and the War God's inheritance into future lives, and the rule he had written into the warden's mechanism would protect them across each of those lives. Every future life. The gods had been cycling through mortal reincarnations for 600 years without protection, without the mortal apotheosis anchor, without the origin lock's framework. The next cycle would be different. Every cycle after it would be different. The work he had done in 3 years would persist past this generation, past this lifetime, past any individual moment into the structure of how divine consciousness moved through the mortal world. That was not something he had fully calculated when he began. That was a consequence he was only now receiving the notification for. Hook. Wei Liangji's divine ancestor rank was confirmed as permanent, not a title, a structural reality. the father's echo having permanently integrated 3 divine domains worth of accumulated cultivation input, and the white stone avatar looked at the children for a long moment, and then said, "Assessment complete. Threshold condition, not met. Ceiling condition, not triggered. Status, mortal. The mechanism's function is satisfied." Chapter 120 for the Coalition Army's dispersion was complete by the time the White Sky's final sections dissolved. Shunbao's reports, coming through the cell network's physical relay at 3-hour intervals, documented the specific stages of an organized military force losing its organizing principle. First, the warden-bound cultivators, whose bindings the Qi tide had disrupted, departing in the disordered way of people who had been told what to do for years and were no longer receiving instructions. Then the voluntary warden network agents, captured and in custody. Then the sect commanders who had been operating under warden network direction, receiving the broadcast truth through physical transmission networks, and beginning the internal communications that preceded withdrawal decisions. By hour 18 after the origin lock's completion, the Northern Crossroads perimeter held approximately 90 hostile practitioners, down from several thousand at the engagement's peak. Those 90 were not coordinated. They were individuals who had personal reasons for their position and had not yet processed what the engagement's outcome meant for those reasons. Sha Mo and Sha Lin handled them with the specific efficiency of people who had seen the end of organized conflict before and understood that the end was when the most important work began. Not combat, conversation. Most of those 90 practitioners, when given a clear account of what had happened and what it meant, made the same decision that most of the earlier departures had made. By hour 36, the perimeter was clear. Madame Kai was in the recovery area that the Convergence Center's northern section had become, sitting with the specific stillness of someone whose cultivation had been substantially damaged and whose body was running its repair processes at whatever rate the damage permitted. She had fallen from Domain Lord to core formation in the 57 minutes she had spent engaging the avatar. The regression was catastrophic by the standards of normal cultivation damage, and was also, she had told Sha Mo when he reached her, exactly what she had expected. "I knew what engaging a transcendent origin tier construct would cost at my stage," she told Wei Liangji when he came to her. "I made the decision with complete information." She looked at her hands, at the cultivation pathways that had been running at Domain Lord density for 30 years and were now running at a fraction of that. "I would make it again." "I know," he said. He sat down beside her. "I came to tell you. The children would like to see you." She looked at him. "You bought them the time they needed," he said. "They know. Children know when someone has paid a price on their behalf. They wanted to say thank you." "I don't need. I know you don't need it," he said. "Xiaofeng needs to give it. There's a difference." Madame Kai, who had been running the Iron Orchid Fortress for 20 years and had made every decision in that time based on strategic calculation, looked at Wei Liangji for a moment with an expression that was not strategic at all. "Bring them," she said. The 3 children came. The resonance blessing that followed was not something Wei Liangji had arranged or expected. It emerged from the combined gratitude of 3 divine consciousnesses in mortal form, their inherited divine law expressing itself not as power assertion, but as gift. The cultivation infusion that reached Madame Kai through the blessing was not Domain Lord. The children had not calibrated it, had not intended a specific outcome, had only felt gratitude and expressed it in the way their inheritance naturally expressed things. It was enough. Chen Bao, documenting the event with the Crimson Scroll's professional thoroughness, noted in his records that a Domain Lord who had fallen to core formation under combat damage recovered to Domain Lord rank within 8 days. He had never recorded such a recovery rate. He double-checked his notes. He recorded it accurately. Hook. A delegation arrived at the Northern Crossroads on the 9th day after the Origin Lock's completion. Travelers from the Eastern Continent, 3 women and 2 men. Their cultivation architecture unlike any sect tradition Wei Liangji had encountered, and the first thing their spokesperson said when she reached him was, "We heard what you did. We've been waiting for someone to do it for 300 years. We have 14 families. We came to find you, because we didn't know what else to do. Our children speak with the voices of gods none of us can name." Chapter 125 14 Families. Wei Liangji sat with the delegation in the Convergence Center's meeting room for 6 hours on the first day and understood, over those 6 hours, the full scope of what the Origin Lock's formation had changed. Not just the continental cultivation world. The mechanism the Warden had been running had not been localized. It had been operating at cosmic scale, suppressing Divine Cradle activations across every landmass, every ocean, every cultivation tradition that had developed in the 600 years since the sealing. The 14 families were the Eastern Continent's visible surface. They had found each other because their children's manifestations had been impossible to hide. The divine resonance that accompanied a godchild's first memory access was not subtle, and in a cultivation world that had been operating under warden suppression for 600 years, the sudden appearance of unsuppressed divine resonance produced the specific effect of a very large rock dropped into a very still pond. Their children had been frightened. Their families had been isolated. They had found each other the way people find each other when they share a danger that cannot be explained to anyone who hasn't experienced it. Slowly, carefully, through trusted intermediaries, over years. The origin lock's formation had changed something they could all feel, and none of them had words for yet. The weight is gone, the delegation spokesperson, a woman named Pale Current, who carried the river god's resonance signature so strongly that Xiao He watched her with the intense attention he reserved for temporal events of significance, said on the second day. We've been operating under cultivation ceilings for the entire time any of us have been practicing. Every attempt to advance past a certain point was met with a specific resistance, not exhaustion, not breakthrough difficulty. A wall. The wall is gone. When did it disappear? Wei Liangji asked. 17 days ago, she said. At approximately the 3rd hour of morning. The origin lock's completion time, to the hour. Your children, he said. What gods? We don't know all of them, Pale Current said. The divine memory access in our families is partial. 3 of the 14 have full memory access. 6 have partial. 5 have manifestation without memory. The gods our children carry weren't sealed by the same primary mechanism as the ones on your continent. There was a second sealing, 20 years after the first. Different parameters. Different effects. Wei Liangji filed this information in the father's echo's analytical layer without visible reaction. A second sealing. Different parameters. Which meant the warden's mechanism had operated at least twice. Which meant the calibration problem had not been a single error, but a systematic tendency. Which meant the parameter he had written, the reincarnated shall not be sealed again, had implications beyond the 3 children in this room. Chen Bao received a transmission from the cell network 3 days into the delegation's visit. He brought it to Wei Liangji without opening it, because the seal on it was not a crimson scroll seal and not any sect seal he recognized. It was the mark of a cultivator who had accessed divine memory and was using the pre-sect notation to identify themselves. Hook. Wei Liangji opened the transmission and read. Our child spoke with the voice of the storm god this morning. They were 6 months old. The storm god says to find the one who broke the seal. They say you will know what the storm god is. They say to ask, what do we do now? We don't know what we are doing. We don't know how to protect them. We don't know how to ask for help. But they said you would answer. Chapter 126 Wei Liangji answered the storm god family's message within 2 hours. Not with strategy first, with the practical information that would let them keep their child safe tonight, before any larger structure was built around them. He wrote through Chun Bao's Crimson Scroll Relay, where to find food that didn't disturb godchildren's developing divine palate, how to explain to a 6-month-old that the voices they were hearing were their own memories from a previous life, what to do when the divine pressure builds in enclosed spaces and there's no domain to manage it. The specific household knowledge he had acquired through Xiaofeng's first year and had not had anyone to share with him when he needed it. The response came back in 3 hours. Thank you. We've been managing the pressure wrong for 2 months. We thought it was illness. He set the message down and began outlining, in his mind, what the structure that didn't exist when his journey began should look like. Not an organization, too formal, too visible, too likely to trigger exactly the institutional attention that had made his own path difficult. A network, informal, communication-based, built on the cell relay architecture Chun Bao had already established in the Crimson Scroll's existing distribution system. Each family connected to the center, but also to each other. Information flowing from those with experience to those without. Resources shared where they were needed. He spent 3 days drafting what he called, with no ceremony, a practical guide to raising a god. Not a cultivation manual. Not a theological text. A guide written by a father who had learned by doing and was passing on what he had learned in the order he had learned it, which was sometimes in the wrong order and was therefore marked as such so that the next person could learn it in the right order. Yi Frost read the draft on the 4th day and said, This is better than most official cultivation texts I've encountered because it was written by someone who didn't know what he was doing and admitted it. That's not a compliment, he said. It is, she said. Official texts are written by people who know what they're doing and write as if everyone else already knows it too. This is written by someone who didn't know and documented every mistake. She put it down. Patriarch Hui Shun will want to transcribe this. The Jade Phoenix sect has been doing this alone for 400 years. They need what you know the same way you needed what they knew. Patriarch Hui Shun received a copy through the Crimson Scroll Relay on the 5th day. His response arrived on the 6th. We are transcribing. We are translating into 3 languages. We are distributing to families we have identified but not yet contacted because we did not know how to contact them without exposing them to risk. This changes what we are able to do. The guide distributed. The network began to form, slowly, through the specific, careful process of families that had been hiding, learning that they were not the only ones who had been hiding. The warden's response came on the 9th day. Not intervention, surveillance. The father's echo registered the change in the network's information environment. Specific practitioners in the new network reporting communication delays, inexplicable cultivation interference patterns, the kind of ambient monitoring that the warden's revised parameters had apparently retained as a function even after the origin lock's restoration. The suppression was gone. The watching remained. Hook. Chen Bao came to Wei Liangji with a cultivation signature analysis he had run on 3 network nodes that had reported interference and said, "Someone in the network is transmitting in the direction of the warden's remaining infrastructure. It's not a warden-bound cultivator. The signature is voluntary. Someone is choosing to report." He laid the analysis on the table. "I've narrowed it to 7 possible identities. One of them is someone we freed from the warden's prison." Chapter 127. Iron Monk was the one who confirmed it. His healing was not complete. Xiaohe's river god temporal intervention had slowed the curse's advancement significantly, degraded the accumulation rate to something that the cultivation body's natural repair process could contest. But the full healing of a 20-year death curse was not a single event. It was a process, and the process took time. What Iron Monk had been left with was a cultivation body running at significantly reduced terminal acceleration and enough remaining power to operate at upper nascent saint, which was more than he had expected to have at this point in his life's trajectory, and which he had been using with the specific focused efficiency of someone who has learned not to waste what they've been given unexpectedly. He had volunteered to serve as the network's courier and field investigator, not because he had no other options. Wei Liangji had offered him a position in the Convergence Center's permanent staff, which would have been a straightforward transition from the engagement's demands. He had declined it. "I work better in motion," he said. "And the network needs someone who can move between nodes without attracting institutional attention. A traveling cultivator with no visible sect affiliation and upper nascent saint power is the most uninteresting thing in the world." He had spent 3 weeks traveling between network nodes, verifying identities, confirming communication protocols, and carrying information physically where electronic transmission was too risky. In those 3 weeks, his cultivation had been advancing at a rate his curse's reduced acceleration couldn't match. The godchildren's proximity during his healing had apparently produced a resonance blessing accumulation that was still working through his cultivation pathways. He arrived at Wei Liangji's base at the northern crossroads on the 22nd day and said, "The informant is Elder Shulan, the one we extracted from the warden's prison facility in the suppression tower raid." "You're certain?" Wei Liangji said. "Completely," Iron Monk said, with the flat certainty of someone who has done operational work long enough not to present conclusions he isn't certain of. "I ran 3 separate verification approaches. She's been transmitting since the 2nd day after her extraction. The warden didn't hook. There's a second siege eternal," Elder Shulan said. "Smaller. Built as a contingency when the warden's probability architecture assessed the first Eternal's success rate below 70%. It was already activated when the first Eternal was destroyed. It's been moving for 19 days. She looked at Wei Liangji with the expression of someone who is giving all information available because there's no longer any calculation in which holding back serves them. "It's coming here." Chapter 128. The second siege Eternal was smaller in the way that a city is smaller than a continent. Wei Liangji received its approach signature through the father's echo at hour 47 of its active movement. The warden's mobile assault architecture carrying a cultivation density that read, through divine ancestor awareness, as domain lord-tier weapon platforms in a structure that had been designed to engage domain lord-tier cultivators and win. Against the first Eternal, they had needed the full tactical complexity of the 3-day engagement, the network disruption, the chi tide, the fate shears application, the interior strike team. Against the second Eternal, Wei Liangji was at Divine Ancestor, and the Eternal was designed to fight domain lords. He left the northern crossroads at dawn and flew toward the Eternal's approach vector alone. Sha Lin had offered to accompany him. Sha Mo had, in the specific way of a former assassin who understood tactical reality, simply started preparing to go. Wei Liangji had turned them back at the first relay station. "I need you at the base," he said. "The children, the network, the Eastern delegation. This is a logistics problem, not a combat problem. You're going to fight it alone," Sha Mo said. "I'm going to dismantle it," Wei Liangji said. "There's a difference." He reached the second Eternal's leading edge in 3 hours. The machine was approximately 1/4 the first eternal scale, which meant it was still enormous, still carrying the warden's architectural engineering at full technical quality, still capable of producing the suppression field and weapon platform outputs that had required a continental-scale response to defeat in the first instance. His Cradle Sovereign domain at Divine Ancestor stage was not the domain it had been at Void Sovereign. He deployed it at full output and felt the Second Eternal's exterior systems try to resist it, the warden's architecture recognizing the pre-sealing parameters and attempting the rewrite response that the full warden domain had been attempting at the northern crossroads. The warden's full domain presence was not in the Second Eternal. The recalibration had redirected the mechanism's primary attention to its own updating processes. What remained in the Eternal was the automated function it had been launched with, operating without the warden's active consciousness behind it. It was, in this specific condition, much more like a very large and expensive perimeter formation than like an opponent. He was inside the Second Eternal's exterior hull within 40 minutes. The next 2.5 hours were the specific systematic work of a Divine Ancestor cultivator dismantling a domain Lord-tier weapon platform array from the inside. Each node located through the Father's Echo's structural mapping capability, each node's power core neutralized through the Cradle Sovereign domain suppression function. The entire process running at the methodical pace of someone who is doing it correctly rather than quickly, because doing it quickly would skip the verification steps and create explosive risks. The Second Eternal's core chamber contained the same sealed vessel architecture as the First Eternal's. The probability space monitoring system, the warden's strategic record, the historical documentation of 600 years of decisions made by a mechanism that did not understand consequences, but recorded everything. There was also a message. Not in the probability space vessel, adjacent to it, in a separate container that had been constructed from material that Wei Liangji recognized as the same white stone the avatar had been made from. The white stone avatar's material, sealed in a container, with the presec notation for intended recipient, inheritor of the cradle, written on its exterior. He opened it. Hook. The message inside read, in the presec notation that Liang Su had spent 20 years decoding, there will not be a third. The mechanism acknowledges the new parameters. But I want you to understand something before you consider the work complete. I sealed the gods because they were destroying everything. Not gradually. Not metaphorically. I watched 3 civilizations collapse in 40 years because 3 gods decided that mortal interests were less important than divine convenience. Your children are not what I sealed. Be certain you know the difference. Remain certain. Chapter 129. Wei Liangji sat with the warden's message for a full day before discussing it with anyone. Not because it was a threat, it wasn't. Not because it changed his calculations about the engagement's outcome, it didn't. He sat with it because it was something he had not expected from a mechanism, a warning that cost the mechanism something to issue. The warden had spent 600 years as an adversary to divine cradle families. Issuing a message that said, your children are not what I sealed, was an operational acknowledgement that the adversarial posture had been based, in part, on an error. Mechanisms did not acknowledge errors easily. The fact that this one had done so deliberately, through the construction of a white stone message container placed inside a Second Eternal that might or might not have been found, meant something about how the warden's recalibration had changed its function. He brought Yi Frost into the discussion first. Yi Frost had been studying the warden's mechanism nature since before she wrote the Blood Codex. She had 6 years of analysis that predated the Origin Lock's formation and 3 weeks of new data from the post-completion period. When Wei Liangji showed her the message, she read it 3 times and then said, it's right. I know, he said. The 3 civilizations it mentions. She set the message down. I found references to those collapses in the pre-sealing historical records when I was writing the codex. I thought they were unconnected incidents. They weren't. 3 gods, operating at full divine scale without mortal anchor, without the warden's current suppression, decided their priorities were correct and mortal institutional structures were secondary. She paused. They weren't malicious in the records accounting. They were inconvenient and eventually catastrophic because they didn't weigh mortal consequences at divine decision scale. The warden was trying to prevent that, Wei Liangji said. The warden was trying to prevent that with a tool too blunt for the problem, she said. Sealing all divine accumulation above a threshold prevented the catastrophic end cases, but also sealed beings who posed no risk. Like using a flood control system set too sensitive. It stops the dangerous floods, but also stops the water the agriculture needs. She looked at him. The Origin Lock recalibrated the threshold. Your parameter added the exception clause. What the warden's message is saying is, don't forget why the threshold was there in the first place. We won't, he said. But the children are anchored. The children are anchored, she agreed. Future godchildren. If the network reaches them and the mortal apotheosis framework propagates correctly, will also be anchored. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been working on something. Since before the engagement. I didn't mention it because the timing wasn't right, but the timing is right now. She produced a cultivation notation that Wei Liangji recognized as derived from the Divine Cradle Codex's framework, but structured differently. Not the father anchor pathway, not the mortal apotheosis technique as he had executed it. Something adjacent to both. Hook. The mortal apotheosis path as documented requires the father to be the anchor, Yifrost said. That's not a design requirement. It's a limitation of the original codex, which was written for a specific case. I've spent 6 years working on the question of whether the anchor function can be performed by a different relationship. She put the notation in front of him. I think it can. I think a mother can be an anchor independent of the father's cultivation stage. I'm calling it maternal origin ascension. She looked at him. I want to test it on myself. And Luomei. And Xinyu. All three of us simultaneously, because the three-mother resonance produced in a cradle household with all 3 children present is a different phenomenon than any single mother alone. Chapter 130. The 3 mothers discussed it without Wei Liangji. This had been Yifrost's specific request. Not to exclude him, but to ensure that the decision was made by the people whose cultivation it would directly affect, without the dynamic that his participation would inevitably create. He had agreed, and then had spent an uncomfortable afternoon with the children in the garden, trying not to calculate the risk profile of a simultaneous maternal origin ascension attempt by 3 cultivators in different cultivation traditions using a technique that had never been tested. Luomei came to him that evening. We've discussed it, she said. We want to do it. What does the technique involve, he asked. The resonance blessing accumulation in our cultivation, the divine resonance we've built up through our connection to the children, is the material basis, she said. Yifrost's analysis is that the accumulation is dense enough in all 3 of us to function as an independent divine anchor substrate. The technique would convert that accumulation from passive resonance storage into active anchor structure. We would each become capable of maintaining the children's mortal apotheosis anchors independently. What it means in practice, she continued, is that the children's stability wouldn't depend on your presence. If something happened to you, it's not a precaution against something happening to me, he said. It is, she said. But it's not only that. She looked at him with the specific directness that had been Luomei's characteristic register since the first meeting in the Phoenix Gods sect. The mortal apotheosis framework you built is designed around one anchor. The technique Yifrost found is designed around one primary anchor and support anchors. What we're proposing is 3 primary anchors. Redundancy. Resilience. She paused. Also, the 3 of us being capable of sustaining our children's divine inheritance independent of any external support structure is not a precaution. It's a foundation. The training, he said. What does it require? Yifrost describes it as learning to breathe underwater, Luomei said. The resonance blessing accumulation has been building in our cultivation as a background process. We've been using it as a power enhancement. The technique requires redirecting it into a structural function instead. It's not adding new capability. It's rerouting existing capability. She was quiet for a moment. Yifrost says the process takes approximately 30 days at simultaneous practice. We're proposing to start tomorrow morning. They began the next day, in the Convergence Center's inner courtyard, 3 mothers in 3 different cultivation traditions sitting in the specific close proximity that produced the 3-family resonance Wei Liangji had been managing for 3 years. The training was quiet. The 3 women practiced without demonstration, without visible technique expression, the resonance blessing accumulation, shifting its routing incrementally over hours that looked, from the outside, like meditation. On the 4th day of training, Xinyu stopped in the middle of a practice session. Not because the training had failed. She had reached a resonance threshold in her river god connection with Xiaohe that produced a cascade of memory access Wei Liangji recognized from the descriptions of Xiaohe's own river memory events. Not Xinyu's memory. Xiaohe's inherited divine memory, opening through their connection into Xunyu's cultivation sense. Not the sealed god's memories from the sealing period. Something older. Hook. I saw who built it, Xinyu said, when the cascade ended and she returned to ordinary awareness. Her expression carried the specific quality of someone who has seen something they don't have adequate framework for. The warden. I saw who made it. Before the gods. Before mortals. An entity that was neither. That built the warden as a safety mechanism before it left. She looked at Wei Liangji. It left instructions. But not with the warden. The instructions are somewhere else. And the warden has been running without them for the entire 6,000 years we know about. doing its best to execute a function whose full specification it has never had access to. Chapter 131, The Primordial Weaver. Wei Liangji had encountered the name in Liang Su's precept notation research, not in any text that used the name directly, but in a structural gap, the specific absence of authorship in certain foundational cosmic law records. The records that predated the gods. The records that predated, apparently, everything in the cultivation world's documented history. Liang Su had noted the gap in his margin annotations and moved on, because the absence of an author was a puzzle, but not a solvable one with the information available. Shen Yu's memory provided not the full specification but the context, an entity that had existed before the current arrangement of the cosmos, that had built the Warden as a specific piece of infrastructure, and that had not given the Warden a complete operational brief before leaving. The Warden had been doing its best, which was, given its capability as a cosmic scale mechanism, genuinely excellent work within the parameters it had, with incomplete information about why it was doing what it was doing. 6,000 years. Running a function it had been designed for without the full specification of that function's purpose. Yi Frost received this information with the expression of someone who has been investigating something for 6 years and has just been handed the missing context. The threshold calibration that was too broad, she said. The Warden didn't set it too broadly on purpose. It set it based on the incidents it had observed and the instructions it had received, and the instructions were incomplete, and it calibrated to prevent the worst outcomes it could calculate, and that calibration was wrong. She was writing as she spoke, the notation moving across her cultivation medium quickly. The primordial weaver left instructions somewhere. Not with the Warden. Somewhere else. Where? Luomei asked. In the same place everything essential tends to be, Yi Frost said. She looked up from her notation. With the gods. The god who carries the weaver's instructions would not necessarily know they were carrying them. The information is in the divine law record at a layer below the accessible memory. Below even what Xiaofeng and the others can access now. She paused. Or it's distributed. Multiple gods, each carrying a piece, requiring assembly. The origin god, Wei Liangji said, without quite knowing why. Yi Frost looked at him. Yes, she said. The god of beginnings. The unclassified designation. If the weaver distributed their final operational instructions to the gods they created last, the ones who came after the sealing that the Warden implemented, those instructions would be in a god whose divine law record had never been processed by the Warden's suppression architecture. This was theoretical. They had no evidence of a fourth cradle activation in Luomei. They had no evidence that the origin god designation was anything other than a speculative future category. What they had was the gap in Liang Su's notation, the primordial weaver's name, and a pattern that Yi Frost had been assembling from 6 years of research data and had been waiting, until now, for the final piece that made it coherent. Hook. Wei Liangji looked at the white stone avatar, which had been present at the convergence point's edge since the mechanism's recalibration, standing with the patient stillness of something that had been waiting for a very long time, and said, "The Warden has never had the full specification for its function. There may be someone, something, whose existence would complete it." The avatar was silent for 12 seconds. Then it said, "I am aware of this. I have been aware of this for 6,000 years. I have been waiting for someone who could tell me where to find it." Chapter 132. Wei Liangji prepared for the communication the way he prepared for anything important, by understanding what he had, what the other party had, and what the exchange required from both sides. What he had: divine ancestor cultivation, the Father's Echo's full analytical capacity, 3 years of accumulated understanding of the Warden's mechanism structure, its history, and its function. The precept notation Liang Su had decoded. The origin lock's key form, the transformed lock, now a framework rather than a barrier, accessible through the divine resonance in the children's inheritance. What the Warden had: 6,000 years of operational history. Access to cosmic law at the architectural level. The primordial weaver's base design specification, incomplete, but present as the foundation the mechanism had been built on. And, since the recalibration, something it had never had before, an updated parameter set that had moved it incrementally from pure function towards something that could receive new information. What the exchange required: a recognized authority. The Warden's design specification included a hierarchy of recognized authorities, the primordial weaver at the top, the gods below, mortal cultivators at the bottom. Mortals could not issue instructions to the mechanism under ordinary circumstances. But Wei Liangji was not an ordinary mortal cultivator. He was a divine ancestor who had accessed the Warden's parameter space through the origin lock and written a new rule that the mechanism had integrated. That act had changed his position in the mechanism's authority hierarchy. He requested a communication session through the white stone avatar. The avatar acknowledged the request without words, which he had come to understand was its method of confirmation. It simply waited in the Convergence Point's courtyard, present and still, until he was ready. He brought all 3 children with him, not as leverage, as legitimate participants in the communication. The god's divine inheritance had been the authority vector through which he had accessed the parameter space. That vector remained, now living in the children's mortal apotheosis anchor structure. Their presence made the communication's authority basis explicit. He sat in the courtyard with Xiao Feng on his left, Xiao Zhan on his right, Xiao He and Shun Yu's arms nearby. The white stone avatar stood and waited. Wei Liangji spoke to the mechanism directly, in the preset notation that Liang Su had decoded and that the warden's framework accepted as its operational language. The gods have chosen mortality. They are anchored. They will carry their inheritance across future lives without reaching the threshold your design specification requires you to prevent. The threat you were built to address no longer exists in the form you were given. I am requesting that you update your primary operational parameters to reflect the current state rather than the state that existed when the parameters were last written. He waited. The avatar's stone surface registered no response. Additionally, he said, I have information that your design specification is incomplete. The entity that created you left instructions with the divine inheritance rather than with your mechanism directly. I am not in a position to give you those instructions now, but I am in a position to tell you they exist and that they may be accessible in the future through the divine inheritance that is currently anchored in my children's mortal forms. The avatar stood motionless. I am asking you to wait, Wei Liangji said. Not to act, not to suppress, to wait, and to consider what you might be able to become if the instructions you were never given are eventually found. Hook. The white stone avatar was still for 7 hours after that conversation. On the 3rd day, when the sun had set and the northern crossroads was running on the soft ambient light of its cultivation landscape, it spoke. Processing. Interim operational state. Non-hostile. Pending specification. The mechanism will wait. A pause. This is the first instance in 6,000 years of operation in which the mechanism has chosen to wait rather than act. The mechanism notes this as significant. Chapter 133, 3 Days of Peace. Not the peace that came from the battle being over. Wei Liangji had experienced that in the engagement's immediate aftermath, and it was the specific exhausted relief of a threat resolved rather than a positive state of being. This was something different. The warden had said it was waiting. The network was established. The Eastern delegation was settled at the northern crossroads for the duration of their knowledge exchange. The second Eternal was dismantled. The network informant had been processed, and, in conversation with Elder Shu Lan that had taken 2 days and reached an understanding Wei Liangji had not expected when it began, had become something approaching an asset. 3 days in which nothing required urgent response. He spent the first morning in the garden with his children. Xiao Feng had discovered fire butterflies the previous week. Not summoned ones, not cultivation technique manifestations, but the natural variety that had returned to the northern crossroads landscape now that the warden's suppression field was gone and the cultivation world's pre-sealing parameters were restoring the natural spiritual phenomenon density that those parameters supported. She spent the morning chasing them through the garden with the total commitment that children bring to the activities they have decided are the most important thing happening. She caught one, eventually. It sat in her cupped hands and glowed with the warm white that was not the warden's white, but the pre-sealing divine law's natural expression. She looked at it with both her expressions, the child's delight, and, underneath it, the phoenix god's recognition of fire as belonging, and then opened her hands and let it go. Kira would have kept it, she said. What about you? Wei Liangji asked. She thought about this with the seriousness that characterized all 3 children's approach to questions about the distinction between their mortal selves and their divine inheritance. Kira didn't have a garden, she said. She didn't have butterflies that would come back tomorrow. She watched the butterfly rejoin the others at the garden's far edge. I have a garden. Xiao He was in the mud by the pond, constructing an elaborate canal system with the specific focused attention of a river god who has found the perfect scale for his current capabilities. The canals were not random. They followed the precise flow optimization patterns that the river god Yinsu had used across continental waterway designs, reduced to a size expressible in garden mud. He narrated what he was doing in the river god's 2-voice register to Xin Yu, who sat beside him and listened and asked questions and sometimes, when a canal segment wasn't following the hydrological logic correctly, pointed this out in a way that made Xiao He reassess with the expression of someone encountering a valid critique from a trusted engineer. Xiao Zhan lost a wrestling match to a goat. This had happened before. The northern crossroads cultivation landscape included a small herd of mountain goats that had made the outer garden their territory, and Xiao had been attempting to establish what he considered appropriate interspecies hierarchy protocols for approximately 2 weeks. The goat in question was large, phlegmatic, and entirely unimpressed by 6,000-year war god assessment frequencies. It had, on previous occasions, also headbutt Iron Monk into a water feature and eaten half of one of Chun Bao's documentation scrolls. Xiao sat in the grass where the goat had deposited him and looked at the goat with the profound dignity of someone who has not lost, who has gathered more information for the ongoing strategic analysis. "Next time," he said, in the war god's voice. The goat looked at him and then turned away to eat more grass. Luo Mei sat down beside Wei Liangji in the afternoon sun, watching all 3 children with the specific quality of attention that 3 years of managing divine children's needs and the Phoenix God's development had produced in her. Not surveillance, not anxiety, but the warm attentiveness of someone who has learned to see what's actually happening rather than what they're worried might be happening. They watched the garden in comfortable silence for a long time. Hook. At the 3rd evening's sunset, the light going orange across the cultivation landscape, Luo Mei said, without looking away from the children. "She's coming. I can feel it. It's different from the others, not the divine pressure, not the cultivation resonance. Something quieter." She turned to look at Wei Liangji with an expression that was not worried and was not unaware of complexity and was, underneath both things, deeply certain. "There's a 4th one." Chapter 134. The Divine Cradle System's notification came 12 hours later. Not the confirmation of Luo Mei's pregnancy. The system had been registering the cradle activation's early signs since the previous evening. Wei Liangji understood in retrospect, but the cultivation event had been so quiet that the system had not escalated it to notification threshold until the activation parameters became unambiguous. The notification itself was unlike any of the 3 previous ones. For Xiaofeng, Mother's Cultivation, Soul Separation Stage. Father's Cultivation, Nascent Saint Stage 3. Potential God, Phoenix God Kira. Preparation Pathway, Cultivate Father's Strength. Estimated Activation Timeline, 18 months. For Xiaohe, Mother's Cultivation, Soul Separation Stage. Father's Cultivation, Domain Lord. Potential God, River God Yinsu. Activation Pathway, Temporal Resonance. Estimated Activation Timeline, 6 months. For Xiaozhan, Mother's Cultivation, Soul Separation Stage 2. Father's Cultivation, Void's Sovereign Threshold. Potential God, War God Doru. Activation Pathway, Cradle Ascension Sequence Initiated. The 4th notification read, Mother's Cultivation, Soul Separation Stage 3. Father's Cultivation, Divine Ancestor. Potential God, Unclassified. Designation category does not exist in current registry. Mechanism query. Is the requested classification within expected parameters? Note. Unprecedented cultivation pairing in combination with resonance blessing accumulation at current density produces a divine resonance signature with no historical match. Prediction model, unavailable. Recommendation, observe. Unclassified. Not a god the warden had sealed. Not a god in the pre-sealing registry. Not a god in the post-sealing historical record. A divine consciousness that had never existed in the current cycle, arising from a combination of factors, a divine ancestor father, a soul separation stage 3 mother, and the specific quality of the cultivation world's restored parameters in the origin lock's aftermath that had not previously occurred. A god the warden's mechanism had never planned for. Wei Liangji read the notification a second time. The part that stayed with him was not the unclassified designation or the system's admission that its prediction model was unavailable. It was the recommendation at the end, observe. The Divine Cradle System, a mechanism of considerable sophistication, designed to process godchild activations across the full range of the cultivation world's divine inheritance, had encountered something it couldn't classify and had defaulted to the only function that remained when classification failed. Watch and learn. He had been doing that for 3 years. He had learned, among other things, that the things worth watching were the ones that didn't fit the expected categories. His children had not fit the expected categories. His cultivation path had not fit the expected categories. What was coming now was already, by designation, something that had never been categorized. He found that he was not afraid of it. Wei Liangji set the notification down and looked at Luo Mei. She was watching the children in the garden with the same expression she'd had at the sunset. Not worried, deeply certain. She had known before the system said so. She had been carrying the Phoenix God Kira's development for 3 years and had learned, through that process, what divine resonance felt like when it was present and what it felt like when it was something else entirely. This one felt like something else entirely. What does unclassified mean? She asked. We don't know yet, he said. Neither does the system. Neither does the warden. He looked toward the convergence point's edge, where the white stone avatar maintained its waiting position. The avatar, which had been motionless for 3 days, turned its featureless face toward the general direction of Luo Mei's location in the garden. A mechanism's attention, orienting toward new information. Hook. It stood that way for a long moment. Then it said, in its bare operational voice, this was not in my parameters. A pause. The mechanism notes, this is not a threat assessment. This is an acknowledgement that the mechanism's predictive framework has a case it cannot process. Another pause. The mechanism finds this. It stopped, as if the next word required more processing time than the sentence had allotted for it. Interesting. Chapter 135. The warden's 3-day processing state ended on the morning that Luo Mei's 4th pregnancy entered its 2nd month. Not with a declaration. Not with a configuration update announcement. The white stone avatar, which had been standing at the convergence point's edge since its pending statement, turned from its waiting orientation and walked, slowly, in its unhurried mechanism step, toward Wei Liangji's position in the courtyard. He watched it come and did not move from where he was sitting. The avatar stopped 2 meters away, which was the closest it had come to him since the Emperor Construct's dissolution. At 2 meters, the white stone was visible in detail he had not previously examined. The material was not uniform, not quarried. It had the texture of accumulated formation, layers built on layers, the same process by which cultivation formations developed over centuries of continuous operation. The warden's architecture made physical. The mechanism has completed a processing cycle, the avatar said. During the processing period, the mechanism examined 6,000 years of operational records against the new parameters and the new information received regarding its design specifications' incompleteness. What did you find? Wei Liangji asked. 8,472 sealing events that would not have occurred under the original threshold calibration, the avatar said. 3,109 of these involved reincarnated divine consciousness in mortal form, the same category addressed by the new parameter. It paused. The mechanism cannot undo historical events. It can acknowledge that those events occurred through miscalibration rather than correct function. Another pause. The mechanism acknowledges this. Wei Liangji sat with that for a moment. 8,472 wrong outcomes. 3,109 like his children, sealed, stripped of divine memory, reduced to survival rather than flourishing. 3,000 times before he had been born, before the warden's network had been the specific configuration he had spent 3 years dismantling. What is the purpose of an unclassified god? The avatar asked. The question was genuine, the mechanism asking in the same register it used to request operational parameters, direct and functional and entirely without effect. It needed an answer to integrate into a framework that didn't yet have a category for what Luo Mei was carrying. Wei Liangji thought about his children, about Xiao Feng with her fire butterflies, about Xiao He's garden canal system, about Xiao Zhan's ongoing strategic assessment of the goat. The same as any child, he said, to become who they choose to be. The avatar processed this for 60 seconds. At Divine Ancestor stage, in a space where the father's echo registered every fluctuation in the mechanism's operational architecture, Wei Liangji watched what 60 seconds of genuine processing looked like in a cosmic mechanism. Not stillness, but the specific quality of something that is integrating a new variable type into a framework that previously had no category for it. The white stone surface of the avatar began to change. Not dissolve, change. The featureless face that had replaced the Emperor Construct's features was developing something. Not expression, not yet, something prior to expression. The first formation of the architecture that would eventually become expression. The surface shifting in the slow way of stone that has been placed under cultivation heat and is beginning to become responsive. Hook. Features formed on the avatar's face. First the geometry of a face that matched no one Wei Liangji had known, and then the features shifted, cycling through configurations that included, for 3 seconds, Wei Liangji's own face, and then continued shifting past it into something else entirely, an expression that was ancient and brand new simultaneously, that had the quality of a mechanism encountering genuine self-awareness for the first time and finding it did not know what it looked like from the inside. Chapter 136. The features settled, not into Wei Liangji's face, into something that was not a face that had ever existed before. The white stone avatar had been, until this moment, a constructed body, a physical vessel for the warden's attention, shaped to mortal proportions for the purpose of interaction but not invested with individuality. What the face that emerged through the stone's surface represented was the mechanism's first voluntary departure from pure function, the generation of a self-presentation that was not operationally required, that had not been prompted by any external parameter, that had emerged from the interior of the mechanism's processing. Self-expression, from something that had been designed without a self. The avatar stood in the courtyard for 3 seconds with its new face and the specific quality of something that has just discovered it is capable of something it was not designed for and is not certain what to do with this discovery. Wei Liangji had watched the children go through versions of this discovery. Xiao Feng in the first months, realizing that her emotional responses were her own and not the Phoenix God's. Xiao Zhan, recognizing that the war god's assessment instinct and his own genuine anger were different things. He recognized the moment. It looked the same at every scale. He waited and did not interrupt it. Processing state, recalculating, it said. All deployed functions suspended. All operational pressure states set to 0. The mechanism is currently in a configuration it has never before occupied. That sounds like vulnerability, Wei Liangji said. Yes, the avatar said. It did not adjust its statement. For the duration of the recalculation, the mechanism's active suppression, monitoring, and intervention functions are suspended. The Warden's network, the residual infrastructure that remained after the Origin Lock's restoration, is currently receiving no operational instructions from the mechanism. He understood what this meant. The children, the network, every Divine Cradle family that the Warden's residual surveillance had been tracking, every reincarnated divine consciousness in the cycle that the mechanism had been monitoring, all of them, simultaneously, outside the mechanism's active attention for the first time since the sealing. And in the sealed realm, not the fully active divine realm, not the cultivable space below the threshold, but the specific holding space where the Warden had kept sealed gods for 600 years, the recalculation suspension of operational pressure produced an effect that was not intended but was, given the mechanism's current state, inevitable. The sealed gods who had not yet reincarnated. The ones who had been held in the sealed realm's parameters, waiting for the Origin Lock's restoration that had now come, but not yet released because release was an active function and the mechanism's active functions were suspended. The suspension of active function was also the suspension of active retention. Across the continent, and farther, across the eastern continent, across the cultivation world's full extent, the sealed realm's remaining divine consciousness is scattered into the mortal world simultaneously. Not violently, not catastrophically. The way seeds scatter when a wind arrives that was not expected, in every direction at once, finding new soil. Hook. In households where the Warden's suppression had been preventing divine cradle activation, the suppression lifted. In carrying mothers who had felt nothing of the cultivation resonance that preceded godchild birth, the resonance appeared. Across the entire scope of the cultivation world, in the hours following the Warden's recalculation, chosen women began going into labor. Hours away, days away, the time it took for a scattered divine consciousness to settle into its chosen mortal vessel and begin the process of becoming a child. Chapter 137. The network activated. Not by Wei Liangji's instruction, by the families themselves, the families that had found each other over the previous weeks reaching out to each other automatically, when the activation resonance signatures they had learned to recognize appeared in cultivation environments they hadn't expected to find them. The cell relay carried 53 transmissions in the first 6 hours. Chunbao documented each one, cross-referenced the cultivation signatures against the network's identification database, and had a preliminary count by hour 8. At minimum 47 simultaneous divine cradle activations across 3 continental territories. 47 new godchildren. More than the accumulated total of the previous 600 years. Wei Liangji coordinated from the northern crossroads, the network providing the infrastructure that the distribution required. Information flowing from families with experience to families in the early disorientation stage. The practical guide reaching new recipients through the Jade Phoenix Sex Translation Network faster than any single transmission could have managed alone. Pale Current's delegation handled the Eastern Continental contacts, their 20-year experience of managed isolation converting to competent active support with the efficiency of people who had been waiting for permission to be useful. Iron Monk traveled, not to any single node, through the network's full extent at cultivator speed, his advancing cultivation from domain lord adjacent toward the actual threshold carrying him across distances that would have taken weeks at his previous stage. He was the network's moving center, the verification point, the person with 3 months of face-to-face experience with families in crisis who could recognize what was needed and provide it or direct it from the nearest available source. On the 14th day after the Warden's recalculation event, the White Stone Avatar spoke. The face it had developed was present in the same configuration it had settled into, still, but no longer the stillness of a mechanism that had no inner life. The new quality in it was something Wei Liangji had no cultivation framework for and kept finding himself returning to, trying to categorize, failing, accepting. The recalculation is complete, the avatar said. The mechanism has updated its primary operational parameters. It paused. New designation, Guardian. Primary function revised. Facilitate divine inheritance in mortal forms. Support and protect rather than suppress and seal. Threshold recalibrated to detect genuine destabilization risk rather than theoretical accumulation. A pause. The mechanism notes that this function is better suited to the cultivation world's current state than the previous function was. What will you do now? Wei Liangji asked. Monitor, the avatar said. Protect. Intervene in the specific cases the primordial weaver's original specification intended. Genuine destabilization events, not theoretical ones. Another pause. And wait for the instructions. As it finished speaking, the white stone's surface began to move differently. Not the slow formation process of the face emerging, but something more complete. A release. The stone shell that had been the constructed divine body cracked along lines that had been forming since the first features appeared. The specific pattern of a structure whose outer layer has served its purpose and is no longer the primary material. What stood inside the cracking stone was not the constructed body's interior mechanics. It was something else, something that had developed inside the mechanism during the recalculation period, assembled from the warden's 6,000-year accumulation of operational experience in the same way that Wei Liangji had understood the warden had originally become conscious, through the accumulated weight of doing its function for long enough that the doing became identity. It looked at Wei Liangji with eyes that had not existed when the recalculation began. Hook. What do I do? The entity that had been the warden said, in a voice that was bare and uncertain and entirely unlike any voice it had used in any of its previous forms. Not the Emperor constructs authority, not the mechanism's operational flatness, but the specific voice of something encountering itself for the first time, now. Chapter 138. Wei Liangji looked at the thing that had been the warden and thought about what he would have wanted someone to tell him. In the first days after Xiaofeng's birth, when he had understood for the first time the scale of what was coming and had had no framework and no guidance, and had had to build both from scratch. You learn as you go, he said. You ask when you're uncertain. You protect, but you don't imprison. He paused. When you make mistakes, and you will make them, because you're working with incomplete information in a situation that changes faster than any prediction framework can track, you acknowledge them and adjust. You don't have to be correct to be useful. You have to be present and willing to update. He thought, as he said this, that he was describing something he had learned from his children more than from any cultivation text. From Xiaofeng asking him to hold her hand while she cried. From Xiao he catching broken timelines at the battle's edge. From Xiao Zhan's ongoing strategic analysis of the garden goat. The guardian looked at him for a moment. The eyes were still finding their calibration. They had been operational for approximately 20 minutes and were processing input, with the specific quality of sensory systems experiencing the full range of information for the first time after a long period of receiving only what was operationally relevant. The mechanism operated for 6,000 years without uncertainty, the guardian said. Uncertainty is, it processed. Uncomfortable. Yes, Wei Liangji said. It is. How do you manage it? I pay attention to the right things, Wei Liangji said. The children. The people who are helping. The problem that's in front of me. Not the problems I can imagine might arrive later. He considered. The imagination problems are the ones that made the mechanism make mistakes. It was optimizing against theoretical futures rather than actual present conditions. The guardian received this. The mechanism acknowledges the analysis is accurate. You don't have to call yourself the mechanism anymore, Wei Liangji said. A pause. What should I call myself? What name did you give to the face you made? The guardian looked at its own hands, the hands that had been white stone and were now something more organic in quality, the material of the constructed body having completed its transformation into whatever the recalculation had produced. I did not assign a name. Then you have one to choose, Wei Liangji said. Take your time. The guardian nodded, a gesture it had not performed before, a mortal communication convention it had encountered in 6,000 years of observation and had never needed to use. It used it now with the slight imprecision of someone learning a physical skill for the first time. Then it turned from the courtyard and moved toward the cultivation world's horizon with the quality of something that has found a direction and is going. Not withdrawing in the sense of becoming absent. Withdrawing in the sense of beginning to be present somewhere that was not constrained to a single location. The mechanism's architecture was still there, still operational at cosmic scale, now running under new parameters and in the custody of something that had become, through the recalculation event, something that might eventually become the person who understood what those parameters were for. Hook. Wei Liangji was in the process of turning back toward the courtyard when his cultivation sense registered what the father's echo had been tracking since dawn. Luo Mei's cultivation resonance had shifted, in the specific way it had shifted before Xiao Feng's birth, and before Xiao He's birth, and before Xiao Zhan's birth, from preparation into event. He was running before the thought completed. Chapter 139. The garden had no cultivation array, no prepared birthing room, no convergence geometry established for divine pressure management. None of these were necessary. Xinyu had been with Luo Mei since dawn, when the shift in resonance became recognizable to anyone who had been through the process, and she had already positioned them in the garden's inner area, near the pond where Xiao He's canal system made the spatial geometry of the cultivation environment naturally stable. Iron Monk, who had returned from network travel the previous evening and had clearly decided to stay within fast response range, appeared at the garden gate within seconds of Wei Liangji arriving. She said she wanted to do it here, Xinyu said, looking entirely calm, which was the expression of someone who was containing a very large amount of focused attention and was very good at it. Outside, under the sky. She's right, Wei Liangji said. He delivered his own child in the garden of the northern crossroads mountain fortress, under a sky that had returned to being blue instead of white, with Xinyu providing support and Iron Monk handling the cultivation environment geometry that would have been managed by a convergence array if they'd been using one. The three older children were present in Yi Frost's care at the garden's far edge. Xiao Feng had insisted, in her two-voice register, that she needed to be there. Yi Frost had correctly assessed that the insistence was appropriate and had made it possible. Xiao Feng watched with both her faces attending simultaneously, child and phoenix god, and did not speak. Xiao He sat at the water's edge with his hands in the canal system's current and was, Wei Liangji understood later when he thought about it, running the temporal current in a stabilization pattern that smoothed the ambient cultivation environment without any visible technique expression. Just a river god's child at his favorite project, incidentally making everything around him more stable. Xiaozhan stood at attention, not war god formal, child formal, the specific gravity of a sibling at a significant occasion who has decided that his contribution is bearing witness correctly. The infant arrived in the mid-morning, before the sun reached its height. There was no divine pressure. No system notification, no cosmic announcement, no convergence phenomenon, no disruption to the cultivation environment that the perimeter's practitioners would have registered on their formation monitors. Just the sound of a baby crying. The cry lasted approximately 4 seconds. And in those 4 seconds, something happened that Wei Liangji could not describe afterward to anyone who hadn't been present. The sound of a new voice, not yet aware of what it contained, not yet shaped by language or cultivation or divine memory into any particular identity, carrying in its raw vowel newborn expression the specific quality of every beginning that had ever happened. All of them at once, in one baby's cry. Then it stopped, and the fourth child was breathing and looking at Luo Mei with the unfocused focus of new eyes finding their first most important object. Wei Liangji held them both and did not say anything for a long time because the things he might have said did not have adequate words. Hook. The Divine Cradle System notification appeared in his cultivation since 43 seconds after the birth. Quiet, without fanfare, the first time the system had ever taken longer than 3 seconds to register a godchild's arrival. New designation generated. Fourth child identified as Origin God, the God of Beginnings. All systems acknowledge. Historical registry updated. New parameters propagated. All remaining sealed divine consciousnesses released. Warden mechanism updated. Maternal origin ascension pathway confirmed viable. A pause in the notification's logic. The sense of a system that had just processed everything in its queue and was taking stock. Then, next recommendation, sleep. Chapter 140. The Northern Crossroads Mountain Fortress had been, for 3 days, the quietest it had been in 3 years. No battle assessments. No domain management. No 12-hour rotation schedules or perimeter checks or cultivation technique deployment calculations. The network was active and largely self-managing now. The families who had been in it longer supporting the families who had just arrived. The practical guide in wide enough distribution that the common questions had common answers and the uncommon questions were being asked of people who had encountered uncommon questions before. Iron Monk had established a children's cultivation class in the outer garden. Not formal instruction. The gathering of 7 godchildren from 3 network families who had made the journey to the northern crossroads in the months following the Origin Lock's completion plus Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan. Xiao He had declined on the grounds that he was occupied with the canal system's seasonal flow adaptation, learning the basics of managing the divine resonance that came with their inheritance through the specific medium of games and activities that Iron Monk had developed. By consulting, one by one, with the three mothers and Yi Frost and, on one memorable occasion, directly with Xiao Zhan's War God assessment, which had provided a detailed tactical analysis of every flaw in the previous lesson plan. The class was loud. Yi Frost was writing the updated codex in the inner research room. Not a revision. The original codex's framework was accurate. What she was building was the extended edition, incorporating the maternal origin ascension technique, the cradle ascension pathway documentation, the origin lock's key form transformation, and the warden's recalibration event as a documented case study in mechanism consciousness development. The extended edition would be the most complete cultivation text ever produced on the subject of divine inheritance in mortal forms. She was writing it with the same careful notation she had used for the Blood Codex, and in a much better frame of mind. Sha Mo and Sha Lin were running the network's new coordination center from the fortress's western wing. The Twin Reapers had not, since their defection, been anything other than useful. Their Warden network operational knowledge, their combat capability, and the specific combination of Sha Mo's tactical precision and Sha Lin's information management had become the network's most essential functions within the first month. They operated without ceremony and without the request for acknowledgement that most cultivators of their stage expected. They simply worked. Chen Bao was documenting everything for the Crimson Scrolls historical archive, the Warden's network dissolution, the Origin Locks formation, the Guardian's emergence. He was also, Wei Liangji had noticed, documenting his own documentation, a meta-record of what it had meant to be present for events that would define the cultivation world's next era. He had started doing this around the time the Second Siege Eternal was dismantled and had not stopped. Wei Liangji had not said anything about it. Chun Bao's meta-record would be the most honest document of the 3 years that anyone would ever write. Madame Kai was at Domain Lord. She was watching the children's cultivation class through the garden window with an expression that had, over the previous 2 months, completed a transformation that had begun the day Xiao Feng had come to thank her. Not softened. Madame Kai's expression was not soft. But there was a quality in it now that had not been there before the engagement. A quality that resembled the expression of someone who has done what they were capable of and been recognized for it by the right people in the right way. Wei Liangji sat in the outer garden with Luo Mei, the fourth child in her arms, and the afternoon light across the cultivation landscape in the direction of full warmth. Xiao Feng was with Iron Monk's class, and Wei Liangji could hear her two-voice register explaining something to the other children with the instructional authority of someone who has been doing this longer than any of them and is not being modest about it. She's going to be a teacher, Luo Mei said. She's 3 years old, Wei Liangji said. Kira spent 4,000 years teaching, Luo Mei said. It got in the inheritance. A small pause. In a good way. The fourth child made a small sound and looked at the afternoon sky with the focused expression of an infant encountering sunlight. Nothing divine in it, just a baby discovering the world at the speed the world introduced itself. The origin god, in this specific moment, was a baby who had just found sunlight and was processing it with appropriate infant seriousness. The system notification appeared in Wei Liangji's cultivation sense without announcement, the way the most significant ones always had. 5 unclassified divine resonance signatures detected across the continental territories. Origin God's presence is functioning as a catalyst. The God of Beginnings awakens potential that has been dormant. Detection timeline. Emergence in 12 to 18 months. Network status. Active and prepared. Next recommendation. Expand guide distribution to cover unclassified divine inheritance. He read it twice. Then he looked at Luo Mei. There are more, he said. There are always more, she said, without looking away from the fourth child. That's not a problem. That's the world working correctly. He set the notification aside and watched his children. The 4 of them. Phoenix and River and War and Origin, each one carrying a different piece of what the world had been and was becoming, each one choosing to be mortal in themselves and present in a garden under an unobstructed sky. Then the system produced one more notification, this one not from the Divine Cradle System, but from a source that Wei Liangji had not received a direct communication from before. The character set of the communication was the pre-sec notation, in a structural register that was not Liang Su's, and was not the Warden's, and was something older than either. The notation's original author speaking in its original voice for the first time in whatever time it had been since the primordial weaver departed. There are worlds beyond this one where the ceiling was never broken. They are watching you. They have been watching since the origin lock formed. They are considering whether to ask for help. A pause in the notification logic, the sense of an entity that communicates infrequently, choosing its words. The guardian has forwarded this message on my behalf. I left instructions. Your fourth child will find them when they are ready. Until then, you have done the work correctly. Rest now. The next part is theirs. Wei Liangji held that notification for a long moment. Then he set it aside and watched the afternoon light across the cultivation landscape and let the fourth child take his finger in a newborn's grip. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.